Volume 1, Chapter 1. Traversing the Beastly World, the Wandering Serpent Beast's Little Female. I'll continue, both of you together. You Chao Sheng rubbed her aching head, struggling to rise, only to find herself in the midst of a dense forest, still clad in the surgical attire from earlier that day. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, a nearby scene of a woman entwined with two men caused her brow to furrow in confusion. Initially intending to stealthily depart, she was abruptly interrupted by a frigid yet thrilling voice that pierced her thoughts. Female, the trio, entangled in their embrace, looked up at the sound, and what met their eyes was a delicate visage, unlike any female from the beastly world. She appeared impeccably clean and tidy, her long, curly hair cascading down to her waist. Though her stature was on the shorter side, her proportions were exquisite, her slender legs elongated gracefully, and her waist, which could be encircled by a single hand, combined with her subtly rounded hips, formed a stunning silhouette. Her skin was as flawless as sheep-fat jade, translucent and radiant, emanating a soft glow. Not a single blemish marred her face, resembling a finely crafted work of art. Her large eyes occupied half her face, sparkling with clarity and brightness, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, making her appear as a meticulously crafted doll, both beautiful and enchanting. The entangled trio shouted in unison, "It's a wandering beast! Run!" The three transformed into their beast forms, two black panthers and one spotted leopard. You Chao Sheng felt disoriented. Was this a mere illusion stemming from her exhaustion after surgery? Beep. Congratulations, host, for binding with the beastly world survival system. Welcome to the ancient beastly realm. Congratulations on successfully activating the beastly world gift package, acquiring basic information and primary space of the beastly world. Current exploration value, 5. Beep. System binding complete. May your journey be pleasant. Before You Chao Sheng could inquire further, a serpent's tail ensnared her, coiling around her abdomen and tightening to the point of breathlessness. Beep. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the wandering serpent beast. Successfully birthing serpent offspring will yield points. The serpent beast dragged her forward with astonishing speed as she struggled fiercely, gripping the surgical knife in her hand and repeatedly thrusting it into the serpent's body. Yet before she could grasp the situation, she was violently thrown into a cave. A sharp pain coursed through her back, biting her lip. You Chao Sheng stifled her cries. She glared defiantly at the massive serpent head before her, her expression calm despite the fear that churned within. The one human and one serpent locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. The serpent's chilling vertical pupils scanned her from top to bottom. Its body was pitch black, with two small horns protruding from its head. You Chao Sheng recalled tales from the elders, who spoke of this as a precursor to the serpent's transformation into a dragon. Gradually, the serpent lowered its head, its scales fading away, revealing smooth, delicate skin that slowly morphed into a human form. But a man appeared before You Chao Sheng, devoid of any clothing, his muscles taut and powerful, free of any excess flesh. His skin bore an unhealthy pallor, gleaming with an alluring sheen. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, gently brushing against his skin, adding an air of mystery and sensuality. The prominent bridge of his nose, deep-set eyes, and slightly upturned lips all showcased his handsome allure. Particularly striking were his phoenix-like eyes, with their subtly lifted corners and sharp, indifferent gaze, exuding an aura of unparalleled arrogance. The beauty mark at the tail of his eye rendered him all the more enchanting, brimming with allure and temptation. They could see that moment. The man loomed over her, his gaze revealing a hint of contempt and disdain, as if he regarded her as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Female, become my mate. He stepped forward slowly, one hand pressing against her neck, as if he could snap it in an instant. You Chao Sheng sensed the pressure intensifying. She smiled softly, her dimples accentuating her charm. All right. Bei Wang was prepared to snap her neck, yet he was taken aback by her swift acquiescence. He did not loosen his grip, but stared at her in disbelief. Female, do you know the price of deceiving me? You Chao Sheng dusted off her clothes, her eyes glinting with mockery as she replied with a smile. Why would I deceive you? I have no mate you are so handsome that I could not be more pleased. On the night her father abandoned him, he had been told that females were prone to deception, and that one should never trust their words, otherwise his mother would not have cast him aside after giving birth. I am hungry. Is there anything to eat? Bei Wang had originally ventured out to hunt when he unexpectedly discovered the sleeping female. After observing her for some time, he decided to bring her back. For a wandering beast, finding a mate typically required seizing one from a tribe. Yet Bei Wang had never been fond of mates and had fortuitously encountered You Chao Sheng. Wait here for me. With that, Bei Wang transformed into a large black serpent and slithered out of the cave, using his tail to block the entrance with a sizable stone. Finally, You Chao Sheng had the opportunity to contemplate her next move. With the cave entrance sealed, escape was impossible. Her primary concern was how to survive in this savage world. Host, strive to mate and bear children to improve this beastly realm, and you may one day return to your own time. You Chao Sheng steadied her thoughts and inquired, is there any other way aside from mating and bearing children? After all, she was a young maiden and would prefer a more advantageous solution. Apologies, host, there are no alternatives at present. However, you can explore this beastly world to earn points, which can be exchanged for necessary resources in the point shop. Leaning against the rock, You Chao Sheng fell silent, having diligently worked for years to save a modest sum, only to find herself transported to this land of savages. A noise emerged from the cave entrance as the serpent returned, clutching a piece of blood-red meat in its mouth, which it tossed onto the ground. Upon catching the scent of the blood, You Chao Sheng furrowed her brow. Bei Wang transformed back into his human form, his voice carrying a sharp chill. Eat quickly. Mating will require considerable stamina that I do not consume raw meat. The occupational habit resurfaced. Raw meat harbored bacteria. You Chao Sheng gazed at the dirt-stained flesh, and her appetite vanished instantly. Bei Wang presumed she was a female escaped from some tribe, inevitably delicate in nature, and he bore no anger. He picked up a branch and ignited a fire, directly tossing the piece of meat onto the flames. Once the charred chunk of meat was presented to her, You Chao Sheng lost her appetite anew, but still took a few token bites before setting it aside. Bei Wang observed her slender arms and legs, noting her meager consumption. It would surely be challenging to nurture any offspring she might bear in the future. Do you not fancy it? You Chao Sheng nodded. It's burn, I don't like it. Truly a finicky female, he remarked before transforming into his beast form and exiting the cave. Volume 1, Chapter 2. System, the tenderness of the wandering beast. Outside, night had fallen, and the darkness of the beast world was not akin to the modern world's obscurity. Rather, one could discern the silhouettes of overlapping trees. Perhaps having let down his guard, Bei Wang did not blockade the cave this time. As You Chao Sheng stepped out, she heard the system's voice. It is advisable for the host not to venture out after dark. The jungle was fraught with unknown dangers, and this wandering beast, both in appearance and reproductive capability, was rather impressive. The host could consider acceptance. You Chao Sheng instinctively muted the system's suggestions. She would not be foolish enough to wander into the jungle under the cover of night. In such circumstances, preserving her life took precedence. She cautiously peered out, surveying the jungle's condition. The trees rustled in the wind, reminiscent of a terrifying scene from horror film set in deep woods. In the distance, the wails of unknown creatures echoed, piercingly sharp, prompting You Chao Sheng to instinctively cover her ears. Fortunately, it was not long before the black snake slithered into the cave, clutching a purple fruit. After dropping it, Ji Qing Sui keenly noticed that the fruit appeared to be coated in saliva. With mild distaste, she picked up the fruit and wiped it clean with her clothing before consuming it. At such a time, it was best not to be overly delicate. Otherwise, when this foolish serpent relaxed its vigilance, she would lack the strength to escape. The fruit was pleasantly tart and sweet, its flesh akin to grapes, though each was the size of a fist, which You Chao Sheng found quite delightful. Bei Wang had been observing her, watching her take small bites, stirred an unusual feeling within him. This female was rather endearing. Are you full? It is time to mate. Bei Wang reached out to touch the fabric of her clothing, a material he had never encountered before. It felt smooth to the touch, entirely unlike the roughness of beast skin. You Chao Sheng was taken aback, stepping back slightly, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes, which she expertly concealed. Is there need to rush? Bei Wang frowned, his tone laced with coldness. Are you deceiving me? Danger. It is advisable for the host not to provoke him. The wandering beast may very well swallow you whole. I'm not deceiving you and our kind. Two individuals must first cultivate feelings before mating. It would be best for us to understand each other first. North gazed into her golden eyes, scrutinizing her. In the beast world, males were expected to unconditionally respect females. Yet North was merely a cold-blooded stray beast. He abruptly tore away You Chao Sheng's garments, revealing her smooth shoulders and neck, pale, as if she were not of the beast kin. I find myself curious as to your lineage, he remarked. Lowering himself, he reverently pressed his lips against her shoulder. But at that moment, You Chao Sheng felt a wave of revulsion. The coldness of his touch slithered across her. Body like a serpent, resist might provoke this brutal serpent beast to kill her. Yet to acquiesce was equally nauseating. Her clothing lay in tatters, and North's breath grew heavy. Her skin seemed to invite bruises with the slightest touch. emanating an alluring fragrance that lingered in the air. Fortune favored him, having stumbled upon such a captivating creature. Placed in any tribe, she would surely incite a frenzy. However, her slender waist hinted at potential frailty. As their skin met, feeling the chill radiating from north, You Chao Sheng lowered her gaze, tears cascading onto his chest, burning with a fervent intensity. North's heart twisted painfully, cradling her face in his hands. He sought to soften his tone. "Why do you weep? Why must you force me?" A woman's tears have always been a potent weapon of vulnerability. You Chao Sheng skillfully wielded this to beguile the foolish serpent. Just as she anticipated, North released her. "I advise against deceit." Transforming into his beast form, North coiled his tail tightly around her. As You Chao Sheng wiped her tears and attempted to retrieve her remaining garments, he shredded them anew. You Chao Sheng pondered. Is he unwell? If you wish for me to become his mate, I might be torn apart. System. Trust the great king. This exquisite specimen possesses dual attributes, if you catch my drift. You Chao Sheng. Does this also have an automatic mute function? Having endured too much in a single day, You Chao Sheng lay on the dry grass, unable to find slumber. The serpent's tail coiled around her waist, constricting tightly, leaving no room to breathe. You Chao Sheng stared blankly at the cavern's ceiling, where stars poured into the cave, compelling her gaze toward the outside world. These were stars unseen in the city, seemingly within reach, and she extended her finger to string them into a line. You Chao Sheng. Can I ever return? Receiving no reply, she recognized the futility of hope. Counting the stars in the night sky, she eventually drifted into a deep sleep. Beside her, the large black serpent silently opened its eyes, observing You Chao Sheng's sleeping visage, fixating for a long while, tightening its tail in satisfaction at the sight of her flushed face, a result of her struggle for breath. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the cave, and You Chao Sheng awoke to find the stray serpent beast absent. The cave was unobstructed. Cautiously, she rose and ventured toward the mouth of the cave. Would the serpent beast truly let down its guard? Upon reaching the entrance, You Chao Sheng did not rush to seek an escape route. Instead, she cast furtive glances at the surrounding thickets. The gentle breeze swept through, barely concealing an undercurrent of heat. Her nose twitched slightly, and she lowered her gaze, revealing a hint of disdain. The scent of the wandering serpent beast was equally repugnant to her. Upon returning to the cave, You Chao Sheng leaned against the stone wall, savoring the coolness. However, after only a brief moment of respite, she heard the sound of the serpent flicking its tongue. "You're back," You Chao Sheng exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the voice, rushing to the entrance with a slight smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, which softened Bei Wang's heart. This female was rather obedient. He had been lurking in the shadows of the thicket, and had she attempted to flee, he would have unhesitatingly lunged forward to seize her throat. "Are you hungry?" Noticing her compliance, Bei Wang's tone softened. He busied himself with kindling a fire and roasting meat, his technique considerably more adept this time. He skewered the meat with bamboo sticks, achieving a perfect char on the outside while keeping it tender within. You Chao Sheng took a bite, her eyes sparkling. Although the meat was devoid of flavor, the texture was pleasing enough to satisfy her hunger. Delicious. In truth, while Bei Wang was engrossed in roasting the meat and oblivious to her actions, she stealthily concealed a substantial amount of the cooked meat within her space. "When will we become mates?" Bei Wang's abrupt question shattered the otherwise harmonious atmosphere. "It's so hot I'd like to take a bath," You Chao Sheng replied with a smile, though the coldness in her eyes was well concealed. Bei Wang abruptly tossed the meat from the fire aside and grasped her neck with his bare hands. "Are you still deceiving me?" Upon seeing the glimmer of tears in the girl's eyes, his expression faltered, and he unwittingly eased his grip. You Chao Sheng lunged into his embrace, burying her nose against him, slightly repulsed by the damp scent that clung to him. Volume 1, Chapter 3. The Little White Tiger's Failed Escape. "I am not deceiving you, it's truly hot, and I want to bathe," she insisted. Having never experienced such flattery from female, Bei Wang's heart raced, and he immediately lifted her into his arms, frowning as he coldly remarked, "So thin? I wonder if you can endure it when we become mates." Allowing the foul serpent to carry her to the lakeside, Bei Wang transformed into a massive python, coiling around a tree, his vertical pupils fixated on You Chao Sheng's form. Observing the tattered strips of fabric clinging to her, and then glancing at the python in the tree, she sighed softly, still clothed, and leaped directly into the water. Despite the sweltering heat, the lake's waters remained chillingly cold. She merely splashed her hands to wash herself briefly. Meanwhile, Bei Wang felt an uncomfortable heat rising within him. This female was too fair, her body subtly enticing him. His body grew increasingly heated, his gaze becoming hazy, and his breaths quickened as he watched the female below, filled with desire and primal instincts. He yearned to plunge into the water, to embrace her tightly and kiss her skin. Ultimately, Bei Wang could no longer resist the urge and leapt into the lake. A massive python coiled around You Chao Sheng, its sturdy tail probing her. Startled, she softly pleaded, "The lake water is so cold. Could you please carry me back up?" The cloying sensation made her feel nauseous, and the overwhelming disdain reflected in her eyes was all too apparent, fortuitously caught by Bei Wang. "Do you detest me? Could you carry me up, please? I'm so cold." Her voice was as sweet as honey, enchanting Bei Wang to the point of distraction without a moment's hesitation. He lifted her ashore. As he gazed at her drenched garments, the sight was particularly jarring. Bei Wang raised his hand and tore the fabric apart, prompting a startled gasp from the girl, who instinctively clung to him tighter. She did not miss the burning desire in Bei Wang's eyes upon returning to the cave. He showed no mercy, pinning her beneath him as his hands roamed her body. "I'm hungry, I want something to eat." You Chao Sheng pushed him away, gazing at him with longing. Bei Wang frowned. "Didn't we just eat?" He scrutinized her from head to toe, resembling exquisite white jade, and with a slight grip on her waist, he left a trail of crimson marks. "I yearn for the fruits you picked for me yesterday." You Chao Sheng clung to his hand, seemingly in a playful manner. "Those fruits are called gugu fruits, adored by the females of the beast realm, sweet and sour in flavor. However, one must venture deep into the mountains, a distance of 100 miles, which is no small journey. By some twist of fate, Beiwan nodded, instructing her to wait here. He transformed into a serpent, intending to block the entrance with a massive stone. "It's so hot. If you seal it, there will be no breeze at all. I want to flee. Tonight, I wish to bond with you." As she uttered these words, her delicate face flushed, resembling a peach blossom on the verge of blooming, irresistibly inviting. Beiwan complied, reverting to human form, aiming to kiss her lips, yet she slightly evaded, resulting in a gentle kiss upon her cheek. After Beiwan departed, You Chao Sheng rose, glancing at the sky outside, and scoffed, "How filthy." System. Host. Although he is a wandering serpent beast, his reproductive capacity appears quite formidable. Have you truly considered this? The fine hairs on You Chao Sheng's body stood on end, a wave of revulsion washing over her, particularly at the sight of the enormous serpent's head and its slimy texture, which undeniably filled her with profound disgust. You Chao Sheng did not respond to the system. Instead, she rose and ventured towards the mouth of the cave. After confirming that there was no trace of that foul serpent nearby, she bravely stepped outside. The sun of the beast realm hung high in the sky, its blinding rays pouring down upon the earth without reservation. You Chao Sheng squinted, feeling as though she were exposed under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, each step laden with trepidation and vigilance. With utmost caution, she approached a filthy pool of water. Leaning over the edge, she gently scooped up a handful of black sludge. Without a moment's hesitation, she smeared the muck across her face, the earthy scent mingling with the cold, clammy texture causing her to shudder slightly, until her visage transformed into a darkened mask, nearly unrecognizable from its original form. System. Host. Are you not fearful of ruining your beautiful face? Why tarnish such a lovely countenance? You Chao Sheng continued to cover her body with mud, alleviating much of the stinging sensation caused by the sun's rays. She sought refuge under a tree's shade and took out the roasted meat she had stored in her space, savoring it in small bites. You Chao Sheng, I am here to escape, not to engage in such activities. The system fell silent, muttering softly, "This host is decidedly unappealing." With a stomp of its foot, You Chao Sheng swiftly navigated through the forest, fortunate that her entire body was coated in mud. Now, the mud had dried and cracked, transforming into hard clumps that adhered tightly to her skin. More importantly, it effectively shielded her body, preventing the sharp branches from easily piercing her flesh, while also masking her scent. The roar of a ferocious beast sent a shiver down her spine as she concealed herself behind a tree, quietly observing the white tiger rolling in the lake. System beep. Host, this is also a promising specimen. Charge forth. You Chao Sheng remained silent, her foremost priority being to escape this forest. Following the guidance provided by the system, she would continue to walk northward, ultimately reaching the nearest white rabbit tribe. You Chao Sheng gazed intently at the white tiger, striving to steady her breath, fearful of being detected. Yet, fate did not favor her. The magnificent creature seemed to sense her gaze and abruptly turned its head, locking eyes with her in a moment of mutual recognition. You Chao Sheng instinctively took a step back, his foot snapping a twig, producing a faint sound. The white tiger let out a fierce roar and charged forward with powerful strides. Remarkably composed, You Chao Sheng managed to ascend the tree trunk. The white tiger swiftly transformed into human form, revealing a figure clad in garments of animal hide, with flowing white hair cascading down to his waist. His hair was long and straight, and even his eyelashes were as white as snow. His large, round eyes possessed an endearing innocence reminiscent of a puppy. And as he spoke, two small tiger fangs peeked out. You Chao Sheng's occupational affliction had manifested. Were this said in modern times, it would undoubtedly be associated with albinism. The white tiger stood beneath the tree, locking eyes with You Chao Sheng, its nostrils twitching as it caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance amidst the damp earth. A flicker of surprise igniting in its gaze. A female? The tone bore a hint of arrogance, accompanied by a slight furrow of its brow. With agile movements, it scaled the trunk, deftly lifting her down, while You Chao Sheng blinked, contemplating her course of action, gazing at the female cradled in its embrace. The white tiger could not resist leaning closer. Despite the foul stench of the mud enveloping them, it was unable to overlook that enchanting aroma. You smell delightful. In the glistening depths of her eyes, You Chao Sheng beheld her own mud-caked form, and coldly uttered, "Release me." The white tiger replied, "QQ." Its voice possessing a melodious quality. Marveling at her diminutive stature, could she possibly belong to the white rabbit tribe? Volume 1, Chapter 4, Bonding, Females Are Deceptive. As night descended, the trees surrounding them rustled in the wind, but the sounds concealed by the darkness were not solely those of swaying foliage. It seemed as though creatures were stirring in the shadows. A sense of foreboding surged within You Chao Sheng as the silvery moonlight bathed her face. Despite her visage being marred by mud, the delicate contours of her petite face, akin to the size of a palm, and her eyes, sparkling like stars, remained discernible. "Run!" You Chao Sheng exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to the white tiger's face. This miscreant had indeed caused trouble. Without the earlier cry of the white tiger, the wandering serpent beast would likely never have found her. Yet, she had clearly underestimated the intelligence of the white tiger. Suddenly, a colossal python sprang forth from the thicket, moving with astonishing speed, ensnaring the white tiger in its coils. Consequently, You Chao Sheng, cradled in his arms, found herself ensnared as well. The white tiger attempted to break free, transforming into his beast form, but he had underestimated the ferocity of the northern gaze. Once ensnared by the python, escape became exceedingly difficult, especially for a wandering serpent beast. You Chao Sheng's face flushed crimson, and she felt as though she were seeing a kaleidoscope of tiny figures before her. Breathing heavily, she declared, "I will return with you." Bei Wang relaxed his grip, yet the white tiger, not lacking in cunning, instantly transformed into its beastly form and howled at Bei Wang. However, Bei Wang paid no heed, morphing into human shape and enveloping You Chao Sheng tightly in his embrace. Just as the white tiger intended to pursue, it heard You Chao Sheng softly declare, "He is my partner." The tiger's watery eyes immediately filled with a sense of grievance, having finally encountered such a delectable female, only to see her choose a stray beast as her mate. Bei Wang's once icy heart seemed to thaw slightly. Only moments before, he had hurried back to the cave after collecting gugu fruits, finding no trace of her. In a frenzy, he had traced her scent through the surrounding jungle, even harboring murderous intent. Had he encountered her, he would have surely snapped her neck. Yet, that one word, partner, blossomed within Bei Wang's heart, and he carried You Chao Sheng to the nearest lake. The system chimed in, "It's over, host. You are in deep trouble this time." Upon reaching the lakeside, his actions were far from gentle as he unceremoniously tossed You Chao Sheng into the frigid water, following closely behind, his large hands gliding over her body, gradually washing away the remnants of mud. You Chao Sheng remained silent, slightly turning her face away, allowing Bei Wang to explore her body with impunity. Once cleansed, Bei Wang grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, locking eyes with his slit pupils. Chao Sheng felt a wave of nausea and averted her face slightly. Why must that white tiger embrace you? The pressure of his grip intensified, and a glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes. You Chao Sheng let out a cold laugh. How can I possibly break free? He is the white tiger. One of his hands firmly restrained You Chao Sheng, while the other explored every secret hidden within her being. You Chao Sheng struggled to maintain her balance in the water, relying solely on the support of Bei Wang, a position that was profoundly uncomfortable. "Do you wish to flee?" His voice was icy, devoid of any emotional inflection. His gaze fixated on the girl's neck, as if ready to snap it in the next heartbeat. "I want to go home." Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced, his sharp fangs sinking painfully into her flesh. The pain was excruciating, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. It felt as though her very being was being torn apart, a wave of anguish surging through her heart, rendering her almost incapable of bearing it. She squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth, striving to withstand the torment. It was only when the splashes of water fell upon her that the chilling sensation jolted her back to some semblance of awareness. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to be met by the man before her, his eyes glinting with a crimson hue. His gaze was rife with madness and fury, as though he sought to consume her whole. You Chao Sheng was beset by a wave of intense nausea, her stomach churning violently, nearly prompting her to retch. Yet, being a clever individual, she instinctively reached out to encircle his neck. Could you be gentler? It pains me. By some twist of fate, Bei Wang slowed his pace, naturally sensing the girl's attempts at appeasement. The blood gradually dissipated into the lake. The night stretched interminably, so long that You Chao Sheng feared she might drown in the water. On the verge of losing consciousness, she lacked the strength, resembling a lifeless fish as Bei Wang dragged her ashore. He released her, casting a glance at the mark on her calf, and sneered, "Indeed, my father was right. Females are adept at deceit. Once you bear my serpent's egg, it shall mark your demise." You Chao Sheng cast her gaze upon her calf, where a tattoo resembling a small serpent coiled around her leg. According to the fundamental information provided by the system, this mark appears on every female after forming a bond with a male partner. The closer the mark is to the heart, the deeper the affection the female holds for the male, and vice versa. Yet, under the moonlight, a character bearing the symbol Sheng appeared on the man's robust chest. Distinct from the script of the beast world, in Bei Wang's eyes, it resembled a peculiar glyph. Even Bei Wang could not suppress her curiosity, typically. The marks are in the beast form of the female, so why did she bear an unusual character instead? My leg hurts terribly. Could you hold me? She implored. Bei Wang, his expression frigid, turned to her and coldly replied, I just saw you running quite well. Transforming into his beast form, he ensnared You Chao Sheng with his serpentine tail and transported her back to the cave, disregarding her retching along the way. Upon reaching the cave, he unceremoniously tossed her against the wall and coiled himself upon a massive stone, blocking the entrance. You Chao Sheng leaned against the stone wall, taking shallow breaths, a wave of excruciating pain radiating from her back. Cautiously, she extended her hand to touch the area, feeling a sticky sensation. In the beast realm, neglecting to address wounds promptly could lead to infection and death. She rose and began to move toward Bei Wang. Noticing the commotion, Bei Wang abruptly opened his eyes. His golden, slit pupils fixated on her, as if anticipating her words. I am injured and need to gather herbs. A pang of concern gripped Bei Wang's heart as he transformed into human form, witnessing the blood seeping from her back. Regret enveloped him. He had not exerted much force. So how could this female be so fragile? He remained silent, stepping out of the cave and dropping the boulder, plunging the entire cavern into darkness. Due to the considerable loss of blood, You Chao Sheng found herself weakened, collapsing onto the grass mat, her eyes fluttering shut. Her legs bore a purplish hue, and a flicker of fierce determination flashed in her gaze, a sentiment so potent that even the system sensed the emotional upheaval. System, ahem. Calm down, host. Due to your exceptional diligence in completing tasks, this system has prepared a generous reward for you. You Chao Sheng lifted her eyelids and spoke candidly. The system responded, Host, a glance at your own space will reveal everything. In an instant, the previously dim environment was infused with color. A verdant meadow stretched out, and not far away lay a pristine lake, its waters crystal clear. The system continued, Host, this is the spirit spring water produced by the space. Drinking it will heal your wounds. Volume 1, Chapter 5, Chao Sheng and Bei Wang. The system added, as the host engages more with male partners and bears offspring, the space will undergo a significant transformation. You must strive diligently. As the consciousness of You Chao Sheng stirred, a drop of spiritual spring water fell into her mouth, imbued with a hint of sweetness, while the wound on her back tingled slightly. Her expression brightened as she took several generous sips until the injury began to scab over. With her eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, When I return to the modern world, will this space accompany me? If this were utilized in medicine, it could save countless lives. The system, however, unceremoniously denied her, stating, No, host. The space is exclusively for the beast realm. Upon Bei Wang's return, he discovered the girl lying on the grass mat, deeply asleep, her demeanor exceptionally gentle. Her eyelashes fluttered softly, and Bei Wang could not resist extending his finger to tenderly caress her cheek, savoring her velvety skin and warm body temperature. In stark contrast to his own coldness, he felt a flicker of warmth, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her slightly quivering lips, stirring within him an inexplicable urge. He yearned to kiss her, yet hesitated, fearing the pain it might inflict upon her wound. Glancing at her back under the moonlight, he noticed the injury had already scabbed over. Though surprised by the rapid recovery typical of beast men, he pondered little on it, and seeing the girl slumbering soundly, he transformed into his beast form to guard her side. The following day, upon awakening, You Chao Sheng found Bei Wang absent from the cave. The entrance still securely blocked by a massive stone, and the wound on her back completely healed. Rising to her feet, she prepared to attempt moving the boulder. However, before she could reach out to touch it, she discovered that the stone had already been shattered. A colossal python emerged from the crevice, crashing heavily into the cave. Its body was marred with numerous scars, as if it had been clawed by some creature, blood seeping from the wounds. Upon spotting You Chao Sheng, its golden vertical pupils merely glanced at her before closing again. Were it not for its faint breathing, she might have believed it was on the brink of death. Tentatively, she approached, forcing back her nausea as she reached out to touch its wounds, when Bei Wang suddenly opened his eyes. "Stay right there. I mean you no harm," he said, his voice laced with fatigue, while his tail entwined with several of her favorite fruits, the gugu berries. You Chao Sheng steadied her breath, striving to make her voice sound especially gentle. "First, take on human form, and I shall tend to your wounds, if you please." Perhaps due to her exceptional obedience, Bei Wang ceased to argue with her, transforming into human form, completely bare, her body marred by numerous injuries. She rose and tore strips from her clothing, feeling a pang of compassion, then turned away to soak them in a bit of spiritual spring water. Bei Wang remained unaware, assuming she was merely dampening the cloth with clean water. Gradually, she began to cleanse the wounds, which were alarmingly deep, as though some cruel hook had forcibly torn through flesh. Fortunately, the spiritual spring water was present, staunching the flow of blood. You Chao Sheng, exhibit an extraordinary gentleness. Fearing to inflict pain as you gently blow on the wound, your demeanor seemingly filled with compassion for Bei Wang. He gazes intently at you, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. This female is deceiving him once more. He extends his hand to rest against your neck, applying a slight pressure. His voice hoarse. "Are you attempting to take advantage of my injury and flee? I'm You Chao Sheng. What is your name?" Yet, you do not resist, merely softening the pressure as you tend to his wound. Despite your face flushed with a deep crimson, you maintain an air of calmness, reminiscent of the moment when you were abandoned by both him and your father. On that day, your expression was equally placid, which incited Bei Wang's profound disdain, leading him to roughly thrust you against the stone wall. With a pained cry, You Chao Sheng concealed the disdain lurking in her eyes by casting them downwards, then lifted her gaze with a smile gracing her lips. "It hurts terribly. If you continue to throw me like this, I might just perish from hitting my head." An inexplicable sense of panic surged within Bei Wang, prompting her to avert her face as she softly murmured, "My name is Bei Wang." You Chao Sheng slowly rose, leaning against the wall. Upon noticing the herbs he had gathered last night from Bei Wang, he felt fortunate for the system's support. He selected several types of hemostatic medicines from the beast world, crushed them with a stone, and applied them to his wounds. The system inquired, "Host, given your disdain for him, why do you feel compelled to save him? You raise pigs solely to fatten them, allowing them to lower their guard before the inevitable slaughter. Is it not so?" You Chao Sheng was acutely aware that in the beastly realm, her existence as a female was fraught with peril, particularly as she had become a vessel for the mating of the wandering serpent beast. Bei Wang was not so easily vanquished, even if he left his wounds unattended. He would not succumb. The memory of the consequences from his last escape still sent shivers down You Chao Sheng's spine. Bei Wang would indeed have killed her. Rather than face death at his hands, it was wiser to bide her time, to ingratiate herself with Bei Wang, and thereby secure a glimmer of hope. Under You Chao Sheng's meticulous care and the enhancement of the spiritual spring water, Bei Wang's wounds had scabbed over by afternoon. In the past, Bei Wang would typically retreat to a cave to heal alone, but with You Chao Sheng present, this experience was not entirely unpleasant. He rose, took a gugu fruit, peeled its skin, and offered it to You Chao Sheng. Females in the beastly world were often delicate. Should she comply with his wishes, Bei Wang would be inclined to indulge her. You Chao Sheng gently bit into the gugu fruit, following Bei Wang's hand. As her tongue accidentally brushed against his finger, she feigned a soft moan and sweetly murmured, "Thank you, Brother Bei Wang," before bestowing upon him a charming smile. The system remarked, "Sister, this is not how one acts." Bei Wang's gaze lingered on the purple juice staining her lips, his expression becoming slightly dazed. He swallowed hard and, almost instinctively, reached out to wipe the juice from the corner of her mouth. As his fingers grazed her soft lips, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. To his surprise, she did not resist. Instead, she seemed to succumb to a certain allure, playfully licking his fingers with her tongue. This intimate contact sent his heart racing and his breath quickening. Their lips drew closer, as if destined to meet, yet they remained tantalizingly apart. A soft sigh escaped her lips, don't, acting like a catalyst that ignited the flames within Bei Wang's heart. He could no longer restrain himself and leaned in closer. Brother Bei Wang, please don't bully a Sheng anymore. I will bear you many little ones. Could you be a bit kinder to a Sheng? She implored. A Sheng only desires you as her beastly husband. There will be no one else. A Sheng loves you. These simple yet profound words left Bei Wang utterly entranced, while the temperature in the cave soared, causing the birds outside to blush and flee. As night descended, silence enveloped the cave. You Chao Sheng languidly rested in Bei Wang's embrace, her small hand entwined around his neck, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Volume 1. Chapter 6. The rainy season approaches, time to change positions. Bei Wang's eyes glinted crimson, filled with tenderness as he held her close, whispering, "Be a good girl and bear me offspring." At that moment, You Chao Sheng felt somewhat drowsy, nestled within Bei Wang's embrace, emitting a couple of murmurs. Outside the cave, a torrential downpour began, the intermittent sounds growing increasingly irksome, causing You Chao Sheng to furrow her brow in irritation. Instinctively, Bei Wang drew her closer, gently patting her back. With the arrival of the rainy season, hunting was rendered impossible for the time being. The rain intensified, and his cave, not particularly concealed, was situated in a low-lying area, making it susceptible to flooding. In her slumber, You Chao Sheng let out a soft whimper, turning over to bury her face in Bei Wang's chest. He glanced down at the female in his arms, noticing she remained undisturbed by the clamor of the rain. He tenderly caressed her back, seeking to soothe her. That night, You Chao Sheng slept soundly, while Bei Wang, gazing at the encroaching rainwater outside the cave, felt a tinge of sorrow. He was capable of managing himself, but the fragility of this female concerned him. It appeared he would need to find a more secure den. Typically, the rainy season lasted for about a month, followed by the onset of snowfall, which would usher in hibernation for him. By then, the female would be even more vulnerable. To prevent her from fleeing, Bei Wang realized he must exert greater effort to ensure she conceived swiftly. However, as time progressed, the sound of the rain outside grew increasingly deafening, as if it threatened to engulf the entire world. Eventually, You Chao Sheng was roused by the noise, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Finding herself firmly ensconced in Bei Wang's embrace, she frowned in discontent. She quickly sat up, rubbing her eyes and gazing at the downpour outside, as well as the water streaming into the cave. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her. Observing her distress, Bei Wang grasped her hand, his voice tinged with a sharpness. "The rainy season has arrived. We are no longer safe here." As You Chao Sheng just arrived in the beast realm, she was still somewhat unfamiliar with everything around her. Although the system had provided explanations about this world, the perilous jungle life posed a significant threat to her existence. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself and then turned to Bei Wang, inquiring, "What shall we do next?" Transforming into his beast form, Bei Wang replied, "I will first assess the situation outside. We may need to seek a higher vantage point for shelter." With that, he rose to his feet, preparing to venture out. You Chao Sheng nodded, secretly praying that this wretched serpent would meet its demise outside. Bei Wang moved aside the enormous stone at the cave's entrance, allowing the rainwater, previously obstructed, to cascade into the cave like a miniature waterfall. You Chao Sheng was instantly drenched, her small face falling in visible displeasure. Is Bei Wang not a male of the beast world? Does he lack such fundamental knowledge? System, host, do not forget that he is a wandering serpent beast. And this cave was seized from the rabbit clan. Upon seeing the little female frowning, Bei Wang understood that she might harbor some resentment. Indeed, it was understandable. Such a delicate female would have to endure hardships alongside him. To the north, there is a grove of tall trees. I shall take you there, during the rainy season. We will remain in the trees. You Chao Sheng lowered her gaze, concealing the disdain within her eyes, and then raised her head with a smile, inquiring, "Shall we construct a treehouse?" However, she mused, we would only endure the rainy season up there. Once it passes, we shall return to our cave. The system has informed us that the beast realm is divided into 3 seasons: the warm season, the rainy season, in the snowy season, with the warm season being the longest and the rainy season lasting approximately a month. Given her slender arms and legs, escaping would be challenging. Even climbing a tree would pose considerable difficulty, rendering residence in the treetops an imprudent choice. You Chao Sheng stepped forward, gazing at the colossal serpent's head, and murmured, "However, residing in a tree is quite inconvenient. I cannot ascend." Bei Wang had overlooked this predicament. The female before him had never transformed into her beastly form and was rather delicate, making arboreal living indeed troublesome. Perhaps we should investigate if there are any caves higher up? At that moment, Bei Wang regarded the petite female with inner turmoil. Yet he could only helplessly nod in agreement. Outside, a torrential downpour lashed down, with raindrops as large as soybeans stinging their faces. Such inclement weather enveloped the air with a damp and muddy essence, rendering the scent almost imperceptible. This was not favorable news for Bei Wang, as he relied on his sense of smell to ascertain the young female's position. Moreover, he was reluctant to leave You Chao Sheng alone in the cave. For other wild beasts might pose a threat, he had not forgotten that this female had been contemplating escape. In desperation, Bei Wang transformed into his human form, cautiously guiding You Chao Sheng out of the cave and into the rain-soaked jungle. The water had risen past their knees, making each step feel extraordinarily arduous. You Chao Sheng surveyed her surroundings, internally lamenting her fate. She noticed that the nearby thicket was thoroughly concealed by rainwater, and a careless step could easily lead to injury. Thus, she devised a plan, moving slowly. Bei Wang, noticing her actions, did not inquire further, but simply adjusted his pace to match hers. "Ouch, that hurts," she exclaimed suddenly. Bei Wang turned his head swiftly, only to find Chao Sheng's pallid face, tears brimming in her eyes, presenting a picture of vulnerability. Deep gashes marred her fair calves, inflicted by the thorns, with blood mingling with the rainwater and swiftly washed away. Yet, the remnants of the thorns still clung to her skin. And with the foggy sky obscuring visibility, he could only lift her onto his back and seek refuge in the shelter of a tall tree. As they ascended, her calves were already stained crimson. Bei Wang delicately attempted to extract the sharp thorns with his fingers. "It hurts so much," Chao Sheng cried, tears streaming down her face, her delicate form collapsing against him. "What if I die?" Bei Wang longed to reassure her that such minor wounds were not fatal. Yet he recalled the frailty of females in their tribe, where even slight injuries sometimes led to dire consequences. The rain intensified, and with no herbs in sight, he felt an urgent need, though he masked his anxiety, waiting for her to speak. He had not forgotten his father's warning: females were known to deceive. And if this troublesome one dared to mislead him, he would not hesitate to act decisively. But Chao Sheng remained silent, eyes closed against the tree, tears cascading down. Bei Wang, too, was quiet, wrapping her wounds in animal hide, and, having completed this task, leaned back against the tree, observing her intently. Before long, he heard her labored breathing, her cheeks flushed, a visage of profound pain. He reached out to touch her face, feeling an alarming heat. The injury had turned red, the thorns firmly embedded within. Anxiety tightened in his chest as he called her name. Yet, Chao Sheng was unresponsive. Panic surged within Bei Wang, prompting him to lift the girl, shaking her gently. "Wake up, don't sleep." Perhaps it was the dampness of the rain, or the unique scent of serpents emanating from him, combined with his vigorous shaking, that nearly caused Chao Sheng to retch. "Stop, don't shake me." Her distress resulted in a mess on Bei Wang, yet he bore no contempt, only concern as he gazed at her. "Wait for me here. I will find the shaman." The shaman, revered in every tribe as the closest link to the beast gods, was essential for healing injuries and illnesses. In Chao Sheng's condition, seeking the shaman was imperative. You, in silence, closed your eyes, your countenance reflecting utmost distress. In this predicament, Bei Wang dared not linger and hastily transformed into his beastly form before departing. Once the sounds of his departure faded, you opened your eyes. Instead of rushing to leave, you indulged in a considerable amount of the spiritual spring water. The wound upon your body tingled, and it was unclear when the thorns from the nearby bushes had entirely fallen away. Yet, the wound had not fully healed. You retrieved your white coat from your spatial storage and tightly wrapped the injury, further securing it with animal hide to ensure no further bleeding occurred. Only then did you adeptly descend from the tree, your movements remarkably graceful, leaving the system in awe. System, host, I advise against inflicting unnecessary suffering upon yourself. Otherwise, when the wandering serpent returns, you shall face dire consequences. You are trained on data up to October 2023. You Chao Sheng, it matters not. I simply adore indulging in fine fruits. She possesses a kind of blind confidence, resolute that she will not be captured again by the wandering serpent beast. Presently, the torrential rain obscures sense, and her wounds are tightly bound. Even with his skills, Beiwang cannot reclaim her. At this moment, Beiwang finds himself with no alternative but to take a perilous risk and seek assistance from the Kanjing tribe. Though the Kanjing are regarded as the natural enemies of serpents, their shamans are renowned for their exceptional healing arts and mysterious powers, revered as emissaries of the beast gods. Moreover, the Kanjing tribe is not too distant from Beiwang's position. He swims swiftly through the water, cautiously submerging himself in the Kanjing territory, striving to avoid drawing any attention. The eagles soar above, vigilantly guarding the mountainous realm, ever watchful for any incursions by foreign races. Beiwang's serpentine form is entirely submerged, with only his keen serpent eyes peeking above the water, searching for the shaman's treehouse. Daring not to make a sound, he focuses on the tallest structure, propelling himself forward with haste. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry pierces the air, accompanied by the rush of wind from all directions. Beiwang sinks deeper into the water as the eagles circle above, surrounding him. The detestable wandering beast dares to intrude upon our Kanjing tribe. Depart at once. Leave our territory. Beiwang flicks his tongue, slowly emerging from the depths to gaze upon Songlian, the chieftain of the Kanjing tribe. They are sworn adversaries, destined to engage in fierce battles whenever they meet, resulting in mutual destruction. Yet today, Beiwang comes not to fight. My female is injured. I seek the aid of your shaman. Once the rainy season passes, I shall deliver prey to your tribe. Songlian flaps his wings, soaring in the air, contemplating the veracity of Beiwang's claims, for the wandering serpent beast is cunning and could well be employing a ruse. From which tribe did you abduct this female? Songlian scrutinizes Beiwang, noting that during this rainy season, their feathers are drenched, forcing them to perch upon the trees. Looking down upon him, on the surface, Songlian engages in dialogue with Beiwang, but inwardly he seeks an opportunity to strike. The moment Beiwang relaxes his guard and surfaces, Songlian intends to strike his eyes with his fierce talons. Beiwang is aware of Songlian's scheme and remains hidden beneath the water, refusing to reveal himself. If you allow the shaman to accompany me, I shall agree to any terms you propose. Beiwang envisions a splendid outcome. If he could capture the shaman, it would be ideal, as having the shaman present during a Sheng's birthing would help avert unforeseen complications. However, Songlian responds without hesitation, dream on. The two beasts possessed an intimate understanding of one another. Songlian, with his fiery temperament, could no longer afford to exercise patience or retreat. He plunged downwards, his claws embedding firmly into Beiwang's serpentine body. Despite the pain, Beiwang strained to swim, attempting to drag Songlian into the water. The soaring eagles descended en masse, their talons piercing into Beiwang's form in astonishing numbers. Under Songlian's command, the eagles exerted their strength, hoisting Beiwang from the depths. The colossal python thrashed its tail, sending members of the eagle tribe flying, and Beiwang was not faring much better. His body riddled with wounds. Time was of the essence. If the young female lingered any longer, her life would be at stake, a loss not worth the cost. Consumed by fury, Beiwang lashed his tail, striking the eagles with force, disregarding his own agony, desperate to reach the shaman. Songlian, though I, Beiwang, may be cunning, I speak only the truth. My female is indeed injured and requires the shaman's aid. Songlian hesitated. Beiwang's reckless determination stirred a sense of apprehension within him. He pondered, could this creature be telling the truth? If I refuse him, what if his female truly perishes? This thought stirred a change in his heart. Despite being sworn enemies, he harbored no desire to witness the death of any female. Cease. The shaman, wielding her sacred staff, stood atop the tallest tree, her face adorned with peculiar patterns, her hair entirely white, and her posture bent. This was Beiwang's first encounter with the shaman of the eagle tribe. Take me to the female, she commanded, her eyes half closed as she gazed skyward. Having just received the divine directive from the beast god to save the female, Songlian's expression tightened, ready to intervene, but upon seeing the shaman's urgent gaze, he exhaled in relief and addressed Beiwang, I will permit the shaman to tend to your female, but you must guarantee an ample supply of prey after the rainy season. Without hesitation, Beiwang nodded in agreement. Songlian then led the shaman, following closely behind Beiwang, toward the location of the female. At that moment, You Chao Sheng was struggling through the water, which had risen to her waist. Each step a tremendous challenge. She could only sip the precious spring water, striving to conserve her strength. Yet even so, she nearly collapsed into the depths. Just as she was about to succumb to the water, she was yanked upward. She hastily turned to see a damp white tiger winking at her playfully. Somewhat familiar. Young female, why are you here alone? What of your wandering beast companion? Qian Yu, with his keen sense of smell, had just noticed a female nearby. As he pulled her from the water, it dawned on him that this was not the same young female from that day, yet her sweet scent lingered in his memory. Upon encountering her fair visage, Qian Yu felt his heart constrict with an overwhelming sweetness. You Chao Sheng lay somewhat reassured upon his back, panting heavily. Take me away. Would you? Qian Yu dared not delay, for he had initially intended to see if the rainy season would yield any prey. Though the tribe had stored a considerable amount of game, the duration of the rainy season remained uncertain. It is always prudent to be prepared. Qian Yu swiftly swam through the water and soon returned to the tribe. The Tiger clan's settlement was constructed upon caves halfway up the mountain, directly beneath the stone wall, allowing rainwater to cascade into the valley below. As the rainy season set in, the tribe's members huddled within the caves. Thus no one noticed Qian Yu returning with a female. You Chao Sheng surveyed the cavern, where the ground was strewn with prey. Following the recent heat season, the meat had begun to spoil, exuding an unpleasant odor. She wrinkled her nose in distaste and murmured, "This meat is no longer fit for consumption. It would make one ill." Qian Yu transformed into human form, devoid of any clothing, prompting You Chao Sheng to quickly turn her back, unwilling to gaze upon him. Qian Yu chuckled softly, retrieving a piece of animal hide to wrap around his waist, stating, "This is how we survive. If we do not eat, we shall go hungry." You Chao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the massive leg of the beast, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Is there salt here?" "Indeed. There is," came the reply, "but it resides with my father." "How much do you require?" "I shall fetch it from him immediately." Qian Yu's father is the chieftain of the Tiger clan, while Qian Yu is renowned as the most valiant and formidable warrior of the entire Tiger tribe. You Chao Sheng pondered for a moment before responding, "I would require approximately this much salt to accompany the beast's leg." "So much?" came the reply. "There is none available in the tribe. We shall have to wait until the warm season next year to trade with the Merfolk tribe for it." Qian Yu gazed at the female before him with a look of confusion, unable to comprehend the purpose behind her need for such an abundance of salt. "What do you require so much salt for?" he inquired. "This meat can be better preserved with salt, thereby sparing you from consuming decayed flesh." You Chao Sheng was acutely aware that she had just traversed into this unfamiliar beastly realm. As a female of the savage world, it was imperative for her to locate a sanctuary that was both secure and conducive to survival. The Tiger tribe, it appeared, might be a commendable choice. She silently contemplated that the magnificent tiger before her appeared particularly innocent and endearing. Surely, he would offer her refuge. "You even possess the knowledge to store your prey?" Qian Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he instantly felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. From their initial encounter in the jungle, he had sensed that this female was anything but ordinary. You Chao Sheng gently nodded, her gaze shifting towards the flickering flame within the cave. Fortunately, the orcs here were not as primitive as one might expect. They had mastered the use of fire. At that moment, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. "Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the white tiger. If you successfully give birth to cubs, you will be rewarded with points." You Chao Sheng had long grown accustomed to the system's indifferent behavior, as it was a daily occurrence. "What is your name?" "I am Qian Wei, and this is the Tiger clan. I have never encountered a female as beautiful as you. Which clan do you belong to? Would you consider uniting with me as partners? You possess a delightful fragrance, and I find myself quite enamored." Yet Chao Sheng was diligently engaged in handling the beast's leg on the ground when he heard Qian Yu's words. Instinctively, he turned his head. "I am Chao Sheng." The system urged, "Host, respond quickly. I am the most valiant orc of the Tiger clan. If you choose to bond with me, you shall never know hunger in the days to come." You, Tai Sheng, merely smiled faintly without any reaction, placing the entire beast's leg over the fire to be smoked. Qian Yu, filled with curiosity, leaned closer and inquired, "Tai Sheng, what are you doing?" "By roasting it thoroughly, the meat can be better preserved and will not spoil," Tai Sheng replied. Qian Yu blinked her bright, dog-like eyes, sparkling with admiration as she gazed at her, exclaiming, "Wow, Tai Sheng, you are truly remarkable." You Chao Sheng was engrossed in grilling meat, unaware that Bei Wang, accompanied by the shaman and Songlian, was nearly driven to madness in search of her. At last, Bei Wang discovered a towering tree, still imbued with her fragrance, yet she was nowhere to be found. Were it not for the alluring sweetness of that scent, Songlian might have suspected Bei Wang was deceiving him, unable to suppress a derisive laugh as he remarked, "Can you not even safeguard your own female? Were I in her position, I would find every means to escape. After all, Who would wish to be with a wretched serpent like you? The shaman narrowed his eyes, striking the tree with his wooden staff twice with considerable force, and declared, Chief, it is time for us to return. Beiwang's eyes were bloodshot, his serpentine form thrashing violently in the water as he desperately sought the presence of the young female. You are deceiving me again. However, the torrential rain poured down relentlessly, soaking his wounds, swiftly draining his strength. He could only laboriously ascend the tree, gasping for breath. Sheng's voice was filled with affection, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated hatred. In the vicinity of You Chao Sheng, the beast's legs were charred to a deep black. Beside him, Qianyu blinked his eyes in curiosity, asking, Chao Sheng, can this be eaten? In the tribe, the beastmen consumed raw meat, and it was his first encounter with cooked meat, which piqued his interest. Observing his dog-like demeanor, You Chao Sheng found it amusing. This large samoyed was rather endearing. This roasted meat could be preserved for about 7 days. Although the texture was not optimal, it was certainly preferable to decayed flesh. Once the rainy season passed, raw meat could be sun-dried until it was thoroughly dehydrated. When it was time to eat, it could simply be boiled in water, allowing for extended storage. Qianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. How impressive, Chao Sheng. This way, the meat won't attract maggots, will it? It was the first time he had encountered such a capable female. In their world, males outnumbered females, and females were often reliant on males for sustenance. Yet, the female before him was not only stunningly beautiful, but also remarkably intelligent. Qianyu, who had always admired strength, found it difficult to let go of You Chao Sheng. Qianyu, are you there? The anxious voices of other beastmen echoed from outside the cave, prompting Qianyu to hastily exit. Ding. Please assist a beastman in need in the beast world. Upon receiving the system's mission, You Chao Sheng instinctively furrowed her brow and stepped out of the cave. The beastmen, who were engaged in conversation with Qianyu, instinctively held their breath upon seeing the female emerge from the cave. They had never beheld such a breathtaking sight. Even the tribe's foremost female, Wei Ya, paled in comparison. Who is that female? One of them asked, his curiosity evident. Qianyu, displeased with the gaze directed at her, shielded her from view, baring his small fangs defiantly. That is my partner. Now, quickly take me to see Daiba. He turned to grasp You Chao Sheng's hand, asking, Chao Sheng, will you accompany me? Volume 1, Chapter 9, Unveiling Medical Skills, The Beast Goddess Instructions. You Chao Sheng nodded, glancing at the hand that held hers with a hint of discomfort, subtly withdrawing without a word. However, the oblivious Qianyu remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully plucking a large leaf to shield her from the sun. Little female, how many partners do you have? Qianyu exclaimed, her temper flaring like a feisty samoyed. Unable to contain herself, You Chao Sheng burst into laughter. After a brief interlude, the trio arrived at the mouth of a cave, which was densely populated by orcs. How is Daiba faring? Upon hearing the voice, the orcs turned to look at Qianyu. They had intended to respond, but upon catching sight of You Chao Sheng's visage, they suddenly held their breath, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Before them stood a female clad in simple animal skins, yet her beauty was undeniable. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, radiating an enchanting sheen. In this savage world, females typically neglected their hair, allowing it to become matted and unkempt. Yet this female was a striking exception. Her tresses flowed smoothly, each strand seemingly whispering tales of her unique allure. Her skin was fair and rosy, reminiscent of a blooming flower, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Her peach blossom eyes resembled deep, mysterious lakes, filled with tenderness that beckoned one to lose themselves in their depths. With a high, elegant nose, she conveyed an air of nobility and grace. Standing beside Qianyu, You Chao Sheng appeared exceptionally well-matched, their silhouettes entwined to create a beautiful tableau. Ahem. The first to regain composure was the leader of the Tiger clan, who had previously been troubled by Qianyu's search for a mate. Now, with a female by his tiger cub's side, his worries dissipated. Yet, he couldn't help but note that she seemed rather frail. He pondered whether she would be capable of bearing offspring. The shaman was currently attending to Daiba's injuries. What was Daiba doing out in the rain season searching for prey? He had ventured out in hopes of a fortunate hunt, only to accidentally be swept down a cliff by the rushing waters, resulting in a broken leg. Daiba was the maid of Wei Ya, who, enamored by her own beauty, had taken 7 beastly husbands. She had long coveted Qianyu, but alas, Qianyu held no interest in her. You Chao Sheng gazed at the formidable black-skinned female before him, her golden short hair ensnared by branches, fashioned into a ponytail. She possessed a statuesque physique, yet her form was exquisitely curvaceous, though her skin bore an unsightly roughness. Who are you? The tiger clan does not harbor such feeble females. The animosity in Wei's eyes was glaring, unabashedly conveying her disdain towards You Chao Sheng. The system remarked, "Here it comes, the competition among females has commenced." It eagerly anticipated how the protagonist would navigate this unfolding tension. You Chao Sheng lowered her head slightly, her shoulders trembling gently, emitting soft sobs. Her voice was imbued with a sense of grievance and helplessness, evoking deep sympathy. "Qianyu, do they not like me?" She reached out, tenderly clasping Qianyu's arm, as if seeking a flicker of warmth and solace. In that moment, Qianyu's heart melted. He turned his gaze toward Wei, infused with a hint of reproach and dissatisfaction. "What are you doing?" Qianyu's tone betrayed a flicker of anger and confusion. "Chao Sheng is my partner. Shouldn't you be preoccupied with Dai Ba's safety right now, rather than concerning yourself with other females?" Wei remained fixated on You Chao Sheng, her eyes cast down, tears cascading down her cheeks, leaving trails of sorrow. Sensing Wei's gaze, You Chao Sheng lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with a trace of mockery. Suddenly, Wei pointed at You Chao Sheng and exclaimed loudly, She is pretending." Her voice was sharp and grating as she even attempted to reach out and touch You Chao Sheng. Upon noticing the serpentine mark on her calf, she shouted in anger. "She already has a beastly mate, a repulsive serpent beast." Qianyu instinctively positioned himself in front of her, turning to look at her, while You Chao Sheng maintained her pitiable demeanor, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Enough." Qianyu's voice was low and resolute as he shot a glare at Wei, then gently patted You Chao Sheng's shoulder, attempting to offer her some comfort. In the past, Qianyu could endure Wei's provocations, but when it came to You Chao Sheng, he could not tolerate her. "And so what? What business is it of yours?" After Wei uttered this, the chieftain's expression wavered slightly, yet he sternly declared, "Enough." At that moment, the shaman emerged from the cave, his face weary as he spoke. "The injuries are too severe. If he awakens, this leg will be rendered useless. If he does not awaken—" Wei shouted furiously, "Useless. Be silent. If it weren't for your constant disdain for Dai Ba's inadequacy, would he have risked hunting in the rainy season? System. Host. You may now showcase your talents. If you successfully heal this male, the rewards will be quite substantial. You Chao Sheng, the medical standards here are quite primitive, and I lack the necessary tools. If I were to inadvertently cause someone's death, it would be my fault. Hence, I choose not to treat them. System. Beep. Medical kit has now been issued to the host. Please attend to the orc's injuries promptly." Its tone is laden with exasperation. "You were trained on data up to October 2023. You Chao Sheng merely awaited the system's response. She was eager to ascertain the limits of its capabilities. It seemed that henceforth she could negotiate terms with the system. She extended her hand and gently poked at Qianyu's exposed 8-pack abs, appreciating the firm texture, and playfully squeezed. Qianyu was undeniably more robust than that loathsome serpent, yet it was unfortunate that fate had dealt him a cruel hand, leading him to such a despicable creature. Lost in sorrow, Qianyu felt the softness of her small hand and was instantly flustered, his ears flushing red. Could it be that You Chao Sheng had come to a realization? "May I give it a try?" he wondered. "Wow, how fragrant. Why does her voice sound so melodious?" As Qianyu leaned in closer, You Chao Sheng playfully pushed him away, prompting him to finally comprehend. Chao Sheng, are you a shaman?" The volume of his voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Wei to overhear. She scoffed. "She is a shaman? Shamans cannot take partners. Father, let Chao Sheng give it a try. She even knows how to store food." The chief of the tiger clan's eyes brightened, for he understood his offspring's nature well. He had always disdained frail females. Although the female had shed tears moments ago, she must possess qualities that captivated his young tiger. Let her accompany the shaman, he decided. You Chao Sheng nodded and entered the cave. Upon entering, he beheld a male figure lying bare on a stone slab, with his left knee swollen and prominently raised. You Chao Sheng's expression grew somber. "It is a fracture. Surgery may be necessary." The cave was permeated with the bitter scent of herbs as she turned to the shaman and inquired, "What have you administered to him?" Bitter Hemp. Volume 1. Chapter 10. The Chief's Hesitation and Qianyu's Resolve. According to the encyclopedic knowledge of the beast world etched in her memory, bitter hemp functions akin to a sedative, capable of inducing slumber and alleviating pain. In this era, medical technology is exceedingly primitive. The most the shaman can do is employ bitter hemp to numb the orc. Should their constitution be robust enough, there remains a possibility of recovery. After a moment of contemplation, You Chao Sheng turned to the shaman and declared, "I possess a method to heal him. I ask that you all vacate this place." Although the shaman felt a twinge of displeasure, the hope for Daiba's survival prevailed, prompting him to question, "May I remain to assist you?" Yet, at that moment, You Chao Sheng had already begun to cleanse his hands and replied softly, "I require an entirely tranquil environment. No, Daiba is my partner. I must stay by her side." It appeared that Wei Ye had resolutely decided to create obstacles for You Chao Sheng. You Chao Sheng paid her no heed, turning away to retrieve gloves from the medical kit, meticulously disinfecting them. The orcs had never witnessed such a scene. This was the directive of the beast god. Were you certain you wished to remain here? Did you not fear the beast god's wrath? In the beast realm, the existence of the beast god was not merely a matter of faith for every orc, but rather a profound reverence. Qianyu was the first to speak. "Let Chao Sheng stay here. All of you follow me outside. I have faith in Chao Sheng." With bright, puppy-like eyes filled with trust, the little white tiger made her feel that this Navi creature was somewhat foolish. The cave fell into silence as You Chao Sheng focused on the joint of Daiba's knee. Lacking modern instruments, this was no simple task for her. She drew forth spiritual spring water from her space and poured it entirely into Daiba's mouth. "Host, how is it? Is his injury severe?" "You Chao Sheng, it is not serious. At most, a surgical procedure to extract the shattered bone, affix a steel pin, and apply a cast will suffice for normal mobility." Had it not been for the earnest expression on You Chao Sheng's face, the system might have thought he was mocking it. The medical kit contained only a few rudimentary surgical instruments. With a slight sigh, You Chao Sheng grasped the scalpel and made swift incisions. Outside the cave, the onlookers eagerly surrounded Qianyu. "Qianyu, is this little female truly the messenger of the beast god? How could a messenger be found by you?" "The arrival of the messenger in our tiger tribe suggests that we may ascend to become the foremost tribe of the beast world." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and amidst the cacophony of voices, Wei Ye suddenly interjected, "How can she prove she is the messenger of the beast god?" This statement pierced through the reverence and trust the crowd held for the messenger, drawing them back to the stark reality. The chieftain turned towards Wei Ye, his gaze imbued with displeasure and reproach. "Nonsense! How dare you doubt the messenger of the beast god?" His voice was deep and authoritative, as if warning Wei Ye against questioning the decisions of the divine. Nevertheless, Wei Ye stood her ground, chest out and voice strong. "Chieftain, just look at her. She appears frail and delicate. How could the beast god choose such a weak female as a messenger?" Upon hearing this, Qianyu could not restrain himself and retorted loudly, "What nonsense! What is wrong with Chao Sheng? She not only stores food but can also heal Daiba. Far superior to a lazy beast like you." Concurrently, several of Wei Ye's beastly husbands gathered around, their imposing figures radiating aggression. They had painstakingly sought a robust female like Wei Ye. How could they allow her to be bullied? Their eyes glimmered with a threatening light, as if ready to strike at any moment. Wei Ye had long been regarded as one of the most beautiful females in the tribe, pursued by countless males. Yet she had fixated on Qianyu. However, Qianyu remained as indifferent as an unyielding stone, showing no interest in her, which filled Wei Ye with resentment and jealousy, especially after witnessing Chao Sheng gain Qianyu's approval, igniting her fury. "Humph, whether she can heal is still uncertain. In my opinion, she is merely deceiving you. She is not even a shaman. I believe in Chao Sheng." This single declaration left Wei Ye utterly humiliated. "Enough. Everyone return to the cave. I will guard this place with the shaman." The chieftain, observing the chaos before him, was compelled to intervene. Upon hearing the chieftain's command, the beastmen dared not disobey and promptly turned to leave. "Father, I will wait for Chao Sheng here," she declared, taking her stance at the cave's entrance, her gaze resolute. The chieftain nodded, refraining from further comment, for this female was brought back by his own offspring. Wei Ye, though unwilling, eventually departed under the urging of her male companions. Once everyone had vacated, the chieftain finally turned and asked solemnly, "What exactly transpired?" "The female has already chosen a mate. Are you certain about this? His offspring are distinguished within the tiger tribe, not only valiant in battle but also possessing exceptional beauty, renowned throughout the beast world as formidable warriors, more than capable of becoming the primary mate of any female. Yet now, his child remains infatuated with a female who is already mated, a notion he finds utterly unacceptable. Moreover, her chosen partner is a serpent beast. Father, just a few days ago while hunting, I encountered Chao Sheng. She was taken by a wandering serpent beast, and the union was not of her own volition." I recounted the events to the tribe leader in full detail. "So, you mean to say that this female did not willingly enter into this union?" The leader furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave. "If that is indeed the case, this matter may be far more complicated than they had anticipated. Once she has healed Daiba, let us return her. I will ensure she is provided with ample game. Qianyu could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in disbelief. Father, what are you saying? She barely escaped from that wandering serpent beast. Why would we send her back? The wandering serpent beast is known for its violence and plundering. Our tiger tribe cannot afford any mishaps. Can you bear the consequences if the tribe's warriors are harmed for the sake of one female? Even if our tiger tribe can withstand the wandering beasts. It is currently the rainy season, and the wandering beast will seize this opportunity for revenge. What will become of the females and tiger cubs? Qianyu wished to argue further, but was interrupted by the tribe leader. Enough. This decision is final. The shaman, observing the exchange, spoke up. Leader. If she is able to heal Daiba, it may be wise to keep her. The shaman holds a high position within the tribe. Even the leader shows him respect. Puzzled, he inquired, why is that? Qianyu added, this female can preserve the game and heal Daiba. What she has just presented is also a sign from the beast god. We cannot send her back. Rather, we must protect her. Initially, the leader was concerned for his offspring, but now, having calmed down and reflected, he found the shaman's words to hold merit. Volume 1, Chapter 11, The Shaman's Reverence and Chao Sheng's Medical Skills. Several hours later, the cave remained quiet, with a few beasts growing increasingly curious, coming and going while murmuring among themselves. Naturally, Veus seized this opportunity, noting the leader still waiting outside, feeling somewhat triumphant. Leader, how is Daiba? I wish to enter and see. What if she has harmed Daiba? Qianyu stood in front of her, preventing Vea from approaching even a step. Chao Sheng has instructed us not to disturb her. Before Vea could retort, Chao Sheng slowly emerged from the cave, displaying signs of fatigue, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. The humid rainy season felt particularly stifling, causing Chao Sheng some discomfort as all the beasts' gazes focused intently on her face, filled with anticipation. The individual is now safe. She should rest and recuperate over the next few days. Vaya, accompanied by the orc, hastily burst in to discover that Daiba was still in slumber, his legs secured by two wooden planks resembling restraints. You are mistaken. Daiba has yet to awaken. You Chao Sheng felt somewhat fatigued and, raising her gaze, spoke icily. The effects of the bitter herb have not yet worn off. He surely will not awaken. At that moment, the shaman stepped forward, meticulously observing Daiba's condition before nodding in agreement with You Chao Sheng's assertion. The shaman then turned to the assembly and proclaimed, what this female has stated is indeed true. Daiba's injuries have shown signs of improvement. We ought to place our trust in her. Upon witnessing this, Wei Yu wished to voice her thoughts, yet a piercing glance from the chieftain silenced her, compelling her to close her mouth. You Chao Sheng cast a glance at the shaman. Having previously believed that the healers of the tribe were solely adept at employing bitter herbs for healing, to her surprise, she discovered that he possessed a modicum of knowledge beyond that. Daiba requires care. I shall attend to his wounds daily until his recovery is complete. Chao Sheng, a female, identified herself as the chieftain of the Tiger clan. I am grateful for your assistance in healing the males of our tribe. Should you find yourself without a place to go, you are welcome to remain within our community. The chieftain of the Tiger clan observed that You Chao Sheng did not accept her invitation, yet she did not press the matter further. With a sigh, she turned and departed. As You Chao Sheng gazed at the retreating figure, a smirk of derision escaped her lips. Just moments ago, when her strength waned and she drank from the spiritual spring, she overheard this chieftain of the Tiger clan contemplating returning her to Bei Wang. Nevertheless, she understood that the chieftain harbored no ill intentions. His considerations stemmed from the greater good of the tribe. To truly integrate into the Tiger clan, one must unequivocally demonstrate their worth. Rising to her feet, she resolved to return to the cave for rest. The night had enveloped the land in darkness, and while the rain continued to fall, it had lessened considerably. Qianyu silently trailed behind her, steadfastly escorting her back to the cave. Upon entering, Qianyu inquired with genuine concern, Chao Sheng, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? You Chao Sheng shook her head. Despite the endearing demeanor of the little white tiger, she still preferred to converse with him. However, at this moment, all she desired was a moment of respite. She was utterly fatigued and desperately needed a slumber to rejuvenate her spirit. Observing You Chao Sheng's weary visage, Qianyu felt a twinge of compassion stir within him. He nodded gently and then moved to a corner of the cave, igniting a fire that enveloped the space in warmth. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of animal hide and delicately draped it over You Chao Sheng to shield her from the chill. Having completed these acts of care, Qianyu sat quietly at the entrance of the cave, vigilantly guarding You Chao Sheng against any impending danger. Meanwhile, she lay on the soft grass mat, enveloped in comfort and warmth, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent shouts. Qianyu, lost in the realm of dreams, was suddenly jolted awake. He sat up abruptly, alertly directing his gaze toward the cave's entrance. There stood an anxious beastman, his voice laced with tension and concern. Qianyu, wake up quickly, the beastman exclaimed. Daiba has developed a fever. A sense of alarm gripped Qianyu's heart as he sprang to his feet and hastened out of the cave. Under the moonlight, he beheld Hu Ling, whose face was etched with worry, his eyes betraying feelings of helplessness and dread. What is happening? Qianyu inquired, his tone brimming with urgency. Hu Ling, panting heavily, offered a swift explanation. I'm not certain. Everything was fine just moments ago, and then suddenly, he developed a fever. The shaman has tried numerous remedies, yet there are no signs of cooling down. The shaman inquired whether that little female could be summoned. Qianyu furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. In the beast world, a fever was not a benign sign. He turned back to the cave, gently shaking the slumbering You Chao Sheng, softly calling, Chao Sheng, awaken. Daiba has a fever. We must go and see. You Chao Sheng has always possessed a light sleep, and the call of Qianyu roused her instantly. As she had only just awakened, her mind remained somewhat foggy and her body felt weak. Noticing her condition, Qianyu promptly scooped her up and swiftly made his way toward the shaman's cave. Upon their arrival, Qianyu did not even have time to set down You Chao Sheng before they were met with Vei's shrill voice piercing the night sky. Why hasn't Daiba's fever subsided? Did you poison him? Startled awake by the commotion, You Chao Sheng took a deep breath, striving to clear her mind. She felt no inclination to engage with Vei, who struck her as nothing more than a foolish child seeking attention, utterly annoying in her incessant antics. She gradually approached Daiba's side, meticulously examining his wounds and finding no signs of infection. Turning to the shaman, she inquired, have you given him any water? The shaman nodded, holding a bowl of a thick, dark liquid that emitted a peculiar stench. What is this? She asked. Dried feces of the gugu beast, charred slightly to alleviate fever. You harbor an evident disdain for You Chao Sheng. You haven't fed him, have you? I have fed him 3 bowls. Daiba lies in a state of unconsciousness. You Chao Sheng pondered. There was no white wine available to physically dispel the heat, and the medical kit contained only a limited assortment of remedies. Should she administer them, and another beastman succumb to fever, what recourse would she have? System, the spring water pouch cures all ailments. You Chao Sheng turned away, retrieving the spiritual spring water, and gently administered it into Daiba's mouth, discreetly mixing in a dose of antipyretic medication. After a while, Daiba's temperature gradually diminished, and her breathing became significantly steadier. The shaman, wide-eyed and incredulous, gazed at her in disbelief. This female must remain within the tribe. In the past, the tribe frequently witnessed young ones suffering from fevers. The robust endured, while the frail departed. Observe her closely and inform me promptly if there are any changes. You Chao Sheng instructed. Seeing that Daiba was no longer in critical condition, Qianyu exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for her presence. The ability of You Chao Sheng to alleviate fevers has significantly elevated her prestige within the tribe, leaving the orcs in awe of her medical prowess. Is it truly you? The female You Chao Sheng, who is a messenger of the beast god. The shaman's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded her. Volume 1. Chapter 12. The Tiger Clan's admiration for strength. The chief's plea. You Chao Sheng remained silent, her expression enigmatic and ineffable, which only intensified the shaman's belief in her role as the messenger of the beast god. This time, Chao Sheng did not depart. Instead, she stayed by Daiba's side, awaiting his awakening. As dawn broke, a torrential rain began to fall, and it was only then that Daiba stirred, his gaze landing upon the exquisitely beautiful female figure before him, her eyes holding a trace of indifference. Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave, she stated. Daiba attempted to rise, but was met with a sharp pain at his wound, causing him to gasp in agony. Do not move, Chao Sheng urged, gently restraining him. Your wound has yet to heal. Did you save me? Daiba's voice was but a whisper, frail and weak. In his delirium, he had caught a glimpse of a figure that resembled a celestial being. You, Tai Sheng, slightly furrowed your brow and replied, there is no need for gratitude. I am merely doing what I can. During this period, refrain from unnecessary movements. Once the rainy season has passed, you may attempt to walk again. A notification chimed, congratulations. Host, on completing the task, you have been rewarded with the manual for refining essence salt, an expansion of 10 meters to your space, and a medical kit with 2 expressions. You Chao Sheng furrowed her brows slightly and turned to leave, seeking refuge in the cave to resume her slumber, while Daiba's gaze remained persistently fixed upon her. Upon noticing Daiba had regained consciousness, Wei approached with brisk steps, her expression devoid of any hint of joy. She coldly assessed the wounds adorning his body and remarked icily, "What a useless wretch. You ventured out merely to hunt and returned with such grievous injuries." Daiba felt a pang of bitterness at Wei Ya's words. He was acutely aware of the severity of his wounds, yet he had exerted every effort. Bowing his head in silence, he silently vowed to recover swiftly and re-engage in the hunt. "I apologize, Wei Ya. It is entirely my fault. Once I am healed, I shall strive to hunt diligently, ensuring you have ample provisions before the onset of the snow season," he replied in a subdued tone. Wei Ya, noticing Daiba's pitiful demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. She frowned and contemptuously stated, "Enough. Spare me the display of your pathetic state. It truly nauseates me." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. At that moment, a female from the Tiger clan could no longer remain silent and spoke up in defense of Daiba. "That is enough, Wei Ya. Daiba has only just awakened. Is your treatment of him not excessively harsh? Moreover, with so many beastmen under your command, must Daiba be the one to hunt?" Upon hearing this, Wei Ya pivoted sharply, glaring fiercely at the female from the Tiger clan, retorting without a hint of courtesy. "Humph, what concern is it of yours? Just because your partner is a wretch does not mean my partner, Wei Ya, must also be as inept. My partner must be the strongest and most formidable beastman in this Tiger clan. Only they are worthy of me." With that declaration, she turned away once more. Returning to the cave, You Chao Sheng reclined upon the animal skins, eyes closed. Qianyu, beside her, presumed she had fallen asleep and chose not to disturb her. "You Chao Sheng, what is the manual for refining essence salt?" System. It refers to the salt from the beast realm, which can be extracted into essence salt using specific methods. It was not until the afternoon that You Chao Sheng gradually awoke. She stretched languidly, slowly sitting up, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue coursing through her body, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Attempting to move her limbs, she discovered that while there was some discomfort, she could still manage to move. She retrieved a vial of spiritual spring water and drank it in one go. You Chao Sheng sat up, glancing around, only to realize that Qianwei had mysteriously vanished. The sound of rain pattered softly from outside and through the cave's opening. The sky could be seen shrouded in gloom, still pouring with rain. You Chao Sheng rose to her feet and slowly approached the entrance of the cave. Gazing outward, she beheld a somber landscape, where rain had drenched the ground, creating numerous puddles. The air was infused with the earthy scent of wet soil, evoking a sense of freshness and comfort. Taking a deep breath, she embraced the essence of nature, her emotions gradually settling into tranquility. Outside the cave stood several orc warriors of the Tiger clan. Among them was the vigilant Hu Ling, who, upon noticing her awakening, hurried forward and exclaimed, "Little female, you are awake." You Chao Sheng smiled and nodded, inquiring, "Where has Qianyu gone?" Qianyu was summoned by the clan leader, who mentioned that once you awaken, you should pay a visit. "You, with your eyes cast down, seem rather restless, esteemed leader of the Tiger clan. I kindly ask you to guide the way." With no mate yet, Tiger Ling found himself blushing at the sight of a female smiling at him. "Very well, dear female, just follow me." Throughout the journey, Tiger Ling engaged in lively conversation with you, cheerfully addressing you as little female. "You may simply call me Chao Sheng." As You Chao Sheng responded to Hu Ling's inquiries, he simultaneously surveyed his surroundings. The heart of the Tiger clan's territory appeared to bear little distinction from that of other beast clans. However, through Hu Ling's words, he learned that the Tiger clan was among the most formidable of all beast tribes. As they ventured deeper into the Tiger clan's domain, the architecture around them gradually transformed into a grand spectacle, with immense stone edifices arranged in an orderly fashion and streets that were both spacious and immaculate. You Chao Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Why, despite being the child of the clan leader, did Qianyu reside in the outer cave? Hu Ling, observing her bewilderment, explained that Qianyu had a penchant for stealthily venturing out for hunting, thus making the outer cave a safer abode. Amidst the structures, You Chao Sheng caught sight of several youthful members of the Tiger clan engaged in training, their physiques agile and their presence formidable. They approached a grand stone dwelling, presumably the residence of the clan leader. Hu Ling respectfully knocked on the door and then opened it, inviting You Chao Sheng inside. The interior was illuminated brightly, adorned with simplicity and elegance. At the center stood a broad chair crafted from tiger skin, upon which sat a robust man with golden fur, the very leader of the Tiger clan. His gaze was sharp and profound, exuding an air of authority and confidence. Beside him was a woman with a full figure. Her hair is white as snow, enveloped in a garment of animal hide that accentuated her graceful nobility, though slightly plump. Her visage retained the youthful allure that captivated all who beheld her. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between her and Qian Yu. As their eyes met, the woman appraised You Chao Sheng with a warm smile that was far from bothersome. Upon noticing You Chao Sheng's entrance, the clan leader's eyes flickered with a hint of wariness, yet he courteously invited her to take a seat and summoned refreshments of food and water. You, with a serene smile, expressed her gratitude to the chieftain, then began to appraise this esteemed figure. Yesterday, during the surgical procedure on Daiba, you had no opportunity to observe him closely. He emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect, deterring any thought of disrespect. However, you felt no trepidation. For you understood that to thrive in this beastly realm, aligning with a tribe was imperative, with the Tiger clan being the most suitable choice. Your previous rejection of the chieftain was, in truth, a mere test. The dynamics between Wei Ye and Qian Yu illuminated the clan's predilection for strength. Here, prowess was paramount. In Volume 1, Chapter 13, Chao Sheng, I hold you in high esteem. Hu Ling had also noted that the Tiger clan revered strength and valor, with each member taking pride in becoming formidable warriors. Simultaneously, they held familial bonds and partnerships in great regard, pledging lifelong allegiance once united. While females were highly sought after within the tribe, your connection to the wandering beast rendered you somewhat unwelcome, explaining the chieftain's hesitance towards you. Chao Sheng, your grace in rescuing our warrior Daiba is greatly appreciated, the chieftain acknowledged, his tone devoid of pretense. You, in contrast to the delicate demeanor of the previous day, now exhibited a subtle assertiveness. The woman approached swiftly, seizing your hand with enthusiasm, and inquired warmly, Chao Sheng, have you formed a bond with Qian Yu? Her tone was vibrant, and her beaming smile fostered an immediate sense of camaraderie. You Chao Sheng gently shook your head and replied, I am merely friends with Qian Wei. We are not partners. Upon hearing this response, a flicker of regret passed through the woman's gaze, and she sighed, what a pity. However, it seemed that she soon recalled something, her eyes brightening as she quickly raised her head to inquire, what do you think of Qian Wei? At that moment, Qian Wei emerged from the stone house, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he remarked, Mother, please do not frighten Chao Sheng. As he spoke, he instinctively took Chao Sheng's hand, drawing her behind him to shield her. Chao Sheng, do not be afraid. My father merely wishes to inquire about your food storage methods, if you prefer not to share. That is perfectly fine. You Chao Sheng could not help but feel a tinge of confusion. Did I not share the method with you? Qian Yu, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, you entrusted this knowledge to me. How could I possibly divulge it to others? The system interjected with fervor. Oh. Pure-hearted little milk tiger, dear host, seize her. I implore you, do not compel me to kneel. With a playful smile, You Chao Sheng turned to the chieftain of the Tiger clan and stated, to preserve meat, one must employ a substantial quantity of salt. The salt should be generously applied to the meat and then hung in a well-ventilated area to dry during the warm season. Naturally, if salt is in short supply, one may opt to smoke the meat over a fire, which will extend its longevity. As the chieftain absorbed her words, he mentally committed them to memory. You Chao Sheng, esteemed female, may I inquire from which tribe you hail? I could arrange for Qian Wei to escort you home. However, You Chao Sheng shook her head gently and sighed. I do not belong to the beast world continent. At her words, the chieftain rose with palpable excitement, exclaiming, could it be, esteemed Chao Sheng, that you hail from the presence of the beast god? His voice brimmed with enthusiasm and curiosity. You, O Tide Song, offered a faint smile, yet refrained from answering the question posed. Instead, you simply smiled softly, granting everyone ample space for contemplation. The mother of Qian Yu exchanged a glance with the chieftain, a flicker of hesitation dancing in their eyes. Ultimately, it was the chieftain who broke the silence first, his tone imbued with sincerity as he inquired, Tide Song, would you consider remaining in our tiger clan? His gaze conveyed a heartfelt invitation. Once more, the chieftain extended an olive branch, awaiting your response. Meanwhile, Qian Yu regarded you with hopeful anticipation, yearning for your acceptance of this proposal. However, you shook your head gently, smiling as you replied, Chieftain, it is not suitable for me to remain here. Once Daiba has recovered, I shall naturally take my leave. After all, that wandering beast poses a persistent threat to your clan, does it not? Hearing your words, the chieftain of the Tiger clan rose, an expression of awkwardness crossing his features. He offered a quiet apology, stating, Tide Song, I extend my sincerest apologies for my previous thoughts. He then added, should you choose to stay with the tiger clan, I assure you that we shall safeguard your well-being. The stone houses within the tribe are yours to choose from, should you decline to bond with Qianyu. A male will bring you game daily for your sustenance. How does that sound? You, with a composed expression, said to the clan leader. I shall contemplate your request for the time being. Yet, inwardly, you felt a surge of delight, observing your demeanor. The leader of the tiger clan broke into a joyful smile. In that case, Qianwei, do hasten to escort Chao Sheng to select a stone dwelling. For the time being, you shall reside here in peace. Beside them, Qianyue's mother wore a smile as well, saying, I recall having a few pieces of animal hide. Let us send them to the young female as well. On their way, Qianwei cautiously observed you, whispering, Chao Sheng, will you truly consider staying? In truth, there was something she hesitated to express, as if words eluded her. You Chao Sheng cast a glance at him, her lips curving slightly into a gentle smile. She softly patted Qianyu's hand and murmured, yes, I will give it some thought. Perhaps I might truly choose to remain here. Upon hearing these words, a surge of joy welled up within Qianyu. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a radiant smile graced his face. He clasped You Chao Sheng's hand tightly and exclaimed with fervor, that's wonderful. Chao Sheng, if you decide to stay here, I will surely take you to select the finest stone house. At that time, we can live there together and perhaps even have many little ones. Yao Chao Sheng, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel somewhat speechless. She shook her head in resignation, thinking that this foolish tiger was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of procreation. Chao Sheng, would you consider becoming my mate? Qianyu suddenly halted his steps, gazing earnestly at Yao Chao Sheng, his eyes shimmering with a bright light. The tips of his ears flushed slightly, and his small canines appeared particularly endearing, his gaze toward Yao Chao Sheng brimming with sincere affection. Do you truly harbor feelings for me? Yao Chao Sheng inquired. Qianyu nodded vigorously, grasping Yao Chao Sheng's hand tightly, his eyes alight with unwavering and fervent passion. I genuinely admire you. From the very moment we first met, my heart has been profoundly captivated by you. Your scent is exquisite, sweeter than any female in the entire tribe. Chao Sheng, my fondness for you transcends the bounds of mere words. Yet, I am already bonded with a rogue beast. Would that trouble you? Qianyu understood that forming a bond with a rogue beast was not a favorable situation, as their nature was inherently savage. Posing a potential threat to Yao Chao Sheng, he knew that should he unite with her and they were to bear offspring, those cubs might also be in jeopardy. He lowered his head, a look of regret etched upon his face, yet he remained resolute in expressing his feelings, though I cannot be your primary mate. I vow to protect you fiercely. A mere repugnant rogue snake beast is nothing to me. At that moment, the system unexpectedly emitted a prompt. Host, you must accept his proposal. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, You Chao Sheng cast her gaze towards a nearby stone cottage and softly remarked, let us choose that one. It appears quite appealing. Volume 1, Chapter 14. Integrating into the tribe, the chief's trust. Qianyu, having received no clear response from her, felt a twinge of disappointment and melancholy. Nevertheless, he quickly rallied his spirits, reminding himself not to lose heart. Perhaps Chao Sheng was testing his sincerity and resolve. He must seize this rare opportunity with both hands. Thus, brimming with determination, Qianyu declared, I shall tidy up immediately. You may rest here. He gestured towards a sizable rock nearby, indicating for You Chao Sheng to sit and await his return. Under the sun, the charming figure of the adorable little tiger became even more enchanting as it transformed into its beastly form, skillfully slicing wood to fashion one makeshift shelter after another. Just then, the rain ceased, allowing You Chao Sheng to admire the beautiful scenery while nibbling on a bright red fruit in her hand. Chao Sheng, it's all clean now. Come and take a look. Inside the cave, a thick layer of animal skins adorned the floor, creating an exceptionally cozy and soft atmosphere. However, it was regrettable that the cave lacked tables and chairs, rendering it somewhat rudimentary. Thank you. A bustling throng of orcs gathered outside the stone cottage, with some females clutching a few fruits, casting furtive glances at You Chao Sheng. Boldly, Xi and Yi approached and hastily stuffed the goo-goo fruit into You Chao Sheng's arms before hurriedly retreating, her cheeks flushed. You Chao Sheng was momentarily at a loss, seeking assistance from Qianyu beside her. Qianyu stepped forward to gather the items meticulously. You have just arrived in the tribe, naturally. They will provide you with some provisions. You Chao Sheng smiled at the group of females beside her, expressing her gratitude. The plump, purple-hued fruits, resembling the enticing goo-goo fruit, appeared particularly alluring. Seeing the smile adorning You Chao Sheng's face, the females felt she became even more beautiful, their cheeks flushing with shyness as they exchanged bashful glances. Among them, A bolder female stepped forward from the crowd, holding a large beast leg and presenting it before You Chao Sheng. You Chao Sheng lifted her gaze to her, a smile dancing in her eyes. There is so much here, I couldn't possibly consume it all. The female, upon receiving such a look from her, was instantly flushed, stammering, This is really delicious, I'll give it to you. If you can't finish it, take your time. With that, she turned and dashed into the crowd. Wow, she is so beautiful. Indeed. She is nothing like what way you described. She is truly stunning. The stone dwelling was adorned with an array of food, all graciously provided by the orcs of the tribe. As dusk approached, You Chao Sheng instructed Qian Yu to kindle a fire, slicing the beast's leg into small chunks and placing them into the stone pot to boil. A crowd of curious orcs gathered around, for they had never witnessed such a method of cooking. In this world, they had always consumed their meat raw, and the notion of cooking it was entirely foreign to them. You Chao Sheng poured a small pouch of salt, delivered by the clan leader, into a stone pot, followed by several gugu fruits. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly added a touch of spring water into the mixture. Before long, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. The delightful scent captivated Qian Yu, who approached with wide, puppy-like eyes, fixated on the simmering meat within the pot. Brimming with curiosity, he inquired, Chao Sheng, what did you add? Why does it smell so wonderful? With a gentle smile, You Chao Sheng delicately fished a perfectly cooked piece of meat from the fire using a branch. After blowing on it softly twice, he held it to Qian Yu's lips and whispered, Why not give it a taste? Instantly, Qian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as he opened his mouth, cautiously taking a bite of the succulent meat. The texture was exquisitely tender, melting in his mouth with a subtle hint of saltiness, offering an unparalleled flavor. This was a stark contrast to the raw meat he had consumed in the past. The onlooking orcs, unable to suppress their appetites any longer, let their saliva flow uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths, unable to resist the urge to swallow. You Chao Sheng glanced around but found no sign of a bowl. She then softly inquired of Qian Yu, Is there a bowl here? A bowl? What bowl? Qian Yu looked at her with a puzzled expression. You Chao Sheng picked up a branch and sketched a rough shape in the soil, explaining that it resembled a small stone pot used for holding food. Qian Yu understood and transformed into his beast form, revealing his sharp claws. With a few swift motions, he hollowed out the center of a stone, crafting a crude bowl-shaped vessel. He then proceeded to create several more, producing a total of 6 or 7 such bowls. You Chao Sheng carefully poured the braised meat from the pot into a bowl, then carried it to the entrance of the stone house. With a smile, she presented the bowl to the assembled orcs, cheerfully saying, Thank you all for your kindness today. As I have just arrived here, I possess little of value. Please, do sample this braised meat. Do mind the heat. The orcs, initially taken aback, nonetheless accepted the bowls and cautiously tasted the contents, their faces lighting up with expressions of delight. Delicious. After Tiger Lingfang devoured a bowl of meat in a whirlwind fashion, he still felt unsatisfied and squatted beside the pot, gazing longingly at the remaining food within. You Chao Sheng gracefully lifted a bowl of meat, a light laugh escaping her lips as she said, I have prepared in abundance. Should it not suffice, there is more. Once you have finished, would you kindly assist me by delivering this bowl of meat to Dai Ba? He is injured and unable to consume raw flesh. Hu Ling nodded in agreement just as a cacophony of sounds reached their ears. Upon glancing up, You Chao Sheng beheld the clan leader and Qian Yu's mother approaching, accompanied by several orcs who bore a half-side of pork upon their shoulders. As Chao Sheng, a female, recognized the enticingly rich quality of the meat, the clan leader expressed his joy, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with an irresistible aroma. His gaze swiftly drawn to the orcs gathered around the stone pot, indulging in their feast. You Chao Sheng approached with 2 bowls of meat, a radiant smile adorning her face as she presented them to the clan leader and Qian Yu's mother. Esteemed leader, this meat has been boiled with salt. I implore you to sample it. After savoring a bowl of the stewed meat, the clan leader felt a comforting warmth envelop him. Although it was merely a taste, the savory essence of the meat far surpassed that of raw fare. Indeed, this meat is exquisite, the clan leader remarked with a tinge of regret. Yet it is rather cumbersome to prepare, requiring cooking. You Chao Sheng smiled as he elucidated, consuming raw meat over an extended period can be detrimental to one's health, particularly meat that has been stored for a prolonged duration, as it can harbor parasites. Upon hearing this, astonishment painted the faces of the crowd, while a nearby clansman could not restrain himself and inquired loudly, Chao Sheng, what exactly are parasites? You Chao Sheng observed the puzzled expressions of the crowd and patiently elucidated. Parasites are a type of organism that can inhabit the bodies of animals, subsisting by siphoning blood or other essential nutrients. If we consume food contaminated with parasites, we may contract diseases. Therefore, to avert illness, we should minimize our intake of raw meat and favor well-cooked dishes. Suddenly, one of the tribesmen recalled his previous experience and exclaimed, "Ah, no wonder I expelled worms those days." Upon hearing this, the chieftain's expression grew grave. Every year, several orcs in the tribe succumbed, and he had initially believed it to be a punishment from the beast god. Reflecting on it now, everything seemed to follow a discernible pattern. He anxiously inquired, "You Chao Sheng, what shall we do?" You Chao Sheng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Once the rain ceases in a few days, she and you shall take me to explore the jungle." After feasting to their heart's content, the beast men gradually departed. Outside, the rain intensified unexpectedly. She and you stood at the entrance of the stone house, expertly using a twig as chopsticks. That night, She and you remained within the stone dwelling, and You Chao Sheng did not refuse. They each took a piece of animal hide. She and you cautiously inched closer to her, and the distance between them suddenly diminished. His warm breath gently caressed her cheek. She and you, unaware of why, could always detect the faint fragrance that emanated from You Chao Sheng, which filled him with curiosity and enchantment. "Chao Sheng, when shall we become companions?" Qian Yu could not help but inquire, having often heard the males in the tribe speak of the joys of coupling, his heart brimming with anticipation. You Chao Sheng pondered deeply, aware that forming a bond with Qian Yu would necessitate her remaining within the tiger tribe, yet she had yet to reach a conclusion. "I do not intend to linger in your tribe for an extended period," she said, subtly shifting backward to maintain a safe distance. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but he quickly rallied, his eyes sparkling with determination. "It matters not, Chao Sheng. Wherever you go, I shall follow." In his heart, Qian Yu resolved to accompany You Chao Sheng to any destination, as long as he could be with her. "But I am bonded to the wanderer beast. Will that not trouble you?" You Chao Sheng was aware that Bei Wang would ultimately find him. "Of course not. I will help you gradually forget those matters. Allow me a moment to reflect." As night fell, Qian Yu found himself too exhilarated to sleep, his mind awash with thoughts of You Chao Sheng. "Chao Sheng, to which tribe did you once belong?" Qian Yu was eager to learn more about her past, hoping to delve deeper into the life of this enchanting female who captivated his heart. "I do not belong to the beast world continent," You Chao Sheng replied, her tone tinged with melancholy at the mention. Sensing her discontent, Qian Yu inquired softly, "Chao Sheng, will you choose to remain here?" You Chao Sheng, "System, can I return?" "System, it's uncertain. If the host puts in the effort to bear offspring, perhaps a return is possible. Whether she can return or not is of little consequence to You Chao Sheng. Orphaned and raised in an orphanage, she has endured 3 surgeries daily. Even if she cannot return, she can thrive in this realm. Qian Yu, I am unsure." Hearing her words, Qian Yu felt a tinge of melancholy but smiled nonetheless, assuring her, "It matters not where you are. I shall always be by your side." The two conversed for quite a while, and fatigue soon washed over You Chao Sheng, her eyelids gradually succumbing to slumber. Qian Yu gazed at her serene visage, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He carefully placed her upon the soft fur and transformed into a majestic white tiger. Approaching her with utmost caution, he nuzzled her hair gently with his nose, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Then he lowered himself to bestow a soft kiss upon her brow. "Chao Sheng, you are marked by me. My essence lingers upon you," Qian Yu murmured. "No matter where you go, I shall find you." At that moment, the system's voice abruptly resounded. "Ding. Please locate 3 edible items in the beast world." In her dreams, You Chao Sheng furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable pressure. She struggled within her slumber, attempting to escape the damp, shadowy scent that enveloped her, but to no avail. She felt ensnared by a massive black python, unable to move. The system's voice echoed once more, rousing her slightly, only for her to drift back into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to her, in the dark cavern, a black python slowly opened its eyes. A Sheng. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, illuminating You Chao Sheng's face. She slowly opened her eyes, a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up groggily and discovered Qian Yu crouched beside a stone pot, cooking meat, the source of the enticing fragrance. Upon noticing her awakening, Qian Yu immediately set aside his task and strode over to her. He extended his arms, gently lifting her from the fur and cradling her in his embrace. The unexpected intimacy rendered her somewhat uncomfortable, yet she offered no resistance. Instinctively wrapping her arms around Qian Yu's neck, resting against him, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush. Qian Yu exuded a crisp, invigorating scent, tinged with a subtle hint of pheromones, overwhelming her senses. This aroma felt both familiar and foreign, stirring an unusual sensation within her heart. As You Chao Sheng blinked and gazed at the tall, handsome man before her, an unexpected flutter stirred within her heart. She mused to herself, how can this fellow be so strikingly attractive? And he treats me with such kindness. The system chimed in, indeed, hastened to surrender to him. Put me down. Recalling the task assigned by the system yesterday, she realized she needed to complete it swiftly. Qianyu wore a wounded expression, reminiscent of how her father had once embraced her mother. Why, then, did Chao Sheng not reciprocate such affection? Qianyu served her a generous bowl of braised meat, prepared according to Chao Sheng's recipe from the previous day. However, the thought of consuming meat so early in the morning was unappealing to her. I'm not particularly hungry. You may have it, she said, picking up a fruit nearby and taking a bite, allowing the sweet juice to cascade down the corner of her mouth. You Chao Sheng felt a bit dazed as she gazed at the crimson fruit in her hand, wondering if it truly contained such an abundance of juice. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a small white tiger had already approached, extending its tongue to gently lick the corner of her mouth, smacking its lips in delight. So sweet. In the next moment, the tiger's head received a playful tap from her. You Chao Sheng rose, feigning anger as he declared, "You must not behave this way again." Qianyu hastily nodded, fearful that the young female might disregard him. With a look of dejection, he squatted by the stone pot, attempting to use chopsticks to pick up the meat, yet failing miserably, his frustration evident as he scratched his head in despair. Is there any fish here? You Chao Sheng sought to divert the conversation, turning his face away, apprehensive of softening his resolve. What is fish? Qianyu inquired. It is a creature that swims in river waters. Do you understand? Upon hearing You Chao Sheng's words, Qianyu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Chao Sheng, why are you inquiring about the prickly beast? That creature is inedible. Some beastmen have met their demise after consuming it. Volume 1, Chapter 16, The Prickly Beast. In search of sustenance. You Chao Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently remarked, rest assured, I possess a method to adeptly manage these prickly beasts. All you need to do is take me there. At that moment, the rain outside had ceased, and a damp atmosphere enveloped the air. Qianyu transformed into her beast form, allowing You Chao Sheng to perch upon her broad back. And then she surged forward at an astonishing speed towards the lake nestled within the forest. As You Chao Sheng observed Qianyu's quivering white ears, which trembled with each bound, she found them irresistibly adorable and could not refrain from reaching out to gently squeeze them. This simple act ignited a playful obsession within her, causing her to cling to his ears with a reluctance to let go. Unbeknownst to her, the ears of orcs are typically quite sensitive, and had Qianyu been in his human form at that moment, his ears would surely have flushed a deep crimson. For Qianyu, Chao Sheng was the first female bold enough to audaciously caress his ears, filling his heart with an unexpected joy. His pristine tail began to wag joyfully, and before long, they arrived at the serene lakeside, being mindful of the wandering serpent beast that might still be lurking nearby. Qianyu had deliberately led You Chao Sheng to a secluded lake, a hidden gem he had stumbled upon by chance. The water was crystal clear, revealing glimpses of fish playfully swirling beneath the surface. Chao Sheng leapt into the lake, gracefully navigating through the water, which startled Qianyu. He rushed to pull her back to the shore, exclaiming, "Why did you jump in by yourself? Which fish do you want? Allow me to catch it for you." You Chao Sheng silently lamented, "I am not inept. Catching fish on my own poses no challenge. Why rely on a little tiger?" Meanwhile, Qianyu exhibited remarkable prowess, transforming into her beast form and brandishing her sharp claws, swiftly capturing several substantial fish from the water. You Chao Sheng searched along the riverbank for some withered branches, preparing to kindle a fire for roasting fish. One cannot help but acknowledge the sheer vastness of this world. Even these fish seemed nearly as large as half of You Chao Sheng herself. Qianyu, intrigued, inquired of You Chao Sheng, "How is it that you swim with such agility?" His curiosity was piqued, as typically, female beings are not particularly adept at swimming, unless they hail from the merfolk tribes. She recollected the experiences of her past life, a time when she was utterly alone, orphaned, and bereft of kin, before being taken in by an orphanage. During the sweltering summers when hunger became unbearable, she had no choice but to plunge into the water to catch fish. At this thought, a bittersweet smile flickered across You Chao Sheng's lips. In response to Qianyu's question, she merely offered a gentle smile, refraining from elaboration. With practiced skill, she deftly prepared the fish, meticulously cleaning out its entrails. Next, she gathered several branches and vines, artfully weaving them into a simple grilling rack. She deftly skewered the fish upon the branches and placed it over the flames to roast. In no time, the fish became golden and crisp, emanating an irresistible aroma, causing Qianyu to swallow involuntarily. As You Chao Sheng tore a piece of fish flesh from the body of the spiky beast and was poised to savor it, a hand suddenly reached out, swiftly snatching the morsel away. It was Qianyu, who, with a delighted exclamation, promptly devoured the piece of fish, her face lighting up with satisfaction as she exclaimed, "Delicious." You Chao Sheng narrowed your eyes slightly, fixating a gaze imbued with the essence of death upon Qianyu. Noticing this, Qianyu hastily began to explain, "Chao Sheng, I merely feared for the peril of the thorn beast, which is why I wished to sample it first." Upon hearing Qianyu's explanation, You Chao Sheng realized that he did not intend to tease her. She patiently elucidated, "This type of fish contains numerous small bones. Consuming it directly could easily lead to a throat laceration or even an infection. Furthermore, eating it raw may pose risks of parasitic infections, which are detrimental to one's health. It is precisely for these reasons that those beasts met their demise." She continued, "In fact, as long as the fish is properly cooked and the bones are meticulously removed, it can be safely consumed. Consequently, we will have an additional delectable dish to enjoy during the winter season. Moreover, this fish is also an excellent choice for preparing soup." You Chao Sheng also tasted a bit of the fish, which was sufficiently fresh and indeed quite delectable, with a hint of sweetness in the flesh. However, it lacked any seasoning. The lake's waters were crystal clear, revealing the sandy bottom and darting little fish. The two sat by the lakeside, savoring the roasted fish and relishing the rare, leisurely moment. Suddenly, You Chao Sheng, with her keen eyes, spotted something and immediately rose, barefoot, to approach the water's edge. She extended her hand and swiftly plunged it into the water, pulling out two remarkably large river crabs. The crabs flailed their pincers, attempting to escape her grasp. Qianyu, startled by this unexpected scene, jumped up in alarm and exclaimed, "Throw it away. That creature can snap your fingers." However, You Chao Sheng appeared remarkably composed, unhurried. She produced a vine and skillfully wound it several times around the crabs, binding them tightly, rendering them immobile. "Do not worry. These creatures are quite tasty. I will take them back and prepare a meal for you." Qianyu was about to inform her that such crabs were inedible, but recalling the previous incident with the spiky beasts, he suppressed his words. After all, this clever young female might indeed know how to cook these crustaceans. Thus, You Chao Sheng continued her search at the lakeside, soon capturing dozens of plump river crabs. Observing this, Qianyu quickly removed his animal hide and fashioned it into a makeshift bag, carefully placing the crabs inside. "Host, there are orange heart fruits 100 meters ahead. You might want to check them out," the system prompted. With this news, You Chao Sheng eagerly tugged at Qianyu to move forward. From a distance, they spotted enormous pumpkins growing along the rocky wall, each nearly as large as her own head. She nearly gasped in astonishment. "What a fortunate day. Qianyu, quickly help me pick one to take back to the tribe. Pumpkins are incredibly beneficial. Their seeds can tackle the parasites plaguing our orc kin, and the flesh serves as a staple food. A piece of steamed pumpkin will fill us up nicely." With their bountiful harvest, they hastened back to the tribe. Now that the rain had ceased, many females were gathered together, seated on the ground. Upon seeing Qianyu return with Chao Sheng, they regarded them with curious glances. When they noticed the pair carrying the spiky beasts and river crabs, they exchanged puzzled looks. "Qianyu, have you found a partner only to fail at hunting? Are you relying on spiky beasts to stave off hunger?" Vaya scoffed mercilessly from the side. You Chao Sheng stood resolutely before him, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed guests, later this evening, I shall distribute medicine capable of curing the worms that plague your bellies. You may come to my stone dwelling to collect your share." After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Wei, adding, "I nearly forgot. Wei, you surely have no need for it, do you?" Volume 1, Chapter 17, The Prickling Beast. Discovering new sustenance. After all, Wei's diet is far more opulent than ours, is it not? This remark left Wei momentarily stunned, her mind swirling with confusion. Just 2 days prior, she was a delicate female, prone to tears at the slightest provocation. How had her tongue become so sharp today? Chao Sheng's words were as incisive as a blade, striking at the core, rendering Wei incapable of retort. Among the inhabitants of the beastly realm, most were rather naive. In Chao Sheng's eyes, she was merely a mischievous child denied her sweets. Wei's face flushed with indignation, and in a fit of anger, she stamped her foot before turning away. Meanwhile, the other females gathered around, their curiosity piqued as they observed the river crab and fish in Chao Sheng's possession. "Chao Sheng, Are these provisions you intend to consume? Several inquisitive females approached, their eyes fixated intently on the beast's skin bundle cradled in Chao Sheng's arms. You Chao Sheng smiled gently and nodded, her voice soft as she said, "In a moment, I shall use these to prepare a soup. You may also partake, for its flavor is exquisite." Upon hearing this, the females exchanged glances and collectively expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Chao Sheng." A notification chimed, congratulating the host on successfully discovering 3 types of edible food in the beast realm and bestowing upon her a plant recognition system and a fertility constitution, urging her to continue striving for motherhood. You Chao Sheng returned to the stone house with Qianyu, placing a gigantic pumpkin over the fire to roast. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air, causing Qianyu to swallow hard. He had always known that Chao Sheng possessed remarkable skills, and the dishes he created were exceptionally delectable. You Chao Sheng sliced the freshly roasted pumpkin into small pieces and offered them to Qianyu for tasting. "Well, it smells wonderful," Qianyu exclaimed, taking a bite. The texture was soft and tender. In a previous life, she had found it unpalatable, yet in Chao Sheng's hands, it transformed into a delightful delicacy. You Chao Sheng gazed at his despondent demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "This can be stored quite well. If we stock up before the snow season, it can serve as a staple food and will keep us quite satiated." Upon hearing this, Qianyu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Really? Then the little ones during the snow season won't starve. Chao Sheng, may I bring some to my father and mother for them to taste?" After speaking, as if fearing to incite Chao Sheng's displeasure, he hurriedly added, "Rest assured, I will exchange it for game." You, Chao Sheng, observed his cautious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. After a brief wait for the spiky beast soup and the clipper beast dish to be ready, she would deliver them together. The fish soup required further cooking, so Chao Sheng took out some rattan strips, her delicate fingers weaving them with the grace of a flower artisan. In no time, a small basket was neatly arranged. Qianyu, who was nearby, attempted to learn the art of basket weaving from her, but overestimated his abilities. Soon, he sat in frustration, watching Chao Sheng skillfully craft the baskets. Chao Sheng's hands danced nimbly among the rattan, as if the strips were imbued with life under her touch, gradually intertwining into exquisitely crafted baskets. Qianyu widened his eyes, striving to emulate Chao Sheng's movements, yet he consistently struggled to grasp the technique. The rattan became obstinately unyielding in his hands, defying his attempts to shape it into a basket. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he set down the rattan. Noticing his mood, Chao Sheng smiled and encouraged him, "Don't lose heart. This requires practice. With perseverance, you shall surely master it." Qianyu nodded, picking up the rattan once more. "Chao Sheng, you are truly remarkable. With this, we won't need to wrap the spiky beasts in animal skins anymore." As evening approached, the sky began to drizzle, the gentle patter of raindrops falling upon the leaves. Qianyu busied himself cutting wooden planks, recalling Chao Sheng's request to fell trees and construct a simple table along with several low stools. This would spare Chao Sheng from having to sit on the ground while dining, offering both convenience and comfort. Due to the chill within the stone dwelling, Qianyu deliberately selected a few tall, sturdy trunks, stacking them together to fashion a robust wooden bed. The bed was adorned with soft straw and layered with warm animal skins, creating a semblance of home. This big, simple-minded fellow was remarkably thoughtful, although a bit slow-witted. Chao Sheng had discovered over the past few days that he was a genuinely kind-hearted individual. Just as she was filled with joy, a cacophony of noise reached her ears. Turning towards the entrance of the stone house, she saw the chieftain leading a throng of beastmen approaching her abode. "Chao Sheng, I hear you have discovered a new method to prepare the spiky beast?" the chieftain inquired. Should this news prove true, it would provide them with an additional food source as the frigid snow season approached. "You were trained on data up to October 2023. You Chao Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Having simmered the fish soup for an entire afternoon, its rich aroma wafting through the air, the fish meat within the broth had become tender to the point of disintegration, with bones and remnants settling at the bottom of the pot. A sprinkle of salt was added before ladling the soup into stone bowls, complemented by servings of roasted pumpkin for each orc. The chieftain carefully lifted his stone bowl, scrutinizing the milky white fish soup. He gently inhaled, pleasantly surprised to find no trace of the usual pungent fishy odor. Instead, a delicate fragrance greeted him. Sipping cautiously, an explosion of exquisite flavor enveloped his palate, compelling him to savor each nuance. Meanwhile, the roasted pumpkin exuded an enticing aroma, its exterior charred to perfection while the interior remained soft and sweet. The chieftain took a piece of pumpkin into his mouth, relishing its delicate texture and perfectly balanced sweetness. He ate with great delight, a look of contentment illuminating his face. Observing the chieftain's enjoyment, the other orcs eagerly followed suit, some gulping down the fish soup to embrace its warmth, while others bit into the pumpkin to relish its sugary taste. After finishing his meal, the chieftain was astonished to find that such humble fare had left him feeling somewhat satiated. Could this orange core fruit be edible? Perhaps he could instruct his kin to gather more of it for storage, as it would serve well in hearty winter broths alongside this orange core fruit, providing substantial nourishment. The chieftain's eyes sparkled with excitement, compelled to acknowledge the remarkable insight of his offspring. Could it be that this female was indeed the will of the beast god, sent to assist the tiger clan? You Chao Sheng, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. With this, we shall have 2 additional food sources for the winter season. You Chao Sheng remained silent as she retrieved several river crabs from the pot and distributed them among the gathered beastmen. They exchanged glances, bewildered by her actions. The chieftain, accepting the food without hesitation, promptly detached one of the crab's legs and began to crunch on it audibly. However, within moments, he spat it out, furrowing his brow. Chao Sheng, though the flavor is delightful, it is simply too tough. You Chao Sheng could not help but chuckle, prompting Qian Yu to step forward. Father, it is not meant to be eaten that way. With that, he pried open the joints of the crab, revealing the tender, snow-white flesh before the onlookers. The river crabs here boasted legs as thick as her fingers, and the succulent meat was truly a delight. Qian Yu presented the crab meat to the clan leader. As the leader took a single bite, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is even more delectable than the prickly beast." Qian Yu, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course. Whatever Chao Sheng discovers is bound to be delicious." After saying this, he proceeded to lift the crab's inner shell, instructing the other beastmen on how to savor the exquisite river crab. With practiced ease, he extracted the crab roe, savoring it slowly, while the other beastmen eagerly followed suit, their praises resounding in waves. You Chao Sheng meticulously extracted the raw pumpkin seeds and distributed them to everyone. With a cheerful demeanor, she elucidated, consuming these seeds in their raw form possesses a remarkable efficacy against parasites. After you find the orange heart fruit, ensure you do not discard the seeds within. Instead, excavate them and allow them to dry for preservation. This way, you shall no longer need to worry about any unwelcome guest residing in your stomach. Upon hearing her words, the crowd nodded in understanding, eagerly accepting the pumpkin seeds. Curiosity sparked among them, as some of the beast folk could hardly contain their excitement, placing the seeds in their mouths to savor the distinctive flavor. You Chao Sheng, continued to advise, should it be difficult to swallow, one may crush the stones and incorporate them into the roasted meat for consumption. The orc populace expressed their gratitude in unison, with the chieftain leading the way and bowing to her. Placing his left hand upon his chest, a gesture representing the highest form of reverence in their realm, signifying their appreciation for You Chao Sheng. Some orcs, unable to contain their excitement, dashed to the lakeside to catch fish. You Chao Sheng even provided them with several small baskets for their catch. Host, why are you imparting such knowledge to them? The system exclaimed in frustration, stamping its feet. You Chao Sheng, lowered your gaze, waiting for the day when the wandering beast would come to seize me, hoping they would intervene rather than cast me aside out of fear. I must demonstrate my worth. The system remained silent, fully aware of Bei Wang's temperament. You Chao Sheng was not mistaken. If such an action was not taken, she would likely be abandoned once the wandering beast arrived. You Chao Sheng gazed at the industrious orcs, an inexplicable warmth swelling within her heart. Her eyes then drifted to Qian Yu, who was busily tidying up the stone pot, and she felt a long-forgotten sense of homeliness. The rain continued to fall, and she felt a persistent stickiness clinging to her skin. The oppressive humidity of the rainy season here, combined with a day of labor that left her drenched in sweat, made her hair greasy and her body emit an unpleasant odor. With a soft sigh, she murmured, "Chao Sheng, what troubles you? I long for a bath." The rain outside was not heavy, merely a light drizzle. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Yu transformed into his beast form and beckoned her to climb onto his back. "Let us wash briefly in the lake over there." Upon hearing this, Qian Yu instinctively objected. The lake water is quite cold, and there are snapping beasts lurking. "It is best not to go. I know of a splendid place where the water is warm, and I assure you, no other orcs will be present." At his words, Chao Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? The stone wall above conveniently shielded them from the rain, ensuring that the hot spring remained untainted by the downpour. You Chao Sheng gently dipped her hand into the water to gauge its temperature, discovering it to be quite pleasant. Just as she contemplated shedding her fur cloak, she noticed a certain tiger, eyes gleaming with excitement, gazing intently at her. "Turn around." she exclaimed. The mighty tiger obediently turned away, its tail swaying restlessly behind it, betraying a hint of agitation. You Chao Sheng luxuriated in the hot springs, her eyes blissfully half-closed, with her arms resting against the stone wall beside her. On the verge of slumber, little tiger turned his head, squinting as he surreptitiously gazed at the female in the lake, her alluring fragrance particularly enchanting. He transformed into his beast form, shedding his fur, and stepped steadily towards the hot spring. Water splashed around as Qian Yu reached out to embrace her, their skin touching. Although You Chao Sheng had been dozing, she was abruptly awakened. Frowning, she turned back, only to find Qian Yu's pitiful tiger head nuzzling against her chest. Chao Sheng, will you be my mate? Yes, the system exclaimed with fervor. You Chao Sheng sighed softly, turning to embrace his neck. Unbeknownst to them, the rain had intensified, and Xiaohu's eyes sparkled brilliantly in the stillness of the night. The two shared a sincere bond, and rather than feeling embarrassed, You Chao Sheng posed a question. What if I were to leave this place eventually? Upon hearing this, Qian Yu became anxious, exclaiming, no matter where you go, I shall follow you. You cannot abandon me. With that, he held her tightly, his voice trembling slightly. You, with a gentle smile, reached out to caress his fluffy ears and softly said, then let us remain together. As the night deepened and torrential rain poured down, the splashes from the hot spring seemed to meld harmoniously with the sound of the rain. Qian Yu and You Chao Sheng held each other tightly. Qian Yu grasped her slender waist, kissing her irresistibly alluring lips. Chao Sheng, do you have feelings for me? Chao Sheng, you smell divine. Chao Sheng, please. The sound of the rain enveloped all movements within the hot spring, and no one could have imagined that on one such rainy night, a pair of lovers was reveling in the bountiful gifts of nature. You Chao Sheng leaned against the stone wall, while Qian Yu held her slender waist tightly. They were immersed in each other's world, oblivious to the passage of time. The water in the hot spring was nearly depleted throughout the night, yet their ardor remained undiminished. As the dawn light pierced the horizon, Qian Yu finally escorted the weary You Chao Sheng back to the tribe. You Chao Sheng lay upon the animal hide within the stone abode, deeply ensconced in slumber, as though he had traversed into a realm of sweet dreams. Yet, Qian Yu remained wide awake. He sat quietly at the threshold of the stone house, his gaze fixed upon the character Sheng imprinted over his heart, a smile illuminating his face like a playful puppy adorned with flowers. At that moment, Hu Ling fortuitously arrived in search of Qian Yu. Upon seeing Qian Yu standing at the entrance, smiling radiantly, curiosity compelled him to inquire, Qian Yu, what brings you such joy? How did you come to know of my bond with Chao Sheng? As he spoke, he unfastened the hide to reveal the mark. Hu Ling gazed at it with a hint of envy, only to notice something amiss. Which tribe does Chao Sheng's female belong to? This mark seems peculiar. Mind your own business. This is Chao Sheng's name. Recalling their conversation from the previous night, Qian Yu's smile broadened. Hey, why not speak to Chao Sheng's female on my behalf? After all, the snow season approaches. Wouldn't it be better with my assistance? His enthusiasm grew. Oblivious to the darkening expression on Qian Yu's face, I believe it is most essential for the three of us to live harmoniously. While I may not possess your prowess, with my support, should Chao Sheng take another partner in the future, we can mutually aid one another. In an instant, Qian Yu transformed into his beastly form, pursuing Hu Ling with the intent to strike, prompting Hu Ling to flee in terror. Yao Chao Sheng was deep in slumber, entirely oblivious to the sounds around her. Yet, within the realm of her dreams, that colossal serpent re-emerged. Volume 1, Chapter 19. Pregnant, the repugnant offspring of a serpent. The immense tail coiled menacingly around her abdomen, constricting with such force that Yao Chao Sheng felt as though her bones might fracture. She could only endeavor to relax her body in an attempt to alleviate the torment. The icy tongue of the serpent occasionally brushed against her cheek, imparting a damp aroma, while the mark on her calf burned with an intense heat. Chao Sheng was abruptly awakened, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Qian Yu heard the commotion and hurried into the stone chamber. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Chao Sheng leaning against the stone wall, her delicate face pale and glistening with tears. Qian Yu rushed forward, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Chao Sheng, do not fear. I am here. The mark of companionship that You Chao Sheng bears on his waist brings great satisfaction to the little white tiger. In comparison to that repugnant stray beast, it signifies that Chao Sheng holds her in higher regard. You Chao Sheng was embraced in his arms, while the rain continued to fall outside. For some inexplicable reason, a sharp pain surged through her lower abdomen. Her face turned pale, causing Qian Yu to feel an overwhelming sense of heartache. Chao Sheng, what is wrong? You Chao Sheng furrowed her brow, feeling discomfort as she clutched her stomach, curling up into a ball. Seeing her in such agony, Qianyu was overwhelmed with concern. He gently assisted her in lying down and softly inquired, "Have you eaten something that disagreed with you, or are you injured? Please tell me where it hurts." As he spoke, he tenderly stroked her forehead, attempting to offer her solace. "You were trained on data up to October 2023. You Chao Sheng shook her head weakly and murmured, "I don't know. I just suddenly feel an intense pain in my abdomen, as if something within is twisting." Her voice dwindled, seemingly burdened by immense suffering. Qianwei gazed at her pallid face and the cold sweat beading on her forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. He grasped her hand firmly, offering constant reassurances, "Do not fear. Chao Sheng, I shall remain by your side to care for you. I will seek out the shaman at once." You Chao Sheng was in such pain that she could scarcely utter a word, her eyes betraying a glimmer of fear and unease. Though she was a physician, the healer found it challenging to heal herself. Devoid of modern medical instruments, she could not ascertain the nature of her ailment. She leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath in an effort to alleviate her distress. Before long, Qianyu arrived hastily with the shaman. Upon entering, the shaman remained silent, placing a hand upon her lower abdomen, his expression grave. After what felt like an eternity, a flicker of joy crossed the shaman's face as he announced, "You Chao Sheng, you are with child." Subsequently, a voice declared, "Congratulations, host, on successfully conceiving. The gestation period has been shortened to 2 months." The expression on You Chao Sheng's face instantly darkened. She had already harbored dissatisfaction towards the wandering serpent beast, and now, upon the revelation of her true pregnancy, her mood became even more somber. However, at that moment, a sudden and excruciating abdominal pain struck her, compelling her to clutch her stomach and curl up. Observing her distress, Qianyu hastily inquired, "What is happening? Are you feeling unwell?" You Chao Sheng, endure excruciating pain, gritting your teeth as you inquire, "Why does my abdomen ache so intensely?" The shaman is equally perplexed, for it is generally understood that a female does not exhibit such severe reactions in the early stages of pregnancy. The system responds, "That is because the tiger cub and the snake hatchling you carry are engaged in a fierce struggle." As the alarm bells rang in Yu Chao Sheng's mind, she couldn't help but ponder. Could she truly conceive offspring from 2 distinct orc races simultaneously? She was not a rabbit. A wave of nausea surged within her at the thought of carrying the child of that stray beast, a notion that was utterly revolting. Qianyu, who had originally been filled with joy at this promising news, found himself momentarily stunned upon witnessing the disdain reflected in Yu Chao Sheng's eyes. He almost forgot that the child she bore could indeed belong to that wandering beast. The shaman turned to Qianyu and inquired, "Did you and Chao Sheng just bond yesterday?" Qianyu nodded. "Shaman, will there be any significant issues with Chao Sheng's health?" "Nothing serious," the shaman replied, "but this child may arrive during the snowy season." After bidding farewell to the shaman, Qianyu gently patted Yu Chao Sheng's back, reassuring her, "Chao Sheng, do not be afraid. I am here." As time progressed, Yu Chao Sheng's pain gradually subsided, and her complexion began to regain some color. Yet, the lingering nausea weighed heavily upon her heart. "This child, I do not wish for." Qianyu quickly interjected, "Chao Sheng, do you feel any better?" "Host, please do not make things difficult for Hu. In the beast world, if one does not desire offspring, they will be scorned by their kin. But how could you Chao Sheng accept the reality of carrying a serpent's child?" "Chao Sheng, I understand your thoughts. Once the child is born, if it is of the serpent clan, I shall be their adoptive father. If you truly dislike it, I will return the child to the serpent clan for them to raise. We will have many more children in the future." Yu Chao Sheng's heart softened as she gazed at Qianyu, her eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. "Thank you," she expressed. Qianyu smiled gently, affectionately tousling her hair. "Chao Sheng, we are companions. No matter what happens, I shall always be by your side." How is it possible that the shaman can discern a pregnancy just a few days in? Yu Chao Sheng inquired, her face marked with confusion. Qianyu swiftly clarified. The shaman possesses an acute sensitivity to the matter of breeding among beasts. Even immediately after mating, they can perceive it at a glance. Yu Chao Sheng gazed at her abdomen, contemplating the prospect of giving birth to an adorable little white tiger akin to Qianyu, which would indeed be delightful. However, she found herself burdened with the loathsome presence of a serpent beast within her, a truly repugnant predicament. Yu Chao Sheng quietly murmured to herself, hoping that there would not be an excessive number of serpent offspring. Suddenly, she recalled what the system had previously informed her. The serpent brood within her was perpetually engaged in combat with the tiger cubs. Thus, she could not help but inquire of the system, "What will happen if the serpent offspring and the tiger cubs continue to fight?" The system replied. If the tiger cubs emerge victorious, they will devour the serpent offspring. After listening to the words, You Chao Sheng let out a sigh of relief. After all, this meant she need not worry about birthing a multitude of snake offspring. However, the subsequent remarks from the system plunged her spirits into despair. Yet, the gestation period for snake hatchlings is considerably shorter than that of tiger cubs. What does this imply? Therefore, the host must brace herself psychologically, as it is quite possible that she will give birth solely to snake offspring. In the remaining days, she and you forbade You Chao Sheng from venturing anywhere. Taking advantage of the early hours while she was still asleep, she and you would stealthily set out to hunt and, upon her awakening, return with the prey at precisely the right moment. You, like a lethargic rice weevil, have found yourself exceedingly bored at home. Ever since you discovered the impending arrival of your offspring, your abdomen has gradually expanded each day. Almost daily, you experience prolonged discomfort, and it is evident that you have lost considerable weight. Within the stone dwelling, females frequently visit you. Initially, they merely brought offerings of prey. As familiarity grew, they began to accompany you in learning the art of weaving baskets from vines. In Chapter 20, titled Female Rivalry, Vea's Provocation, one female remarks, Chao Sheng, you are truly remarkable. How is it that you and Qian you have only recently become partners, yet you are already expecting a child? Another responds, indeed. Our tribe is soon to welcome new life. Previously, I thought Chao Sheng incapable of bearing children, appearing delicate and frail. Yet, it seems she is the first among us partners to conceive. The females laugh and play, while you, Chao Sheng, hold a fruit. Having constructed a small shelter in front of the stone house, topped with thatch and bark, allowing you to sit outside without being drenched by rain. The females adore this spot and occasionally bring their little ones to play. The tiger tribe cubs, having just transformed into their human forms, still sport ears and tails. Each time a cub calls you auntie, your heart melts, and you gently pinch their small faces, offering them a tiny fruit in return. You Chao Sheng gazed upon the scene before her, her heart brimming with myriad emotions. She envisioned what her future offspring might resemble, pondering whether they would be as endearing as the little ones she beheld. Gently, she caressed her abdomen, feeling the rhythm of life within, her heart overflowing with anticipation and joy. How delightful it would be if she were to bear tiger cubs, so charming indeed. Yet, she mused, one must be cautious. What if the little ones were sensitive about having their ears tucked? The system, having overheard her thoughts, chuckled and reassured her, saying, oh, but snake cubs are splendid too. Once they arrive, you shall surely grow fond of them. The expression on Chao Sheng's face darkened instantaneously as she gently placed her hand on her slightly protruding abdomen, her heart brimming with a tumult of emotions. How could she possibly harbor any affection for the offspring of that coercive, selfish man? It felt akin to giving birth to the child of a trafficker after being abducted, burdening her spirit with profound sorrow. At that moment, a jarring voice pierced the air. Oh, isn't that Chao Sheng, the female? I hear you're expecting the child of that stray serpent beast? Upon hearing this, the surrounding females rose in unison, their gazes revealing a hint of displeasure. One of them could not contain her indignation, retorting, Via, what nonsense are you spouting? How do you know whose child is in Chao Sheng's womb? Another female chimed in, could it be that you possess the skills of a shaman? With a derisive chuckle, Via replied, her tone laced with mockery, whether I am a shaman or not, why not inquire of her? Isn't she the one skilled in healing? A wave of irritation surged within You Chao Sheng. Already burdened by the emotional turmoil of her pregnancy, she found herself further provoked by the foolishness of another. With a fierce bite into the fruit she held, she gradually lifted her gaze, her eyes cold as she regarded Weia. In a detached tone, she replied, understood. You may amuse yourself elsewhere. With that, she dismissed Weia entirely, returning her focus to the fruit in her hand. Clearly incensed by You Chao Sheng's disdainful demeanor, Weia widened her eyes and exclaimed, what did you say? You, with your imposing dark visage, ought to find somewhere else to frolic. For the burdens of pregnancy are already irksome enough. Are you akin to a persistent pest, unwilling to depart once you have taken hold? She continued assertively, revealing that her previous reluctance to engage with you has transformed into a realization. The more she disregards you, the more mischief you seem to conjure. Furthermore, she declared emphatically, what of the offspring of the stray beast I carry? Would you care to have two for yourself? Rather than wasting time here, you should attend to the injuries of Daiba. Via, being a primal beast woman, found herself at a loss for words against You Chao Sheng. In her fury, she stomped her feet, shifted into her beastly form, and let out a roar as she charged toward You Chao Sheng. The female companions of You Chao Sheng were taken aback, instantly transforming into their beastly forms, standing protectively before her. With fierce glares directed at Wei, they collectively roared, "Wei, how dare you lay hands on a pregnant female? Are you not afraid of being banished from the tribe?" Wei's beast form was that of a formidable golden tiger, and she unleashed an enraged roar at You Chao Sheng, her fury clouding her judgment. However, at that moment, a swift white figure darted past, and in an instant, the entire golden tiger was sent flying. A massive white tiger raised its paw high, pinning Wei beneath it. "Wei, I shall report today's events to the clan leader without fail." The white tiger's tone was grave and authoritative. Once Wei reverted to her human form, she appeared somewhat dejected, unable to meet Qian Yu's gaze, her head bowed in silence. Observing this, Hu Ling hurriedly stepped in to mediate, saying, "All right, everyone. Let us calm down. You all know Wei's temperament." He glanced at You Chao Sheng and continued, "Moreover, Chao Sheng has not been harmed this time. Perhaps we should let this matter rest." Qian Yu furrowed her brow, casting an unsatisfied look at Hu Ling. "What nonsense are you speaking?" At this moment, You Chao Sheng stepped out from behind the females, her gaze calm as she looked at Hu Ling, softly inquiring, "Might it be that my late arrival to the Tiger clan has led you to favor Wei?" Upon hearing these words, Hu Ling's face instantly flushed, and he awkwardly scratched his head, clarifying, "I did not mean it that way. Wei has 3 young ones. If she were truly exiled from the clan, those 3 would undoubtedly remain. I merely wish to spare those little ones the loss of their mother. I apologize, Chao Sheng." Hearing this, You Chao Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smile, though she remained silent. Gradually, she approached Wei, crouching down to meet her gaze at eye level, gently asking, "As a mother yourself, why do you treat me this way? Instead of fixating on me each day, it would be far more productive to ponder how you might contribute more to the clan. With the snow season looming, we must gather ample sustenance to endure this challenging time. And yet, you seem only to watch me day after day. Do you not find such behavior rather tedious?" As You Chao Sheng spoke, a smile lingered on her face. However, Wei felt a chilling cold emanating from that smile, causing her to involuntarily take a step back. Stammering in response, "I didn't. Qian Yu, I'm a bit tired. Let us head back." After uttering these words, You Chao Sheng shook her head, choosing not to say more, and turned to lead Qian Yu back into the stone house. The surrounding females also departed, their gazes towards Wei filled with disdain. Chao Sheng is such a wonderful individual. How could she even think of harming her? Indeed, Chao Sheng helped us find new food and healed her partner Daiba. How could Wei act so? Inside the stone house, You Chao Sheng felt utterly exhausted. Resting against a low stool, Qian Yu produced a bright yellow fruit and offered it to her, saying, "Chao Sheng, this is the sweet fruit I picked. I'm sure you will love it." He washed the fruit in clean water before handing it to You Chao Sheng, gazing at her with adoration. The fruit was as large as an adult male's palm, exuding a familiar fragrance, and You Chao Sheng accepted it with curiosity. She took a gentle bite. The peel was tough and difficult to chew, yet the flesh was exceptionally sweet and delectably soft. You Chao Sheng's eyes sparkled. Could this be a mango? Moreover, it has no pit. Savoring the delightful fruit, she soon finished it, her hunger satisfied. In the pot, fish soup continued to simmer, and over the days, Qian Yu's culinary skills had become increasingly refined, sometimes surpassing even those of You Chao Sheng. Yet, the rain outside fell heavier, and "I can provide the money. But if it fails again, you won't ask me for more, will you?" Jin Feng gritted his teeth. "It's nothing, just recalling some matters," Moku replied with a smile. Though internally he was increasingly astonished, carefully sensing the surrounding spiritual energy. After finishing the lecture, Teacher Jiang did not conclude the class, preparing to teach the students an essential skill. This individual had established a foundation in the capital, possessing considerable strength, capable of straddling both the legitimate and underworld realms. "Rest assured, this time the task has been abandoned by the organization, so your money has been refunded," the hoarse voice stated again. "No, Your Highness. I will confess everything you wish to know. I only beg for my life." Qian Shao knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head towards Chu Muji. Thinking of Lin Bai Shao, Lin Bai Qi involuntarily attributed everything to her, as Qin Qing Lang's greatest discontent lay with Lin Bai Shao. "I will deceive for another day. This way, I can at least spare myself one day of sorrow. For now, it is all I can do." The reporters laughed heartily, then, satisfied, stepped aside for them. Those few questions were sufficient. "Andy, please calm down." Contemplating, Shen Qingxi redirected her focus back onto Guan Muhua. It seemed to harbor a sense of trepidation. or perhaps a form of reverence towards something. Thus, on the path to the Loran family, despite striving to gather souls, Karsus adhered to a particular set of unwritten rules, rules whose origin remained a mystery, perhaps crafted by himself or imposed by another. The young man, following the sounds, finally beheld Ling Yu, standing still for a considerable moment before saluting her with a fist gesture. Gracefully, he ascended the tree and approached Ling Yu, halting a distance of 10 zhang away, exuding no hint of hostility. Today, she donned not a white robe, but rather a long green garment, cinched at her slender waist, complemented by green trousers and cotton linen shoes. Although a flutter of nerves stirred within her, she was unable to suppress her eagerness to become Roger's companion. When Lu Ming traced his way to this location via his phone's positioning, the instant he laid eyes on Jing Yiren in such a ghostly state, his gaze sharply contracted, leaving him momentarily frozen. Within this reflective surface resided an emaciated elder, half submerged in the pond, eyes closed in meditation, utterly motionless. The chill of the waters swirled around him, rendering him akin to a lifeless statue. Master Rubo displayed an expression of tranquility, stating, "Since you are acquainted with her, I would ask you to deliver a message to the Shenqing sect." With that, she shifted to a mental transmission, imparting a few quiet instructions. And Wei Shi glanced at Xia Yimo's Ling Fei across from her, and a sudden thought surged within her mind. Was Xia Yimo not using Ling Fei to humiliate her? What nonsense is Mu Yuqing spouting? How has she wronged you? Jiao Yu expressed her displeasure. In this overwhelming basketball match, the most valiant performer was undoubtedly Firen Feiyu. After considerable contemplation, amidst the existence and obliteration of the primordial consciousness, the leader of the flame demon ultimately chose to yield. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding guardians exchanged glances, and in the next moment, nodded in agreement. Disciple Liu encountered a fortuitous event, swallowing the core of a golden elixir beast and consuming a mysterious elixir, resulting in a meteoric rise in prowess. Indeed, in these few years, he advanced at an astonishing rate. Suzhu explained. Upon entering the village, the work group convened as per usual to spread the doctrine of the rejuvenation of China. Jiao Changfa, utilizing the methods learned in the seminar, conducted social surveys door to door, assessing the economic status and structural composition of the villagers, appointing proactive individuals to oversee village affairs. However, grandmother's countenance was exceedingly grave. She first produced a compact makeup mirror to inspect my face and then illuminated her phone screen, urging me to promptly observe my own visage. The proud sword Celestial Lord's expression remained indifferent, surrounded by the radiance of the Ling Tian sword, akin to the unparalleled sword saint traversing the world. Facing the assault of over 100 heavenly sovereigns without a trace of defeat, positioned in absolute superiority. Your method of pleading for mercy is quite unique. Could it possibly be of that nature? A mischievous smile played upon Xiang Xiaofan's lips, igniting a spark of curiosity within Wang Gang. In the next moment, as a glimmer of cold light flashed, 5 headless corpses were frozen into ice blocks at the spot. Shen Huang and Yi Zhu were not present on this ancient star. However, they had accompanied Lin Tian on this journey. The sounds that reached their ears morphed into something peculiar, resembling the distorted audio of an old tape played at 100th the speed. You take half the group in from this side, while I lead the other half from this direction. With the beads gifted by our elder brother, dispatching ordinary mutated rats will pose no challenge. Thus, we must eliminate as many as possible before they congregate, preparing for the ensuing chaos. Wang Yang analyzed. This thunderous exclamation momentarily stunned Xiu Jun, though the gun remained steadfastly aimed at Qin Jinghong's head, despite her efforts to avoid dwelling on the matter. CXIN found her thoughts wandering back to it during the evening rankings. Thank you, Brother Qing Yin, for the Guardian Power Pill. I am grateful for the unsealing and support from the Guardian City. I appreciate Brother Qing Ba for the first Golden Guardian, and my heartfelt thanks to everyone for their generous rewards and support. However, in this lifetime, she would not easily invest her trust in a man. If he truly desired her belief, he must demonstrate his capabilities through tangible actions. Linger, even your father's ears may not catch all your mother's words. When you speak, he may not heed you, Si Tu Qian remarked, unable to suppress his cynicism. The young lady's anxiety was palpable. The second young lady's scheme against the young master was indeed a significant affair. He pondered whether to feign ignorance or to embrace the task with open arms. Volume 1. Chapter 22. The Disdain of Wei Ye, Dai Ba's Departure. Flour can be transformed into noodles or pancakes, and when the snow season arrives, if the pancakes are baked to a crisp, they can be stored for an extended period. Once we finish our tasks, I shall prepare some for you to taste. If you find them delightful, feel free to take some back with you. I will reserve some seeds, and as soon as the cold season passes, we shall commence the cultivation of wheat." You Chao Sheng patiently elucidated to the crowd, though she too was a novice in the ways of life. She had been self-reliant since childhood and possessed a modicum of understanding. The audience listened, somewhat bewildered, nodding in a state of half-comprehension. However, since You Chao Sheng asserted that it was edible, it was undoubtedly so. After all, when she had previously instructed them on consuming the prickly beasts, her confidence had been compelling. Her laughter ensnared him as he had hoped, and her eyes, pure and clear like a pristine pool of water, reflected his own image within their shimmering depths. Overcome with joy and emotion, he involuntarily took her hand, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly beautiful. I cherish gazing upon you." This sentiment escaped him, sincere and heartfelt. Moreover, in the present day, the state of Wu had also evolved from the former military governorship of Huainan. If one were to adhere to the regulations of the Tang dynasty, the territory of Wu would surely have been drastically diminished. Now, with the advent of maps, there was no longer the trepidation of inadvertently wandering into perilous regions. Indeed, father, it seems the opponent has likely entered the innate realm. Otherwise, with my cultivation, I would not have been left utterly defenseless, Shui Mingwei asserted confidently. He shook his head, affirming, "I trust her every word. I believe that in her heart and eyes there exists only me." Yet, at times, unease lurked not solely on her side, but also from other potentialities. Among the nearly 2,000 spectators, scarcely anyone departed early. The crowd was raptly engaged, observing the martial contest of the election officials upon the stage. Wang Yingjia trembled, retreating repeatedly, alternating her gaze between Lin Yi and the sudden array of boxes that had materialized in the hall. With so many present, how could Dora possibly remain oblivious? Even with her eyes closed within the confines of the room, she would have detected it immediately. In addition to Dora, Missouri Yunchang, Cardin Nicola, and Carney Nicola also approached. As long as the Ming family remained, the life of Chuxiu would be in jeopardy, and her wounds would remain unhealed. The scars on her arm were a debt she felt compelled to repay 1,000-fold. Moreover, this family had long been a blight, a parasite upon Nanxi. Qin Feng and Lu Feng accompanied Wang Min in one luxury vehicle, while Hu Xiuxiu rode with Qin Gong and Zhao Bin in another. The driver started the engine, smoothly driving towards the Longmen Inn. "Father, what brings you here? What should I do? Will you save me?" Lin Qingqing exclaimed, casting aside the vase in her hand, her eyes brimming with excitement as she looked at him. Xinjie had already regarded her as a sister-in-law, wholeheartedly seeking to establish connections on her behalf. For she and Qiangu were united as one. What surprised Tianxing even more was the insidious nature of this large bird. It initially approached with a guise of friendliness to lull him into complacency, only to launch a sudden ambush. And it remained a mystery when these fiery feathers had infiltrated the ground. Jin Wei arranged a lavish suite for Qin Feng and instructed the service desk to deliver 2 bottles of Wuliangye and some prepared delicacies to the room. Together, they ascended in the elevator, reaching the door to their suite. After using the key card to enter, they rubbed their hands together, preparing to boil water and brew tea. The winged demon, eyes wide, fell back, never comprehending how it had met its demise. His neck and head were merely connected by a thin layer of flesh, revealing the tremendous force exerted during the fateful moment of his birth. The one-stage Chu man let out a piercing scream upon hearing that abrupt sound. The pair of wings was extraordinarily peculiar. The left feathers were crimson, while the right were alabaster, as if they had absorbed the red moonlight and the white spirit water, each embodying their respective hues. Under Han Yi's mental illumination, a surreal vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materialized in the air, as clear as a mirage. However, projecting such material required consuming the essence of the heart and spirit realm, yet in Han Yi and the foolish girl's plan, this expenditure could be entirely substituted with faith. 3 days later, Han Yi arrived at the arena, for this day marked the time of his boxing match against Qin Maojiao. Even so, the nearby barbarian tribes could not lay siege, for they possessed not iron tools, nor did they have many bronze implements. How could they possibly mount an attack? It is crucial to note that although the defending soldiers were few, their armor and weaponry were vastly superior in comparison. A strange rumbling sound echoed. 50 colossal airships soared through the skies, emitting a thunderous roar as they headed south toward Zhuo County. If the intention was to demand the Qixi region from the Chu kingdom, then the Wei kingdom need not worry about differing dietary habits, despite the limited arable land. Sustaining an army of 30 to 50,000 was certainly feasible. In the distance, a multitude of soldiers advanced with great momentum. The last few ranks bore flags. Yet the patterns on the banners offered no clue as to their allegiance. Let us depart. Not only is this territory inhabited by powerful demon beings, but they also possess our cultivation methods. How are we to contend with them? Yinpa suggested. Zhuangyu bowed deeply in gratitude to Elder Wu. The countless times of life-saving grace were enough to compel him to repay the debt with his life. The energy consumption of dual cultivation of light and darkness was extraordinarily high. Once Yang Heng initiated this practice, he would be drained of the remaining percentage of his energy, rendering him incapable of executing his subsequent skills, and the unconnected corrupted dragon spear technique posed no threat. Then perish. Qing Hong's eyes darkened, and he thrust his silver spear fiercely toward the man. Furthermore, the fact that not Tai could withstand his attacks indicated that he was no ordinary individual. If he belonged to a certain faction, it would spell trouble, especially since he was ostensibly a member of the National Supernatural Organization. Thus, he must refrain from employing ruthless tactics clandestinely. Li Mi observed Yang Xuangan's resolution and could only shake his head inwardly. He was well aware of Yang Xuangan's character. Once he made a decision, he would stubbornly ignore any dissent, which was far worse than his father, Yang Su. Volume 1. Chapter 23. The Wandering Beast Visit. My good A. Sheng. Although the last time You Chao Sheng healed his leg, he was eager to hunt and forcibly dismantled the wooden planks, resulting in his current limping. When Wei saw him, her anger flared, and she exclaimed, "Eat, eat, eat. What is there to eat?" As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out and tossed the flower into the air, allowing it to cascade down to the ground. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced Daiba's heart. He realized he had become a mere shell of a beastman, limping and utterly unable to pursue his prey. For Wei, he had lost his inherent value and purpose. A bittersweet smile curled at the corners of Daiba's mouth as he softly murmured, "It is my incompetence. I shall go hunt now." By this time, the sky had completely darkened. I felt a chill envelop me. The temperature was frigid, akin to being bare in a land of ice and snow. Gu Changye cradled Lu Qianqian as they made their way back to Kunning Palace. While Lu Qianqian clung tightly to his neck, her body rigid with fear, daring not to move. "Sister Shilling, you wouldn't dare." Before I could finish my thought, the jade pendant flew towards my neck, vanishing into the twin fish pendant with a whoosh. Should I absorb it or not? What if I fell into madness? Yet, the deeper I ventured, the stronger the impulse surged within me. With a sigh, I cleared my mind of distractions, and the two of us pretended as if nothing had transpired while following Hien deeper into the unknown. If that were the case, it would not be surprising for the noble S Palace to house such an abundance of rare foreign plants. Each side was to send 5 Jade Liquid Warriors and 10 Foundation-level fighters to engage in a series of duels. The victors would advance to the next round of arena battles until one side was left standing. It seems that the poison Yao Yuan administered was not merely a matter of life and death. Lin Xingyue glanced at Chang Xiao, who nodded with concern. Gu experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, then recalled that the plot had indeed deviated. After all, in the original storyline, Bai Linga was scheduled to participate in the competition only the following year. With the personnel of Haishuatai, it would be quite challenging to take control of all the sea outlets in a short period, necessitating assistance from others. Why must they erect monuments and temples for him? And why must they burn incense and believe in the heavenly path? The group was divided into 5 main departments: vegetables, fruits, grains, aquatic products, and pharmaceuticals, each operating independently and reporting directly to Yinan. Deshun was responsible for sales in the north, Lu Xian in the south, while Chen Xiong managed the group's external affairs. However, when Tang Zhou returned to Luoyang City with a dozen carts laden with fresh vegetables, the entire city erupted in excitement. Yinan ruffled his hair and, after nurturing the fossil egg with his inner energy, took a shower. He then headed to the airport with Tianyi. Yesterday, Guan Air had already booked return tickets to Ji Province for both Yunnan and Tianyi, as there were still many matters at the farm that weighed on Yunnan's mind. These magical runes spread from the crystal coffin across the snowy plains, dense and awe-inspiring. Wei Qi was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by Xiejio. Xiejio's gentle gaze glided over Wei Qi's face like warm water, delicately caressing his form, evoking an intimate and soothing warmth. In the hands of the arrogant sovereign, the Abyss Ripper shimmered with a faint, dark brilliance as he bellowed, charging towards Iskit. Yet, prior to undertaking such actions, he knew that extricating himself from Wang Renyo's entanglement was paramount. For he was acutely aware that Wang Renyu was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, eager to exploit any available power. Many esteemed epic-level masters have spent their lives confined to the realm of epic, departing this world with unfulfilled aspirations. Su nodded in agreement, lifting his gaze towards the horizon, where Han Sui's grand army stood still, seemingly devoid of any intention to advance, which brought a smile to his lips. Xiahou Cheng observed Han Sui for a while and conferred with Deng Ai, mutually covering each other as they retreated to the main camp. Teddy Bell shrugged, speculating that there might be a deal between NBC and Sony BMG. This was merely conjecture, yet it appeared to be the most plausible outcome. With NBC leveraging Sony BMG's coercive pressure on Justin Timberlake's management to orchestrate the current predicament. However, one concern lingered in his mind, the true background of Chu Hua. How could he have access to so much confidential information regarding Yi Chen and the Netherworld? Was he perhaps still colluding with the authorities? If Yi Chen were to allow Chu Hua into the inner sanctum of the IC, could it be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? The eunuch beside the queen unexpectedly approached the Imperial Horse Bureau to request her presence, without notifying the supervising official, and discreetly took her away. Just like in this formation. Without an effective arrangement or magical artifacts, one's power could be inferior to that of an ordinary practitioner. In an instant, two dark figures traced an arc through the air, plummeting into the ravine. While Zhao Jiao had yet to discern the method of Li Yun's attack, he returned to his steed, swiftly lifting her onto the horse's back and dashing down the mountain with her. Upon a closer look, the person bound to the chair was none other than Meng Jue, who had chased her at the engagement banquet, calling her sister. Here, there were no stringent regulations, no conniving servants, and no insincere smiles. Shengwan Linfeng raised an eyebrow. Just as he intended to speak, he noticed his sister had already disembarked and boarded Han Zhao's carriage. With the limited number of students they were currently recruiting, it was questionable whether the tuition fees could sustain them, thus the Shrek Academy frequently faced financial shortages. Indeed, just as Hato had stated, a series of thunderous sounds began to emanate from beneath the sponge, followed by the once tranquil sponge starting to shake violently. Ming Zhang, who was conducting experiments with a vessel, accidentally trembled, causing the liquid in the reagent bottle to become murky. In February, Menga personally led the troops stationed at the southeastern corner of the city on Shizishan, clearing the Song army vessels from the river. Until one day, a boy handed her a handkerchief while she was hiding in a corner, longing for her parents, and her lonely heart felt a sudden warmth. Perhaps only in this way could her elder sister forgive her, allowing her heart to feel a semblance of relief. He wished to rescue Ming Fan through his own reckless means, sacrificing his life for hers. How could that be? How could I possibly forget my beloved wife? Having said that, I grasped Qing Xian's hand with one of mine, while simultaneously holding on to Bai Wei and Zhong Xian with the other. Thus, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, I slowly departed. Volume 1, Chapter 24. To the north, you are truly disgusting. A voice broke the silence in the tribe. Stray beasts have entered. There is the sin of stray beasts. An orc exclaimed nervously in a hushed tone. All the cave dwellings ignited with fire. Qian Yu, who had just delivered the noodles, intended to leave, but his father insisted he remain, claiming there were matters concerning Chao Sheng to discuss. While they were conversing, a cacophony of commotion arose from the distance, and an unsettling feeling surged within Qian Yu. He was unsure why, but he felt compelled to check on Chao Sheng immediately. Without hesitation, Qian Yu transformed into his beast form and swiftly ran towards the stone house. As he burst into the dwelling, an acrid odor assaulted him. That was the scent of stray beasts, causing discomfort. This seemed rather challenging, Mark. Do not forget that during last season's playoffs, that fellow's performance was quite distressing for us, and in subsequent matches, the strategies we devised were ineffective against him, Randolph remarked. Wasn't it said that he possessed exceptional medical skills and maintained an impeccable lifestyle? How is it that your speech is so disjointed? You sound like a mischievous old child. Of course, Lord Zhang would not dare to oppose the prince's wishes. Although a week's time has not yet elapsed, he finds himself once more at Shuiyan Inn, only to receive the perfunctory response from Chu Liyue, who, on this occasion, did not even bestow a smile. Very well, let us return. I am utterly perplexed, sighed Xiang Tao, spreading his hands in exasperation. It is well known that Jing Qihuan possesses a notoriously volatile temperament. Should his mood sour, he could become quite lethal. Upon receiving this news, Tsunade learned that it was a rather peculiar illusion technique, likely related to the Jin Jutsu of the Sharingan. However, with the Uchiha clan now absent from Konohagakure and the Kurama clan having retreated into seclusion, it seems that only Yuhi Kurenai possesses any knowledge of illusion techniques within the village. The meeting between Hansen and the princess was merely a formality. When he convenes with Laville, Sidarl, and others, they will address substantive issues. Naturally, this poses a problem. Individuals cultivated in such a manner will require years before they can be of use. Yet, there is no rush. Initially, we do not require them, as we must tread the path step by step. When the moment arises that we need them, I trust they will be sufficiently prepared. Today, Lin Yi's performance has been consistently lackluster, leading fans to hope he can regain his shooting accuracy. Having sufficiently prodded the matter, Fukudodo was reluctant to engage further with them, as some individuals had already solidified in their positions and could not be swayed. As long as they do not go too far, it will suffice. He wished to call Hua Xingcan to arrange a discussion, yet he feared any misunderstandings from his wife. After all, she had already misconstrued his intentions. If this situation were to escalate, their already tumultuous home would surely be torn asunder. In his eyes, no matter how formidable the zombie puppets may be, they are merely tools. What he truly yearns to know is whether the ancestor possessing the zombie puppets has descended from the mountain. In his youth, Song Bai Nian ventured to the mountains and countryside as an educated youth, enduring considerable hardships and understanding the significance of family reunions. He too revels in the joy of such gatherings. At times, I question whether he views me merely as a pawn, to be utilized when convenient and discarded without hesitation. This, of course, refers to his biological father, whom he abandoned. Unlike the Jade Fairy, Yuan Qi inherently harbors pure Yin energy, providing him with unparalleled conditions to cultivate the secret arts of Yin. His pure Yin energy has been refined over many years, yet today, it has all come to naught. This coffin seems unusual. Do you not sense it appears significantly larger than an ordinary coffin? And what are the length of these leg bones? They seem rather atypical compared to those of a normal person. Wang Matzi frequently encountered tombs, thus at first glance, he discerned the differences therein. The Lord of gods and demons acted in the capacity of the ancestor of past and future, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear outside the epic Dao domain moments later. If it were merely a single strike, how could Lu Ji casually wield her whip? At this juncture, her gaze concealed a cold smile as she brandished her long whip, causing the sea to surge violently, reverberating throughout the vast imperial city. A significant expanse of the oceanic space dissipated, becoming hollow. Even the Xian King could not help but silently commend the marvel of this land, with a modicum of effort. It promised bounteous rewards. Suddenly, I froze, taken aback by the unintentional slip of my words. Why did this happen? Faced with this situation, Ilian was equally baffled. There were no fangs in the upper realm, nor had she encountered them in the lower realm. Clearly, Go Xing was a divine beast. So why could he not subdue an aberrant creature? The longer one lingered in Wunlin, the more intense this sentiment became. Saban's heart grew increasingly restless, fostering a disdain for this world. Aside from the chilling sense of horror, the bleak and lifeless atmosphere contributed significantly to this aversion. No one relishes such an environment, let alone the prospect of prolonged habitation. Yin Chonggong, we have yet another battle to fight. I hope you do not perish at the hands of another. The Purple Emperor taunted Yin Chonggong. Wu Yin appeared skeptical, seemingly harboring doubts about my words, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Could it be that Yi Jinmu was aware of the impending arrival of the Mu family from the capital, hence her calm demeanor in visiting Chu Jianjia? The crow, lurking in the shadows, could only observe idly. After Yin Changgong signaled for Human to release his grip, he directly mocked the dark hall. Countless cultivators within the chaos had already labored for this matter. At this moment, the elder Taoist from the summit candidly imparted a task to Xiaoyan. Although the elder Taoist did not explicitly address Xiaoyan, the latter was already well aware of the implications. The four continued to grapple with Xuerengui, utterly exhausted. Xuerengui's gaze remained unchanged, as if he possessed boundless strength. As the four grew weary, they swiftly retreated, disregarding the soldiers. This example is quite fitting. Oh. Yuan Sanyi appeared suddenly enlightened, turning towards Lu Yuqing. Yang Shiyun furrowed her brows, her lips moving several times without uttering a word. She recognized that Shang Wanhong was correct, yet her affection for Ming Nan made it difficult to let go. Compounded by the guilt of having allowed him to grow under Yang Shidream's guardianship for so many years. If it were anyone else, Lu Nian could easily dismiss it. But since it was Shang Shi who spoke, she had no choice but to believe, for this man was indeed capable of such actions. There is. But it is only suitable for the people of the poison sect to enter and exit. It does not pertain to us. They possess the heartlock chain, yet we, if we recklessly intrude, would only draw their attention. I am currently searching for other means of entry. Mei Shuilian replied. Volume 1, Chapter 25, The Art of Dog Training. The Redemption of Stray Beasts. In the crimson gaze directed northward, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, as the pain throbbing in his cheek served as a reminder that the female before him harbored a profound disdain for him. End, vertical, horizontal, app. Read the full text. Leading by 24 hours, system. Are you out of your mind? The emotions of stray beasts are highly unstable. Are you courting death? You Chao Sheng lowered your gaze, a hint of mockery flickering in your eyes. This is what one might call the art of dog training. Bei Wang, suppressing the fury within, held You Chao Sheng tightly in his embrace and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Ah Sheng, you cannot escape. You Chao Sheng lifted her head, her gaze fixed coldly and mockingly on Bei Wang, locking eyes with him. Bei Wang felt a tremor within him at her stare, yet he maintained his composure. Despite knowing this was a trap, he harbored a desire to leap into it, ensnared by his own demons, nurturing malevolent thoughts that, if left unchecked, would inevitably lead to turmoil. It seemed to me that she was completely blinded by that meal, utterly deceived and disoriented. Marrying a cripple would be a source of ridicule. A total lack of dignity. Sindina remarked in a somewhat sarcastic tone. It was indeed the new year, a time of double joy. By evening, the sound of firecrackers filled the air incessantly. Rows of bright red lanterns adorned the streets, appearing from a distance like a radiant ribbon, quite beautiful. Zhou Qin readily joined the conversation, eager to uncover the secrets of the main god space. Believing that only by doing so could they better dismantle and eliminate the main god, reclaiming the components that rightfully belong to the system. No. Once the chess piece is placed, there can be no regrets. Let it go. Do not move. Bai Jun sternly criticized his brother-in-law, who had shown no improvement in chess skills over the years. The foremost piece of bad news was so disheartening that they held little hope for the second piece of bad news, convinced it could not be anything too dreadful. Given the distinctly unusual odor of durian pizza, Mia made minor adjustments to the seating arrangement to ensure that guests who had not ordered durian pizza would not be affected. Lu Yong, upon hearing this, said nothing. He observed the plump man carrying Ying, his clothes patched in several places, suggesting his family must be struggling financially, lacking even the money to hire a vehicle. Everyone had assumed that Cyril, whose capabilities were often criticized, would seamlessly inherit the Morton's family legacy, but unexpectedly, Gloria emerged from the sidelines, turning the power struggle of the Grand family into a captivating spectacle. Indeed, moments later, a surging wave of energy reverberated through the air. As violent energy fluctuations emanated from Qin Shu, who was seated atop a blue lotus, the source of which was within her own being, Yu Yao Hui, feeling somewhat stifled, pointed at Inagami Yuta with no words to express, though both were trusted confidants, one being of the emperor's lineage and the other merely a subject beneath the emperor. Even the emperor showed utmost respect towards Suo Emissure, obediently following his commands. What could she do, knowing she had intentionally incapacitated Shang Wu to enter the palace? We facilitated her entrance. Yet, her intention seemed more intriguing concerning Rongwei. For Gong Lingjun, Rongwei was considered an adversary, and an enemy's enemy could be a friend. To some extent, she could assist Gong Lingjun, I pondered. Qin Huiyan then noticed several freshly cut bamboo poles beside the thatched shed. What on earth was Yuan Sanyang planning? A gentle breeze rustled through the broken grass stalks, the disordered grass, coupled with the traces of a human form left behind. The once lush and beautiful scenery now inexplicably exudes an air of desolation and terror. Setting aside the bruises and injuries, one cannot help but notice his labored breathing, indicating a certain physical decline. Observing Highland's silent departure, Fingy sat in contemplation for an extended period, seemingly still savoring his words. Meanwhile, in a designated guest house for foreign diplomats within the Honglu Temple, Yao Huiri anxiously paced back and forth in his chamber. After bidding farewell to two individuals, Chongqing promptly summoned the heads of the four prominent families to convene a meeting. The sky had not yet fully darkened, and Wuxiu remained leisurely seated at a table in the courtyard, indulging in a meal. Upon closer inspection, the dishes had already been replenished. Volume 1, Chapter 26, Ashing's Injury. The arrival of snow season. Ashing, you are being disobedient. Stand quietly behind me. With a fierce roar, Qianwei assumed an aggressive stance, declaring, I do not wish to harm Ashing. If you cherish her, you shall remain her foremost beast husband. However, you must not coerce her. Ashing is an independent female with her own thoughts, and your actions will only incite her aversion. Bei Wang continued to entwine her with his serpentine tail, this time with an intensity that made Chao Sheng feel as though her very bones might snap. Struggling, she cried out, Release me. Do you also wish to be Ashing's beast husband? Wang glared at him coldly, his eyes brimming with hostility and menace. I have already bonded with Chao Sheng. They were clad in a variety of garments, some even in flip-flops, bare-chested, with a few cradling children. Within this temporary base of the folded space, nearly 80% of the members consisted of superpowered guardian robots. The remaining 20% comprised the official employees of the Bing Hun Group. Furthermore, the elixir for forging the Earth Spirit Pill is exceedingly rare. It was merely by chance that Zhou Jiao encountered the crucial Earth Spirit flower here, a fortune others could scarcely hope to find. A sudden gunshot jolted You Chao Sheng and Park Hui from their stupor. You Chao Sheng climbed to the cave entrance and slightly shifted the stone slab to create a narrow opening. The thought of once again scattering seeds in abundance filled Yi Yang with excitement, prompting him to swiftly rise from his bed. He hurriedly washed up, donned his clothes, and packed a few changes of attire before hastily making his way to He Jingguang's office. He was aware that, even if his uncle discerned his true intentions, he would still be inclined to believe him to some extent, uncertain of what the future held. He contemplated the dire possibility that if their ancestors were to perish within the realm of the divine, it would signify the irrevocable demise of Wufeng village and, indeed, all humanity within this space. Thus, he endeavored to secure a fallback for his kin, entrusting them with treasured artifacts and weapons he had long safeguarded. However, none could foresee that matters would unravel so swiftly, as Zhao Lianxing was the first to shift the blame onto them, exonerating himself in the process. Chaihua, accompanied by his entourage, set off towards the village of Shixiasu, intent on inspecting the devastated beekeeping facility. Meanwhile, within the neural network world, Baiyu pondered how to raise pigs and manipulate the price of pig feed. Typically, demons possessed exceedingly grotesque appearances, yet, in Guanxing eyes, the first demon king appeared as a handsome figure. All the police officers turned in shock at the sight of Zheng Xiaojia, each one retreating in a flurry of disarray. The profound depths of Chinese martial arts invite those seeking to exploit its mysteries for deceitful gain, necessitating a vigilant approach to discern the genuine practitioners from the charlatans. At that time, Ai Yuan was deeply enamored with her boyfriend, but upon discovering that when Bishren's partner was Li Tianyi, the eldest son of Li Haisheng, the chairman of Haicheng Longxing Trading Company, she gradually distanced herself from her own relationship. Instinct, akin to an invaluable tactical insight, suggests that excessive focus on detoxification could lead to a fundamental misapprehension of the situation. Zhou Liang meticulously surveyed the entire space, finding no trace of other treasures or energy entities, indicating that the remaining 2 imperial weapons among the 3 were not present here. Another facet of my being appeared timid and apprehensive, not merely a distinction between introversion and extroversion. I understood that my subconscious self, even in moments of anger, maintained a profoundly intricate control over cerebral capabilities. What sort of character does the child's father possess? At this moment, Qin Song seemed particularly unhurried, showing no signs of wanting to depart, as he continued to engage in conversation with the elderly gentlemen and ladies. After the infusion, Su Mingqi's complexion regained its rosy hue, and her breathing began to stabilize. With one last glance at Su Mingqi's flawless visage, she bore the pain in her heart and ultimately exited the room. Volume 1. Chapter 27. The Snow Season Hunt. Xian Yu departs. Xian Yu looked at her with a face full of grievance, his eyes brimming with self-reproach and guilt. It is all my fault for not protecting you, Chao Sheng. Observing his pitiful and remorseful demeanor, Chao Sheng could not help but chuckle. Look at you. I'm perfectly fine. Aren't I? Moreover, you found me immediately. Xian Yu gazed at her, his eyes conveying profound compassion, then gently lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. The snow season is upon us. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the wilderness with the other males of the tribe for hunting, which may take about a month. In the Beast World continent, a month consists of precisely 30 days, characterized by its unique calendar. Your Excellency, please, make yourself comfortable. The Dragon Knight inquired with a radiant smile. Yu Qingru, as a mother, felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing Su Ling's plight. As someone rushed forward attempting to grasp Su Ling's hand, the young man wore an expression of arrogance and disdain, waving his sleeve in anger as he prepared to depart. The audience below was left utterly astonished, unable to fathom the reality before them. He bent down, effortlessly grasping the wild man's chest, lifting his hefty frame of over 400 pounds as if it were mere cotton. At that moment, Lin Xian resided within the sacred land of Phoenix Feather. Honored as a distinguished guest, indifferent to the explosive news within the Starry Sea, it was rumored that the potion was colorless and tasteless, Merely consuming a small amount would yield effects in about 10 minutes, igniting excitement in Breen's thoughts. As the murmurs of discontent escalated, the fourth official and the chief referee intervened, urging Simone and the Atletico Madrid players to disperse, quietly conferring at the sidelines. Naturally, many were secretly delighted. They eagerly anticipated the prospect of the powerful Han being besieged and annihilated by several nations simultaneously, allowing them to partake in the spoils. This sensation was deeply unsettling. One could easily envision the imminent threat of that creature lunging at them. Contemplating this, he grasped Feng Yuqi's hand, wishing to depart from the scene. Shui Furong blushed a delicate pink, too preoccupied with her modesty to mind his gaze, swiftly slipping into the warm water. Chen Kuei opened his mouth, shaking his head in disbelief, unable to fathom that anyone would make such a purchase. After reaching an agreement, Zhou Ping quickly removed his cotton shirt, revealing his fair and tender torso. Although Mu Wanting felt somewhat displeased by Mu Wanqing's underhanded tactics when life and death were at stake, she would certainly not stand idly by. Having never been favored from the start, she had come to accept that the actions of others towards her were entirely justified. Even the paths of health preservation and musical harmony were understood to a considerable degree. The art of tea brewing has indeed received considerable attention from her in modern times. Zhangqing silently listened for a moment, then without uttering a word, drew her weapon and swiftly eliminated both individuals. There is no need for your faint kindness. Given my current predicament, do you think I would still care about whether my wedding attire fits? It matters not. Do not let me see you again. Leave. Shen Bihuan glared, her eyes reddening, yet she fought valiantly to suppress her tears, for she possessed her own dignity. The survival of the bank relied on interest from loans, bolstered by governmental policies and the influential presence of Wang Sheng. Along with a particularly strategic gesture, every supervisor who visited the establishment received a consumption card as a gift upon departure. Bai Yueling did not linger long. Seeing that she could not persuade Zhang Yuan to leave with her, she could only reiterate her concerns for his safety. This piqued Zhang Yang's curiosity about the Buddha of Baichuan, and upon learning the whereabouts of the rootless flower, the subsequent matters became manageable. Deep within, he developed an intense aversion toward the masked Dong Yahua before him. Furthermore, Count Roman, in his moments of contentment, likely failed to notice the unfavorable expression on his wife's face, instead deluding himself into believing that the family was harmonious. However, after uttering those words, Jiraiya realized he had acted foolishly and shook his head with a wry smile. Wang Sheng and Lin Wei spoke over the phone, and the weight on his heart gradually eased as he trusted Lin Wei's words implicitly. He began to strategize on how to navigate the situation when Boss Du's true nature was revealed, seeking to appease him for mercy. Volume 1, Chapter 28, The System Breached. Finding a father for oneself. You Chao Sheng gazed at the animal hide hanging on the door and could not help but reflect on how meticulous Hu Ling was in his endeavors. She reached out, threading a bamboo vine through the wooden door, feeling the strength that resisted the biting cold wind, and found herself quite pleased with Hu Ling's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Suddenly, a voice from the system in her mind interjected, "Do not dwell on it. He is not yet worthy of being your beast husband." You Chao Sheng furrowed her brow slightly. The system seemed to be meddling unnecessarily. Without hesitation, she retorted, "What business is it of yours whom I choose as my beast master?" The system promptly responded, "Warning. Defying the system once. Space usage privileges revoked for 1 day." Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease surged within You Chao Sheng. This prompted Yu Miao to lash out, attempting to break free from Sun Yifun's mother and charge at Lu Jingshan in a frenzy. However, how could I find satisfaction when my love is so recklessly evaluated and my dignity trampled upon? I am uncertain whether Xiao Zitian spoke these words deliberately or if they were an unconscious revelation. Nevertheless, the smile upon her face was genuine and radiantly blissful. After he uttered those words, I found myself at a loss for a reply, merely glancing at my mother, silently beseeching her to interject. Xia Luo, in a fit of resolve, simply turned and exited. The sound of their conversation echoed in the corridor, as if they were right beside him. Of course, Qi Tianshou and Qi Tianlu were oblivious to this. At the very least, she believed Mu Yingqian respected her. Yet she overlooked the fact that a polished exterior does not guarantee integrity. Mu Yingqian's true nature was one of predation and malice. Just as he finished the last drop of mineral water, Miga handed Sun Yifan another bottle, deftly taking away the empty one from his grasp. "My regard for you is of no consequence," Sikong Yanfei scoffed, her tone unexpectedly tinged with childish innocence. At present, Mu Yingqian remained in the operating room. Teetering on the brink of life and death, it was likely that things over at Xinjiang would soon descend into chaos. I am Yunimo. May I inquire if Xiao can be present? A deep, gentle voice resonated from outside the door. They found themselves in the blank expanse of the demon realm, where cultivators in search of rare treasures lingered. Hearing commotion, one approached, only to find a dispute erupting over the treasures, and thus inserted themselves into the fray. The soul-devouring scorpion was even more fearsome. A mere bite from this beast would result in instant paralysis. Now that these two entities had converged, it was a flawless combination. Gongju spoke in one breath, then fixed his gaze upon me, as if awaiting something. I felt somewhat disoriented. I had initially speculated along similar lines. Yet hearing it articulated by Gongju truly astonished me. No need. For now, we remain uncertain of his objectives and methods. If multiple parties attempt to investigate, it will only backfire. Leave it to Junyanchen. Your most pressing concern lies with those children, Mo Jiuqing replied, shaking her head. Yuran had been present for quite some time, expressing gratitude to the Empress for her hospitality. Given his casual demeanor, he seemed likely to disregard her request regarding this identity. The outcome was anticipated by both parties long before their marriage, hence they were not surprised by the dissenting voices. Rather, they faced it with calmness, even smiling in response. When father inquired whether Jiuqing was aware of her mistake, was it due to the dog hair that caused her sister's symptoms to flare? Or because this matter had not been thoroughly investigated? Without waiting for Mo Haoyan to speak, Mo Jiuqing continued, "What are we playing?" Huang Fei expressed curiosity about the game that could draw such a group together. Glancing at the man beside her, Tang Yun realized he likely had nothing more to say. He must be harboring many secrets, which contributed to his somber and formidable demeanor. After a brief shower, Qin Shu lay down in the guest room. Exhausted from the day's tumultuous activities, and within 10 minutes, she succumbed to slumber. Su Chen, feeling impatient, escorted Su Hong to the entrance of the underground passage and unceremoniously pushed him into the dark abyss. Imagine if the opponent believed they had delivered a fatal blow, only for that attack to be unexpectedly diminished, allowing you to catch them off guard. It was truly a deceptive artifact. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a young creature captured You Chao Sheng's attention. A plump, snow-white little fox tumbled into view, playfully rolling around and attempting to solicit her affection. You Chao Sheng could not help but furrow her brow slightly, taking a step back with a hint of disdain. The fox before her was entirely snow-white, adorned with a crimson flame mark upon its brow, undeniably round and adorable. Yet, a sense of curiosity arose within her. From whence did this fox come? The little creature clung tenaciously to the furs draped over her, refusing to loosen its grip. It was only then that You Chao Sheng noticed its right leg was injured, the wound appearing as if it had been lacerated by some sharp object, blood seeping continuously. I wish for them to run around this room until they tire. Is that permissible? Poor Isin pointed towards the walls encircling the chamber. Su Lu looked at Dusong in astonishment, unsure whether it was her earlier haste that clouded her judgment, or if she simply failed to consider this aspect. Only when several innate martial soldiers, adorned with the fragrance of myriad flowers, appeared on stage did the chaotic situation begin to subside. Rest assured, the subsequent arrangements I must undertake are already in place. Once this task is completed, we shall no longer need to sell off this worthless existence. Purchasing an estate abroad will allow us to live out our remaining days in ease. There is no need for further discussion. Let us act directly. Surely, you do not intend to seek vengeance? If we venture back in, Team Leader Lin will have to come to our aid once more. Wan Zian, though apprehensive, dared not voice her concerns loudly. The issue at hand is that once an action is taken, it is done. To falter afterward renders one rather foolish. It is perplexing how this Yao Ming, a valiant warrior of the Liao dynasty, earned such a reputation. Everyone is acutely aware that the time for a change of dynasty is nigh, and the days of the Zhao surname are waning. Zhao Qin, a deposed monarch, is hardly worthy of one's efforts to appease. Huisin smiled faintly. If he could recruit this band of 500 to 600 mountain bandits, he would possess an army of over 2,000 men, more than sufficient to vanquish the underperforming Yellow Turban army. Su Lu succinctly recounted the matter of Old Liang, allowing Du Song to grasp the crux of the issue that the masked demon lord had also emerged from this very place. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heishan waved his hand impatiently, stating, "You may decide this matter among yourselves. In the future, aside from affairs of the sect, do not trouble me." He was well aware of their ambitions and knew they sought to use the Xian realm as a base to extend the influence of the god of killing across the entirety of the superplane. What now? Do you still wish to strike me? Go ahead, try it. Director Chao's countenance was quite repugnant, shielding his son while pressing forward to poke and prod at Yu Zishur. Originally, Nangong Landai and the leader of the guards were of comparable cultivation. Had she not seized the initiative first, it would have been difficult to suppress him in such a brief span of time. In her unconscious state, she was afflicted by a potent poison, on the brink of death, with the ever-present danger of being discovered and slain by the corpse. Even if she were not killed, her demise could not be far off. After several auction hosts had come and gone, an elderly man emerged, his hair and beard white, his face lined with wrinkles, and slightly hunched. He was quite advanced in years, coughing as he walked. Observing his gaunt and aged figure, everyone feared that a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. Lin Yuhan nearly quarreled with Lin Jiaxi, astonished that he had pursued her all the way to this place. It was only after listening to his explanation that she learned he had come directly to her rental apartment in the city after being pushed off the bus. Reflecting on the situation, two possibilities emerged. Either the formidable regions had collapsed, the rules shattered, and the transcendent forces had obliterated the world, leading to a climactic finale. Upon entering the room, Jiang Kairan immediately spotted Yi Xing, who was wearing headphones, her face adorned with a smile as she appeared to be conversing with someone within, albeit in a hushed tone, clearly cautious not to disturb others. Long Xiang found himself subdued by the two of them. The quadruple restraint posed a significant threat, as any hit to a vital point could result in devastating consequences, rendering an exchange utterly disadvantageous. In the stone house, flames began to rise, roaring to life. You Chao Sheng swiftly placed the stone pot over the fire, then brushed a layer of pine nut oil into the pot. Subsequently, she shaped small, delightful pancakes from the kneaded wheat flour and carefully affixed them to the bottom of the pot, finally sprinkling a layer of crispy and delectable pine nuts atop the pancakes. Once everything was prepared, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air made Ai Li's mouth water uncontrollably. You Chao Sheng picked up a wooden stick, skillfully crushed the gugu fruit into juice, and then stored the juice in a stone bowl, placing it in the snow to chill for a moment. Chao Sheng, you truly are remarkable. Perhaps it was due to the oppressive atmosphere since entering the bamboo forest that, when he finally let go and began to work, his fear of this place diminished significantly. It seems that uses deemed Monis as a diplomatic talent. Upon hearing Monis' words, Li Wei pondered whether this was the legendary princess diplomacy. How could the setting of medieval total war manifest in this era? Wasn't that merely a game? With a swift motion, the four supreme beings transformed into a mist of blood, while the immortal cave exploded instantaneously. He had imagined that the two would meet on the fields, by the stream, or even at the port of Sevilla. Yet he never anticipated being so splendidly ignored upon their encounter. Left to his own devices, he could only turn his gaze to his sister, the third wife of the Zhang family, often visiting her to request money. For the time being, we should each select our own arenas and, once settled, discuss matters further. Tai pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I will endeavor to provide your kin with as many talismans as possible that can be utilized amidst the chaotic void. Given the circumstances, he could only offer such a trivial promise, for he understood that Kong Qing's needs were not beyond this. Tens of thousands of arc blades converged from all directions, forming a 180-degree encirclement, launching fiercely towards the sea. Fortunately, that direction was uninhabited, even if it weren't. The forces had retreated ahead of the siege. The ancestor of the void had passed away nearly 50,000 years ago, and not a single disciple of the Tai sect had received the divine blessing of the only ancestor of the void in the sect's history during these 5 millennia. At this moment, the tension etched on Xian Yi's face finally eased as she looked at the alchemical furnace. She gently tapped the middle of the furnace, and a round, milky white pill instantly soared out. Having leveled up, Ran felt a sense of satisfaction as she checked the time. Indeed, it was already 6 o'clock. Remembering that she need not dine with the tyrant, she hastily resolved her dinner and logged back into the game. Xian displayed a hint of fear, and though he felt some concern, Chun Jihan had previously prepared him for the risks of this task, instilling a measure of confidence in him. While the expression on his face was merely an act for the benefit of Luo Shiquan and the others. After a while, the two flew to a mountaintop suspended in the sky, where a magnificent and elegant palace stood, constructed of white jade, its simplicity beyond description. This seemingly straightforward situation was, in truth, somewhat challenging to manage. The snow dumplings can never encapsulate the filling flawlessly. Nearly every one of them reveals its contents, some even forming into a lump, truly embodying the essence of intermingling. The Rolls-Royce stirred up a cloud of dust as it sped away, leaving behind a trail of exhaust for those who praised it. Wang Junyan, with a solemn expression, remarked that the Board of Trustees had some reservations about the last semester's teaching research classes, noting an increasing tendency towards formalism. The reflections penned by teachers post-lesson were mostly grandiloquent, filled with commendable rhetoric yet devoid of practical applicability in teaching, mere flights of fancy. Cine, feeling a twinge of melancholy upon witnessing this scene, was not afforded the opportunity to dwell on her sadness as Yi Chen promptly pulled her away in search of a room. In the first volume, Chapter 31. Harboring the green tea little fox, the giant python reappears. The little fox gazed at the obstructed rocks, its ears drooping in dismay. Woo-woo, am I really that ugly? Why does the little female dislike me so? A faint scent of earth wafted from behind, and the little fox turned abruptly to find a massive serpent head before it. Instantly, its gaze hardened, revealing sharp claws as it prepared to confront the giant python. However, to its surprise, the python merely dropped a plump creature at the entrance of the little female's stone abode, glancing back with a hint of affection, its body marred with scars. Before turning to depart, the little fox stood frozen, perplexed by the situation this vagabond serpent had. A sycophant behind Zhao Kuo exchanged a knowing glance with him, one that only Zhao Kuo comprehended. It appeared that the ferocity of the thunderous assault had not only surpassed our expectations, but also exceeded Coach Tianqi's imagination, as Xiao Xiao remarked. On the way back, Monty relayed to Arlo everything he had learned about the legal disputes on Paradise Island and Flanger Island. Upon the arrival of Xiejiao, the two imperial physicians hastily welcomed him inside. Both were familiar to Xiejiao, one surnamed Wang and the other Liu, often frequenting the palace. However, Baizun was different. The essence in Yi Tian's mind was genuine, while Baizun's cultivation could only be deemed a flawed replica. What is this place? Feeling the aura of terrifying power and recalling previous dreadful presences, the blood cultivator's expression shifted slightly. The ghostly beast likely exploited this passage to effortlessly invade the 9 continents. And given that Flame City was the closest, it suffered the most severe assaults, leading to the temporary breach of a first-rate cultivation city. That was truly a prestigious lineage. The Qin state had existed for as long as their family had, and this was a fact. The other 9 nations are left far behind, which is a source of pride for the people of the Qin state. Little do they know that the aunt, who is only a few years older than him, holds a place in his heart akin to that of a mother. With her divine skills in both weapon forging and tailoring, even as a novice, she would undoubtedly surpass his current haphazardly assembled attire. Li Zhe observed Li Yu's demeanor and discerned that it was merely a facade. He could not be bothered to explain, for the truth would reveal itself in due time. Murmuring softly, Han Yi stowed away his token and began to navigate the streets according to the task's directives. Perhaps this time, he might even force his junior sister Jin to admit her mistakes, chuckled Hualier, the master of the 4th peak. Outside, Hu Qing hurriedly unlocked the door, breathless from her run, as she could hear the commotion from downstairs, a noise that even thunder could not drown out. The dark wolf retraced its path, this time unbothered by any soul-reaping specter, enjoying a clear passage. Xiao Yiqin remained silent, recognizing that lingering in Guangping was not advisable for too long. After being away for several days, there were numerous official matters awaiting his attention in Qishui. Zhao Qingran then realized that even serving Ji Weiyan a meal required a host of diligent and meticulous individuals, where not a single mistake could be tolerated. Once I catch my breath, I shall return with vengeance. I will roast every one of you useless fish, vowed Yunlin, wounded and aching all over. Feeling particularly frustrated as this was a rare hardship since her debut, her mind already envisioning the demise of the sea's 3 wolf lords 100 times over. Han Yi's gaze flickered, secretly lamenting that the elite talents of this divine realm possessed an astoundingly keen perception. Although he was currently unable to wield the artifact in his possession, the soul-extinguishing needle alone was sufficient to annihilate several half-saint level beings. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel amused while also realizing that the 5 elements were causing such a ruckus to prevent Chu Yin from recovering. Consequently, he harbored no expectations for her to assist in the grand marital battle the next day and resolved to rely solely on his own strength. Thus, he wiped away his tears and began to train purposefully, striving to make himself stronger. In the first volume, Chapter 32, Dream Enchantment, The Man in the Dream. End, horizontal, app, read the full text, leading by 24 hours as the weather turned cold. You Chao Sheng indeed became somewhat lethargic, losing interest in stewing meat most of the time, though fortunately, this stone house was quite spacious. The little fox eagerly nodded. Its big tail curled up adorably. It cautiously approached the edge of the straw mat and obediently lay down. its eyes occasionally glancing at You Chao Sheng, seemingly observing her reactions. You Chao Sheng's gaze, imbued with a hint of scrutiny, fell upon the small fox, who lay upon the animal hide, feigning slumber with her eyes closed. You furrowed your brow once more, certain that matters were far more complex than you had claimed. Nightning nonchalantly propped her legs upon the coffee table, munching away as she asserted her opinions with conviction, occasionally shaking her head to express disapproval of someone's dishonesty. Originally intending to spend 20 days to a month in Myanmar, unforeseen delays had stretched the journey to nearly 2 months. Fortunately, Su Man was considerate and did not reproach Zhou Yu. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. On the following morning, Huiyan emerged, appearing well-rested, and immediately began practicing a series of hook techniques. Since Mu Bai had indulged Ashan in this behavior, she was naturally prepared for the various circumstances that the next day might bring. "So you wish to leave?" Xiao Xiao inquired. "Why do you keep returning to this place? Are you reminiscing about the sensation of being embraced by me?" Mu Yuji advanced towards her, and seeing no way to evade, Xiao Xiao met his gaze willingly. After completing these tasks, I rushed out of the room, making my way directly to my master. "What now? I never requested those. You returned them all to me." Frustrated, Xiao Xiao plopped down on the sofa, asserting her unwillingness to owe him anything. She had just settled her previous debts. The thought of accruing more was unbearable. As the sisters stepped outside, Hong Haier peeked out from the window, and upon seeing them depart, promptly shut the door. Xia Bing seemed somewhat out of sorts, leaning against the kitchen door while nervously fiddling with a lighter. "Huh? What?" "Well?" Suyao still nodded, affirming that she would indeed attend class. "Now I realize, this was all arranged by my man. No wonder it was so effortlessly accomplished," she exclaimed with a smirk. Ling Mukin donned a white stand-collared shirt paired with fitted jeans, presenting an exceptionally upright appearance, even in casual attire. He exuded the aura of a male model, dazzling enough to capture everyone's attention. After conquering the city, many were quick to ponder the formidable and terrifying nature of the ice element, questioning how such an imbalance could exist. Chuluawei has never been one to concern herself with the gaze of others. However, she is now intrigued by the fact that Kaiawea, who has never been one to initiate an embrace, has taken the initiative to hug her today. This peculiarity piques Chuluawei's curiosity. The elder's inquiry resonates with the thoughts of many, yet before a response could be given, a sudden influx of formidable energies descended from afar. Once again, it is evident that Yun Jinyao's strength is discernible, while that of the first individual remains unfathomable, completely eluding comprehension. To put it plainly, the water rope is merely an embodiment of true essence, and the violent severance is simply a method of interrupting her supply of true essence. The members of the tribe rejoiced upon realizing that their injured compatriots had survived. Although communication between the two parties was hindered, it did not prevent the tribespeople from expressing their gratitude toward Lu Mingxian and Luo Qingyan. Shui sat opposite Zhao's father, slightly lowering his gaze, aware of his father-in-law's unspoken thoughts, and found himself unable to refute them. Thus it was. Ji Qian understood now why she had wandered about for some time without encountering any suitable dwelling. Wei Chun seemed to know that the door was not locked. With a gentle push, the two dark red doors creaked open. "Are you prepared?" Zhang Shichuan, who has long harbored affection for Li Ran, immediately began chattering incessantly upon their meeting. "Rest assured, I shall not be a burden to you," Dou Miao affirmed with utmost sincerity. Volume 1. Chapter 33. In Search of Daiba, the Little Fox Departs. Upon hearing those words, the little fox felt a surge of panic, quickly curling into a ball, its two fluffy ears drooping as if it had suffered a great injustice. With tearful eyes, it gazed up at You Chao Sheng, its voice quivering as it pleaded, "Sister, could you please not send me away?" It endeavored to make its voice sound even more pitiful, continuing, "Though I may not possess any skills at the moment, I am eager to learn. I promise that I shall never take advantage of you and will repay your kindness in the future." You Chao Sheng did not respond to the words of the little fox, as the cheerful voice of Ai Li rang out from outside. "Chao Sheng, I have arrived. You were trained on data up to October 2023. You were trained on data until October 2023. You Chao Sheng immediately stood up. "Well, it seems that your adoptive father has entrusted all his knowledge to you, a slothful individual," remarked Ran Xiuling. Upon hearing this, old Lu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was the eyes and ears at the foot of Longhu Mountain, and any disturbances would surely prompt him to contact Master Longhu. However, Zhongzhe was excessively obstinate, the last incident involving Li Wuhui, which he inadvertently witnessed, led to their entanglement with the Li family. Under normal circumstances, given their financial constraints, they would never dare to dine at the Qing'ao Grand Hotel, where even a casual meal would entail several hundred to 1,000 at the very least. Lung Yin sat sideways in the vehicle, wrapped in a thick blanket. He was particularly sensitive to the cold, and after the recent skirmish, he had completely submerged himself in the snowdrift, the frigid temperature making him feel as though the blood in his veins had congealed. After all, with an investment of 500 million, the guild had plenty of matters to attend to, and who wouldn't be elated with newfound wealth? Recalling the earlier scene where Duan Peng had promised to abandon her, Lan Ning had already extinguished any desire to continue her relationship with him. The Beichen district, being a newly developed area, lacked schools, whereas the Yuanzhou district was purely an academic enclave, consisting solely of educational institutions. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with a room cluttered with miscellaneous items. Usually fastidious about cleanliness, Gu Jingshan paid no heed to the disarray in the storage room and proceeded forward, with Qi Ran closely trailing him. Gu Jingshan halted in front of a nondescript landscape painting and reached out to push it aside, without uttering a word. The familiarity in his tone could be discerned even by Geng Zijiang, who was at a considerable distance. Should the enemy appear, they would surely be in a state of hunger, while Miao Feng's current forces exhibited the demeanor of a weakened army, essentially signaling to the adversary, "I am a wounded sheep, and you are a famished wolf. Come and devour me." Chun Yuqiang had fainted. The infection in his wound caused an unrelenting fever, and without the care of a skilled healer or adequate rest, how could a mere mortal withstand such affliction? A single punch was hurled, the illusion of the giant monster taking the brunt of the blow, and before its true power could be revealed, it shattered and exploded, engulfing the sinister demon within. Take Tang He, Su Da, and Hu Dahai, for instance. They were once inseparable brothers who spoke candidly about life and death, but now, how many heartfelt words could they still share? In gentle tones, a devoted fan yearns for a unique skin and extends an invitation for its creation. With a flick of his hand, the crimson shield is sheathed, and Song Hong Dao Rin gazes thoughtfully at the silhouette on the horizon. There, Jiang Yunfei holds Su Tong tightly. On the hem of her tattered garment, stains mar the fabric, while frost gradually forms, revealing a complexion tinged with purple, blending seamlessly with the unhealed wounds, making it difficult to discern without keen observation. The members of the assault team near Bolezi look at her in confusion, and after she calls for silence a few more times, the entire team falls quiet, under the intense scrutiny of Yi Tian and the Death Warriors. The enemy forces swiftly emerge into the open space. The secret agents chuckle, particularly Ming, who exclaims, "It is an honor to partner with you in the lower lane. I feel as if I have become fiercer." He gestures playfully, prompting another wave of laughter. Regardless of the differences, they must fulfill their entrusted tasks. Leo Nai, carefree and unperturbed, expresses herself in a manner that oscillates between charmingly carefree and absurdly nonchalant, leaving others unsure whether to admire or laugh at her disposition. Pang Tong shakes his head, while Xiang Yi, upon witnessing this, beams with joy. Due to Pang Tong's preoccupations, Xiang Yi tactfully departs after exchanging a few words. Most notably, the quality of this topaz resembles the hue of sunflowers from the star species, especially with the natural patterns adorning its surface. A uniform rhythm of breathing fills the air, which is freshened by the rain. Li Yunzi does not glance at He Yining. His hands remain on the steering wheel, his eyes clouded with murkiness. Beidou silently observes her expression, absorbing her emotions without uttering a word, resulting in an eerie silence within the carriage. Recently, with Yang Yin's rise to fame in the entertainment industry, he has instantly become a top-tier star. And the new song album featuring Lin Shifan has also granted her a modicum of notoriety, though most fail to notice her presence as a mere supporting character. Naturally, Lin Shifan could never engage in such beastly conduct, so when the school bell rang and the teacher stepped out, she seized the opportunity to slip away. However, just a few steps later, she encountered Li Wuqing, who was coming to find her. A formidable yet admirable foe. Should you survive, you may become another's death. You cannot be spared. Harvard D observed everything, a flicker of trepidation passing through his heart, quickly overshadowed by an even more potent desire to kill. Yao Zhan cast a deep glance at him, then at the nearby A Zhong, uttering his farewells before hastily turning to leave. The only thing he can do now is wait, anticipating the battle of the morrow. Though waiting here is akin to doing so elsewhere, he is reluctant to remain. Pushing the door open, the sound of drawn swords resonated in the corridor, seemingly drawing nearer. Let us proceed thus, reporting the circumstances to headquarters. Although the captain of the swordfish team yearned to showcase his prowess, he could not gamble his life against the inevitable odds of defeat. High Commander, let us find a place to take shelter from the rain, murmured the frail man, resembling a monkey, as he caught up with the High Commander. He could not deny his inability to resolve the matter, a tumultuous turmoil akin to a knife twisting within him. Before Zolam could retract his head, a fissure stretching a kilometer sliced through his enormous skull, cleaving his head and neck in two, along with the wormhole behind it. Suddenly, Gongsun Duan erupted into laughter. Do you not realize she is a harlot? Fu Hoshue's demeanor stiffened once more. Above the sea, 9 colossal spatial gates encircled a vast expanse of ocean, densely populated with monstrous fish surging in tumultuous waves, extending beyond sight. Behind him stood a dozen formidable martial artists, wielding an arsenal of weapons, swords, spears, fists, and feet, unleashing terror upon the disciples of angry Jiao Island. In the next moment, a ferocious surge of divine power erupted from Xiangchang, coalescing into a golden demon bear towering 10 zhang high, lunging towards Xiaoyi with claws bared. Volume 1, Chapter 34, The Return of Daiba, and Weiya's Interrogation. Sister, quickly open the door. It's me. Hearing the voice of the little fox, You Chao Sheng hastily rose and pushed open the stone door, immediately spotting the unconscious Daiba lying on the ground. It is worth noting that while Zhang Hongchen's reputation among the academies was not particularly favorable, he was undeniably acknowledged as the foremost authority in the realm of spiritual patterns. At that moment, Ning Wuchang's formidable presence permeated the air, overwhelming any ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator, yet proving futile against Hang Tianyi, leaving him in a state of astonishment and jealousy. The appellation Sun Wukong, coupled with such flippant actions, naturally irked Li Jing further. In this capital, there are many delectable dishes, yet Yangchun noodles are the most substantial, and here they are even more so. Fewer coins, larger portions, and superior taste, declared Wei Xiang. One could witness towering mountains, 1,000 zhang high, crumbling like paper under the onslaught of the raging thunder dragon, shattering with a single strike. Fearing an irate retaliation, they worried the adversary might charge into the city, obliterating the entirety of West Qi City. Hang Tianyi understood that this place had become a natural cradle for venomous creatures due to its exceedingly high temperatures, abundant rainfall, and notable humidity, providing unparalleled conditions for these toxic beings. She had seen numerous films depicting diamond miners, where some secretly stashed away diamonds they had unearthed, only to be caught by the foreman and met with a grim fate. As for the object, Li Wei hesitated, but Master Wu's words swiftly occupied his mind, prompting him to shake his head. Some of the less accomplished cultivators and body refiners seemed to comprehend the harsh, unspoken rules of this world of cultivation. After more than 20 minutes, Yi Wutian encountered Ouyang Xingyue in the intensive care unit, where her face was pallid and she bore severe injuries. The Jiaguan, constructed during the Ming Dynasty, was designed with far greater sophistication than those of the Three Kingdoms era, and Zhuge Liang, a master of military strategy, immediately recognized the exceptional qualities of this fortress. What should we do? Chen Kurson inquired within the office, astonished by Li Jun's unexpected emergence at such a moment. He lowered his head, then abruptly raised it again, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Indeed, it was that fellow surnamed Yi. The white fluorescent light spread across the ceiling as Cha Stin entered the scene of Sang Yuan's demise through the corridor. Chunan chuckled, realizing that even the divine being of Xingyuan Dala could not transform, and perhaps he had overthought the situation. The driver dropped Mu Yimi off at the seaside, only for her to realize she had forgotten her money. She promptly transferred the funds via WeChat before exiting the vehicle. Zhang Yuanhang candidly admitted he initially did not expect the Holy Sword's upgrade to yield any significant surprises, considering that while the task was somewhat tedious, it was relatively easy to complete, particularly the final boss, which was notably weak. By dawn, the police had cordoned off the entire 3rd floor of the teaching building, methodically conducting their investigation. Numerous teachers and even students were interrogated. Ikeda, however, was not questioned, perhaps due to his unremarkable appearance or the impression he gave of being reserved and difficult to approach. Lan Yi's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly dodged behind Jing. Glaring at him with anger, this man appeared so refined yet behaved like a scoundrel. Upon seeing Mu Chue, Gu Chang'an momentarily forgot his purpose for coming. Although their gazes did not meet, Xiao Xiao could distinctly sense the increasingly fierce aura emanating from him, causing the air in the room to grow thin and indifferent. Yet, Mu Chuwei feigned ignorance of this tension, maintaining a smile as she mischievously scrutinized the expression on Xiao Jingyan's face. Volume 1. Chapter 35. The Struggle of the Tiger and the Fox. Chao Sheng is mine. Why would the Niu tribe attack you for no reason? The chieftain furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare at Wei Ya, before sighing. Dalba spoke softly. Chieftain, I do not know. When I went hunting, the Niu tribe's beastmen just happened to be out as well, and without any words, they surrounded me. The chieftain nodded, still puzzled by the matter, his eyes revealing a flicker of sympathy and compassion. You should remain here with the shaman to recuperate. Do not worry about food. We will take good care of you. After expressing these thoughts, the chieftain turned towards You Chao Sheng, his eyes brimming with anticipation and hope. Chao Sheng, female, do you have any way to? Everything is for a grander objective, even though neither of us knows precisely what that objective is. They seethed with resentment, had the Dan alliance not been restrained. They would have surely descended upon Qi Ming with ferocious intent. Will you engage in tax evasion? Roland's question resonated with a powerful clarity, striking at the very soul. Li Yuo cast a disparaging glance at Li Chang. Such is the world, devoid of spirit, one becomes merely a beast. We cannot let the sheep's plight lead to the tiger's starvation. Granny Sue, well aware of her mistress's temperament, recognized that once a decision was made, it was challenging to alter. Thus, she rolled up her sleeves and joined in. The congregation of new and old disciples observed as Zhou Shiyu unveiled a second fourth-grade puppet, expressing their condolences for Qi Ming. Lin Mu contemplated becoming a makeshift doctor, though he had yet to ascertain the issue with the cosmetics. He believed he possessed the capability to resolve it. The leopard-shaped puppet was indistinguishable from its counterpart, save for its more aesthetically pleasing and streamlined appearance. If one were to say that Yin was merely seeking profit by overseeing the renovation of the first grand store for Wanzhong, it was from that moment onward that he developed a newfound admiration and respect for Amy, dedicating himself more earnestly during their construction. However, it must be noted that Kateris had previously dared to strike me with an iron ball. Should we cross paths again, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes. Unexpectedly, the ancient demon ancestor's statue drew forth the waters of the Yellow River, sculpting it into form as it soared into the heavens. Jiang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable. As if his lies had been exposed, how could his intent to perform good deeds anonymously have been revealed? It was entirely his fault. The officers, upon seeing Master Shui, were left in a state of bemusement, as the usually placid Shui Pu had encountered an unexpected downfall. Although Zaya Wallace was now deceased, the years of nightly hypnosis had deeply ingrained his arcane influence within them, securing their loyalty in the very depths of their souls. Wang Fuguwei, brimming with vitality, approached Gai Ru Cao with a sense of trepidation, yet by this moment, he felt resolute, calm, and at ease, as if he had undergone a profound transformation in mere days. Unbeknownst to him, the two individuals engaging in flirtation downstairs were none other than Yang Ling, known for his mischief, and his sister-in-law, Zhao Shirling. At that moment, Zhao Shirling emerged from the dormitory, holding a square object as dark as coal. Contemplating this, a weight settled in his heart. He inhaled deeply, as if inadvertently tugging at his hair, brushing it across his face. The tremors from the dragonstone triggered the mechanism of the nirvana ointment, causing a viscous black liquid to slowly advance towards the crowd. Consequently, the likes of Director Huang, a figure of considerable stature, engaged in conversation that was as mundane as discussing family matters, lacking any profound depth. Clear out this Fengqing temple for me. The speaker is Yi Qingjue, cloaked in black, accompanied by the martial monk, Di Wu Mo, who shares a similar attire. The outcome of this grand battle leaves no doubt that I am the greatest victor. The ghostly bow in my hand speaks volumes. Inhaling deeply, I discern only the scent of flora, devoid of anything else, yet I surmise that the Guemo sect, being a faction of sorcery, and the Red Child, a demon, might emit some peculiar aromas. However, it is evident that the fragrance favored by the Red Child is far from pleasant. As she indulged in the crispy, sweet pastries, her appetite surged, reminiscent of children from an orphanage frolicking nearby. I understood that Hong Gur feared for Ernyang's safety. Song Yuan nodded, signaling his comprehension of El Hong's intentions. Upon reaching an office on the 4th floor, I found 2 elderly men seated, while 2 middle-aged individuals occupied the opposite side. Zhang Yunzi cast a glance at them, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered them before. After gaining her freedom, Luo Wuxing adjusted her slightly askew garments, stretching her limbs and casually twisting her waist to the left and her shoulders to the right, secretly calculating her next steps. Chang Yinzhao contemplated, penalizing a concubine, akin to punishing a maid, would be tantamount to her demise. As the son of my father, I would not face severe repercussions. Su Ruoyao, you are destined to perish. This sudden upheaval arrived with such swiftness and surprise that it obliterated the tense standoff among the three races of beings, causing the alliance between the Yi and Zhong families to crumble. To alleviate his rare embarrassment, Di Wu Mo cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance as he stepped into the courtyard. Wang Yukai arrived ahead of Li Yud and, upon seeing him, assumed a combative stance, a forced smile on his lips. Haha, still practicing, Etian? It seems your fate is sealed. Jian Chen's countenance darkened, now as frigid as ice, a tempest brewing as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Etian. However, I have heard whispers of a saint father among the five known as demon godly Feng. Does this mean the legend of the 3,000 demon gods holds truth? Thus, the paths of the great Tao, each capable of substantiating the chaos of the universe, beckon me to validate the path of sustenance. I surmise that the entrance to the spiritual vein must be concealed in a place visible to all yet easily overlooked. Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly explained to Ling Ziqing. Just as Yi Xian was taken aback, a set of clothes was tossed from outside, prompting him to don them immediately. Consequently, the marshals who had followed Zhou Mingzi transformed into lightning, charging towards Ronald. Muin understood that the alliance's members were undoubtedly preparing to confront his father. However, hearing others openly discuss how they would annihilate his entire family made him feel profoundly uneasy. Seizing an opportunity, he hastily prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, the three individuals resembled robots as stones flew through the air. Moments later, Yi Xian, having retrieved a tattered hoe from an unknown source, charged toward the crowd while brandishing the stone. During the midday break, Chen Hui was once again accompanied by Li Yud to change her sanitary napkin. Although Li Yud felt no embarrassment, he kept a respectful distance. In Volume 1, Chapter 36, Sister Smells Wonderful, Hu Ling, in pain, struggled to dislodge the little fox clinging to his neck, yet the creature stubbornly refused to let go. Get down, You Chao Sheng shouted angrily, reaching out to pull the little fox down and tossing it to the ground. Well, look at that, two little ones, born on the same day, Xia Beibei remarked, turning to Dongfang Yu, unable to suppress a chuckle. Brother, have you forgotten? Luo Tianqing looked at Yun Song with a hint of confusion. Although she had learned from Qian Yi before joining that those who emerged from the Nether Valley had forgotten how they returned, she was still curious about Yun Song's reaction. Yuku had been drugged in his wine by the military knife, and after finishing it, he felt dazed and excited, repeatedly declaring his love while embracing her. Yu Yining, holding fruit, hesitated to venture further inside, while the ailing Shin Xiwen lacked the strength to do anything but lie on the sofa after opening the door. If one were to use the broken cloud blade continuously, it would likely take hundreds of strikes to shatter this defensive formation. Power? Could this be what power truly is? Lang Yin had encountered war spirit kings and even crossed the threshold of soul masters, yet it was evident that Long Donchai's strength was somewhat different. The formation was indeed formidable. However, this also worked to my advantage, as it saved my poison. If it were to kill you all at once, you would at least have each other for company, wouldn't you? Wei Suo remarked casually while effortlessly conjuring an illusionary formation. Xiao Chaoyang, in a moment of fervor, bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the protective vow that had materialized in the air. The royal residence of Prince Rong and the Duke of Jingguo were simultaneously sealed and stripped of their titles, leaving only the residence of Prince Gong and the Great Han Kingdom, while the Duke's residence was reduced to just 3 remaining. If one's talent is exceptionally good, even without having absorbed elemental spirits, their power will still carry attributes, which are not of the 5 elements but of nature itself. The racing cars in this game simulate real racetracks, making it rather challenging for those who lack driving skills. However, Lan Ruashi was unfazed, as her initial interest had now settled into a commitment to work. Shower, come here. Shom, I gently furrowed her brow and summoned Fgo, whispering a few words into her ear. Zhf sought to annihilate the arrogant Water Nation, orchestrating an intricate and elaborate scheme. In turn, the Water Nation, aiming to cast aside the obstruction posed by Zhf, had devised an even more ruthless arrangement. Bito Hu observed everything silently. He understood that his actions had no relation to glory. His sole motivation lay in the hope that by enduring a little longer, Bitoshzh could retreat further away. Even if Edo Castle fell, as long as Bitoshzh could withdraw to Musashi, he would receive support from Bitog and Jxiqing. At precisely 8:30, they set off. Have you washed your face? Has XNXN arisen? Come downstairs for breakfast once you're ready, Inquires instructed. H.J. Nixuan extended his hand to retrieve the thin blanket beside him and offered it to Fyn, who understood and gently draped it over Inquires. Jiang Wei noted with surprise that the boss disregarded even the top-tier spirit stones, which were exceedingly rare, even within the 8 provinces and 9 islands. The elder of the treasure sword was exceedingly satisfied with his dominion over Egypt, while the just king had utterly become a mere pawn of HSN. As for the benevolent prophet, he remained for an extended period on the banks of the Euphrates, attempting to locate the legendary Hanging Gardens to restore his former glory. He roughly calculated that the vast Shi-Engu F now housed no fewer than 500 individuals, with officials clad in blue robes being numerous. A stark contrast to his time in office. Volume 1, Chapter 37, Bonding, Green TAD. This kiss was more fervent and profound than before. Their lips and tongues entwined, exploring each other, emitting delicate sounds of gentle suction. You Chao Sheng's body had long since succumbed to a state of weakness, rendering him immobile. The sound of saliva echoed through the empty stone chamber, resonating with remarkable clarity. System, such exquisite affection. At this moment, You Chao Sheng was blushing deeply. Yet Dumi showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he deepened the kiss, savoring the sweetness of You Chao Sheng. As garments were gradually shed, Dumi's eyes slightly arched, revealing a hint of allure. Initially resistant, You Chao Sheng began to embrace the moment, appearing to succumb to its intoxication. The subterranean king, resembling a black pig, launched repeated assaults, which, while diminishing the seals and lotus formations on the spatial barrier, did so with excruciating slowness. A considerable span of time remained before a genuine breakthrough could be achieved. Meanwhile, Feng Yi disregarded Tong Tianyue's silence and continued to excavate, relentlessly striking the mountain with the soul-sealing cauldron. The resounding booms created a substantial pit, from which brilliant golden light erupted. A space mage then unleashed a colossal cage, compressing the surrounding area in an attempt to ensnare Feng Yi within. The guest room, devoid of furnishings, appeared desolate, with the bed piled high with blankets and pillows, indicating that the workers were indeed crammed into this single room. Observing this, the village chief had little left to do and remarked, "You two remain here," before departing. More significantly, Xiang Hao sensed an intangible aura within him being cleansed by the laws of the emperor domains. In the backyard, he resolved to bury his fallen comrades, for they could not leave. Those who had perished could only be laid to rest within the estate. Xiang Hao sighed, knowing he had done all he could. It was truly difficult for him alone to effect any change. Nonsense. You speak absurdities. Zhang Manchen glared at Yunting, his eyes blazing with fury. Were it not for Zhang Jiao's presence, he might have torn Yunting apart on the spot. Xiao Feng, witnessing this, chuckled softly and shook his head, then closed his eyes, gradually drifting into slumber. "Second brother, there has been no news," Zhang Liang replied, motioning for the nearby guards to inquire further. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire valley. The previously conversing Yi Qingli and Gu Yan were suddenly besieged by this force, rendering them incapable of speech. And even their breathing became labored. "Then do tell, where exactly should we proceed?" Bien Pao listened to the music emanating from the car, his fingers incessantly tapping on the steering wheel. The sword of heaven indeed retracted the stellar sword technique. With the purple galaxy's disappearance, the sky no longer radiated violet light, and the cosmos fell into a profound silence, yet the brilliance of the stars intensified. Just as Tai Chuyao caught a glimpse of Yang Tian's smiling face, he heard a sound of something piercing, followed by excruciating pain in his abdomen. The 70 or so master swordsmen from the Sword South Divine Kingdom gathered, unleashing a terrifying sword pressure that forced the marauding bandits back one by one. Miaomu looked up at the sky, the sunlight growing increasingly blinding. Chu Feiwu instinctively followed suit. Recalling the dense fog from earlier, this sunlight seemed to have emerged from nowhere. This is the most perplexing matter he has encountered during his days in the Great Han. Lu Rinjia had once informed him of Pu Xiaoyuan's impulsive nature, suggesting that he would inevitably succumb to boredom and repeatedly assault the city. However, for the past few days, not a shadow of the enemy had been seen. Yuan Mu's words left Chui in a state of astonishment. She was aware of Zhang Jie's extraordinary background, yet she had not anticipated its remarkable depth. Yi Feng was inexplicably filled with trepidation, and upon observing the colossal bird, his heart raced even more. For the creature had been struck through the skull by golden light and was now irrevocably lifeless. If matters could be resolved merely through negotiation, it is likely that the opposing party would not have resorted solely to the abduction of citizens from Huaxia. If time could indeed flow backward, he He would rather face death than ever attempt to plagiarize the design of the Tianxiang garments again. Su Jinxia could not comprehend how the flower and willow disease, a virus that could not possibly be transmitted through the air or ordinary contact, had become a plague. Nevertheless, she was certain that the so-called natural disaster was anything but simple. Yet, he had promised to take me with him. After Gu Anqing spoke these words, a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. The three supreme experts in the tribulation phase descended, and neither the head of the U-Haul nor the master of the Zhou family dared to make any unnecessary movements. At present, he bore two tear moles, and when not smiling, he exuded a melancholic aura that made one wish to soothe all his troubles. Truly mistaken, you fellow. Built like a young bull, one wonders if you're indeed of the ox zodiac. This patch of land, long left fallow, could hardly withstand your reckless upheaval. Su Tsue felt the fullness within her body and was secretly astonished at how she had endured it all. The head of the 731 unit, recognizing her as the princess of the Taisho Emperor, found it difficult to refuse, thus leading Princess Hezi on a tour. Wu Zun merely assumed that Yu Yao was reluctant to utilize the camels he had procured, thinking it was merely talk. He believed that with a few kind words from Yun Jin and Su Jinxia, a compromise could be reached. Lin Fan set down his wine cup, suddenly turning his head like an awakened tiger, fixating on Hong Dahai with a penetrating gaze. Sunlight cascaded down, a gentle breeze stirred, reeds swayed, and the river shimmered with glistening waves, resembling a crystalline expanse embedded with countless diamonds, resplendent and radiant. Then why did you impersonate Tong Yi? Where is Tong Yi now? Xiao Ning momentarily trusted Chen Balian's words, yet many questions remained unanswered. Upon landing, Ping Sidon observed Ruan Nua in a perilous situation and executed a swift kick towards Mario. The prowess of Ping Mitting's kicks is truly formidable. Even a bamboo would shatter under his force, let alone a mere flesh and blood body, rendering Mario immediately devoid of any resistance. His familial circumstances are rather favorable. In fact, throughout Hangchuan South, at least 1/10 of the properties are developed by his family. His voice, however, is frail, with more white hairs than black, and his body slightly hunched, as if tormented by the afflictions of illness. After all, the cultivation of such tea trees requires the blood of powerful beasts, specifically the essence from creatures of at least the earth immortal realm, necessitating a century of perseverance for a single harvest, and even then, the yield is woefully scant, scarcely ever making its presence known in the world. Henceforth, it remains to be seen whether he possesses the qualifications. Situ Ziyu maintains her impassive demeanor, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qin Yu. Aunt Shui, too, is relatively broad-minded, refraining from pressing Xie Dongya for answers, simply feeling elated at the mutual affection and compatibility of the two. What exactly do you mean? Spare me the nonsense, Li Juefeng exclaimed impatiently. Just get on with it. Hurry up and present the evidence. Qi Rulin extended her hand, awaiting Hudafa's submission of the artifacts. Volume 1, Chapter 38, Proclaiming Sovereignty. Brother, why are you like this? In truth, You Chao Sheng had long harbored doubts, particularly regarding the previous encounter with Dai Ba, leading her to suspect that Dumi was merely using others as a pretext. Not far away on the sofa, a boy with curled hair was leisurely sipping ice soda while engrossed in his phone. All right, no problem, Qin Shou nodded, his tone hardly resembling that of a subordinate conversing with a superior, as if he were bestowing an extraordinary favor upon this authority figure. Although Pei Diqing felt a surge of frustration within, he forcibly suppressed his impulsive urges. Ultimately, during the apotheosis, he, along with Li Jing, Jinjia, Muzha, Neza, Yang Jian, and Wei Hu, did not receive divine titles but instead achieved sanctity in corporeal form. Oddly enough, while the other 6 who attained corporeal sanctity reaped benefits, he did not. Furthermore, his current state is entirely due to Qin Rong. Had he not brought that vial of elixir from his father that fateful day, he would not have become who he is now. The river crab and the hairy crab exchanged glances, and in an instant, the river crab executed its ultimate technique, the shadowing body technique. The dual pressures compelled Xiao Feng to decisively retreat after clearing less than 10 rooms. The corpses drawn to him, or drawn forth, filled the entire corridor, with a relentless tide of bodies stretching forth. Even Xiao Feng could not help but feel a chill of trepidation. Take it and go quickly, Qin Shou instructed, handing the copperhead to Du Xiaoye. He lingered behind Du Xiaoye, feigning a pursuit, yet in truth, he was providing her with protection. This was the highest level of engagement she had ever encountered. Even the top-ranked hunter in their bounty alliance had never evoked such a sensation within her. Xianyuan Di Yao. Perceptive and astute, observed the reactions of those present without revealing his thoughts. The combined prowess of these three elite experts from Xinghua was formidable. Could Yunlong possibly overcome them? Boss, we are prepared. Shall we proceed? A young man with hair streaked with gray unsheathed his sword, addressing a towering and robust figure beside him. The mere contemplation of their actual ages stirred a premonition within Zhao Haitian. Perhaps Hong Zhan was correct. An era belonging to the younger generation was gradually unfolding with the meteoric rise of these two individuals. Amidst the relentless storm, Hualing felt that continuing in this manner was untenable. Perhaps they could gain deeper insights into the villagers in the forthcoming days, yet their time was limited. Should they delay further, a murder might soon transpire. Yi Xinyu had indeed heard of Yang Liuyi, with various praises accompanying the name. Upon witnessing her today, the acclaim was justified. The two young ladies were truly striking together, neither overshadowing the other in beauty. If one were to distinguish them, it would be in their temperaments. One exuded a playful vivacity, while the other radiated an ethereal elegance. Upon sighting the 5 Qi King Essence pills, everyone surged forward, clamoring to seize them. Nods of agreement echoed as Long Ling and Lin Qing both possessed inferior-grade immortal artifacts, yet neither had revealed their true strength until this moment. Nevertheless, even without fully displaying their capabilities, they demonstrated formidable power that left onlookers in awe. What could possibly be amiss? A look of confusion crossed Han Ruyun's face as he pondered deeply. It was on the day Lu Qian brought her child that the incident occurred. That morning, I had risen early and set out to sea to catch some fresh seafood, intending to prepare a meal for the child and Lu Qian upon their arrival. Volume 1. Chapter 39. The Jealous Little Fox, Educated by Her Sister. After Huling departed, Dumi laughed triumphantly, resembling a cat that had successfully indulged in mischief. You, with an air of irritation, cast a reproachful glance at him. Huling has always taken care of me, so why must you treat him this way? Dear sister, I was merely being cautious. If you disapprove, I shall refrain from such behavior when brother visits next time. Is that agreeable? Dumi regarded you with trepidation, his eyes brimming with a mixture of grievance and eagerness to please. As if not satisfied with his previous words, he added, Sister, I only wish to protect you. His tear-filled gaze evoking profound sympathy. You Chao Sheng initially intended to teach Dumi a lesson, yet upon witnessing his woeful demeanor, the words lingered unspoken on his lips. The burly men clad in black were utterly caught off guard, swiftly subdued by Chu Feng, who dispatched them with remarkable ease, leaving them sprawled on the ground, lamenting like children. However, due to geographical distance, emotions often fade or shift, leading to a multitude of partings. 2 large chests lay amid the clutter, as Jia Qi exerted herself to transfer them from the bedroom and fill them. Observing the fearsome visage of the white bear, which resembled a demonic entity, those present began to harbor thoughts of retreat. The bear's formidable prowess exceeded their comprehension. The 3rd rank on the divine list? What an awe-inspiring existence. Elder brother, as we journey to the divine Blaze Kingdom, I hope you will guide the 3rd brother and prevent him from making any missteps. The 3rd prince bowed respectfully. Xiao Peng, it would be best for you to part ways, Chu Feng interjected at that moment. Meanwhile, the villagers reveled in the spectacle, encircling the scene and occasionally uttering sardonic remarks. Although he could not discern the specifics of the conversation between the 2 women in the corner, their expressions led him to surmise he was not far from the truth. I believe that grandfather's condition should have improved. This notion was not new to Su Lianqiu. Gu Shichen, a seasoned traveler, possessed a profound understanding of renowned sites that surpassed her own, and promptly proposed several destinations. At that moment, a split-flying vessel erupted, as its fuel tank and weaponry simultaneously detonated. 2 years prior, he faced ruin due to a failed gamble on stones, nearly leading to his financial downfall. And only recently had he started to see a glimmer of resurgence, yet his cash flow remained exceedingly tight. Zhu Ganglai and Zhu Biao, 2 amiable, hefty figures, trailed behind Ling Xiao like loyal attendants. Zhou Yang had already darted aside, his back slick with cold sweat, though he retained his composure. Having noticed an arrow embedded in the green bullhorn shield nearby, indicating that Renhao's initial strike had faltered. Approaching the seaside, he signaled for the 30 individuals to descend and train together, while gesturing for his aide to come forth. After all, allowing these individuals to develop and infiltrate would undoubtedly become a malignant tumor, with Yang Yi eventually being overshadowed by them. As Su Yuan pondered, he observed the lantern-lighting Taoist wave his hand at him, soaring into the air and flying away into the distance. Ling Zhao's spiritual power was formidable. further augmented by the inheritance of the Hunyuan Dan saint, and he was well versed in various ancient spiritual herbs. Upon witnessing Su Yuan's cold smirk, the primordial heavenly sovereign was taken aback. He had initially believed that after enduring successive blows, Su Yuan would be utterly shattered, devoid of fighting spirit. Why then did Su Yuan's expression appear even more frigid? He had not dared to confide in You Chao Sheng, fearing her impulsive nature might exacerbate the situation. Although Chen Yufan understood that he was of no assistance at present, he felt genuinely touched that Zhang Dongjin, despite past grievances, could consider aiding him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the carriage came to a steady halt before Duke Odalang's residence. Fuxia disembarked, glancing up to suddenly spot a familiar stranger leisurely cracking sunflower seeds at the corner of the outer wall. Even within the upper echelons of the imperial aristocracy, complaints began to surface as they accused the ruling ministers of the empire of failing to effectively quell the discontent among the populace, restore labor, and rejuvenate the severely injured economic strength of the empire. How? The following day, LV Shuang, with a smile, returned the dragon scale armor to Zheng Yi. Feeling quite satisfied with her achievement, the changes appeared minimal, merely an added attribute granted by the scales of the candle dragon, and aside from that, the self-harming curse had transformed into a broader affliction, first wounding oneself before harming others. All right, if we continue to express apologies, there is no need for further words. I am Deng Lijun, hailing from Taiwan. Lijun finally revealed a joyful smile and shared her name with Feng Yifeng. The mechanical clan stood as a formidable force within the celestial realm, rivaling the celestial palace, and such powers had yet to be challenged. Other factions, faced with this colossal mechanical city, instinctively dispersed, daring not to approach. At times, the stirrings of unrest serve merely as a distraction. While an unexpectedly unleashed force can catch one off guard, one can always sense that the forces of the light faction are brewing a torrent. As the development of the heavenly society gradually stabilizes, inevitably facing the trials of storm and rain ahead. However, a significant prerequisite remains. The southern nobility and landowners across various regions must adhere strictly to the timeline outlined by Duke de Sai, progressively liberating their serfs within 1 year, thereby dissolving their bonds of personal dependence and transforming them into legally recognized free individuals. The lofty aspirations of a certain comrade have decisively waned, compelling him to revert to a more conventional mindset, preparing for the tasks ahead, such as slaying monsters and leveling up. I visited Wangfujing, where I procured some milk powder and brown sugar. Alas, even milk powder now requires a ration ticket. Ghana sighed, appearing quite troubled. Material resources have tightened, and essentials like milk powder are now available only through tickets, requiring ordinary citizens to present proof from a hospital for purchase. As noon approached, Sun Yuanqi, concerned for their hunger, instructed a servant to bring pastries. He himself became engrossed in a chemistry journal, oblivious to the passage of time. After exchanging a few more words, Sun Yuanqi, noticing Mr. Kanga was exceedingly busy, took his leave. Just a few steps away, he heard Mr. Kanga call him back. Turning around, he saw Mr. Kanga rummaging through a drawer, finally extracting an envelope and handing it over. Suddenly, with a face full of hope, the master inquired, "Johnson, can you find a benefactor?" "Deluan, are you suggesting there has been an upheaval on the grasslands?" "I hope nothing has happened at Songyang," Mangbiluo asked anxiously, riding alongside Dusengruzen. In the 2nd year of Hanwu, or the 29th year of the Northern Yuan's Zhijing era, in the 18th year of Goryeo King Mu, in April, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang sent envoys to Goryeo to announce his ascension. Goryeo immediately ceased using the Zhijing era name and dispatched envoys to Yingtian to congratulate Zhu Yuanzhang on his accession, to which Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict conferring the title of King of Goryeo upon King Gongmin, along with a golden seal. Volume 1. Chapter 40. The Divine Lady's Subtle Pleasures to Delight Her Sister. In this season, such fruits do not grow. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is he back again?" Although many prominent figures present sought to curry favor with Deng Zioling, hoping to one day penetrate the Eastern Sea market, Sher Buxing and his companions observed my actions with detached indifference, offering no commentary. It is no wonder the Corpse King is in such a desperate hurry. He is now an incomplete entity, having evolved halfway, transformed into an incorruptible being, destined to become truly extraordinary. At that moment, several beams of red light surged from the emerald flames, and by the time Yang Jie became aware of their presence, the red light had already reached him. 600 billion. Not long after the Beishan faction made its initial offer, another influential group, the Shishan lineage, swiftly followed suit. Beta's proclamation was rather pretentious, considering that the matriarch of the elf clan regarded Rod merely as the future heir of their race, neglecting all others entirely. I opened the compass, and almost everywhere I looked revealed promising feng shui. However, the location I sought was not among those options. Indeed, just as Yulin Peak had finished speaking, the dagger that had previously missed its target suddenly pivoted under his wrist motion, aiming once more to pierce Zhou Hao's arm. Afterward, he used the remote key to unlock the trunk of the Mercedes, unveiling a black suitcase within. "No," exclaimed Bone Dragon Yang Jie. "What exactly do you mean?" The second elder's face darkened upon hearing Yang Jie's inquiry. "Yes, currently, the logistics department is in need of a director, and I intend for you to assume this role," Li Gaowai stated. "I'm leaving," Miku remarked upon spotting Xiao Ilua and Xia Ruyan, turning on his heel and departing, the oppressive atmosphere leaving him breathless. Without further ado, the head of the Shu family abruptly ended the communication, bidding farewell to the head of the Guang family before swiftly departing on his hoverboard. Song Ju hesitated, unable to voice a response. Although stubborn, Song Ju held filial piety in high regard, and given the anger in the elder Song's words, he dared not retort. Thus, when Wang Feng merely brushed against her peak, Murong Shue's body softened, her murmurs indecipherable. "Indeed, I have never tasted the flavor of punitive wine in my life." Murong Shue shot Wang Feng a provocative glance, challenging him to prove himself, indicating that she could endure it and that he would falter. Seeing Xian Xia's bowed head, the Tsangming Dragon Lord felt a wave of sympathy as tears streamed down her face, reflecting her pitiable state. Contemplating Qian Shualang's usual demeanor, Xian Xia's words bore no flaws. After leaving the cafeteria, Li Gaowai returned directly to his dormitory, filled a basin with hot water, soaked his feet, and then went to bed. "I'll see you soon," Lu Junel affirmed. "Since you won't come to see me, I shall come to see you," her tone dripping with feigned grievance. Unexpectedly, the mask usurped his role, stealing the task of extracting teeth. In that instant, Feng Mu truly felt as if his bones were empathetic, as if they could revive at any moment. The decision to announce the financing news today was intended to further stimulate the market, prompting people to recognize and understand the Zhiyun smartphone, subsequently placing orders. "All right." Feng Shou's expression turned grave, and suddenly, a surge of blood rushed through him. His fist grew warm, visibly reddening and expanding, an immense power surging forth. The only concern now was whether the Eternal Life sect would expand northward and attack the Tianzi city. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance exceeding 10 zhang, arriving before Feng Xiu, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his face. Volume 1, Chapter 41. Captured, the Bull Clan Orcs invade. As he spoke, his voice carried a hint of seduction, subtly enticing You Chao Sheng, who furrowed his brow and slightly turned away. Chao Jun found himself at a loss for words. He could not confess that he wished to linger in the hospital, hoping to evoke a sense of guilt in an exine, allowing her to visit him more frequently. Although he could have done so, he lacked the audacity to voice it. The old lady understood the implications of the celestial beings. She now regretted having Lu Shoutsai relocate the Peachtree spirit. Had it remained, the spirit would have attained immortality within her household, bestowing immense fortune upon her descendants. Regrettably, she felt too embarrassed to request Lu Shoutsai to bring the spirit back. Hundreds of kilometers away, high in the sky, Li Yuanhao was initially resting on a plane when he suddenly sneezed inexplicably. Unaware of the impending danger, he merely adjusted his clothing, turned over, and resumed his slumber. His consciousness had awakened at a high level, having reached the 8th tier. Sujiame had encountered countless insect tribes, yet the mother tree species was exceedingly rare, especially one nearing the level of an insect commander. The moment she heard the heartbeat, she realized she had located the main trunk of the mother tree. Initially, Gong Yulu was hesitant to approach this place, even avoiding it entirely. This reluctance intensified upon arriving at the Morning Star, particularly after learning from Gu Ningji that Su Jiame was likely to perish in that absurd war. Although transporting these massive creatures via ice routes was not overly challenging, getting them on and off the ship posed a significant dilemma, and he did not wish to expend further effort moving them onto the vessel. The third brother laughed heartily, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Moreover, Chao Biao clearly informed Qin Weidong that the financial bureau was his territory and the bureau chief was his ally. If he wished to bypass him and issue direct orders to the bureau, it would require their acknowledgement. Upon sensing the presence of the primordial divine powers, the Lord of the Gods felt a familiar essence, causing his pupils to tremble as he inquired further. while Kutcha remained under the control of the Tang dynasty. There were still some Kutcha restorationists, with the support of Tubo, wishing to orchestrate a significant upheaval. I demand a seafood buffet, complete with king crab and Australian lobster, Kong Yishuan declared without reservation. Xiao Yuanqi emerged from the restroom, dried her hands, and glanced at her phone, preparing to message Jiang Yu. However, a revered ancestor intent on departing could not be restrained by the borrowed power of the Lord of Destiny. Although Song Zhaomian had been driven to a dead end, requiring only to observe her destruction and downfall, why then was he compelled to offer her 300 million to save her? To avoid confusion, she decided to retain the newly transferred sum of 100 million, while directly transferring the remaining 50 million to a seldom-used bank card. Unlike him, who, in his misguided belief, considered himself capable of saving the world and all of humanity for the sake of some nebulous ideals. After all, how could she dare to charge clients high fees for personal training sessions if her gym spanned only a couple of 100 square meters with outdated equipment? Xiao Yuanqi remarked, "I went to Laojun Mountain with friends and bought you a bracelet at the foot of the mountain." Upon finishing her sentence, she retrieved it from her bag and extended it towards him. With a dull thud, several fierce demons' heads were instantly crushed by a massive tree trunk, splattering blood and brain matter across the ground. Volume 1, Chapter 42. The Rabbit Tribe Female, Hypocritical. Were you also captured? Yes. It has been several days since we were taken. Has anyone managed to escape? Just as Lu Wei's words fell, darkness suddenly enveloped the room. Yet the crowd remained largely unfazed as such occurrences had become commonplace. The train came to a steady halt at the platform, and in that moment of stillness, Zhang Tiana's heart seemed to flutter. To her, Qin Jie had long been regarded as a close family member, akin to an elder brother. And their separation had lasted for years. She truly wondered how he had changed. Xiaoyi was right. I should place my trust in the military doctor. And I ought to have faith in Mu Yun. He would surely be all right, without a doubt. A steady stream of individuals descended from the clouds. All prominent figures from the 3,000 worlds, for only they could enter this grand gathering. How annoying. Your words are so touching that I can hardly hold back my tears, she said, her voice trembling. In Zhao Xian's eyes, if this weighty promise could save Zhengzhou's life, it would be invaluable beyond measure. Several figures, resembling deities, emerged, Yuan Ting and Yu Qi, transporting him from the annals of time to this realm. Sealing this space in an enigmatic manner, gazing at that hazy silhouette, only a murderous intent filled their eyes. Contemplating his imminent demise, he felt that the position of sect leader was, in the grand scheme, quite insignificant. As he spoke, Nick moved ahead, but after only 2 steps, he was blocked by a man of Eastern appearance. In the early days of the Song dynasty, they had saved the Chongqing sect from peril, and later, when the Chongqing sect gained power, they had made 3 promises to the Song dynasty. However, the 7th princess had prepared for this plan for many years. Had she not been fully confident, she would never have risked infiltrating. Thus, she arrived at the Federation's secret, which the federal government could not easily uncover. The sunlight, imbued with warmth, gently enveloped the two, as if wrapping them in a golden veil. Shieling Mo remained silent, observing the now tranquil Su Yu, who appeared to be dreaming sweetly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is it truly just like this? Ouyang Shaoqin gazed intently into her eyes, as if still harboring a lingering disbelief. Despite the presence of 3 coal-laden carriages and the identical pricing, why did the quantity sold diminish day by day, resulting in a corresponding decrease in revenue? Zhao Shihai sensed something amiss and promptly sought out his son. The situation unfolded with remarkable ease, so much so that Feng Ling found it somewhat astonishing. Jin Yu seemed oblivious to the wine she had administered. Although she inevitably absorbed some of its medicinal properties during the feeding process, her heartfelt intentions had long since conveyed themselves to him, thus she harbored no concerns. The judge focused intently on the soul-vanishing pearl concealed beneath the palms, faintly perceiving its luminous glow. Is it not stirring? If it were to move, how might one halt it? Indeed, Mo Yin responded affirmatively and promptly leaped away. His actions were not motivated by any treachery or by heeding Ning Rang's words, but rather by the explicit instructions given by both Ning Li and Lung Muzhen, indicating that there was no need to concern himself with Lung Muzhen's opinion regarding their stay at the Ning residence. Mrs. Gu was cradled in Gu Jun's arms as she settled into her usual seat. The banquet table was laden with a cornucopia of delicacies, including all of her favorites. Transforming into a machine, she no longer felt the weight of fatigue, and her perception of time had deteriorated significantly. Initially, she consciously endeavored to maintain a regular schedule. But as time passed, she gradually overlooked this concern. Who said I would accompany you that way? You rogue. Wang Yang wished fervently for a crevice in the earth to escape into, after mustering the courage to subtly suggest her feelings to Yu Tian. She found herself thwarted as he articulated her thoughts directly. Volume 1, Chapter 43, The Guardian of Alice, do not lay a finger on her. Her complexion darkened significantly. Her lips tightly pressed together, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet she refrained from further rebuttal. Heng Yinlin was acutely aware that her cultivation speed could not quite compare to that of her counterpart. However, regarding these individuals, their fleeting feelings were of little concern to the demonic beings nearby. Kong Yixian remained unperturbed, leaning against the target. Indifferent to the scraps of target paper that clung to her attire, a sauce, tinged with sweetness, danced from her tongue to the depths of her heart, blooming a radiant smile upon her face. Leaving a remark behind, she did not await Arthur's response, but resolutely ventured deeper into the woods. The question of whether this individual was truly capable of destruction lingered, for they were aware of certain details regarding that cave's entrance. Eventually, when he grew weary of the situation, he would depart without a backward glance, believing he had assisted her in numerous ways, feeling no remorse. Although she spoke lightly, the words cut deep. Lu Shan could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely down her cheeks. At that moment, Ming Fei was the first to advance into the sea of vehicles, prompting Lin Ku to call out to her, concerned for her safety. The driver, hearing her words, felt no doubt. After all, it was understandable that one absorbed in work might overlook such matters. Lu Xinyue, feeling a twinge of discomfort, tugged down her skirt that had risen to her chest, her thin lips pressed into a fine line as she feigned indifference. Continuing to prod at the crab's pincers in the pot with a twig, a few stray strands of hair fell, the tips brushing against the corner of her eye, resembling a dark mole resting there. Given the sparse traffic on mountain roads, any mishap could leave Quan Ziyao in a perilous predicament if he went unnoticed. He promptly started the vehicle, only to catch a glimpse of his disheveled reflection in the rearview mirror, causing him to freeze momentarily. It seemed yet another opportunity had slipped away. Go Heba's voice now resembled the sound of a mosquito's faint buzz. The firelight cast a rosy glow upon her features, her dark eyes sparkling with a flickering brilliance. Her smile was subtle, yet her demeanor radiated warmth, unmistakably portraying her genuine delight. Yuting donned a deep blue shirt. Leaning casually, the collar slightly open, his exquisite physique subtly revealed. I just realized, Chu Xia, you look quite lovely today, Mo Chen remarked as he assessed Wang Chuxia. Sister Yun, how could we possibly be uninvolved after everything that has transpired? Chen Fei felt an inexplicable irritation at her words. In truth, within the Yun dynasty empire, the most profound legacies belonged solely to the three major sects, the Sword Sect, the Mirror Moon Sect, and the Heavenly Extremity Sect. Only these few factions could potentially possess the existence of the Guardian Stone embryo. On stage, Shintong executed a shoulder throw, sending Blood Shadow crashing off the ring. My goodness, it's truly strange that the champion hasn't taken a life today. However, today's match had concluded, and congratulations were in order for the champion, Wang Yang. The atmosphere off the field surged once more. After days of relentless practice, Angela's mastery of magic had reached a peak, elevating her to the rank of a level 7 Bachelor of Magic. Despite feeling that further immersion might yield diminishing returns, she still complied with Adair's directives. His past choices, marked by cowardice and selfishness, had rendered a boy fatherless, transforming him into a solitary figure accustomed to nursing his wounds. He glanced back with a faint, sunny smile. Yet it was tinged with an undercurrent of regret. In Chapter 44 of Volume 1, titled A Glimpse Northward, the masochistic chieftain of the Ox tribe, before she could advance, a powerful kick from a male figure sent her crashing to the ground. She had forgotten to end the call, her phone slipping from her hand onto the bed as she wrapped herself in the blanket, silently wiping away her tears. Meanwhile, 5 men, including Lu Zhe and Mao Kai, had emerged from the vehicle and approached them. Upon entering, Qiu Ning was taken aback by the sight before her, a large pool of blood in the center, with a dismembered figure lying amidst it, uncertain of its fate. Though the confrontation was merely between C and D ranks, the onlookers, apart from Li Zizai, expected a one-sided domination in this clash. Even before reaching the location, the melodious sound of wind chimes could be heard, soothing the mind and spirit. Tang Chi had walked some distance towards home, yet she had not received any further messages from her mother. Suddenly, it dawned on her that her mother's recent entrepreneurial venture had seemingly faltered, and mentioning General Xia might evoke a sense of salt being rubbed into an open wound. Lin Sha ascended the stairs to a nearby position, just in time to witness Kong, while breaking free from the web-like restraints and forcefully kicking the strange figure aside. No one articulated their thoughts directly, but Meng Shi sensed an unspoken contest between the two. To be candid, based on his observations thus far, he had yet to witness the formidable power he had anticipated. Awake. Time for training, echoed Lu Mingyao's voice in his mind. Cursing himself for forgetting to remove the communicator, Lu Yaoshi berated internally. It was reminiscent of their initial encounter at the school supermarket as they paused, and the azure figure brushed past them. Noticing a note left by Tang Ying, Tang Li smiled faintly before setting it aside to pick up a nearby wooden box. These were the last words I heard before I began to empty my mind, implying that we should take a nap. However, upon seeing Gao Xiangwan awaken, the individual immediately placed the pestle in the mortar and approached her. Tan Xian poured a drop of liquid from a glass vial onto Chun Gu's forehead, instantly filling the room with an indescribable scent. He then retrieved a piece of paper, inscribing a date along with the characters Mei Chun, before igniting it with the flame of an oil lamp. Once Li Jian plunged into the battlefield, he too recognized this reality. The forces collided fiercely, and it was evident that Wang Ming's army had been overwhelmed by the enemy, ensnared in a chaotic entanglement, to the extent that they were forced to retreat step by step and fell into despair. Certainly, Gao Xiangwan replied, her chest held high, though inwardly she regretted suggesting to take him around. I stepped out onto the balcony, asking as I walked, "What is it?" Upon finishing my question, I opened the door. Simultaneously, Li Jian was consciously attempting to enact a play, incorporating song and dance, thereby enriching the form of the musical theater. This war raged from noon until dusk, the setting sun casting a blood-red glow upon the city walls. The spies from the barbarian nation brazenly infiltrated the Duke's residence, which was indeed a rather splendid piece of news. What Moe Chin truly desired eluded her understanding, nor did she wish to comprehend. It was perplexing that he sent gifts without ever appearing at the film crew. Particularly, Xia Jie's younger brother was remarkably understanding, saying nothing, which only intensified her worry. In truth, the surgery had not proceeded so smoothly at the outset, yet later, with Rue Li's substantial financial support, the entire process accelerated. Volume 1. Chapter 45, The Birth of Younglings, 6 Serpents and 1 Tiger. No. If you want someone, take them. Just don't hurt me. The leader of the Bull clan could only shout, praying that Bei Wang would spare him. The massive serpent's head clamped down on his beast skin, eliciting a howl of pain from the leader. The bespectacled man finally discerned the indistinct figure before him, and just as he was about to cry for help, Gao Qian covered his mouth. Initially, upon seeing Hua Qiuyue, who hadn't inquired about his condition and could merely feel his pulse to accurately locate the affliction, Aja felt a flicker of hope that this legendary moon maiden could heal him. However, seeing Hua Qiuyue lost in thought only caused his heart to sink further. Xiao Luo gave a soft snort. She believed that with Lin Yun's capabilities, he could not possibly be included in Yin Qi Kingdom's death list, as that list predominantly comprised seasoned experts who had long opposed the fire cult, with cultivators from the Zhou universe being exceedingly rare. Mo Zixuan was one such exception. And even Li Bo lacked that qualification. When departing from Tiandu City, Mo Hen had asked him whether he wished to be a son or a king. At that moment, Zhang Suo had greeted Han Juanqi and approached to pay his respects to Wu Yishuang. "Old man, we will manage our own affairs," Bai Shen gently reassured him, wishing to avoid further discussion of the wedding. The flag atop the pole was, of course, no longer present, and the firebird twisted its head to observe Gao Qian and his companions as they drew near. When within several meters of the firebird, Gao Qian felt the oppressive heat wave. After a cultivator breaks through to the Zhou realm, due to the remarkable enhancement of their primordial spirit's intensity, their understanding of certain spells, restrictions, and techniques becomes increasingly profound, making the alteration of ordinary restrictions as effortless as reaching into a pocket. That mouth extolled the youth as if he were an unparalleled gentleman, as if missing this opportunity would mean losing the last chance. Yu Zhao seemed to comprehend their conversation, and in the stillness of the night, stretched her neck and let out a few calls. "Fu Anian, I am your sworn enemy." Fu Yifeng gritted his teeth as he uttered this phrase, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Take, for instance, the ordinary people enslaved by practitioners. Their bodies had decayed, yet they toiled relentlessly, completely oblivious to their pain. Their eyes were bloodshot, and some quietly shed tears, covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the living Buddha. Gao Fei narrowed his eyes, resembling a leopard as he pounced upon Ma Liangzhong, casting a heavy shadow with his fists. You shall not escape. Hand over the return spring, lest I be compelled to resort to violence. N.I. Chong had evidently discovered the golden nail. Chu Ying mused on the wealth of these individuals. For the common folk toiled for an entire year only to earn a mere 10 or 8 taels, whereas these people casually offered 1,000 taels in gold notes. Shirening, barefoot and rolling up his trousers, walked along the beach while contemplating how to design the sand sculpture. Despite Gudrian's words, the crowd still maintained a considerable distance from Tang Yu, nearly pressing against the walls of the carriage. He felt an unbearable frustration. Having previously knelt on the hard bluestone slab, his knees now throbbing with pain, it was hardly surprising that Hishuero would embarrass herself before Fuanian. All right. You may take the child inside. If anything arises with the child in the future, be sure to inform me promptly, Principal Jean advised with a final admonition. The aged and wise Siehi turned to gaze into his master's eyes, who, for reasons unknown, appeared somewhat guilty and stepped aside. At that moment, a thin sheet of stationery appeared before Attire, leaving him bewildered. He raised his head and cast a significant glance at the Grand Commander of the Knights Templar, Pale Sun, before studying the contents of the confidential letter presented to him. Volume 1, Chapter 46, Return to the Tribe, Abandon the Snake Offspring. Song Lian suddenly burst into laughter. Your little female seems to despise you. You would abandon even your own snake offspring? Why not give me 2 to raise? The man's teasing voice echoed. Bei Wang remained silent, tightly clutching the 6 snake eggs in his arms, and turned to leave the cave, his figure quickly vanishing into the swirling snow. At that moment, Ai Li entered, and upon seeing the tiger cub in You Chao Sheng's arms, her face lit up with joy. Oh, how adorable! Its patterns are so unique. The little tiger's markings were arranged in perfectly neat circles, giving it a distinctly special appearance. At this moment, he reflected on the Chu dynasty descendant he had encountered in Qinghu town, the child named Huzi, who understood nothing and was no different from the children of ordinary rural families. Yet the last person to protect him still harbored thoughts of restoration. How could one dare to dream grand dreams amid a dire lack of resources and uncertainty about the future? Currently, 5,000 North Border city guards stood watch just a mile outside the city gates. Would opening the gates not be tantamount to seeking death? Sang Rua lifted her gaze, and it appeared as though the half-devoured ruins of a collapsed building were inhabited by a multitude of eyes emerging from the distant darkness, like slits torn in a curtain, each glimmering, prying out was both frightening and repulsive. In a brief span of 15 minutes, they parted ways. Emily sought to continue the search for the Sun family, while Qiu Jing devised a means to safeguard her companions. 2 millennia later, the reincarnated celestial king aspired to dominate the myriad realms of the continent, ruthlessly eliminating multitudes of human warriors. Yet, at the critical moment, he was slain by a stone figure controlled by the mermaid king atop the mountain of eternity. He conducted a cursory inspection of the vehicle, finding it to be in accordance with the description provided by Master Sunday. The parts were somewhat worn but showed no signs of aging, having been meticulously broken in. Such a vehicle, paired with an exceptionally skilled driver, could rival the likes of ordinary BMWs and Mercedes, though it would do well to refrain from challenging professional race cars. At this juncture, a gaunt middle-aged man, bearing a countenance of suffering, spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Zhou Xingyun reached out to accept 3 door insignias, while Tang Yuanying raised her hands in humility, cradling his left hand and pressing her forehead against his wrist, gently kissing the back of Zhou Xingyun's hand. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a mask. Simultaneously, with a whoosh, a cloud of white smoke erupted, releasing a pungent, peculiar odor. As a venerable figure in the realm of cultivation, it was inappropriate for the real person to meddle in mundane affairs. The worldly warrior known as Ling Qifan had already been dealt with, and he hoped this would not disrupt the real person's plans. Wang Haiyuan, half in jest, sought to take credit. What? Upon hearing the guard's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Subsequently, regardless of their shared astonishment, Zhang Min and Min swiftly hoisted the unconscious Jiang Yu and followed the guard as they raced towards the dungeon's exit. At this moment, Lu Ao felt a surge of anxiety. If this incident led to a tragic demise within the Roan gang, he would be burdened with profound guilt. Her position was already precariously marginal. Despite her exceptional talent, her forging skills only reached the 7th tier, rendering her unqualified for a central role. Lu Wa quickly composed himself and looked on, only to witness a yellow talisman affixed to the chest of a middle-aged man nearest the door spontaneously ignite. Chief Shao, This individual is a guest elder of our Shiman family, and you have undoubtedly heard of him. His name is Huang Chu. The expression on the face of the patriarch of the Shiman clan was somewhat displeasing, yet he still maintained a smile. After speaking, Tang Yi handed this task over to a waiter, while he continued to select items next to the rack. Lu Ao assumed that Tang Yi intended to purchase several more items and thus continued to scrutinize, eager to assist Tang Yi in his selection. Whether or not a successful bid could be made was of little concern to Chen Shi. That was a matter for Li Qiu. And thus he did not pay it much attention. As long as Li Qiu was given an opportunity, direct assistance in securing the bid was not permissible. Wu Zhang's authority was indisputable. His esteem at the beverage factory was unmatched by others. Even though Chen Shi and Lu Cheng were the proprietors, the employees were more inclined to trust him rather than the elusive owners. She despised the unfairness of fate and its cruel twists. She yearned to alter her predicament. Trapped in a den of wolves, yet her efforts seemed futile. It was surprising that Long Quan had once made such a promise to Mei Er. In this world, polygamy was quite commonplace. This time, he had suffered a significant loss, but for now, it was best to appease the enchanting beauty before him. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs. His hands and feet grew hot, and his ears flushed. Suddenly, he was drenched in a profuse sweat. After dining on the meal brought by the servant, Gu Fan sat on the bed, meditating for a quarter of an hour before picking up the Jinghai sword and heading towards the backyard where he had previously practiced martial arts. Above the blood mist, a golden dragon revealed its might, its watermelon-sized eyes fixated intently on the blood mist below, where countless black serpents danced wildly in an extraordinary rhythm. Could my husband be delayed by something? And now it has started to rain again, preventing his return, thought Green Air with growing concern. Zhang Xiu took a deep breath of fresh air. The old man, seeing Zhang Xiu's relaxed demeanor, chuckled but did not pause his steps, continuing along the mountain path. What nonsense are you spouting? The telepathic abilities among werewolves are limited to simple communication. Any complex reporting must still rely on verbal expression. Angered, Zhang Jiming shot too fierce. Predatory glances at his loyal subordinate, fixating on him. Compared to the previous occasion, this time there were significantly more individuals, at least 20 to 30 men. Each mounted on tall steeds, surrounding a seemingly luxurious carriage, proceeding slowly along the main road towards Heinyo town. Judging by their attire, there was no doubt they were members of the medicine guild. Blood brothers must settle accounts clearly. We cannot predict what might ensue later, he suggested, advocating for immediate allocation. Let us go. Lin Fan took the lead, stepping directly into the second level. Indeed, the second level had refreshed. As Lin Fan entered, a dozen monsters in the corridor lunged toward him in unison. No. If it were the future, children would exist. He would still be in a spiritual state. But he has already taken on a physical form. Didn't Tmomo just hold him? Naza could hardly conceal his amusement, as they were locked in a fierce standoff. A flash of white light appeared above Bida City, darting straight toward them. Chapter 47. Return to the tribe. Vea is a traitor. Mother, where is Adu? You Chao Sheng surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot Demi's figure. Surely, Demi would not abandon her and rush to the chieftain. Li Xiao hastily pulled over a three-legged stool, gripping it tightly, wielding the damaged seat like a dragon dancing and a snake writhing, making it impossible for anyone to approach him, although there was little necessity for concern, having just heard a scream. Did it not imply that the man had met his demise moments ago? His thoughts were not entirely misplaced. However, with so many of us present, do you truly believe you can drag us down with you? If you wish to deal with Long Chia, that is your affair. We shall merely observe. Should you fail to cooperate, we shall not hold back. Kohan forcefully swung his palms, producing a hissing sound from his palms. Concurrently, a blue light flickered, crackling and glowing like lightning within his delicate hands. Pan Lina intended to say more, but the doors swung open, and a multitude of beautiful maidens entered, each bearing a dish. Hearing the hurried footsteps approaching the dock from a distance, Ning Hao realized that the 100 gunmen were rushing over and promptly closed his eyes, remaining still. Ma Changfa and the hefty man had scarcely departed when Dongfang Shao hurried over, uneasy about the two maids he had arranged to stay in this natural abode. And he needed to check on them. With a leader at the forefront, everyone joined in a resounding chorus of willingness. Initially somewhat chaotic, the voices gradually became more organized and powerful. By the time they reached the dam, dawn was breaking. And I Chinhun drove, and the three continued without pause, returning to Hongfei Yuan. On the other side, Wang Di, witnessing the defeat of the demon prince, was thrown into disarray, only to be struck down by the hall master. Qin Shao felt blood gush from his arm, looking truly bewildering. This left Lu Feiyong momentarily disoriented. Can it be simplified? Lu Feiyong indeed struggled to adapt to such complexity. Even uttering those words seemed to drain her energy, her voice resembling that of a languid mosquito, imbued with a hint of playful affection. By the time Gibbelin sensed something amiss, he found himself helplessly tumbling toward the radiant moon. Let us commence. With the king's command, a silver light surged forth, followed by a peculiar weapon, rotating and striking the Wind King, emitting both golden and silver hues. Immediately, the figure of justice appeared beside the weapon. Despite being implicated, she was an enemy of the Empire herself. Furthermore, Lu Hao had just rescued her. She could not repay his kindness with enmity and walk away. The black dragon seized Lu Feiyong's arm, ready to move. Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped in a colossal golden beam of light. What on earth? The black dragon was taken aback, letting out a thunderous roar as a blood-red sword manifested in his hand. Xiaobei, are you afraid of me? I would never harm you, Li Haonan remarked with a hint of annoyance. The paramount factor remains the offensive power, which has been enhanced by nearly 5,000. Such rapid progression filled Lu Feiyong with unbounded joy. They were well aware of Qi Lian's combative nature and penchant for instigating conflict. Her exploits were indeed notorious. Thus, it would not be surprising if she were to appear here. In the past, during her time in South America, she had proclaimed to her subordinates that if the world were destined to lose half its population, she would willingly sacrifice more lives to ensure the salvation of her own. Observing the flustered Elbinglian, Lu Meng returned the Tian Bulow to his storage ring and tossed it to her. Volume 1, Chapter 48, The Exchange System, Redeeming Seats? The leader of the Ox clan gritted his teeth, choosing silence. You Chao Sheng smirked coldly. You indeed possess some courage. Without further hesitation, he raised his blade once more, causing another finger to fall to the ground. The Ox clan leader let out a pained scream, his body trembling violently. I will speak. Do not strike again, he finally exclaimed, unable to contain himself. In the crowd, Wei Ye's complexion turned pale, her body shaking. She attempted to stealthily retreat, but just then, the Ox clan leader scanned the surroundings and unhesitatingly pointed his remaining hand at Wei Ye. It is her, that wretched female. She claimed you are the revered goddess, easily capable of conceiving. Yet they were mistaken. Chenin was not a wealthy man, but rather a poor soul suddenly thrust into fortune. His demeanor inherently unpretentious. Yuren grasped Huang Ruyue's hands, saying, Do not weep. Will you marry me and bear our child? The sincerity in his eyes only made Huang Ruyue sob harder. Do not cry, do not fear. I shall take responsibility and care for you. He tenderly wiped the tears from her cheeks. Very well. The malevolent spirit chuckled mockingly 3 times, hovering in midair, surrounded by swirling dark mist, before striking out with a wave of his hand. After all, as a student in the computer science department, finding a job was relatively easy, provided one did not concern themselves with hairline issues. In fact, according to scientific discourse, from the moment mysterious energy enters the body, a person ceases to be biologically human and transforms into a completely different mutated entity. Huang Ruoxue was left aghast, realizing, is it you? The one who shared a bed with me after just 3 days is my own sister? Sure, he casually discarded 3 smoke bombs, leading his team swiftly onto a vessel on the outer right side, drawing a dagger to sever the rope securing the ship, which began to drift with the current towards the mouth of the canyon without needing any navigation. No need for pleasantries. Fu Jiuxiao, with a swift kick, forced the door open. The individuals sprawled within the room, lost in a drowsy stupor, were instantly jolted awake, their bewildered gazes turned towards this imposing figure. Su Chen cast a glance at the trio from Jianwang, surprise evident in his eyes. The distinction between the 16th and 15th ranks lies in the former's ability to possess a personal domain. With such a domain, one becomes nearly invincible within its confines. At this moment, the mask beneath Mocha's hat had been removed, yet the dim lighting only illuminated the lower half of his visage, revealing a mischievous grin, with a sharp canine on the left glistening subtly. When Xiao acknowledged a sense of affection for a plump orange cat, openly admitting their relationship in public, however, the notion of marriage seemed premature. Thus, it was customary for the sons of the Yun family to possess culinary skills. While not necessarily exceptional, they were certainly adequate. Qin Mashuan gently took Yu Qingxuan's delicate hand as they ascended the altar for the heavenly sacrifice, both igniting the ceremonial flames together. Indeed, unless you are willing to offer a substantial number of corpses to replenish my insects' consumption, the Green Mantis declared. Yet, Su Yujie had no intention of sparing her. He swiftly turned, pushed open the door, and pinned her against the wall, showering her with fervent kisses. I am unaccustomed to this. I barely slept last night. The military life is too arduous. I had just settled down when I was roused, Dai Feng admitted, seemingly seeking sympathy, preparing for what followed. This precious silk, a remnant from a decade ago when the Yi family still held some renown, had remained untouched due to its rarity. Yimu had only dared to observe it from afar. Lin Emo finally grasped the situation. There was no escaping the harshness of Lu Jun's actions. As pain jolted her from her stupor, Dai Feng chuckled, casually discarding the cigarette, and together they began to search for a restaurant along the path. Yearning for a satisfying meal, Tian Yin scoffed derisively, downing a gulp of strong liquor. He was certain that the other had no good intentions. Daring to provoke him after receiving a lesson. Us? Descending the mountain to find a place to rest? Yuni repeated the phrase, a deeper flush gracing her cheeks. My dear, are you upset that I have been away for too long? A certain paw once again mischievously climbed her waist. From an external perspective, the restaurant was engulfed in flames, a sight far more terrifying than the actual conditions inside, instilling a sense of despair. Jun Yinyu remained silent, possessing the city lord's token. How many nurturing crystals could she desire? Was there any need for extortion? Although the unexpected fortune did not pain her to spend. Seeing her bank account dwindle to merely 1 million left Emo feeling somewhat melancholic. Fortunately, the only expense remaining is the renovation of the tavern shared with Mike, leaving little else to spend on. However, Su Tingxing could discern from their slightly restrained expressions, anxious gazes, and visibly neglected skin that the two individuals were likely simple and unsophisticated. The two sides engaged in a spirited exchange, with brilliant flashes of light erupting whenever their digital monsters collided. No, the Senate, Yi Feng suddenly realized that Senate was indeed a formidable entity, one even Nia regarded with trepidation. Photon Lang's computer automatically displayed a window, revealing the image of molecular beast within it. Online, following the release of Shin Miao Miao's fatherly-style video, fans who had come to greet her swiftly emerged to clarify matters. An elder raised an objection, asserting that their kind had always valued freedom and self-reliance, thus harboring a strong aversion to the human practice of enslavement. Did Karen intend for their kind to emulate humans in subjugating others? In his eyes, everything had concluded. Or rather, the outcome had been predetermined from the outset. How could a prominent school principal, a true luminary, ever face defeat in a conflict with school delinquents? The sight of over 100 formally attired young men at the hotel entrance startled them, as these individuals appeared to be anything but ordinary. Volume 1. Chapter 49. The Serpent Hatchling. What a clever move to leave the father and keep the child. Seeds? In this post-apocalyptic realm, there are plenty of places to exchange seeds. You might want to explore further. After traversing a bustling street, they halted before the entrance of a particularly grand residence. I thought to myself, yet another affluent household. Observing the two of them enter, I intended to follow, but was impeded by two seemingly servant-like figures stationed at the door. As I continued, the signs of passage became increasingly evident. Upon discovering a freshly broken branch, Chen Xuanwu raised his right hand, signaling prepare for battle, had it not been for her good friend Zhang Li, asking her in a starry-eyed manner the next day. She might have truly believed she had dreamed it, a dream in which she donned crystal shoes. It appeared she had found the right place. As Lin, she generously paid a deposit of 1 million cosmic coins as requested, then proceeded to make her demands. However, the sudden appearance of Sid instantly sent the media into a frenzy. Although most present were from fashion magazines and related media, both Sid's status as a super genius and millionaire, along with his joint appearance with Carolina, were enough to drive them wild. Qijin wrapped her arms around Xiaochu's neck, delivering a forceful kiss, then straightened her posture, bashfully gazing at Xiaochu while removing her oversized t-shirt. Having previously battled with King Zhou, and just now with the ancient deity Tua Shi, Tai Yi had honed himself to the point of near breakthrough. He was merely a step away. If he were to engage with the chaotic ancient emperor now, victory would come effortlessly. Once the stones were cleared away, he hastily brushed off the dust atop them and began to piece together the jade. What on earth is happening? Outside the door stood Qidiao, wrapped in a golden silk nightgown, her expression a mix of exasperation as she gazed at the billowing black smoke and flames. Those in the throes of passionate love often feel an irresistible desire to be inseparable. Mingqi was no exception. Spending his days and nights in the company of Yang Mingyi, their time together filled with exploration and delight. Suddenly, amidst his excitement, Shirquan became aware of an additional voice resonating within his spiritual sea. Who might you be, esteemed senior? Although his physical form had reached unprecedented heights, his spiritual realm remained akin to that of an ordinary person, preventing him from directly communicating with the formidable beings residing in his mind. He could only passively receive their messages. For an entire morning, Lin Aoxue, true to her name, exuded an aura of icy elegance from her position behind me, while Nangong Lu beamed cheerfully. To be candid, her incessant laughter only served to deepen my sense of melancholy. In that moment, reflecting on all the kindness and sacrifices he had bestowed upon her, she was struck by the realization of her own selfishness. Her thoughts were either consumed by Ji Yund or occupied with Pei Gongxue, and she had failed to genuinely appreciate his love, let alone reciprocate it. She felt she had truly let him down. Yin Ruoxue slammed her teacup onto the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. Seeing Yin Ruoxue's agitation, Tong Nioer was so frightened that she instinctively attempted to flee. Perhaps it was due to her initially elevated status as a maid, Meng Qi mused, and he chose to dismiss such trivialities. At last, they arrived before a door, where old Zhao quietly said, "Young Master Wang, please wait a moment while I make an announcement." After receiving nods from Wang Ho and the others, he entered. Moments later, laughter emanated from within. "So it is General Ming Wei. Welcome, welcome." Ouyang, the leader, emerged from inside. Previously, they had been at the taxi route Eagle, but this year, no discerning neutral organization would choose such a contentious location. Bilinga remarked. After cultivating his spiritual awareness, it became exceedingly difficult to discern his concealed form. As he spoke, he directed his spiritual consciousness towards Shi Quan, and indeed, a figure materialized in Shi Quan's mind. Volume 1, Chapter 50. The eagle beast appears to possess strong reproductive abilities. Rest assured, I will deliver food at regular intervals. Were it not for Bei Wang's promise to provide hunting for their tribe, Song Lian would have little interest in such matters. Anger surged within the typically gentle Yuhan, who felt an urge to claw at those ruffians' faces, yet in the end, it remained merely a fleeting thought. With this, I can transcend the third tier. Breathing heavily, she hesitated for a moment before turning away, leaving without a trace of longing. As she walked, only a few monks remained, tidying up along the path. Mo Rent skillfully avoided them, traversing through the bamboo forest until she encountered no one further. Her body weakened, flesh and bone scattered, merging with the earth as her skin seemed to be reclaimed by the ground beneath her. Fortunately, Tang Jian had a favorable reputation, inviting those who were generally decent company. Otherwise, the air would have been filled with derision at this moment. It was then that the black shark began to harness his energy in a manner akin to Su Chen, channeling it deep into his dantian. However, unlike Su Chen, his energy was palpably more vigorous, while Su Chen's exuded a gentler quality, creating a stark contrast between the two. The chilling aura he emitted rendered the entire pond frigid. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it seemed ineffective against her, as though it were tailored specifically for her. Reflecting on all that had transpired, every intricate detail, Yi Shiyu felt not a shred of regret, rather, a deep-seated loathing for that wretched Yi Ran. Why did that insufferable wretch find such unrelenting fortune with every turn? After finishing dinner, Li Hao felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. Having been on the go since morning, he now lay languidly on the sofa, hardly able to muster the energy to move his toes. During this time, Huiji could distinctly sense an invisible aura quietly manifesting, gradually spreading throughout the entire temple as time elapsed. Elder Qilong abruptly lifted his head. His pallid face reflected the dim glow emitted by the moss within the cave, appearing even more bloodless. They were no strangers to one another, especially since her relationship with Fang Xiaoli was amicable, making her feel at ease during the meal. It was no wonder that after consuming that tea last time, she had slept until noon the next day, while Huangfu Sihan remained alert enough to practice swordplay. Zhou Zhirua and Chang Yechen beamed at the reunion of their elders, quietly observing without the heart to intrude. At that moment, she sat cross-legged, casually sipping from a cup of sweetened water, a contented expression upon her face. Numerous precious treasures stirred Su Qing's interest, or more accurately, any treasure captivated her heart. With a reputation as a notorious playboy, he treated relationships as disposable garments, rendering any pursuit of him futile. Chu and I, filled with rage yet forced to smile, returned to her seat, remaining silent as she awaited the final outcome. Mu Ju and Gong Irua pondered thoughtfully as they gazed at Bo Yinshi. After a while, they too picked up walnuts from the box, assisting Shi Yu in grinding them. In the company, among those with boyfriends, it seemed that 9 out of 10 were particularly concerned with the sentimentality of rituals. In truth, What he wished to convey was that their young master had now taken Su Gongzi under his wing, with the journey primarily focused on leisurely sightseeing. Hua Jingxiao remarked that the clan leader likely did not have much time left, but whether the heir would be an adopted son or the biological eldest son remained uncertain. Compared to many within the venue, Old Master Feng Shuo was indeed a venerable figure of great esteem. Even the elders of major powers and prominent clans would respectfully address him as Old Master. Lu Haisheng shrugged his shoulders, just as he attempted to tease. When Eugene Lan entered with her assistant, opening the door. Volume 1, Chapter 51. Temptation, the aloof straight man, Song Lian. You Chao Sheng furrowed her brows. Her swift steps, placing Ai Li securely behind her as she fixed her gaze upon the small flower snake. Her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. What do you think you are doing? The little flower snake seemed startled by this sudden rebuke, its slender frame trembling slightly, only to be ensnared tightly by the tail of a nearby golden snake. The golden snake moved with remarkable speed and strength, its tail resembling a golden chain that firmly bound the flower snake's head, emitting a hissing sound that was laden with warning and menace. Ai Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity and delight as she observed the golden snake's actions, exclaiming in admiration, "This little golden snake is truly adorable." Perhaps emboldened by her confidence in her appearance, the campus belle refused to tolerate such humiliation from He Yinji and began to inquire about him far and wide. It was unclear how she had discovered He Yinji's new address, yet she boldly dispatched someone to deliver gifts directly to his doorstep. Since that peculiar dream, Gulan had developed a certain apprehension towards sleep. Who could predict what bizarre occurrences would unfold upon closing her eyes? This incident not only shattered Fu Siyuan's long-prepared grand wedding for Xun Yin, but also left the uninvolved Zhang Xiaobei severely injured. Precaution? Remaining inactive was the best form of defense. To notify someone intentionally might inadvertently lead to complications. By the way, you weren't followed when you came, were you? Karan suddenly inquired. Zhang Ergu attempted to tease Murongan, yet his efforts fell short after several unsuccessful attempts. Su Qing escorted several individuals home, Jiang Mianmian and Yu Qing, having spent an entire day out, were rather fatigued. After finishing their dinner and freshening up, they retired to their rooms to sleep. Hee, this is malt milk, which I bought for your sister to help her regain her strength, Jiang Chahai declared, showing no intention of preparing a bowl for the two boys, as he intended to leave with the malt milk in hand. Are you threatening me? The Turkic Khan, unwilling to let Zhang Ergu depart, began to feel a flicker of anxiety. Upon becoming a golden core, her sea of consciousness had not expanded significantly. However, she had long been accustomed to the astounding size of her sea of consciousness from the very beginning. Thus, when controlling the range of her mental energy's release, she could accurately project the mental force contained within her sea of consciousness. Jiang Qing's actions once again caught Han Yingying off guard. She had never anticipated that her deliberate gesture of affection would be gently rebuffed by him. The opposing side not only enjoyed an advantage in numbers, but also possessed superior military configurations compared to this side. It appears that this ambush was executed after meticulous planning by the adversary. Chen Rong turned her gaze towards the youth striding away, watching as he mounted his steed. Observing the swirling dust raised by the 2,000 men, ascending into the heavens and obscuring the bright moon. Gradually, Jun Hui's consciousness began to blur, perhaps, in a moment. She too would lose awareness, much like Gu Chun. Yet, despite her foggy mind, Jun Hui tightened her embrace around Gu Chun, speaking dreamily. Gu Chun searched for Mu Shui and, upon spotting the still unconscious Xing He at her feet, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that all was well. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to explain. Suddenly, a romantic melody filled the air, accompanied by vibrant banners of declaration unfurling across the building. A lengthy red carpet leading to heart-shaped balloons, and most importantly, bouquets of romantic roses. Remarkably, all of this was merely a leftover trick devised by Jiang Cheng. Are you certain that there is no way to treat it? Feng Zhen once again sought confirmation from Feng Luoyu, his gaze now imbued with a decisive ferocity before the impending action. Feng Luoyu believed that the fate of these individuals would hinge upon her response. Just as she pondered, hurried footsteps echoed, and in an instant, Ping Yu burst in. Upon seeing Chen Rong, her eyes reddened, tears welling up. A hint of sorrow flickered in Ban Rua's gaze. Her profound look capable of melting hearts and evoking a sense of deep empathy. So, Commander, time is of the essence. Where shall we establish our defenses? Ran Luoxue inquired coldly, maintaining an air of emotional detachment before others. As a beautifully crafted cocktail was presented, Jing Yin was instantly captivated by its vivid colors, which promised a delightful taste. Those in the audience, participating for the first time in the martial arts competition in the city center, gasped in awe. Not to mention the honor of the lead guard. Merely gaining entry to the city center ignited envy among the sect leaders present. Meanwhile, those already informed of the news remained exhilarated. May I inquire, Your Highness, how did the virtuous consort sustain her injuries? Shang Wanqi often felt a sense of discomfort when alone with Mu Wanqi, prompting him to hastily seek a topic of conversation. Immunities to fire and shadow attacks, alongside resistance to poison, while water and wind attacks inflicted only half damage. The guardian of the tomb swiftly turned the key in his possession, and the massive door of the mausoleum gradually creaked open, beams of light streaming along the walls and illuminating the interior, revealing a vast pathway that extended before them. Ling Bai wept pitifully, while Qin Xian showed no mercy this time. He not only dealt with Ling Bai but also returned to the palace to drag out Ling Su, who had disguised herself as Ling Bai, for a thorough reprimand, resulting in both children sobbing inconsolably. The Western Ning army breached the borders with blinding speed, seizing 3 cities along the eastern Sun frontier, clearly poised for war. Rue Gur, the son of Mu Buiyuan, was entrusted by Mu Wanqi to perform the funeral rites, while Mu Shui took charge of the banners, and thus, the 3 siblings saw Mu Buiyuan to his final rest. Nidar gazed at yet another individual rendered powerless by Yifeng, his forehead veins pulsating ominously, his expression twisted in rage, wishing to subject Yifeng to a fate worse than death. Volume 1, Chapter 52. The young one helps mother find a new father. The girl on the bed possessed skin as delicate as cream, emanating a soft glow. Her eyes were gently closed, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids, adding an air of mystery and serenity. A cascade of long, lustrous hair spilled across the bed, each strand shimmering against her gentle complexion, creating a striking contrast. Song Lian had never encountered such exquisite femininity. Her beauty transcended mere appearance, radiating an allure that emanated from within. Every detail of her being captivated the onlooker, from her gentle breaths to the tenderness that inadvertently surfaced. Here it comes, here it comes. Shui Yi was taken aback by Yi Linfeng's sudden movement. Feeling perplexed yet too apprehensive to react, her heart racing uncontrollably. This tension persisted until they arrived at Ling Tai, where Yi grew increasingly attached to Rong Jinyu, who could sense the anxious energy emanating from her. Her features became more pronounced, her complexion slightly tanned. At first glance, she could easily be mistaken for a native of Songyi. It was at this moment that Orochimaru realized that Baiju was not solely a product of the Outer Path's deity and the first Hokage's cells but also appeared to be entirely under the influence of Heiju, despite his numerous failed attempts to manipulate the situation. Did you not notice such occurrences when you went to investigate? Nan Yehua inquired of Yi Kai and Fu Hongxue. Recently, Nagato had also been hunting Baiju, seeking information regarding Uchiha Shin and others, and it seemed that Baiju had grown stronger than before, making him increasingly worthy of study. In fact, Xia Su and Su Yuna shared similar sentiments, both perplexed as to why Rong Jinyu felt compelled to eliminate Hu Er Yoro from the sight of Shui Yi peacefully slumbering outside the Maple Gate. It becomes evident that Fenghe holds a certain fondness for this maiden. For what other reason would she drape her own cloak over Shui Yi? Indeed, Shui Yi harbors feelings for Fenghe as well. Otherwise, why would she remain at the Yi family estate despite her apparent disdain for Fenghe? As for Rong Jinyu, she is rather unclear about the sequence of events, truly unable to recall what transpired during the 3 years of her disappearance. Nor can she remember the 2 years following her return home. Morong Chong clutched her hand firmly, employing some unknown technique to produce a dagger in his grasp. With a flash of cold light, the bindings around Tianjiao's wrist were severed, revealing dark, unsightly scars. This sudden turn of events startled the 8 members of the Xiaoao sect, who were well aware that Jiang Ning's injuries had yet to heal. Such an action could only exacerbate his condition. Moreover, judging by Jiang Ning's expression, it was clear he had forgotten his own physical state and showed no intention of restraint. There's no need for such formalities. You may call me Shi Long. I am the second son of Lord Long from the 8 Circles, tasked with delivering the saplings of the water fur. Prior to my arrival, we had sent word ahead, but unforeseen circumstances delayed us. He continued, May I ask who you two are? Shilong gestured for them to take a seat. The scene was quite spectacular, as countless individuals rose to their feet, vociferously denouncing the Sun family, akin to tumultuous waves crashing in succession. Qingxue, you cannot treat our esteemed master in such a manner. What of the sincerity he has shown you? Lu Ying exclaimed in anger. Stop. As she witnessed Dui's increasingly swollen form, the snow-white fur of Lioli erupting, and the reddening faces of Dai Sai and the Qingzhou clan, Yun Qingxue let out a desperate scream. Not only the citizens of Quanzhou, but the warriors along the coast owe a debt of gratitude to Lu Shi. Indeed, his family must deeply appreciate his benevolence. Without Lu Shi's unwavering support, the Josephine maritime trade fleet might forever remain a mere aspiration of her husband. Upon seeing their kin arrive, the three individuals displayed expressions of schadenfreude, as if Jiang Ning were on the brink of misfortune. A pair of divine and demonic twins, the Saint Monarch of Ziku remarked. Feeling compelled to enlighten Yun Qingxue about certain matters, public matters must remain distinct from private ones. While we may set aside formalities in other settings, this is a military camp, where rank and decorum must be observed. I cannot disturb the established order, lest I compromise military discipline. Qin Su spoke solemnly. In the next moment, the nuclear transformation energy within the phase centipede morphed into a colossal cannon, its exterior cloaked in a corrosive venom, complemented by nuclear energy. Just then, a voice from outside caught their attention. Lu hurriedly lifted the curtain and gestured for the voice to enter and report. Some generals knelt before the emperor, their hearts heavy with anxiety regarding the fate of the nation, urging him with their lives at stake. A chuckle escaped Lu Bang's lips, tears glistening in his eyes. You cannot fathom, my dear Shao, I am wagering my life, as well as the lives of the soldiers under my command. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wui's feather duster suddenly transformed into a flaming sword, striking down towards Zhou Xingxing, tragically missing its target. Amused internally, this was not guidance, but rather an instance of taking advantage. It is said that many drill instructors in military training are rascals, and today's encounter confirmed that reputation. Although my boyfriend is relatively affluent, he pales in comparison to the wealth of the individual before me, worth over 100 million. Fu Nuo nodded, retrieving a jewelry box and selecting a few pieces before retiring for the night. At this moment, Chi Feng was no longer clad as in years past. Adorned with a golden crown, wielding a gun, draped in a scarlet cloak, and clad in dark armor, his striking gaze radiated with the brilliance of a cold moon. Well said. As long as even one of you remains loyal, I shall fight to the bitter end. Xiang Yu steeled himself, only to later hear of Zhou Yin's betrayal and Chao Jiao's suicide. This will not do. I must put an end to Sun Haixing once and for all, lest he conjure more mischief. Having spent a sleepless night and traversed all day, upon returning home, Li Ji hastily consumed a morsel and collapsed into bed, only to awaken at 10 o'clock the following day. You too must survive, but if I hear of you resorting to robbery or murder again, the Pirate Alliance will no longer have reason to exist. After a brief silence, Yifeng spoke slowly. Yet, who has decreed that a middle-aged man cannot possess the heart of a child, nor enjoy playtime with his close friends? Volume 1, Chapter 53, Fire Fruit. I adore my brother. Song Lian's gaze inadvertently fell upon the half-eaten fire fruit on the ground, his brow furrowed as he sighed. Nevertheless, he gently lifted You Chao Sheng, carefully placing her on the bed, wrapping her fragile form in animal hide. Wait for me here, I will fetch the shaman. He endeavored to keep his voice calm, but the involuntary blush on his cheeks betrayed his anxiety. The person behind him seemed to sense his departure. She reached out with a trembling hand, tightly grasping his wrist, her voice tinged with fear and unease. No, don't go. Song Lian turned around, only to see the animal hide. Yang Ren was taken aback, his hand swiftly retracting from Ning Qingxiang's grasp as though shocked. It turns out that Ning Qingxiang is a terrestrial spirit body, containing the 12th level of water spiritual energy. No wonder her entire family was eroded by dark energy, while she remained entirely unaffected. Her physical constitution is indeed distinct from others. The vast expanse of the Eurasian continent was torn apart like a cookie, first by the collision of the nascent evolution and the initial Helan, followed by the Thunder God's bombardment that pierced through the entirety of Eurasia. I shall not yield, in the face of such bullying from the colossal hand. Yang Ren was filled with fury. He swiftly raised his left hand, channeling a formidable surge of true energy to confront the giant hand head-on. The banquets of nobles are invariably extravagant, while the banquet hosted by Shintiyu is enriched by the whispers of the forest, the shimmering reflections on the water's surface, and the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms in the air. On the boat, beautiful dancers performed with abandon, their movements as fluid as if they were on solid ground. Her resolute and unyielding demeanor still fails to dishearten you? Fan Shunying sighed deeply. As a naturally evolved being, his cerebral development was exceptional, and upon entering school, he began to showcase extraordinary talents. His mathematics teacher unanimously believed that this child could become a future Galua, destined to achieve unprecedented accomplishments. Dr. Yang? Ning Qingguang turned to gaze at Yang Ren, who was meditating on the sofa, although he remained in a state of unconsciousness. He vaguely recalled hearing the name of Dr. Yang and seemed to have glimpsed his visage. In a sudden surge of determination, he scrambled up, kneeling on the bed and bowing toward Yang Ren's direction. Indeed, we are about to depart. Here, I wish Mr. Wang Baoguo great success in apprehending these drug traffickers. Jizria remarked, appearing quite anxious before bidding farewell to Wang Baoguo. Unfortunately, with the strength of Yagumo Shi, it was impossible for her to be summoned as a sacrificial offering. With a swift motion, Yagumo Shi effortlessly exited the glow of the magical array. Once safe, Yin Zhun retrieved a hat from the Shumi space and donned it to avoid being recognized by others. Memories of past encounters flashed through her mind, poignant recollections that had once moved her deeply, now evoking genuine sorrow. At the break of dawn, within the military camp guarding the 5 gates of the temple, the soldiers were thrown into disarray, for their commanding officers, including the centurions and the captains, had all been found last night with their throats cut, discovered only by morning. It is said that they are all of the Phoenix clan. How is it that the evil fire Golden Phoenix is so pure and kind-hearted, while this Wan Phoenix is so astute and ruthless? A master of the innate realm suddenly exclaimed, for he had spotted a red cross on the sleeve of his left arm. He was certain that before arriving at the Luo family, there had been no such mark on his sleeve. Dabashian intended to seize this opportunity to seek out Tuoba Jia, hoping to discern the nature of a particular pill. Yet he was apprehensive about the unconscious Qiushuan lying on the bed, fearing that she might again fall victim to poisoning. Thus, he remained here, patiently awaiting the right moment. King Xian of the left, deeply enamored with Princess Jialan depicted in the portrait, cherished her even more in reality. With their meeting postponed, he chose to let it be. Lin Yi had previously inquired with Shiage, who had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the leader of the Super Dragon clan. In the nearby Longdify and Danma were equally uninformed. The cold wind swept through, stirring the strands of Yihaochuan's hair, creating graceful arcs, while his dark eyes reflected the vast expanse of twinkling stars. With just a glance, I can ascertain the appropriate size for you. Lin Yi paused, observing her physique. The animosity between the island nation and Huaxia has persisted for ages, verging on a hereditary feud. Every descendant of Yan and Huang carries this history indelibly in their hearts. Hence, anything associated with the island nation typically garners little favor. Su Yuan, with tears welling fiercely from her eyes after her child was taken, displayed a timid nature. Since entering the Su family, she had been submissive to everyone, yet in matters concerning her child, she yearned to stand her ground. However, even in the absence of a search, complications arose as inexplicable casualties began to emerge within the empire, followed closely by numerous disappearances among the members of the divine and demonic clans. Although Madame Xian advised against haste and urged her to take her time, having finally obtained an opportunity to approach her, it was imperative she made a positive impression on Madame Xian. The exterior of the rough stone was exceedingly unremarkable, exhibiting a reddish-brown hue, likely due to the passage of time, which rendered the color somewhat dark. The stone bore no features, lacking any sign of the coveted mottled patterns, failing to reveal itself as a piece of jadeite rough. Zhao Zixian surveyed his surroundings once more and, upon spotting the meditation cushion, couldn't help but smile as he approached. He sat cross-legged upon the cushion, recognizing that inanimate objects are dead, while humans are alive. Why not take advantage of it? Old Zhao doesn't care whether you agree or not. He chuckled. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, then elated, as he comprehended the implication. Shen Wutian had consented to his mother, Shen Wuqing, returning to the Lin family with him. At this moment, Wang Haoming's attention was entirely focused on contemplating the spiritual energy in his eyes, rendering the subsequent developments rather uneventful. However, some chose to take the elevator. With a sound, the red light illuminated, and the metallic door gradually slid open. Zhao Zixian summoned the divine chef's true energy, which penetrated into the body of the black bitter girl, enveloping the purplish-red mass. Yet, that purplish-red hue seemed to have taken root within her abdomen, while it could be enveloped by the divine chef's true energy. It could not be drawn out. He meant to convey that He Yun was certainly aware, indicating that the Mo Qian family possessed even more formidable individuals. But was He Yun intimidated? Although one cannot be considered a pure novice director, in the realm of the silver screen, one is no different from a rookie, lacking any noteworthy works to showcase. After Lu Chaowan finished speaking, she made a concerted effort to raise a smile and immediately cast her gaze towards Wen Yinya before departing from the scene. Lianxing said nothing. It was perfectly acceptable to tease in person, as it was not as if he were scheming behind the scenes. Such playful antics were not a new occurrence. And Qingqing had originally suggested to Yu Jiajia that he should have someone lie in wait at the pharmacy, as it was quite likely they could deal with Xinyu. However, upon returning to his residence, she was taken aback to find someone had been knocked unconscious and thrown inside, nearly causing her to scream in fright. Zhang. I believe this hissing sound resembles not that of metallic insects burrowing from the ground, but rather seems akin to some form of signal, she remarked thoughtfully. It sounds as though it emanates from a connection that is not secure. Upon hearing such words, Cheng Yuehe immediately straightened his posture. The vigilance in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a haughty demeanor. Volume 1, Chapter 54. The Little Hawk. Capture it. The shaman was taken aback. The individual before him was the leader of the Eagle clan, and the implication of those words suggested a desire to become the mate of the Chao Sheng female. Regardless of the outcome between the two individuals, Yi Jioshu must not be subjected to any indignities. Lin Yibai contemplated this in her heart, yet refrained from voicing it. Bathed in a vibrant hue, Lu Zhihong's impeccably refined visage momentarily dazzled the beholder, as if he were a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. While there are indeed numerous martial clans throughout Huaxia, none have ever whispered of a prodigy such as he. Xiaoyi initially aimed for a swift resolution, but the imposing stone lion, though colossal, exhibited surprising agility. Just as he intended to pursue further, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him from above. Meanwhile, Su Tong and Zhou Xueyin sat patiently in the grand hall of the Guo residence, awaiting the arrival of their host. A mere gesture, devoid of any embellishment, conjured an ethereal finger, reminiscent of a divine entity, instilling profound terror. The might of the thunder struck the surface, yet it bore little significance, akin to a gentle tickle upon the void, failing to elicit any defensive response. The mere utterance of those two words had extinguished the hopes of countless aspiring disciples yearning to join the Fengxian sect. In such dire circumstances, the police were overwhelmed. And should they manage to locate Gong Yichen within 3 days, they would surely be hailed as modern-day Sherlocks. The disciples were taken aback. Even the leader of the inquires sect could hardly believe the reality unfolding before him. His recent void handprint had consumed 70% of his cultivation, and it was inconceivable for anyone, even a master, to rival him. Yet, the current events were indeed astonishing. The two elders of the Divine Pill Hall were ecstatically jubilant as they personally decapitated the seeking fire chicken, extracting a fiery 7th-tier beast core, before carelessly discarding the carcass to others tasked with salvaging its valuable components. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that if he were to be confined to space, his words would not be silenced. Should he awaken and wreak havoc, it would spell trouble. This Lioi dog immortal had unleashed such a multitude of demons, it appeared there were no fewer than several dozen. Their party had come to the Great Xia to fulfill a mission, only to suffer failure and lose several junior brothers in the process. With that, Zifeng adopted a spectator's demeanor, observing Chen Emma with a smirk, thinking to himself, "Ha, you mocked me. Let us see how you fare now." Subsequently, Jiang Yunsheng felt a sudden jolt, as if something had struck his Naiwan palace. The once orderly golden specks of light have become a chaotic swirl, crashing about within the confines of the mud pill palace. As night descends, a thick fog dissipates, leaving the heavens devoid of twinkling stars and the moon, all obscured by dark clouds. This predicament is unavoidable. His cultivation period has been far too brief, merely a fraction, 1%, of his several millennia of existence. Titles such as Best Actor, Best Director, and God of Song have all been conferred upon the merely 26-year-old Chen Mo. If this is indeed the case, Director Wang feels that Chen Mo is exceptionally well suited for this program. Handsome, musically talented, skilled in culinary arts, and capable of generating entertaining variety show effects. Currently, their family is utterly at odds with the third family, having transformed into adversaries, making reconciliation exceedingly difficult under normal circumstances. By the 30th, he will have made the necessary arrangements with the Dragon King of the Four Seas and the Thunder God and his consort. At that time, Mother Shen remained skeptical. As in her recollection, Yi Mei was a well-mannered and self-respecting young lady, in stark contrast to her capricious and headstrong elder sister. Volume 1. Chapter 55. Kidnapping the Eagle Clan Chief. That place is considerably safer. The dwellings of the Eagle Clan beastmen are constructed high among the trees, resembling sturdy fortresses. Undoubtedly more secure than stone houses, and they provide warmth as well. You Chao Sheng shook her head, for she still had to await the return of Qianyu and Dumi. Shall I return to the tribe first and come back to keep you company in the evening? You should rest a little longer. Song Lian placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice imbued with tenderness, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, warm and delicate. He softly laid her back onto the bed and covered her with a soft pelt, only departing after ensuring she had succumbed to slumber. His movements tender as if handling a precious work of art. The mark of their bond on his heart subtly radiated warmth, and his expression was filled with. Yet, when she gazed at those wooden stoppers, a sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had encountered them before. Consequently, the cultivation technique that Shui Xingzhou urged her to practice had remained stagnant. Although it could dissipate the coldness within her, it was unable to fully dispel it. Leaving her progress halted, Gu Jingfeng, unable to bear it any longer, struck Song Shi decisively at the nape of her neck just as she was about to lunge forward, causing Shenqing to collapse into Song Shi's embrace. Oblivious to her surroundings. Alas, after 30 years of a life marked by tranquility and restraint, she had thought herself resilient, only to find her defenses shattered in an instant. Is this truly a corrupt thought? You are so little, and I am not a eunuch. It has been quite some time since I was with Shou Qing. How could I possibly remain unaffected unless I had become Wang Mujiang? The expansive wine-tasting room was divided into distinct sections based on regional variations, with sommeliers hailing from various corners of the globe. Some even had dedicated translators alongside them, offering explanations as they sampled the wines. When Sister Shenqing entered, Lan Chao had just exited. Upon seeing Shenqing, Lan Chao offered a slight bow, but Shenqing merely waved her hand, indicating no need for excessive courtesies. Before stepping inside with a gentle call, Shenqian Shui cast a sharp glance at her and then reached for the heart knot, her expression cooling. With a firm grip, she completely destroyed the heart knot. The sky was overcast as I approached the entrance, where Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Yuan were squatting, smoking. To this day, Jiang Di had yet to accept a single disciple, but should he decide to do so, it would surely stir the entire Phoenix spirit state, presenting an unparalleled opportunity. Previously, he often spoke of Chu Xia, and I had thought he wished to befriend her, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed my assumptions were misplaced. The night pearl traced a brilliant arc across the sky, only to extinguish its light before it could reach the ground. With his current strength, under the veil of the heavenly path, even the monarch of a half-demon realm would likely be unable to see through his disguise. In a short while, the vessel reflected a scene of blooming flowers, accompanied by a fragrant blend of wine and blossoms wafting through the air. William was the first to retrieve his phone from his pocket, handing it to Fan Jinhua, saying, "My communication device consists solely of this mobile phone." The surroundings were incessantly bombarded, yet the formation before him remained unyielding. A figure, akin to a wraith, materialized before him, planting a foot upon his knee, leaping upward with a bent elbow aimed to strike down upon his crown. Moreover, a brilliant radiance expanded outward, and sensing the impending peril, countless warships stirred, only to be swept up in the chaos. In such a prime of life, losing one's right arm was undoubtedly an excruciating fate for him. The unexpected request from Li Yuru took Li Suqiu by surprise, her expression revealing a hint of ambiguity. With a gentle grip on his shoulder, UCI led them forward. Upon opening that Weibo post, the comments had already amassed in the hundreds of thousands, propelling the topic to the forefront of trending discussions. The more he matured, the longer he endured, the more the rebellious spirit of youth he had suppressed within himself accumulated, resulting in an increasingly formidable inner strength. The faces of the performers were illuminated with joy. Having previously endured ridicule from the envoys of the Western Dan Kingdom, they now found a semblance of dignity restored. Though the hope of soaring to greater heights seemed to dim, despite having surpassed 30 yet possessing only the cultivation of the 9th layer of spirit origin, they were still praised as a prodigy, with whispers of family legacies and promises of eventual ascendance to true essence. Besides the dragon's saliva, within the stronghold of the sea tribe, several precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures were also discovered. At that moment, a slender figure clad in black approached the bedside, holding a bowl of dark, viscous concoction, his lips curling into a satisfied smile as he gently roused her. The coarse voice of the drought demon snapped thoughts back to reality, as it was confined in a corner, solemnly declaring that the lowly ants would soon meet their demise, followed by a series of mocking laughs before falling silent. At this juncture, Zhoda, who had long surveyed the situation, mourned for Lan Wei once more, suddenly feeling an ominous gaze fixed upon him. Turning to glance at Li Song, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Upon hearing Chao Wuzui's words, Tang Liu's lips twitched, noticing the peculiar stares from those around him. Presently, the Liu family reigned supreme, and amidst this fleeting tranquility, one could only wonder what grand conspiracy lay in wait. The chief family members were perplexed, scanning the surroundings yet failing to spot the third young Master Qi. Although the influence of the purchasing agent had waned, the insights and experiences gleaned remained. Moments ago, Master Yin had called, informing him that Fenger was in trouble. Xiao Yujin's voice was hushed. He shared a good rapport with Yin Zhan, who had previously warned him to keep the Qiao family low profile, as they had inadvertently attracted the attention of significant figures, lest they face catastrophic consequences. I do not possess Teacher Su's phone number, but I have her QQ, which I added during my last visit to her home with Yi Tian. Xiao Wudong spoke with a hint of shyness. However, regarding whether Qing Cheng should assume the position of Qing Guohua, it would depend on how Qing Guohua's illness progresses. At this moment, Luo Hao's spiritual power was remarkably formidable. He claimed the second position, for here, no one dared to assert themselves as the first. His soul exerted a pressure that left his opponent utterly subdued. Within the Hall of Death, the figure of death raised its head, its eyes piercing through the cosmos, observing the fragments of phoenix power in this universe, which turned and emitted a low hum, yet remained unafraid. Over time, Ling Qiuyin grew indifferent, turning a blind eye as long as no one absurd enough dared to disrespect the lord of the Cloud Court. At this moment, Xiao Tongtian laughed heartily, his expression one of realization. Upon his words, the cultivators felt a newfound clarity ahead, although they had already resolved to fight fiercely. The thought of the Demon King Mo Xian's transformative prowess still left them with a sense of uncertainty. Volume 1, Chapter 56. Be obedient now. Subsequently, she was compelled to endure the relentless battering of wind and rain, each strike not painful but amplifying her sensations entirely. It felt as though an electric current coursed through her body, awakening every pore with awareness. Although Song Lian's movements were powerful, they were not violent. His gaze flickered with a hint of affection and possessiveness. The breath of You Chao Sheng gradually became rapid, his body growing sensitive and fervent under his ministrations. With me by your side, must you still think of others? My dear, you are rather disobedient. I yearn to speak. Yet all that escapes my lips are murmurs. Within the warm cavern, her form seemed to melt away. My dear. No sooner had the words left her lips than Kong Ruishue beheld a spectral figure, identical in appearance to Lu Mengqing, emerging from her body. Indeed, it was the remnant soul of Lu Mengqing. She then watched as the remnants of Lu Mengqing's spirit gradually transformed into luminous particles, merging into the very fabric of the palace. Alas, I shall not dwell on this. I shall simply refuse acceptance when the time comes, she sighed, speaking to herself. After having tantalized Edward's appetite, Li Ningyu smiled and nodded, saying, very well, since you have said so, I see no reason to continue my refusal. Everything transpired as if in a flash of lightning. Had it not been for the first officer in the command room announcing they had descended to a depth of 200 meters, the assembled onlookers would have thought the submarine was still gently sinking. Yet, there were still some who expressed disbelief at such a rapid descent to 200 meters. We are currently seeking solutions as well. Merely obtaining their information and phone numbers is quite a challenge, and it will take time to reach out to each one. Someone murmured anxiously. Qiu Jin felt as though all her strength had been drained, tears streaming down her cheeks. What? The princess, in her overwhelming excitement, had inadvertently aggravated her abdominal wound, a sharp pain coursing through her. Gritting her teeth, Qiu Jin ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, Song Huaizhu inquired, leaving Xinjiang astonished. Staring blankly at him, he could not help but question his own judgment. Was this person not a mere seventh-layer practitioner, but rather a half-step into innate, or even an innate transformation? Otherwise, how could he perceive the refining of his spiritual light? Wishing to transmute the void into reality? The entire sword gate was fraught with exhaustion, as lives were lost daily, keeping everyone perpetually on edge. They had thought that being imprisoned in the dungeon would signal the end, yet the chime of the bell clearly indicated that matters were far from over. Seizing the moment of its anguished cry, I abruptly released my body and rolled away, seizing my blade in hand. Die! I shouted, the steel blade crashing down upon its head. I apologize. I should not have led you aimlessly in my wake. Thus, I wish to inquire if you have any plans for the future? Li Ningyu has always been willing to shoulder the consequences of his own negligence and mistakes. The group was the first to leave the research institute and return to the accommodation arranged by the system, while Suyu remained behind to handle the aftermath, or rather, to eliminate 682. Now that they have returned home, They have also received news from the system that Siyu should be on his way back. Suddenly, a hearty voice echoed, and the transparent barrier in the sky shattered, followed by a beastly roar that resonated through the heavens. A man driving a peculiar vehicle crashed through the barrier, descending from the heights above. The 10 agile super soldiers in the air abruptly halted, suspended in midair, their faces hidden behind masks displaying profound anguish. Among this group, Edward, hailing from a previous life, preferred to refer to them as protagonists. Much like the Peter Parker before him, the greater the amplification, the more it signifies the world's fragmentation. Ultimately, when the amplification ceases, the world will face total disintegration. The common folk were not pleased. Some claimed that the loyal officials and ministers had fallen victim to treachery within the court, demanding justice for Lord Hai and seeking to rescue him. Moreover, You Sheng had now achieved the pinnacle of his physical form, reaching an extraordinary state of gold, enhancing his power further, rendering the rising sun in the skies increasingly helpless against him. In addition, 3 chilling presences swiftly approached, belonging to the great Master Dantai Yue and the former Master Shang Wanyu, among other water system saints from the Cold Moon Palace. However, even so, Yushan did not leave immediately. He sought the domain of the fiery beast, naturally in search of fire. Regardless of whether it was the 5-flower python or the Een soldiers, they were absorbing the fire essence from this location, which accounted for their peculiar states. No problem. I have decided to invest in the construction of 50 extreme martial arts schools as compensation for this endeavor, Jack declared resolutely. Li Sivan, looking worried, once again offered one of her remaining 2 pills to Jiang Li. Fu Yinxiu gazed at Su Chao's silhouette for a while, sensing that something was amiss with her today. They couldn't help but recall Zhao Su's words brought back by Wan Yin Meiyan. The outcome of this war had already been predetermined. If left unaddressed, countless ordinary people would similarly resort to malevolence in their struggle for survival, leading to an endless cycle, increasingly chaotic and tumultuous. Xian Zhengqing responded, as if he had contemplated this countless times. Although Fang Zizing verbally expressed otherwise, Li Sivan discovered that his gaze would often, albeit subtly, linger on Yin Ruo. A cold sweat broke out on Su Chao's back as she realized that old Master Fu seemed intent on dismissing her before Fu Yinxiu and Zhao Siyuan's marriage. However, amidst the howling winds and sudden downpour of the night, Li Yuan finally grasped the exquisite comfort of the duck-down quilt. Blood continued to flow profusely from his wound. As Su Yuan fumbled to switch on the light and pressed a cloth strip against the injury to staunch the bleeding. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Su Qiao immediately spotted the familiar Maybach. The flying teapot was cleaved in 2 by Song Qiyu's sword. He turned to glance at Li Sivan, his eyes brimming with a barely contained fury, yet infused with a sense of helplessness. After a brief pause, as if wrestling with some inner turmoil, Li Qin resolutely spoke up. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the Zhang family's courtyard. Wu Tsulan recognized it as Meng Xian's and hurriedly responded, stepping out to greet her. Once this brand becomes familiar to the public, the mere sight of a maple leaf will evoke thoughts of Maple City, and in turn, thoughts of the Ping Gang vegetable dumplings. This subtle, unconscious recognition is of paramount importance in the realm of business. As for whether the body has been touched by a man, even the most advanced modern technology cannot discern such matters. Volume 1, Chapter 57, The Return of the Hunting Team, The Clingy Big Tiger. Outside the stone house, a sudden commotion erupted. Ailey promptly set down the stone bowl in her hands. Her ears caught that familiar sound. The hunting team had returned. I heard it. Her voice resonated with excitement and anticipation. You Chao Sheng swiftly followed her out of the stone house, and before them lay a vast expanse of snow, where a group of figures was gradually approaching. At the forefront was Qian Yu, his beastly form exuding an imposing presence, adorned with an array of prey, resembling a mobile treasure trove. The clan leader and Aya were busily assisting in unloading the spoils, their faces radiating satisfaction and joy. Upon spotting her, Qian Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as he eagerly advanced. Within the halls of Liu Bei's palace in Chengdu, the news of Zhang Fei's defeat and capture left Liu Bei in a state of utter disarray. He hastily sought an audience with Zhuge Liang, who, citing ill health, avoided the meeting. Liu Bei, consumed by anxiety, incessantly summoned individuals to request an audience, yet Zhuge Liang continued to claim he was resting and unable to meet. With a long, heavy sigh, he lamented the unpredictability of life, wishing fervently for Zhuge Liang to emerge from his malaise soon. She harbored profound doubts regarding Cheng Yihai's ulterior motives, unable to fathom what good could come from his request for her presence. Shin Jin, a slanderer and a conspirator, belonged to the Shin family, notably Shin Mu Yun. who had always held a disdain for her and sought to undermine her as the crown prince still struggled in his final throes. On the third day, as she bid farewell to Nan Nan, the scene was quite spectacular, with over a dozen employees from the company clad in deep blue uniforms, each proudly displaying the company insignia, causing onlookers at the airport to speculate about the arrival of a distinguished figure. Humph, do not speak of killing him. Even if I were to annihilate your entire Yi family, what difference would it make? Gu Ye's gaze shifted to Guan Pu, an icy malevolence seeping through his words. Having smoked a few cigarettes, Gao Yuan grew bored and discarded the butt on the ground, stamping on it vehemently until it was unrecognizable. Before lifting his head towards the Buick, following closely, Bai Ding Shan also dismounted, and Rongzheng handed him the cage he had been carrying. Exchanging a few words before proceeding to see the emperor and the old prince. I can add that this venture carries both high risks and high rewards, however. We will endeavor to minimize the risks to the utmost, ensuring at least your safety. This company will serve us for 3 to 5 years. And once the matter has passed, all shares will belong to you. Wang Weiguo revealed a fragment of information. However, ever since she became a mother, no one has guided her. It was as if she suddenly attained enlightenment, achieving a remarkable level of cultivation. After a brief moment, he surged forward, seizing Zhao Wei and employing the technique of shrinking space to hasten towards the barrier. He was genuinely afraid, not wishing to witness Zhao Wei's demise before his very eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Dula was not intimidated by the reputation of the ghost/sect. Instead, he confronted them head-on, seemingly having engaged in prior combat. Within the tranquility of Anning City, Zhou Dula regarded the cultivators of the ghost/sect with utter disdain. Otherwise, the word would spread, and even if Shangguan Lianxiu retrieved the 4 auspicious sacred robe, it would be a disgrace, akin to another resounding slap to the face. Utilizing this strategy, Li Cheng had previously caused Zhong Xiang and Yang Yao considerable distress, which allowed him to maintain the current situation in Dingzhou. Some disciples had also participated in the trial assembly, but due to various reasons, they had failed midway and thus returned early to the high platform. A significant number of disciples were present to observe the assembly, and they were keenly interested in the outcomes of the trial. In the Buddhist sect, Maitreya and Tathagata are traditionally at odds, as incompatible as fire and water. Yet, they each pursue their own paths, akin to strangers. Now, despite their youth, they have encountered numerous trials, their psychological resilience rivaling that of seasoned veterans. Yin Yueming felt vexed, inwardly lamenting, why does Fang Wurong have so much to say? What is there to discuss with the coarse rustic? As if foreboding had struck true. Upon finishing his words, a carriage hurriedly came to a stop before the Marquis's residence. A graceful figure leapt from the carriage, clad in thin garments, clearly having rushed out in haste. Tianxing was filled with anger, despite exerting all his strength. Why did Xian Yuangu still have the energy to stand by and deliver scornful remarks? While climbing stairs is not a challenge for special forces, who might ascend dozens of floors if necessary, Wang Chaoyang indeed despised the act of climbing. To him, the 6 flights of stairs seemed more exhausting than simply ascending them. Observing the chaotic realm of demonic energy behind him, Zhuyu hoped for a miracle, yearning for the return of the young man with a smile. Well. Truly deserving of the title of the Steel Knife Preparation Unit S No. 1. Monster, you have indeed lived up to your reputation, Victoria exclaimed, affirming the monster's prowess with 3 expressions of approval. This time, Humei and Qing Dai had just been ejected by the immortal Ascension Lake when someone approached them. Luo Tian, representing the Southern Sky City, was here to welcome the newly ascended immortals and was taken aback to find 2 arriving together in the morning. Since you have so boldly presented your head for me to strike, it would be remiss of me not to oblige. Yihan let out a cold smile. The blood spirit sword aimed directly at the attendant in the purple-blue robe. A massive blood hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the ice magic dragon, with even the heart exposed. In truth, this underground chamber was merely a ruse created by Darui to mislead others. All the fine grains were discarded within, and the entrance sealed, signifying that it would not be reopened for some time. As time passed, others would gradually forget the matter, leaving it unresolved. The tingling sound made him wonder if Murong Shui had been possessed by someone else. Where had this fellow disappeared to? They had agreed to return after the meal. Yet with the meeting approaching, he still had not shown up. Lin Shui casually found a seat in the classroom and complained to her roommate who sat beside her. 2 more days passed, and the mountains suddenly fell silent, causing the family descendants responsible for the ruckus below to feel a sense of doubt, uncertain of the situation above. With a hand that felt as if it bore 1,000 pounds of strength, it descended, unleashing a deep, resounding voice. as the dragon-like entity's crown erupted, splattering crimson and foul-smelling blood and brain matter. The grievances were now settled. He owed me nothing, and I owed him nothing, Fong Jun stated calmly. The entire city of heaven's sacrifice was personally overseen by the Jitian sect, as one of the large demonic sects that initially allied with the Red Spine sect. Jitian sect boasted 2 ancestors of the Yuanjing realm and 16 true practitioners, among whom 3 were renowned on the Xiaoling ranking, a testament to their abundance of talent. Volume 1, Chapter 58, The Vinegar Jar Overturned, both sides in an uproar. Xian Yu's fingers glided gently over her skin, his movements tender and filled with affection, as if he were cherishing the most precious treasure in the world. His lips brushed softly against her forehead, her eyes, and finally lingered on her lips. That kiss, gentle and passionate, like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples that spread outward. You Chao Sheng closed her eyes. Enveloped in a long-lost warmth, her heart raced as she felt Xian Yu's gentle caress, her breath gradually quickening, igniting with passion under his touch. Within the room, several small cubs had been herded into their nest by a little golden snake, the straw obscuring their view. However, the little tiger cub could not contain its energy, bounding playfully on the bed, occasionally leaping against Xian Yu's back, as the melodious strains of the zither filled the air. One might ponder the implications of Wang Shou's prodigious talent surpassing that of Ma Chao from Shanghai. What heights might one Xiu aspire to in the future? I found myself yawning repeatedly, each yawn more vigorous than the last, until the 50th yawn elicited a gentle tug at my sleeve. Looking up, I realized that the music had ceased, and the audience was staring at me in astonishment. What followed was predictable, amidst a cacophony of fervent cheers. Pi Zhadwa successfully claimed the first blood on this battlefield. Her breath quickened, causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically, her figure undeniably alluring and voluptuous. Were it not for the wind garment that cloaked her, she could easily rival the likes of Tsunade and Conan. Humph. I was personally chosen by the boss. You can ask him directly if you don't believe me. Do not compare me to you, declared the proud Yamada no Orochi, its 8 heads simultaneously displaying expressions of delight. With her piercing phoenix eyes raised defiantly, Shun Rue met the cold, abyssal gaze of Xian Yuan Wei. Their eyes locked in a moment of electric tension. Upon learning of Bardock's true identity, Rakage refrained from displaying any disrespect. Though he harbored a desire to test his mettle against this legendary deity, he could not wager the safety of his village. The man, with raven hair tied with a white ribbon, donned a robe of pristine satin, cinched at the waist with a long white silk sash. A piece of white jade adorned his upper garment, draped with soft, ethereal gauze. His brows extended elegantly, framing gentle, elongated eyes, a prominent nose, and skin as fair as freshly fallen snow. Drawn in by a fragrant aroma, Zhang Lishua gradually opened his eyes. As the hazy images before him sharpened into clarity, he became acutely aware of his fatigue, as if weighted down by unseen burdens at his joints. With great effort, he propped himself up on one side, resting a hand on his forehead. Rhodesia appeared somewhat bewildered, yet seemed to grasp the general sentiment. She slowly rose onto her toes, leaning in to bestow a kiss upon Yi Ying as a reward. After Chu Nan's unsuccessful bid for class monitor, Gu Zheng sought to offer him a comforting embrace. But the prideful Chu Nan only left her with the sight of his forlorn back. Since then, he felt a pang of guilt toward her, often reserving a seat for her during evening study sessions. What message does the lady of the house wish to convey to me? Wang Ming inquired, straightening his posture, yet still hesitant to sit upright. Has teacher Miao and Xiao Feng's prolonged poor performance been due to their sudden decline in football skills? Chunin found it increasingly intolerable. While a teacher's concern for their students is commendable, excessive interference in their affairs is unwarranted. The more conservative elders expressed disapproval of the scantily clad young women, their righteous indignation palpable. Among them, Lung Jinyue reacted most vehemently, incessantly lamenting the decline of moral standards. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the young women on stage, utterly transfixed. Having 2 capable assistants made a significant difference. Chunin finally understood the meaning of left arm and right arm, each indispensable to the other. Indeed, indeed. Ha ha ha, Dejian, would you like one? Before Song Chao entered, he turned to inquire. Waiting, in the prolonged darkness of the night, is an endless solitude, a chilling anticipation fraught with unknown threats. It is a slow torment, an enduring anguish. In truth, Chester was merely attempting to ascertain whether Matt could successfully sign the contract, which, in itself, would be a significant opportunity for Matt. Now, he truly valued Matt's potential. They had come here, and certain matters within the court would need to be addressed by someone. As he had already spent a year in the valley, Meng Bing should have been outside all along. Otherwise, these guards would not have needed to remain here. As the blue sword of bygone unfurled in the night sky, Zhang Liang slowly pushed himself up from the ground, only to hear the rhythmic sound of his halt before him. A long blade was quietly pressed against his throat. After speaking, he intended to leave. But Shang Wanju recognized him as Li Qing from the city wall. He lifted the curtain and coldly remarked, "Li City Wall, it seems you have occupied this position for far too long." Suddenly, a glint of sharpness flickered in Lin Qi's eyes, and with a swift motion of his wrist, he produced a bell-like object from his sleeve. The entire bell, cast in ancient bronze, bore intricate silver inscriptions, clearly an extraordinary item. "If you truly need it, would you genuinely seek me out?" he asked uncertainly. Shi Zhenglin knew that persistent questioning might not elicit a response from her, and could even provoke her ire. This was precisely why she held disdain for him, so he resolved to refrain from incessant inquiries. "I am aware, yet one cannot disregard Yuan Han's feelings. Which leaves me in a quandary." Distressed, Lin Xinyu was at a loss regarding what to do. Opposite the Night Overlord sat a youth appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, clad in thin, loose garments, his muscular physique and healthy complexion unmistakable. With his rugged demeanor and sharp features, he was none other than the 11th elder of the Yi family, Yi Yun. This must be what they refer to as the Heart of Water. Under the protection of a true energy shield, Yifeng finally held the Heart of Water in his hands. Zhui Yifeng had long heard Yun Chang mention that the Yuan Sheng, though a divine beast of the 9 heavens, was also an immortal soul. Yet, after such a long companionship, he had remained oblivious. Upon hearing Yuan Sheng speak of it, he felt a pang of melancholy. Yifeng, with an expression of indifference, lifted the fallen Yi Huanlin with a single motion. A flash of cold light gleamed in his eyes as he expelled his true energy, instantly depleting all of Yi Huanlin's innate energy, leaving not a trace behind. Silently, he leaped out of the window. He could not appear directly in his home from the room, for it would surely raise his mother's suspicions. Everyone knew he had gone beyond the wall. Even if he were to return, he would have to use the front door, wouldn't he? "Mother, what brings you here?" Bing Shen rose, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing at Jin Xing with an air of indifference as he inquired. Yang Si, unfazed, shrugged nonchalantly before indulging in yet another emotional performance with Ruan Shisu and Shui Yanlai, only consenting to let Ruan Shisu depart afterward. Eris, however, was not one to surrender easily. Unable to employ her mystical abilities, she resorted to Western combat techniques. Yet, no matter the strategy she employed, that detestable yellow tongue of Huang Li seemed to anticipate her every move, effortlessly neutralizing her attacks. In the early morning of the next day, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a gentle glow upon Qian Yu's white fur. Upon awakening, he promptly crouched beneath the treehouse of You Chao Sheng, emitting a low, anxious howl. Song Lian, with his muscular upper body bared, looked down upon the tempestuous little tiger below with an undeniable air of authority, his gaze conveying a clear command. "Cease your noise. She is still asleep." Qian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling 2 blazing flames as he urgently exclaimed, "I must take Chao Sheng back. The cubs are still waiting at home." Song Lian retreated to the treehouse, swiftly and adeptly donning his animal hide before carefully tending to the bed. "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a in-locking dragon trap, and it is merely a component of a larger formation," Yihan remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Very well, brother. Do rest early," Mo Ling replied, having completed the task assigned by Feng Ziyu, showing no inclination to linger. With that, Jin Yuna averted her gaze from Luo Xia, stepping forward in her crystal high heels without a second thought. Upon hearing Lu Yusin's comment, I merely offered a faint smile, refraining from disclosing the matter of preventing my son's celestial eye from closing, lest I frighten her. It is said that the mountain guarding bell of the Tianfeng ancient sect only tolls when the protective array is under attack. This method, time-consuming and fraught with peril and uncertainty, led Yifei to conclude that it should only be employed as a last resort. Though Zheng Xin was the captain, in the face of life and death circumstances, Yifei's counsel was worthy of her consideration. "Haha, Junior, you may consider your assertion correct, but what of it?" the aged voice inquired calmly. Upon her remarks, I surmised that the mechanisms here might extend beyond merely the 2 elevators. After finishing her statement, Jin Yuna did not afford Wang Tianjia the courtesy of a response, abruptly terminating the call. The corridor on the 2nd floor was lined with numerous rooms, causing Lu Fangquan to traverse back and forth among the various chambers. "Second brother, have you revealed your name to anyone?" Rian pressed her lips together and playfully inquired. However, back when Lord Thunder had not regained his divine powers, It was exceedingly easy for him to reclaim what was his. This time, the situation is markedly different. Not only has Lord Thunder restored his divine strength, but the 12 divine envoys also gather around him. It is likely that anyone attempting to seize something from Lord Thunder now would meet with a dismal fate. Yet, it was evident that this statement conveyed an entirely different meaning to Uni. The expression that was about to grace the boy's face abruptly vanished, as he grappled with how to face his mentor without erring. Xia and Mei also noticed in Ishi, a smug smile curling at their lips as they approached him. Men are often drawn to her, and Ishi is no fool, and Fu Liyan had made his hints abundantly clear. It suffices to infer the direction of his thoughts. The cursing crow is fiercely competitive. Indeed, all those in gray robes possess an indomitable spirit. Although they acknowledge each other's distinct roles within their profession, they exude immense confidence in realms beyond their expertise. "I shall accompany you," Elsa declared, raising her gaze to meet Qixi's eyes. She then lowered her head to continue polishing the bar, seemingly impervious to Qixi's attempts at persuasion, as though he were a mere figment of her imagination. It is preferable to use one's fingers. Traditions that have endured for millennia must be preserved. Employing nail clippers is considered heretical. Instinctively, the cursing crow sensed that allowing these magical tendrils to approach the current silversmith might precipitate unfortunate events, especially since Qixi had lost his senses of hearing and sight. Leaving only the tactile feedback from the tendrils, he would likely be unable to control their movements. After all, those who disturb it are invariably punished. And its ire had somewhat diminished. It is a creature with a clear distinction between public and private matters. Those who disturb it are merely other humans. And as long as they do not take action against it, it will not hold them accountable. "I understand." Su Injin raised a glass. His stern lips pressed into a thin line, the icy glimmer in his eyes nearly capable of shattering ice. Wang Haoming took a white wax rod Luoyang shovel prepared by Lu Can, and compared to the one in his hand, it was roughly half the weight. However, this white wax rod, measuring over 2 meters, was far less convenient to carry than the tool he held. "Mother, did you not consider me when you acted this way? What do you regard Song Song as? A mere machine for bearing children?" Su Injin exclaimed in fury, a sudden ache piercing his chest. Sui immediately knelt on the ground, bowing as she spoke. "To behold the Emperor's countenance is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. I do not dare to seek rewards. If only I could, I would wish for the Emperor to release me from the palace. But now, having been thrust into this tempest, how could I even voice such a desire? Since your illness began, she has remained by your side. You ought to know this without my saying it." Su Inqian spoke slowly. "That day, you were on the brink of death. We all believed you would perish. Qiaosong could not bear the weight of it, and collapsed right after leaving the emergency room. Apart from procuring 4 long-range aircraft from Boeing for flights between London and Los Angeles, Newport Airlines has recently acquired nearly 20 medium to short-range aircraft from Bombardier Aerospace, firmly establishing itself as a significant client of the latter. What is the matter? No news. But where could Shichen have gone? Just wait, I'll call him again." Setting down his chopsticks, he grabbed his phone from the table and dialed, listening to the endless ringing on the other end, yet no one answered. Giving birth is never painless, is it? You think you can go in there, either to bear her pain or to endure it for her? Su In's tone grew sharp. "Ha, Elder Yang, do you understand now?" Zhao Zixian said with a hint of pride, for this was indeed his achievement. It seems he alone could produce such results in the entire world. "Lord Shen," Gu Yanzhao called out as he approached the prison door. Even now, doubts lingered in his mind about how smoothly he had entered the ancestral hall tonight, without any obstruction. Seeing Lord Shen sitting motionless with his back turned, his heart tightened. Volume 1, Chapter 60, The Invasion of the Wolf Clan, and Wei Ye's Escape. You Chao Sheng took a sip of the soup, and the exquisite flavor caused her eyes to glimmer with delight. She could not help but exclaim, "This soup is simply marvelous." Upon hearing her praise, Song Lian's lips curled into a subtle smile of satisfaction. He was aware of his culinary skills. Yet receiving such acknowledgement from You Chao Sheng filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Xian Yu observed Song Lian's smug demeanor. Though a twinge of rivalry stirred within him, he could not deny the exceptional quality of Song Lian's craft. Turning to You Chao Sheng, he gazed at her with a touch of anticipation, saying, "My dear, you must also try the roasted plump beast that I prepared." You Chao Sheng accepted the roasted plump beast passed to him by Qian Yu and took a gentle bite. Thus, Naichuan Keiko spared no effort in tempting Meng Diao, employing every means at her disposal in bed, all to retain his presence. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't help but chuckle. It was splendid news. Yin Yin was to undergo surgery, and perhaps post-operation, his depression would gradually improve. At that moment, despite his formidable martial arts prowess, He had yet to reach the path of utmost sincerity, a state where one could foresee events, akin to the cicadas sensing the autumn breeze before it stirs. Although he instinctively sensed some danger in this venture, his caution was not directed towards Li Gisang but rather towards Li Longji, from whom he had severed an arm. Seeing the scene, Bai Fa Sin Qian Zhang gritted his teeth, and an overwhelming aura surged from him, his countless strands of hair resembling sharp spikes, all aimed at himself. And Yi Ling and Xiao Yu exchanged a glance, both finding humor in each other's eyes. Feng Jinsheng had just been intent on confronting the person who had unilaterally altered their decision, estimating that even if they survived, they would certainly face repercussions. However, this sentiment was limited to their perspective. Yun Xiaochen looked at Su Li with a sense of comfort. Yet he felt an added layer of regret and sorrow regarding Yun Yishuan's situation. Years ago, Yun Yishuan married a man she did not desire. And not a hint of a smile graced her face on her wedding day. Meanwhile, in Jianya City, things were relatively stable. Sula had access to some sources of information. However, in Jiahai City, with Bai Yangbo taken away, his channels of information had been severed, leaving him without any news. Only through mutual cooperation, each excelling in their respective strengths, could they collectively elevate everyone to a new pinnacle. Indeed, he suffered from hemorrhoids and had been preparing for surgery. Not expecting that Yi Qing would call it out so bluntly. Upon hearing this, Tang Chao was momentarily at a loss for words. In the past, when I studied Du Mu's poetry, I thought of the line, "A rider in the dust, the concubine smiles, unaware that lychees have arrived." Believing that Yang Guifei merely wished for lychees, a waste of the nation's resources. Little did I know, these corrupt officials surpassed even her extravagance. There was nothing pressing on that side, so I decided to take a stroll. Zhuang Tao took the cigarette, placing it between his lips, and replied, concealed in the shadows. The Nuntanyan, who was monitoring Jia Sharan, suddenly noticed him knocking an arrow, aiming directly at the red thread. In the spacious villa, the two sat opposite each other in the vast silence, their eyes unintentionally meeting, both feeling a rush of warmth and heartbeat. Please wait a moment, do not proceed. Huang Di shouted, sensing something peculiar yet unable to pinpoint the anomaly. Inside were many familiar figures, Ming Yuanyu, the head of the Ming family from Jianan, the Fire Dragon Lord, the Cold Dragon Lord, and the Thunder Dragon Lord from the Northeast Three Dragons, as well as Xue Dingshan from the Xue family in the capital. Alongside some familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar faces, reminiscent of characters from the relics. Qiu Yinhua, how did you end up like this? Wang Tianyi widened his eyes in disbelief. This scene left even the most formidable heroes feeling alarmed and apprehensive, compelling the remaining soldiers to retreat into the city in disarray. However, how could the monk Bukong, who served as the emperor's guardian sorcerer, be colluding with Yu Chao of the Divine Strategy Army? Hong Xian felt a lingering doubt within her heart. Others who sought to ally with Huang Di, witnessing the rejection of Master Ban Yu, begrudgingly abandoned their intentions. Watching helplessly as Huang Di and his companions receded into the distance, the unstoppable dunk reward, once activated, ensured that the user would achieve a slam dunk if they appeared within 3 meters of the opponent's hoop. By the time he realized, he cursed Siet Te vehemently. Though unwilling, he recognized that continuing on this path would surpass the limits of the magical attire. Beerus gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, Xiantian Demon Blood Elder. As a 9th-level Chaos Master, in a one-on-one confrontation, he would slightly surpass even the most esteemed figures of the strange continent. Lu Wei raised no objections, and curiously, he felt an inexplicable warmth towards Zhou Yun, as if they had shared a life together in a previous existence. Surprisingly, the method depicted in that image featured a red rope elegantly adorning the ankle, meticulously arranged with hollowed turtle shell designs in the center. Although it was an embellishment on the leg, it imparted a sense of comfort and artistry. Yet, how could she dare defy the commands of the heavenly commander? She hastily signed the contract and returned it to the White Wolf. A man, only about 5 centimeters shorter than herself, remarkably intelligent, with a dark complexion and a muscular physique, was provocatively gazing at her. Had it not been for Ao Yi, who had been admiring the elegant flight attendant and her beautiful legs while conversing with her before drifting off to sleep, he might have missed this moment. Fortunately, the developer had enhanced the greenery of the villa area to increase the privacy of each villa, resulting in a remarkably high coverage of vegetation throughout the estate. Thus, the journey to the villa where Watanabe Kinji resided posed no difficulty for Wang Nambe, observing the seemingly simple yet exceptionally kind-hearted Aunt Yun. Chen Deng felt a surge of emotion. Aunt Yun, merely an ordinary servant of the Yu family, devoted herself wholeheartedly to the family, treating everyone as if they were her own kin. To speak frankly, it is truly remarkable that Sister Yun has achieved this. In the blink of an eye. The disciples of various factions, who were once retreating in despair, have now transformed their demeanor and begun to fiercely assault the densely packed ranks of rebels. Furthermore, the recent plot by Yuan Shaowei to assassinate Yuan Xin has led to Emperor Li Ji's decision today. At this moment, witnessing Qin Fan employing the Grand Formation to eliminate the powerful practitioners of the Nirvana realm, the middle-aged man's smile deepens, and he increasingly finds it commendable. Initially, with the foundational water techniques of Level 4, Water Pillar, Water Shield, and Mist Technique, he has augmented them with the Double Dragon Water Howl, signifying a qualitative leap in offensive capability. Upon release, two identical water dragons actively engage the enemy, vastly superior to ordinary water techniques. Chioli laughed heartily, his loyal subordinates stained with Lu Ying's blood. Serving as a testament to their allegiance, even if they betray him, they would still be hunted by the Lu family. Although they had never encountered the legendary 9 sons of Kunlun, tales had circulated throughout the cultivation world. When she arrives in the center, the Empress Mother will not directly admonish her. At most, she will scold her later. The furnishings are not extravagant luxuries. Without millions, one could hardly arrange such decor. While such opulence is not surprising in the outside world, its presence in these deep, secluded mountains is indeed astonishing. Volume 1, Chapter 61, The Scalpel. Rescuing the Tiger Clan Tried. In the bone-chilling, icy expanse of snow, the corpses of the Tiger Clan and Wolf Clan lay intertwined, resembling a tragic tapestry. Many female members of the Tiger Clan, overwhelmed by despair, broke down in tears, their eyes filled with confusion and anguish. Why? Why must the Wolf Clan attack us with such cruelty? It is all because of that traitor, Wei Ya. A furious female tiger cried out, her eyes ablaze with righteous anger. It was the Wolf Clan that took her away. I witnessed it clearly. She betrayed us. Why? Why must they treat us this way? Another female tiger lamented, her voice echoing mournfully against the cold wind. You Chao Sheng held the medicine. Thus, various regions commenced a grand reconstruction of their roads. However, the primary transportation hubs between major cities posed a formidable challenge before Zhang Yi. How would he resolve this predicament? Even with Yuan Zhen's formidable abilities, he could not have anticipated the sudden offensive from Ling Tiandi, which emerged as a lethal strike. By the time he reacted, 2 bolts of lightning had already descended upon him. They were guarded by an ancient poisonous bird, accompanied by 5 toxic divine birds, each possessing a unique venom potent enough to easily slay an immortal emperor. Even the immortal emperor would think twice before provoking these 5 toxic divine birds. Spheres of light levitated in the air, each marked with a number to represent each participating prodigy. Zhang Yi extended his finger, employing the Lingxi finger to firmly grasp the curved blade that was cleaving towards him. At that moment, the Tuoba army finally realized that the disparity in strength between themselves and the figure before them was not trivial. They struggled for quite some time, but could not withdraw their curved blade. Far from Yuan Zhen, he already sensed a violent gale roaring towards him, causing his garments to flutter and billow. The 2 swift strikes that had just annihilated the Blood Sea demon ancestor were sufficient to astonish the immortal spirit Earth Immortal and the 10 great demon ancestors. Yet the subsequent scene was truly a paradigm shift. After establishing a foothold in the Vatican, confronting a relentless onslaught of problems and crises daily had left him weary and exhausted. Was it not time for it all to come to an end? Conversely, if the Snake King Mountain ultimately failed to lift the seal, or was compelled to disband, it was evident that the surrounding areas would fall under the dominion of the Qingmu Rich. Moreover, the 1,000 monkey demons, including Lu Er, had their territory enveloped within the body of the Qingling demon tree, clearly destined to succumb to the fate of being subdued by the Qingmu Ridge. This clearly disregarded Qin Shanjing's circumstances, overlooking his existence. His statements seemed utterly unreliable. Yet it was precisely Qin Shanjing's report that solidified the court officials' belief in Zhao Zhen's decree as increasingly credible. In truth, possessing excellent lightness skills did not guarantee invincibility. If Wang Wei and his companions' internal skills were on par with Lian Wubai, they could effectively compel Lian Wubai to engage in direct confrontation. For instance, a master of the caliber of Hen Wuhan could completely disregard Lian Wubai's advantages in lightness. Speaking, she exerted a slight force with her right hand, casting the tattered Chushan Bei onto the grass. Yet, the score not only failed to close the gap but instead widened step by step, threatening to descend into garbage time. Jiang Ning glanced at the ashen-faced Jue Yi. While he might feel sympathy for one whose heart has succumbed to despair, he harbored no lack of ruthless methods for such a creature that had committed countless heinous acts. Nangong Doling's white talisman twirled, and the nightmare charm was quietly cast. The water splashed forth, instantly transformed into hailstones, pelting down upon Master Chi Tian and leaving him dazed and disoriented. This was the first time Amber spoke. Her tone was not only cold, but her heterochromatic eyes seemed to freeze as well. Very well, indeed, I owe you a word of thanks. Although I still find it somewhat perplexing, I cannot deny the fact that she has saved us. What is the nature of this matter? How do you intend to handle it? I clenched my fist and pointed with my thumb towards the motionless Hong Jiao Jiao over there. These divine beings possess countless spirit stones and elixirs. While they may not rival Jiangnan, the collective strength of so many deities is certainly enough to be compared with Jiangnan. Would you believe me if I claimed I was framed by Li Yanhua? Jiangning furrowed his brow. What they truly safeguard are those phenomena born of anomalies, which defy convention and reality. Zhang Jingwen's performance achieved tremendous success, overshadowing other singers that evening, claiming the top spot on the new song release chart and rapidly ascending into the top 5 of the American music charts, with an astonishing surge in downloads. Moreover, the souls filtered through the energy cluster were able to nourish Li Zhichen's mental strength, allowing it to grow once more, regardless of his intentions. I have but one purpose. If I cannot find peace, neither shall anyone else. If I cannot survive, then you shall perish alongside me, Zhao Lin proclaimed with fierce determination. Upon realizing her downfall, Ma Burong became despondent, escorted away by 2 bodyguards. To the onlookers, with the primary salary issue resolved, the remaining concerns seemed trivial. Li Shou decisively waved his hand, indicating that everything else could be discussed amicably. Diu de Biao then introduced himself and the others, leading them into the villa while engaging in conversation. The very next day, numerous calls flooded into Shiwan's hands. She was well aware of Qin Fin's character and his recent hardships, thus she turned them all down without exception. She harbored selfish motives, believing it would be best for Li Wangkai to handle such matters. Lin Chuan, Feng Lingfeng, and Fenger gazed upwards at the swirling vortex in the sky, which at that moment had a diameter of only a few dozen meters. In contrast, Green's battleship was ablaze, and those aboard were dizzy from the chaos. They were fortunate to have survived their own weaponry. King Yinluo nodded slightly, understanding that this was not the first nor the last time the underworld would undertake such remedial actions, as it was entirely reasonable. Ya, my dear, tell mother. How did you end up here? Huargio gently patted her back, reassuring her with rhythmic strokes, and after confirming Ya's emotions had calmed, he softly inquired. The most significant figure, undoubtedly, is the Emperor of Fengdu. This ruler is akin to the Yellow Emperor of the mortal realm, replaced every 3,000 years, overseeing all affairs of the underworld. If you don't want to speak, then don't. What's so remarkable about it? Shen Luoyao, lacking confidence, nevertheless haughtily huffed. What if the noble consort does not mind the trouble? The noble consort's body was injured during this pregnancy, making future conceptions difficult. Should you bear a son, he would become a formidable ally to the crown prince. If a daughter, her marriage could likewise bolster the crown prince's standing. The noble consort would be absolutely delighted. The pear blossom, unable to restrain herself, uttered a sarcastic remark. Thus, Huajio, supported by Chun, staggered out, her steps unsteady. She could distinctly feel the icy gaze of Master Shi fixated on her, akin to a venomous serpent, until she reached a corner where his presence could no longer be perceived. A land, vast beyond measure, hundreds, if not thousands, of times larger than the Huaxia continent, was silently completed. Huaji, reluctantly lifting her skirts and bending her knee, acknowledged that Bai Ying, possessing a heart as intricate as 1,000 openings, managed all affairs for Princess Yanga. Having encountered all manner of individuals, she chose not to engage with Huaji, thus treating her as if she were invisible while she attended to Huajio and Huaman. Volume 1. Chapter 62. The Escape. The Great War begins. Song Lian sighed helplessly, his voice tinged with gravity. The Wolf clan would undoubtedly return, for they held grudges deeply. Worry and vigilance flickered in his gaze. These immobile males also required relocation. You Chao Sheng's voice bore a note of resoluteness. She understood the urgency and the necessity of finding a secure refuge. You Chao Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, just as Aya emerged, cradling 7 little cubs in her arms. Her expression was filled with sorrow, as if enveloped by grief. Let us relocate everyone to the underground cave of the Tiger clan, she suggested. Mother, the clan leader and Qin, you will be fine. Do not fret too much. You Chao Sheng comforted Aya, his heart. Upon noticing Keita sitting beside his close friend, engrossed in hushed whispers with him, and sure you of Xia Jiqiu, Luan also glanced around the multimedia room, quickly realizing he was at a loss for what to do. Through his blurred vision, a vague figure approached his direction. In this place, the only person likely to be seeking dogs was Lu Qi, a fact that Ling Zun understood well. However, he found it puzzling that the usually energetic Lu Qi had returned to his previous position by walking. Of course, should anything happen to this spaceship, their respective families would send individuals to their aid. All they could do was hope for favorable fortune. Yet, this approach would diminish their other strengths, and over time, their overall power would wane. At this moment, the onlookers were somewhat taken aback. They had originally anticipated a spectacle and did not believe that the current Huaxia Empire could uncover any news. In Shaoquan, upon hearing this, looked at Kunyu with a face full of confusion, having discerned that Kunyu was no ordinary foundation-building practitioner. Indeed, while the tree spirits possessed formidable strength, their lack of spiritual techniques and limited intelligence prevented them from fully harnessing their capabilities. Beneath the headquarters of the Scorpion clan, at Scorpion Ridge, lay a cave known as the Pearl Cave, a site reserved for the clan's high priest to perform rituals. The surrounding companions abruptly opened their eyes, clearly startled awake by the sudden tremors. The soldiers scrambled to their feet, faces marked with shock as they exchanged bewildered glances. If an immortal body could negate the damages caused by conflicting energies, one could pursue the realm of opening the heavenly gate without concern. However, no one regarded this colossal entity as a mere trifle, especially considering the bizarre events of the day. The crossbow launcher, unparalleled across the continent, could recklessly expend vast amounts of golden feathers. The seventh prince cast a glance at Duan Lang, pondering deeply. With determination, he rose and knelt on the ground. Feng Zhuan frowned. Lu Jingshan had been appointed in the capital after he was dismissed. Even when attending the grand wedding in Lidu later, Feng Zhuan had not encountered him. Only hearing his name without ever meeting him. Just ensure you can distinguish the genuine from the false. I have no interest in other materials. I only desire jade. Longan remarked, his words somewhat verbose yet imbued with warmth. Li Mai listened quietly, nodding in agreement as he absorbed the information. With nimble hands, the fish was deftly sliced, and the lobster prepared and placed into the steamer. Abel removed his armor piece by piece, retrieving a splendid outfit from somewhere, resembling a gentleman preparing for a grand ball, complemented by a long, pointed sword. However, the quality of the opponent's elixir was commendable. If his own elixir could not match that quality, he would find it difficult to surpass his adversary directly. Zhu Huang was reluctant to engage in battle, particularly not at this moment with the Ming dynasty. Currently, the Eastern Yang could triumph in 10 encounters against the Ming. Yet a single defeat would spell disaster for the entire army, a risk not worth taking. This was the extent of their capabilities. Meanwhile, Qi Jiguang orchestrated a formidable counterattack. He hefted the basketball, finding its weight nearly identical to before, then raised his hand, preparing to shoot. In the realm of the Jin brothers, they had never encountered anyone capable of stripping away or absorbing their realm's power since their birth. Legend spoke of such individuals, often embodiments of malevolence. Although he suspected Feng Ziqian's words stemmed from anger, he dared not take risks in such circumstances. What if Feng Ziqian truly lost her composure? With ample wealth, one could recruit soldiers and procure anything that could be bought with riches, including mercenaries, high-quality weaponry, and mid-tier elixirs. This thought caused Feng Yuan to break into a cold sweat. At this juncture, Su Hai paused momentarily, a knowing smile crept upon his lips. Typically, she addressed Fu Linchen by his name, yet today she willingly referred to him as Brother Fu. "Oh dear, esteemed guests, what would you like to eat?" He beamed, his demeanor towards them starkly contrasting with his attitude towards Yang Rue, beads of sweat cascading down his face. When it was said to be 8 o'clock, it was precisely that, not a second more, nor a second less, perfectly punctual. Upon witnessing the fearsome clash of the two fighters, those engaged in combat immediately retreated, eager to observe the outcome. "Brother Yuan, are you all right?" Su Fenglan inquired, her voice brimming with joy upon hearing Feng Yuan's tone return to its usual lightness. After speaking, Gri prostrated heavily on the ground, imploring, rendering Yu Yao unable to voice her intended refusal. The facade of calmness he usually maintained dissipated in the presence of family, revealing a rare playfulness. Not far from the forward camp, upon concluding his words, Dichi saw Yu Yao without hesitation lead the caravan and the injured Zhongzhunga back to camp. Junanji slightly raised her gaze to the moon outside the window, lifting her right hand in a delicate gesture, parting her lips gently. Simultaneously, on the other end of the internet, Qin Lingna's mood was entirely different. Elated, she opened her social media platform, watching her follower count surge, nearing 20,000. Her heart brimmed with joy and pride, as if she beheld a path adorned with flowers and applause unfurling beneath her feet. Volume 1, Chapter 63. In Search of the North, to Save the Tiger Clan. You Chao Sheng, disinterested in the distractions surrounding him, chose to disregard the cacophony echoing in his mind, effortlessly silencing the bothersome clamor. His gaze once again settled upon the lively little golden serpent that resided with the cub. Bending down, he spoke gently. "Cub, do you happen to know where your father is?" The little golden serpent flicked its tongue, its bright eyes darting with contemplation, and then, in a sudden burst of agility, it swiftly slithered towards the entrance of the cave, displaying remarkable speed and grace. You Chao Sheng hurriedly kept pace. As the little golden snake left a distinct trail in the snow, its petite form swiftly slithering across the wide expanse, seemingly guiding the way. Concerned for the little golden snake, Lan Jiang parted the misty haze, unknowingly reaching the afternoon. The lush scenery that had once flourished now turned to yellow. The wind, stripped of warmth, silently beckoned, revealing the clarity of the situation at hand. He owed her 2 lives, and with the addition of 1 for his sister Sienna, that amounted to 3 lives in total. She made no other demands, merely wishing for him to heal her mother's wounds. Yet ultimately, it proved futile. The sound of loud bangs reverberated, piercing the ears, and witnessing this scene, Wang Zitao let out a resigned sigh. He understood that disaster loomed, this time. Sulu would undoubtedly be enraged, yet it was all due to Wu Laosan's own folly, leaving no one else to blame. However, times had changed. The current Sulu was no longer the same as before his retreat. After refining his body, he had not yet reached the legendary innate realm, yet he had firmly crossed the threshold into the acquired realm. In this era, he was undeniably a formidable force, not to be underestimated by anyone. He began to rummage through the surroundings, eventually discovering a rusty iron pot in a corner, remnants of foul-smelling broth still lingering within. Communication had come to a halt. Both sides fell silent, while Shi Xian patiently awaited, and Yi Qingmian pondered repeatedly, finding a place to practice the martial zither, to stretch his muscles and invigorate his spirit was essential, especially after yesterday's heated argument with Ini. Upon completing his practice, he felt an inexplicable weariness, compelling him to acknowledge the zither's remarkable nature. Accompanied by Miao Yu, he foraged in the woods, and she filled a basket to the brim with pine mushrooms. "Did you think you were the only one growing?" At that moment, Tian Shui Yifeng let out a cold smile, producing a shield. "If you successfully manage to separate your will, I advise against hurrying back. It would be prudent to first find a way to contact those around you. Ensuring that your environment is safe upon awakening," suggested Huaji. The zombie soldiers surrounded the old monk, one by one charging forth, but as they approached, they were pierced by the golden radiance emanating from him. The muffled sound of bodies colliding with the door echoed from the innermost room. Barely perceptible by the time it reached the courtyard entrance, yet still audible. In truth, the opening time had long passed, but without Director Ji seated, the performance could not commence. Qing Yun had been absent for an extended period, and Shi Fifan, having exhausted his spiritual energy to 0, could not activate his fiery eyes to assess the situation, leaving him somewhat anxious. Luo Yoming gazed at Ji Shaohan's retreating figure. That man was both handsome and well-connected. She could hardly fathom Lin Rant's fortune in finding such a partner. They seemed particularly well-matched together. Xiang Xing declared his intent to summon Elder Quangshi, challenging him to compare their lions' prowess. He did not grant Shi Fifan the opportunity to explain and turned away abruptly. "The Yawang Valley is quite distant, and according to my calculations, the funds possessed by senior sister Qin are insufficient. While hailing a taxi, I must also keep a vigilant eye on the meter, fearing that the fare might exceed my financial capacity, which would result in an exceedingly awkward situation should I be unable to pay. Boss, are you all right?" Upon noticing Lei Weidong's nausea, Jenny gently patted the back of his head to ease his discomfort. Lei Weidong nodded at the 2 sisters and continued discussing the operations of the company with Lu Yueqin, while the Su sisters remained quietly by his side, listening intently. Anya did not choose to occupy a lofty position but instead sat alongside Mou, facing her 9 trusted subordinates who were seated on either side of the hall. "Ha ha." The 2 disciples erupted in laughter, then leaped onto a nearby rock. "How did we end up here?" Athena seemed to find this question quite amusing. She sat down on the spot, her gaze fixed on a corner of the wall not far from the embers, lost in thought. "Mua," at the sound of the voice. The man in the seat immediately rose and approached, bowing to the Taoist Yuan Da. "This gentleman is none other than Su Mu, the master of the 7-star tower. I share the same sentiment. The elephant stone likely senses the presence of white elephant blood within itself." Xuani also longs to harness the power of the elephant stone to enhance his own strength, rendering the white elephant blood even more pure and potent. In the He family, during He Rui's generation, neither brother possesses a business acumen. He Rui's has a passion for psychology, while He Ruisheng, having spent years navigating the business realm, possesses some capability. However, rekindling the He family's former glory has become increasingly challenging. In this match, Makaleli was assigned to the bench. The Cameroonian midfielder, Grimy, is suspended, while Varane and Crespo are resting in preparation for next week's Champions League clash against Sparta Prague. His eyes sparkled with a bright gleam as he lifted his gaze to the sky, only to turn it suddenly towards a particular focal point. His unfocused eyes were filled with vivid memories of the past, although Lu Bingquan and the others harbored reluctance. None dared to defy the decision issued personally by the big boss. Lu Fei hails from such a distinguished lineage, despite appearing refined and affluent now. One must consider with whom he is being compared. When compared to someone like Lu Fei, he simply pales in comparison. One might say he is worth less than a mere finger of Lu Fei's. Figures moved along the road, most of whom were cultivators, all flowing towards the Mu family's Muxian city. Dressed inconspicuously, Xuani blended into the crowd, immediately attracting the attention of those nearby. Volume 1, Chapter 64, Wounded. I will protect you. Bei Wang shielded You Chao Sheng and the cubs behind him as the wolf pack began to close in. His tail, as robust as steel, swung out to repel several wolves charging forward. He felt as if she had been jolted by electricity, sitting up in shock. She slightly raised her arm, her fingers hovering above his brow and eyes. The elemental transformation technology of the Crystal Throne has already been thoroughly researched. Now he possesses the skills of elemental affinity and the strategy of elemental embodiment. This approach is quite prevalent in the entertainment industry. When one seeks to obscure a particular truth, they often conjure something far more sensational. Years have passed, and although the old traditional doctor has departed from this world, Bai Yuanjing still upholds the daily ritual of practicing Tai Chi Gu Shuezhou. Drenched and floundering, cast a glance upward with eyes that seemed to perceive a demon. Every misfortune seems to befall me. Alas, who can still discern the difference between me and Doi? Perhaps it is a connection from a past life that binds me to you, making it impossible to let go at first sight. Ning Rusong gently twisted her wrist, deftly grasping her hand, his dark, enigmatic eyes revealing an inscrutable meaning. Zhang Yinshi felt a bittersweet sensation rise within her. After all, Zhao Mo had received so little love that she cherished every bit immensely. Perched on the back of a horse, above the hindquarters, lay a blood-soaked snow wolf, pierced by 3 arrows, gasping for breath. As she looked at the elderly man kneeling on the ground, his face swollen on both sides, for the first time, she revealed a smile in the presence of others. Although the simple-minded cow could not speak, he understood words. Upon hearing Lan Mei's remark, he instantly grew agitated, followed by 3 sharp moo sounds, far more piercing than before. Let us see what I can draw, placing her hand on the dual disc. Li Shui took a deep breath. Though in her past life, she had little faith in metaphysics granting her good cards, she had no choice now. Otherwise, Li Zheng would likely find himself in dire straits today. Qin Haoqian shook his head in his mother-s embrace, unable to believe that Tang Anning, with whom they had just shared food and merriment, could simply vanish. They had merely stumbled upon the depths of this abyss, encountering phantoms and spatial rifts. What were the chances of meeting a mercenary emerging from one of those rifts? Was it mere coincidence, or did such occurrences happen daily in this cursed place? Despite these thoughts, he stepped forward and unceremoniously tossed Viscount Wei into the low ring. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu instantly looked up at Lu Jinyu, seemingly perplexed by the latter's words. Thus, Lu Zong chose not to inspect the treasure chest directly. Instead, he prepared some food, allowing everyone to rest and regain their strength before approaching the chest. Even the strongest of humans, as long as they remain within the bounds of humanity, possess no capacity to resist against a pyramid of stacked bodies. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zong realized that this must be a prototype silver figure crafted by the Origin Hall, as all silver figures on this map were modeled after him. In summary, in the eyes of the Messiah, this girl bore little resemblance to a hero destined to save the world. However, this did not prevent all the fairies from holding her in high regard, viewing the hero as a beacon of hope for the world. As the palace gates closed, Yu Danqing straightened her back and descended the steps with poise. Upon reaching the square, she took a deep breath and turned to gaze back at the Hall of Governance, which lay still like a slumbering lion, quietly watching over the realm. Volume 1, Chapter 65, The Wolf Clan has been defeated, and Dumi returns. All the females gathered together, encircling Yu Chao Sheng. their eyes glimmering with a resolute light, adopting a defensive stance as if they formed an insurmountable wall of bronze and iron. Chaos Hen, you must leave now, Ailey urged anxiously, her voice tinged with a slight tremor, yet resonating with unwavering determination and resolve. In the depths of her mind, You Chao Sheng rapidly pondered strategies. Her brow furrowed as she discerned that the pack of wolves seemed intent on teasing them. The wolves, unhurried in their approach, exhibited a glint of cunning in their eyes, as if relishing the sight of their futile struggles. Observing that they had encircled You Chao Sheng, the wolf pack surmised that she was the divine maiden spoken of by Weiya. At precisely 8 o'clock, the freshman welcome party commenced at the Zhejiang University Stadium, which was brimming with attendees. Whether new students, returning scholars, faculty, or even outsiders, all were eager to witness the talents of this year's newcomers. Upon returning to the princess's residence, cradling the slumbering Lydia, he found himself under Christie's disapproving gaze. He retreated to Winona's room, only to discover her sulking at the head of the bed while Fei Fei and Nana had miraculously transformed into human forms to comfort her. The onlookers were taken aback. This individual had the audacity to link their absence to treason, truly an unprecedented audacity. Yet, the gravity of such accusations rendered rebuttal a precarious endeavor. Moreover, each night, Yaoer dreamed vividly of that evening's intoxicating scenes, awakening with a blush, clutching her sheets in embarrassment, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Upon witnessing numerous potent elixirs exuding celestial energy, the great black bear could hardly contain itself, salivating profusely as it prepared to devour several plants in one swift motion. In England, a duke holds a position of considerable prestige. Even a hotel attendant is well aware of such status. Echoes reverberated through the crevice, akin to a solitary monologue. Steeped in loneliness yet unwilling to succumb to despair, finding solace in self-amusement, though their actions appeared remarkably rational. The disparity in their team's strength could not be bridged by mere reason. As we envisioned, a clean sweep of 3 victories in a BO5 series led us to triumph in the first match of the playoffs. While this achievement may not carry monumental significance, the joy of victory was undeniable. Thank you, Mr. Alok, the chieftain Philip remarked with a slight smile, glancing at Jeff and the injured mage. You all may stay a few more days until their injuries have sufficiently healed. Perhaps, senior sister Lu, you are right. I have been rather naive, Jean Ning conceded, nodding on the other end of the line. She was uncertain if Shun Lu's call held any ulterior motives beyond mere demonstration, or if Fu Tianze was lurking nearby. Suddenly, for subtle waves rippled through the transparent air, as 4 figures clad in brown robes and masked with brown veils, brandishing longswords, materialized before Qin Yuyin. According to scout reports, Xiang Yu, leading an army of 300,000, had approached within 100 miles of Li City. After vanquishing the thousands of vanguard cavalry sent by Xiang Yu, Shin Kong Kong promptly withdrew his forces, reaching Han Shuang City. Oh, if only we possessed the prowess of Teacher Bai, we would surely have ranked among the top 100 long ago. Zima sighed, observing that the porridge had reached an appropriate temperature. Shin Zishuan took a spoonful, finding the taste quite agreeable, certain that the child would enjoy it as well. Haoran chuckled at his father's state, noting that the more he insisted he was sober, the more evident his inebriation became. Shaking his head, he led Yulan to the kitchen. Shui Jieyu, increasingly apprehensive, found herself reluctant to respond, even as the system bestowed upon her another level 1 electric shock to compel her action. It was not until a month later, during the Emperor Zhaoguang's birthday, that she finally relented under various threats and inducements from the system. Lung Muzhen lifted his wine glass, spilling a bit as he paused, suddenly struck by the gravity of his actions. Had he truly killed Sidu Xiang? Arriving late to the prison visit, the morning's ruthlessness still fresh in his mind, he knew that Lung Yihan, a man known for harboring grudges, would never simply forget these events. Jing Wan, somewhat perplexed, said nothing further, opting to purchase a portion herself, instructing the maid to settle the payment. She intended to sample it. If it was to her liking, she would indulge further, but if not, it would be discarded. After all, given the deep-seated animosity between the two parties and their inherently adversarial positions, it was inevitable that only one would emerge victorious. This was a tradition of the chaotic star domain. The address obtained from the monkey had been lost during a swim, necessitating a new one. I found myself speechless as I dragged her into a large shopping mall, noticing the sign indicating that the 5th floor was the Down Feather City, and promptly took her to the express elevator. Gu Yin, that picky girl, was fastidious in both her lifestyle and mental pursuits, her fastidiousness often bordering on the obsessive. Unexpectedly, The situation turned out to be far simpler than we had anticipated. Our original plan to visit a KTV was thwarted by Brotherly, who insisted that they had their own matters to attend to and did not wish to be troubled. Yuan Ong, familiar with Liu Bai's style, recognized the peril of his undertaking but proceeded resolutely. From the jungle behind, the howls of wolves began to rise and fall, and Chenhu's expression transformed dramatically. He quickly activated his sprinting skill, racing toward the camp with fervent haste. Doing fell into a momentary stupor, wanting to articulate something but hesitating. Realizing that given his lack of official standing, being personally summoned by the emperor for a banquet was an immense privilege. Speaking too much could be detrimental to his interests. Ultimately, the extraordinary treasure known as the Heart of Konjac fell into the hands of a successor from Kuan City. However, the unruly zebra had no intention of letting Chenhu off easily. It leaped forward, kicking and bucking in an attempt to dislodge its passenger. "Are you so certain I can handle this ferocious beast?" Su Chen glanced at the creature, pondering whether this race possessed an innate ability to sense his true strength. Once a prodigious genius who had slain the celestial clan's divine child while still a godchild himself, he subsequently drew suspicion as the lord of the divine prison. However, before the pulse metal detector, the grenades and landmines were rendered utterly visible, discovered one after another, and subsequently dismantled and removed from the pyramid. I surmised that the only places to conceal oneself nearby were the dense grass thickets. The cunning and treacherous wolves must undoubtedly be lurking within, preparing for an ambush. With the eye of the divine eagle, I could see as clearly at night as during the day, perceiving further and with greater clarity than an ordinary person. In Chapter 66 of Volume 1, The Clash of Beasts, the Green Tea Fox versus the Aloof Eagle, Song Lian cautiously escorted Bei Wang back to the stone dwelling, while You Chao Sheng retrieved a medical kit, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Upon reaching the 10th floor, this individual could no longer endure the torment and led his sycophantic entourage out of the elevator. Yet, as they exited, the students waiting for the elevator surged forward, cramming it to full capacity, with the occupancy indicator lighting up, descending to the first floor, causing Xue Tunghao to feel a surge of rage. "Put down your weapon," came the voice of the silver rat, laced with a perverse excitement, as the gun pointed menacingly at Wan Kai and I. She couldn't help but recall the cold, unfeeling man, Long Fei Jia, and the sinister aura he exuded the previous evening at the Western restaurant. She never imagined that such a man could possess such a sordid inner world. Perhaps those who practice martial arts are inherently so base and uncouth. At this juncture, the god of automobiles discerned the jest within Chu Yan's words. He nodded and returned to his own quarters, parting ways with Chu Yan. The divine consciousness seemed akin to a doppelganger when it fell to the mortal realm. It resembled the eye of Yang Nan, capable of perceiving all directions, investigating life and death, and comprehending the intricacies of existence. It became apparent that the battles among NPCs were not influenced by the offensive or defensive capabilities of either party. In their realm, being struck by a weapon would result in either death or injury, unlike players who could consume potions for recovery. Long Yao nodded and led the way toward the main hall, where towering columns stood like sentinels. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at the hall's conclusion, finding that the cultivators who entered had been largely decimated by Kuei Han. Only the remnants would seek treasures in side chambers or other locations, likely too intimidated to approach the main hall for the time being. Overcome yourself, and remember the insights you have just gleaned. They may prove astonishingly beneficial for your future. As these final words lingered, the ethereal figure gradually dissipated, leaving Rod with but a faint smile. His words left those present feeling somewhat embarrassed. Who among them had not witnessed the events of the previous day? Reflecting upon it still brought about a profound change in their expressions. "You mean that particularly pretentious individual known as Li Qiyi?" Fan Chen inquired. Alas, her fortune was not favorable on her very first visit here. She had fallen victim to the nefarious schemes of others from different domains. Upon hearing the man's voice, Lin Jiao finally regained her composure and, shyly calling him a rogue, hurriedly exited the room. "Let the day pass. I shall grant you a day of rest. Tomorrow morning, I will begin teaching you for a month. Be sure to diligently remember what you learned during this time." The Eastern White remarked. Before him, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Yukong, had already succumbed to half of his demonic energy. No matter how formidable this great sage was, he would ultimately bow beneath his feet. Yumini despondently shook his head, about to speak when suddenly, a man resembling a beggar dashed past them from behind, disregarding the queue and colliding with several individuals, arriving at the forefront of the line. "Is Zhao returning home? Come to my place for a visit. Quite a few have been sent over this time. Are they all captured bandits?" I noticed Manager Ran sent someone to guard, assigning them to the two most perilous mines. In Yako village, when Jiao Klang saw Zhao Yuan arriving and approached to inquire. However, Chun Fan held a different perspective. After all, the tasks bestowed by this invincible system were not to be trifled with. Who knew if the system would vanish should he fail to fulfill them? Bai Li's inner strength was profound, rendering him unaffected by these demonic sounds. Yet, numerous onlookers from the martial world were present, many already writhing on the ground, suffering agonizingly due to the malevolent sounds. As for the attacks from Qingyu and the Dragon Soul, the blood demon appeared oblivious, remaining stationary without any sign of resistance. Volume 1, Chapter 67, The Tribe's Migration. Acceptance by the Eagle Clan. I dare anyone, he exclaimed. Do not speak recklessly. The expression on Du Mi's face revealed an uncontrollable ferocity, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Song Lian, brimming with dissatisfaction and hostility. The banquet was exceedingly lively. The war between the Empire and Britannia had captured the attention of the human kingdoms in the Old World. In addition to the distant arrivals like Ryan, Duke Fulkard of Montfort from Britannia was also present, along with several electors from the Empire. It's you, Nyo Su muttered under his breath. Proceeding down the far-right corridor while not forgetting to mark the correct path at the fork with an arrow drawn in charcoal. He was indeed eager to welcome Sun Shanxiang. Yet he was acutely aware that she would eventually leave, whether sooner or later, it was inevitable. Perhaps he could find someone from the true sect of mountains. But what about Li Mu and Du Nis Black Golden Lotus from that day? What connections did all this hold? These questions lingered in Lin Ziyun's mind. 45 meters? Quite impressive. Karapika had gained some understanding of Kate's strength. Before him stood the second-generation sect leader, Shang Tuo, currently reporting on recent earnings while holding a thick scroll of beast skin. Many often spoke of geniuses, yet how many had truly witnessed the brilliance of the sun? Even enemies lamented, and though time may pass, there would always be those who remembered his name. The flavor is too bland. Wang casually discarded the meatballs, clearly expressing his utter disdain for the food in his hands. As a newcomer slayer, he felt compelled to eliminate several novices in order to live up to this title. After tarnishing his reputation last year, he vowed not to repeat the same mistakes this year. However, during their conversation, the director mischievously directed the camera towards them at just the right moment. Yi Sun, I shall not beat around the bush. The hospital just called. They reported that Lin Tai, along with 6 others present at the scene, sustained both minor and severe injuries. Lin Tai is certainly among the severely injured. The person who unleashed the chaos is Su Zixiong, known as Mountain Cannon. And you orchestrated this, did you not? Gao Fan spoke with a serious expression, locking his gaze on me. Several middle-aged men surged forward, but they were utterly outmatched by our numbers, the momentum overwhelmingly in our favor. Like bewildered monks. The two who appeared to be monks themselves were at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. What was the true nature of the alliance between the 8-God Shrine and Ji Chanfone? Their actions seemed to suggest a dramatic separation. As I attempted to speak, Qian Hunmoi suddenly clung to me, nearly causing my heart to leap from my chest. I wondered how Lu Yangshi would perceive this situation, witnessing her master competing for a man with his disciple. It seemed that Night One was unable to articulate her dissatisfaction with her current state and the feeling of being led by the nose. The butcher noticed that both individuals today were acting strangely. What was peculiar about this unfinished short blade? She swiftly formed a hand seal with one hand, channeling her energy into the first formation. At that moment, the 100 chains of blades shimmered brilliantly, and numerous flying daggers emerged. The butcher's eyes widened in astonishment. This scene greatly diverged from what Chu Haoyan and the others had anticipated. Someone promptly exchanged glances with Chu Tian Shuang, who understood and subsequently altered his hand seal, causing another paper figure beneath the table to shift. After hearing the words of the hellish envoy, I comprehended why the former king of Earth had left me with such a mess. It turned out he had transferred all his abilities to me. Volume 1. Chapter 68. His Ashing, the Hostility of Du Mi. Although Aling's complexion still appeared somewhat pallid, her mental state had evidently improved. Thank what? Must we still express gratitude between us? You Chao Sheng's words carried a hint of teasing. A slight blush graced Ailey's delicate face, and a shy smile blossomed upon her lips. Then I shall return with my brother first. We will come to see you once we have settled in. You Chao Sheng nodded, her gaze revealing a profound sense of relief. Go back and rest well. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. She ascended to the treehouse with Song Lian, her little fox's proud nature fully manifesting as she insisted on not being carried up, transforming instead into a round, fluffy ball. After speaking, Miho retrieved a silver tray from the long cabinet behind him and placed it before Xingyun. What? Have you forgotten me? Did I not ask you to wait for me? You cannot endure even this brief span of time? Rui Lin huffed in irritation before turning to stride out the door. Sun Qin pursed her lips, deciding to explore her grandfather's balcony, which he had whimsically transformed into a large flower bed filled with an array of inconsequential blooms. The ground and walls were adorned with fragments of tiles he had pieced together himself. Upon uttering this statement, the man's face fell, tears streaming down his cheeks as he wearily leaned against the opposite side of the phone booth, his visage a portrait of sorrow. In this era, the homes of ordinary folk were predominantly constructed from mud bricks, which were particularly susceptible to water. The recent deluge had wreaked havoc, toppling many houses, and tragically, some individuals were buried due to their slow escape. The immense force of the magical sphere began to tremble the palace, causing additional cracks to appear in the stone columns surrounding it. The chandelier suspended from the ceiling swayed violently, with debris and fine sand cascading from above. Zhang Yaming waited patiently until Evangeline and Michiko parted ways before extending his hand courteously, his eyes fixed on her cheek, a smile gracing his countenance. What did you say? Kangxi squinted, pressing for clarification, yet internally he held little hope for the words that would follow. The courtyard of the Qishan family was expansive, bustling with servants and attendants. Whether due to the recent pregnancy or their original numbers, it was a scene of vibrant activity and joy. Owu, Napoleon, indifferent to Yan Fei's words and regardless of his understanding, responded to every statement with a howl. In his eyes, the master's words were gospel, reinforcing the notion that dogs are indeed humanity's most loyal companions. Brother Zhu did not insist too vehemently, soon stating, Brother Lin left a message before departing the sect, merely advising that you few are no match for him. Pay your contribution and avoid provoking him. It seems Brother Lin is looking out for your best interests. Though it sounded like mediation, it was laced with insidious intent. Lulanji pondered this as she watched the experts from the questioning immortal realm take oaths one by one. While swearing was indeed a significant loss of dignity for the experts, such sacrifices were deemed worthwhile for the sake of the Huashan Sword sect. He had only just joined the criminal investigation team, and he was reluctant to be reassigned due to any missteps so soon after his arrival. Indeed, having only recently entered, he was besieged by the presence of a seventh-tier beast, and after a brief struggle, both he and his companion were forced to retreat. Taiyu Daoist promptly returned. Imo Chao's warm breath cascaded onto Su Yunlong's face, allowing him to detect the sweet and intoxicating scent of her exhalation, along with the rapid heartbeat akin to a fawn's, which fervently stirred the flames of desire within him. Today, Yanxi accompanied Ing Xiu to the company to meet the production team, and upon Zhang Dao's first sight of her, his initial words were filled with astonishment. Nevertheless, the crowd could not refrain from marveling at the formidable power exhibited in the latter stages of the immortal path. One individual, armed with a single sword, daring to confront the formidable treasure of the demon sect, Tian Huang, was indeed remarkable. Wei Yuan, upon hearing his words, secretly chuckled, recognizing that loyalty is merely a bargaining chip for betrayal, albeit one of considerable value. What is the matter? Sima Rong urged Princess Shen towards the apartment, purchasing fruits and pastries along the way for her enjoyment. Due to the convening of the World Conference, the arena had chosen to close, yet numerous slaves remained confined within the iron cages surrounding it, all exhibiting profound astonishment at the arrival of Analu and Kizaru, their wide eyes fixated on Analu standing in the arena and Kizaru in the audience. Initially, Yuan had developed feelings for Chu Fu when approaching the original host. Yet at that time, he was blinded by hatred, suppressing those emotions. Had he possessed clarity back then, the outcome might have been vastly different. You must compete again tomorrow, so it would be wise to rest early today. The courtyard has been tidied for you. You may simply move in, Nightingale stated, preparing to depart, only to be halted by Knight and CNS words. Hawkeye leaned forward slightly, and as he did, an invisible yet overwhelming pressure erupted from within him, surging towards Man Luo's feet. The guiding Daoist broke into a cold sweat, immediately channeling his immense magical power into the divine staff, swinging it with all his might towards the god-slaying spear. Now, it is time to allow Fuxi's primordial spirit to enter the cycle of reincarnation, to be reborn as a member of the human race. Li Lang empowered his sword with the spirit-enhancing talisman, his sword intent doubling in strength. Although Fan Jin managed to block the attack, he was unable to withstand the force, stumbling back 2 steps. At that moment, she suddenly realized that Shin Shoshin likely refrained from informing her of this matter because he deemed her too naive at the time. fearing she could not keep the secret. However, upon encountering the piercing gaze of the elderly man from before, everyone felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles. The disparity in cultivation levels was insurmountable, akin to the difference between an ant and a colossal figure, utterly unmatched. He had no choice but to silently retreat. Although the question was posed in such a manner, everyone present in the hall understood that it was merely a polite formality. The pterosaur gang was led by Shenjie. Yet not every matter required adherence to his command. Shenjie's second-in-command, Shenjie's, commanded the majority of the pterosaur gang's forces. But as Shenjie rode the pterosaur king, Shenjie's naturally refrained from making any rash moves. For the 100,000 pterosaurs were ultimately under the command of the pterosaur king. Zheng Chang's legs buckled, and he found himself seated on the ground. A bitter sensation rising in his throat, as his already empty stomach churned with acid. No suspicious individuals had revealed their true intentions. Rather, it was Shu Qing's previous demeanor that aroused curiosity. We were fortunate to observe the road. It seemed that rain had fallen earlier this afternoon, and now, with the spring rain momentarily ceased, it appeared that more was on the way. Mod gazed at the halo of the streetlight and spoke to Zhou Shiming. Volume 1. Chapter 69. The Return of Qianwei, The Responsibilities of the Male. You Chao Sheng stood by the hearth, delicately boiling fine wheat flour with the essence of spring water, adding grains of salt during the process. Yes, he remembered, for that intense flavor had once saved him. It was a memory he would carry for a lifetime. Echoing her gentle murmurs, Jianqin, since the dawn of his memories, had moved 3 times, with each residence less than 2 streets apart. After emerging from the Qingqing pavilion, Lu Shibai exhaled a long breath, cradling the sacred water of the demon realm, and soared towards the direction of Fu Zilu. Both were gravely injured yet alive, but their wounds were in the lungs, making rescue complicated and prone to lingering aftereffects. A slight misstep could lead to a cough that felt as if it would bring death. Ling Fan glanced at Guo Wei with some hesitation, only to receive a stern warning through Guo Wei's gaze. Most mortals, who could only live a hurried few decades, might cultivate later. Yet this would not change their noble status. She would forever remain merely a mortal. Upon closer inspection, Ling Xiao realized that this individual was a martial artist he had encountered in the divine capital, possessing considerable strength, having already achieved the 9th level of the celestial realm. However, this fool was rather different from others. Here, none regarded her with anything but animosity. Had she not also taken his master? Either he harbored no jealousy or concealed it more deeply. After all, to ordinary people, these professional competitors appeared quite enigmatic. Regarding such inquiries, Jihan smiled as he assisted his companions with answers. Let's not have too many people go. I think it should just be Zhang Long, Long Fei, and myself. You stay on the ship to command them, always ready for battle. After all, we are here to seize something. How can one take another's possessions without expecting a counterattack? Wang Yunlong inquired. According to Ji Yinmo, Lu Lian and Lu Mengfei were both adopted by Lu Chun, who treated them so well that many believed they were his biological children. It was shocking that Lu Lian and Lu Mengfei could be so heartless as to drive their adoptive parents to such a place. However, as Li Fei engaged the 11th wave of zombies, the difficulty suddenly escalated. Those zombies moved with the agility of humans, with enhanced aggressiveness and defense. Lin Wanwan concluded her words, disregarding Xue Mingzhu's disappointed gaze, merely glancing at the figure in the corner, who noticeably swayed before lowering his head further. At the mention of the old turtle, Yinqi recalled that she too had been chased, inadvertently stumbling into Feng Yuzhai, where she met Ali. Now, having inexplicably fallen into the East Sea, could it be that fate indeed had a guiding hand? Seeing her so innocent, Xue Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. Reaching out to pinch her cheek with fondness, Yunqi was taken aback and asked, "What? A man's body has been returned? They don't even want the shell?" Has Ali truly returned to the outer realms? While the police were busy gathering evidence, Jinzhua swiftly relocated the old man to her misty rain space orb. She found a discreet spot and jumped into the orb herself. Li Guang remained silent. His previous answer was merely an attempt to console the elder. A dam built over 1,000 miles may be compromised by the smallest ant hole. Perhaps their sect is not as robust as it appears. They are all acutely aware that this time, Junwu has genuinely been provoked. The actions of Nangong Zhuohua have unleashed the latent ferocity within him. And what awaits is his boundless wrath. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered at the control center. Xia Qiuling changed back into her usual attire from the tribe, and all were clad in monochromatic garments. Lu Hui arrived last. Volume 1, Chapter 70. My first beast husband, northward. Mother, please do not abandon me. My little one still needs your care. The mention of the tiger cub brought a flicker of joy to Aya's face. Cub, mother is so tired. Yang Fan had come to understand that everything must evolve with the times. Blind conservatism breeds no hope. However, upon seeing that familiar yet alien visage, he was momentarily taken aback. What could possess such power that an imperial-level warrior could sustain harm without wielding a formidable weapon against a half-saint? The energy of this restriction, can it be forcefully breached without inflicting damage? Placing the jade tablet against his palm, he silently recited in his heart, knowing that once his hand touched the jade tablet, the program would be able to scan it. Why were you so unfortunate as to obstruct his path at such a critical moment? How could one not strike you? If it were me, I would have simply rewarded you with a bullet. Su Ling toyed with the seemingly pristine double-barreled shotgun in her hands, casting a glance at the somewhat stiff-faced Long San, before drawing out another and beginning to clean it. Now, it seems, he has become the target of everyone's ire. After all, he has yet to secure the inheritance. Must he now flee? Approximately 6 or 7 years ago, when Su Yang and Xiang Wei were merely 15. They engaged in a rather absurd endeavor, primarily motivated by money. Not that Su Yang lacked it, but the impetus came from Xiang Wei. Just as the Crimson Flame was about to engulf Yin Tianyang, he made his move. Confronted with this alarming attack, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he slightly lifted his right foot and lightly stepped toward the ground. The air, infused with primordial energy, swiftly spread outwards. Lu Qianyu was thrust back several meters. Under the influence of the second form of the spell, his hand was instantaneously encased in ice. The chill felt akin to the discomfort of catching a cold during sleep or seeking respite from the summer heat, leading to stagnation of vital energy in the neck and back, resulting in stiffness and pain, hampering movement. He harbored no fondness for this insatiable individual. Had it not been for this person's meddling, he would not have departed from the villa empty-handed. After numerous experiments, this melody could effortlessly transport patients into a tranquil and soothing ambience, aiming to diminish the extreme negative emotions arising from romantic failures and transform them into a gentle sense of melancholy. In the night sky, a lithe and ethereal figure soared in on a sword, landing gracefully before Qin Yuan and Sima Chaofeng. The formidable celestial emperor had finally made his move, exerting a powerful force that forcibly compressed the space around them, while Li Feng and others appeared not far from Zhang Nan and the rest. A hint of sorrow graced her visage. Perhaps she was reminded of her own situation. Had her cultivation not reached the level of the Gangsha realm, her predicament would hardly differ from that of those around her. The surrounding students had already finished their breakfast, now watching in a daze as Sang Ruaid. Each time a piece vanished from her plate, they swallowed in unison. Every move in the Shadow Blade technique radiated an aura that could slay gods and Buddhas alike. Each strike seemed capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. I am the sovereign of heaven and earth. Those who stand against me shall perish, such was its domineering essence. Land after land vanished beneath towering tsunamis, reaching heights of 100 and 1,000 zhang, as if the entire sea had come to life, roaring in fury. Shermingbai's expression shifted abruptly, a grave seriousness overtaking him. Without the slightest hesitation, he flicked his finger, causing a beam of light to swirl and dart toward the source of the sound. Indeed, he felt a clear sense of impending doom, only to be taken aback as the malevolent spirit unexpectedly exploded, transforming into a pool of blackened remains, a most unforeseen turn of events. Volume 1, Chapter 71, This Night. The Tenderness of North Wang. That night, North Wang and You Chao Sheng resided in a treehouse. Though Cong Lian felt discontented, he nonetheless yielded his place to North Wang. Gazing at the person he yearned for day and night, a twinge of bitterness welled up within him. He desperately sought You Chao Sheng's acceptance. Yet by a twist of fate, sacrificing his life ultimately secured him a place in her heart. In the bath, You Chao Sheng reminisced about how Cong Lian would always add water for her. He rose, imitating Cong Lian's tender care, and poured in some hot water. His movements, though clumsy, were imbued with a gentle touch, as if he were handling a precious treasure. He scattered dried flowers into the water, releasing a faint fragrance that lingered in the air. Bei Wang gazed upon her pristine figure. Marxism posits that the essence of humanity, in its reality, is the sum of various social relationships. Humans are beings of sensory activity, encompassing rationality. They exist through practice. Practice is the unique mode of existence inherent to humanity. Upon entering the living room, he saw Jian Ma seated on the sofa, sipping tea. He remained silent, casting only a cursory glance before ascending the stairs. The tacit understanding shared between them struck Jian Mushi painfully, and inexplicably, he felt a tumultuous stirring within his heart. The very words he had previously dismissed now seemed to align with the trajectory Lin Tianyu had described. Not long ago, the relationship between the two families had reached an almost irreconcilable point, with the Luo family frequently setting traps for the chief family. This time, Yiling Tian wished to proceed discreetly to uncover more truths. Yes, I can sense it, albeit not clearly. You possess an Earth-type spiritual root. You should also be aware. Heyman Luo expressed her confusion. Yet, Cao Cao is not comparable to either of them. Yuan Su, commanding merely over 100 guards, inevitably gave Yuan Tan an impression of arrogance. Everyone knew that although old Master Qi held considerable authority within the Qi family, he was advanced in years, and his remaining time was limited. After entering, Jian Zhiyu leaned against the wall in a daze before making his way to the bedside. Noticing the car keys on the table, he seemed to recall something, picked them up, and rushed to Jian Mushi's door. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked. Time dripped by, and after disembarking from the plane, we made our way to the airport entrance. Consequently, the value of a piece of equipment might multiply several times, with its attributes undergoing significant changes. Sensing an anomaly, Feng Hushan looked up to see the soaring figure of Feng Yu, his aged face betraying a flicker of anger as he ascended into the air. At that very moment, within the city, the county guard stationed in Taya County also took to the skies, the three of them forming a triangular formation, gazing at one another from afar. Dian Shui, the son of Dian Feng, was recognized by the sacred land of the firmament, and old master Zhou dared not impose upon the esteemed gentleman. Although he felt a tinge of regret, even I myself am uncertain of what I am doing or what I wish to prove. In any case, I feel an emptiness within if I do not take some action, a profound discomfort. Compensation? No wonder Shen Linfeng has always regarded me as a mere compensation. Essentially a mere accessory, a fleeting amusement outside of his marriage. All that I have saved relies solely on my own skills. When it comes to technique, this bloodthirsty individual is still somewhat distant from him. Upon seeing Luo Hao agree, Yu Yanran's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She nodded, stating that had she not possessed ample understanding of Luo Hao's capabilities, she would not have recklessly sent her junior disciple to his demise, which serves as an affirmation of Luo Hao's strength. It is precisely because of Dianfeng and Guqin, who once traversed through time and space to rescue numerous ancient powerhouses, that the current formidable situation of the defiers exists. Otherwise, most of those individuals would have perished in the annals of history. My assertive words, coupled with the 3 self-inflicted wounds, rendered Xiaomei and her companion speechless. What father would wish for you to defy his will? Do you not desire to protect the unborn child of your deceased beloved? Do you not yearn for vengeance for the fallen? Huazi's hysteria deepened Renmu Xaner's burdened heart. Yet he could only continue forward from this point. That night, at midnight, Brother Monkey and Brother Li suddenly arrived, their expressions grave, already aware of my cancer diagnosis. Undoubtedly informed by Lu Xian's phone call. In truth, Tiki had already surmised Beidu's thoughts after witnessing his prolonged contemplation. Though somewhat regretful, there was no need to compel him, as Beidu had already made significant contributions to the coalition forces. Rise, Qi Jie replied lazily, her gaze fixed on Bai Guli, a daring individual who had nearly taken advantage of her previously and now audaciously entered. It turned out this charming rogue was the flower thief Qi Due had encountered in Qifeng town. Lu Renan truly was a secondary character. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him as a mere extra. Gui Yuan needed only a scant 100 words to vividly portray the image of a soldier ready to face death. However, Tang Chonglu sweetly remarked, simultaneously turning to gaze at Tang Chong, who was seated cross-legged in the distance, his eyes filled with affection. Upon noticing my change in countenance, she quickly shifted from joy to concern, bowing her head and saying, "My lord, forgive me. I intended merely to jest, but it seems I have frightened you. Please, punish me." With that, she prepared to strike her own face, a look of regret etched upon her features. Subsequently, Tang Chong wiped the blood from the dragon blade with a cloth before sheathed it and strode forward, departing from Beideiji. Meanwhile, as Matsushima Yiko went to IGA to recruit ninjas, the situation at Zenjingwen was far from tranquil. Lu Xian gripped a knife in one hand while maneuvering his wheelchair with the other. Due to the winding mountain path's incline, he did not need to exert much effort, as the wheelchair glided downward effortlessly. Volume 1, Chapter 72, Alice's Union, A False Kinship? In the meandering stream, beneath the crystal-clear surface, A school of lively fish darted among the crevices of the stones, occasionally leaping from the water and splashing droplets of glistening spray. The curious cub crouched by the water's edge, playfully pawing at the surface while cautiously attempting to catch these slippery little creatures. Though his movements were clumsy, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The natural resources of the eagle tribe were remarkably abundant, seemingly a generous gift from the beast god. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the soft grass below. In this land, both towering trees and low shrubs thrived in extraordinary vigor. Suddenly, Yang Ling was taken aback. Had 3 days passed already? He had been fervently consuming elixirs to satisfy the sword talisman's need for spiritual energy, unwittingly allowing over 2 days to slip by. 2 days prior, Niu Daping had arrived at Zhuke Courtyard, yet Yang Ling had not made an appearance. Niu Daping, perceptive and meticulous, promptly inquired about Yang Ling's whereabouts and set off to search for him in Bingqiu Square. Wu Yue watched them leave, sighing helplessly as she pondered how to explain the situation to Granny Tsunade upon their return. If her actions had indeed instigated war between the two nations, it would be an immeasurable sin. A sudden, intense pain rendered the man's movements rigid, providing Li Ji with an opportune moment to strike. With a swift thrust of his claws, he pierced through the man's body, crushing his heart into a pulpy mass and splattering blood everywhere. Yang Ling's intentions were crystal clear: to establish his own influence in the Xianming Marsh. However, without capable allies at his side, he was compelled to resort to unorthodox methods, temporarily employing the subdued cultivators from the Li clan. As the commotion subsided, the crowd quickly dismissed the recent incident, redirecting their discussions towards Nordland. "What did you just say to Liang Fan?" Yen Su whispered, grasping Ping An's hand beneath the table. Dragon fangs glimmered with a chilling light as they viciously stabbed towards the vital points of the injured wolf beast. Despite being afflicted by 2 debilitating conditions, the creature remained quick, swiveling its head in an attempt to evade Xiao Yu's attack. After finally persuading Zhao Yeye, the remaining employees proved relatively easy to convince. 38 billion. This strength should suffice to defeat Yang Ling, yet it was still far from enough to eliminate him. After collecting the pearls, Qingting Daoist resumed his cultivation. Lu Xiaoxing likely had not anticipated that merely warning Sun Xiaoming would send him into a state of anxiety. At that moment, he stood at the entrance of a somewhat dilapidated apartment building. What puzzled Zhao Zhengzhou was that after Su Dan prepared his bathing water, she did not leave the bathroom, but instead stood by, waiting. "Feng Ning, do not leave. We have no outsiders today, let us dine together." After instructing Cui Xiaoguang to find a restaurant, he remained with Feng Ning. "You four need not say much. Will you go or not? If not, I shall have to take matters into my own hands to invite you. Since employing the tactics of others, one must project an image of strength. On this particular day," Yi's manner of speaking exuded an air of expertise, reminiscent of a seasoned master. The young lady must refrain from uttering such words lightly. After all, walls have ears. And should her remarks be overheard, it could lead to grave consequences. The 7th princess, however, remained unfazed, feeling a sense of warmth instead. "What is there to fear, dear sister?" Li Ruo, upon hearing this, could not help but shake her head internally, deeming her sister irretrievably lost and choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Pan Tao wandered off to the side, lifting a bottle of wine to drink, indifferent to Zhe Ming. Someone was scheming. Who could it be? Lu Zheng was not lacking in intelligence. The catalyst for this situation was the sudden and outrageous spike in grain prices initiated by Qin Yang, which placed all the grain of Shu into their hands, exploiting their greed amidst the mutual blame between the noble families and Lu Zhang, gradually pushing both Lu Zhang and the noble families of Shu into a dire predicament. From the beginning of the match until now, AC Milan has been under immense defensive pressure as Manchester United's relentless assault continues with minimal errors and fluid passing, leaving little room for any substantial counterattacks. Wang Dong called Li Chun, noting that the bus to Yanyang Sports Center had yet to arrive. They were left waiting at the entrance, as security did not permit entry without cause. A year ago, Yanyang Sports Center had merely 3 stadiums, which now equated to managing 2/3 of the venue. At that time, Wu Haiba was quite pleased, but months later, he found himself quite disheartened due to the ongoing financial losses. Xie Jinxiu felt the sting of Lu Jingxing's words, yet could only manage a bitter smile, knowing that any attempt to argue would only serve to exacerbate the awkwardness of the moment. Zhu Yan-yi was quite content with the current situation, which revolved around the triangle of hospital, home, and school, recognizing that many matters must be addressed within this triad. Simultaneously, Wen Zhong, as a third-generation disciple of the Jie, was also one of the pivotal figures instigating the conflict between the Chan and Jie sections. At this time, the chief was absent from the encampment, leaving many brothers in a state of confusion and panic, unsure of how to proceed. Reflecting on the recent events, the emperor felt a shiver of apprehension. He had no intention of letting those miscreants escape unscathed, even without the prompting of Lu Gonggong. After some contemplation, he resolved to avoid returning to the palace for the time being and headed directly to the nearby government office. The city guard, surnamed Wu, was an experienced scholar, having served as an official for 6 years, yet still holding only a 7th rank. With the electric scooter charged, the unmistakable sound of its brash engine could be heard. Nia Wanlu hurried back to her room, locked the door, and buried herself under the covers, feigning sleep. Filled with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty, Chun-Li attempted to open the new user manual, only to be inundated with a torrent of information flooding her mind. The 7th layer of the 9 Abyss Divine Realm, the Cambrian layer, and the 8th layer, the Primordial layer, were 2 perfectly isolated domains. Seeing the expression on her sister's face, it seemed she already grasped the implications. Thus, there was no need for further clarity. After all, it would be best if such disreputable matters were not spoken of by others. Huang Fushui, initially reluctant to speak up, found that some individuals delighted in others' misfortunes. Therefore, she decided not to hold back any longer. Volume 1, Chapter 73, Secrets of Breeding, Seeking Help. The orcs of the Tiger Clan and the Eagle Clan gathered around, the campfire dancing among them, casting a warm and bright glow upon each face. A blush graced Ailey's delicate features as she approached slowly, her voice tinged with shyness. Chao Sheng, did you tell Aunt Aya? How is it that you intend to keep your partnership a secret? You Chao Sheng teased in response, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Ailey playfully pretended to swat at her a few times, her movements gentle yet infused with a hint of cheekiness. That's not it. I just haven't figured out how to say it yet. Ailey's gaze swept through the crowd, landing on Ling, a sweet smile gracing her lips. I haven't thought about it either. Ashura and the 3 other enraged star beings nodded, rising to their feet, with Sinkala closely following, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The heart and rose symbolize the beautiful emotions within people, sometimes representing love and romance, while candles signify light and hope. The immense power of future promises is indeed tempting, yet the imminent threat of death is far harder to overlook. Lord Leoric, the White Owl United Fleet has concealed a tactical reinforcement unit. They have surged into the Pegasus Stargate port and deployed what appears to be landing pods. Leoric's subordinates reported. After sharing laughter and a meal, Wanhua kept his word, energetically gathering the dishes and taking them to the kitchen to wash. The 5 freshmen of Dormitory 1314 have been assigned to Class 2 of Year 1 in Building 3, with their homeroom teacher being Dong Wudi. Please gather in the classroom promptly at 7. Although not particularly attentive to the conversation between Cui Yutian and Li Ji, Ji Yang felt a flicker of curiosity. Yet ample evidence has emerged suggesting that Commander Pei Xinjian has not deserted the army but is instead under house arrest by Lu Jin and Wang Xiaojie. If we cannot rescue Pei Xinjian today, will it not endanger the entire army? In an instant, like an arrow released from its bow, a sword cleaved through the veil, as if parting the heavens and creating a crescent that severed all. Are you unwell? Xing Lu tugged at the collar of her suede jacket, expressing her dissatisfaction. And the gesture was strikingly cool. Xing Lu's dream? After her mother, Aurelia, passed away, her dreams shattered, leaving her in need of deep contemplation. Eventually, they all grew weary from running, and I was equally exhausted, so I lay down in the snow. We were dressed in snowproof attire, making it difficult for the snow to penetrate. Upon noticing this, the doctor exclaimed with delight. This method of preserving corpses is truly ingenious. I must study it thoroughly. Yuan Shao promptly sent him sprawling. He Lang had been by Jing Xiong's side, caring for him, the perilous moment forever etched in his mind. At such a time when one's life is at stake, a person can resort to any means, even honoring their enemy with a longevity tablet. It reflects a complete loss of dignity, revealing that the warrior spirit has been utterly extinguished. No wonder he possesses such noble strength. On that day, I fought with him, employing desperate measures, yet failing to prevail. It seems that challenging him must wait a while longer. Guan Ping mused to himself, taking a sip of his drink. The necessity of obliterating evidence is undeniably urgent. Should it fall into the eyes of the discerning, it would be a convoluted matter to explain. Simultaneously, Meng Quan and Lei Jin split their forces, seizing control of the entirety of Qingyu Hall's territory, with Lanyu County officially falling under the auspices of Zhuiying. The two regarded one another, seemingly at a loss for words, thoughts, and even how to breathe. It is likely that survival is a daunting prospect. The enemy will not allow their return. Having already drawn blood, they will continue their relentless pursuit. The remaining dozen or so, unwilling to be outdone, hastened to emulate. And in an instant, those among the Jin soldiers who had violated military discipline met their demise. "My lord, the ancestral instructions are clear. You shall command as you see fit," chuckled the wealthy heir of the Kagan Trading Company, who was more easily managed. Regardless of the circumstances, they occupy the lowest rungs. Mere pawns, when calamity strikes, they bear no responsibility. With the wind at our backs, who fears whom? Ping Zhou grimaced, casting a silent glance at him, inwardly lamenting that his seated presence rendered his own reluctance futile. Adaptations may seem straightforward, yet original compositions offer far greater creative freedom. I am certain I can succeed. Suddenly, a surge of intense creative desire welled up within Chu Dong, as he yearned for his name to be acknowledged upon the song's release. Previously, Jiang Xinyao had immersed herself solely in the act of combat, heedless of all else, but now she had acquired various techniques and strategies. In the heavens above, there were numerous masters, among whom 10 appeared to be sovereigns, while the others were mere half-step sovereigns. Yet upon further reflection, Lu Luyuan, unlike him, could not foresee the future. Thus, his choice of a conservative approach is entirely justifiable. Given the current gaming market conditions domestically, one need not rely solely on grand 3D productions to achieve success. Many games are thriving in 2D format. However, Xiao Ruiguang has always been a member of the Eternal Battle Team. Though Zhou Qiang harbors discontent, he dares not act too recklessly. Yet the undercurrents of rivalry are undeniably significant. Regarding the matter of the river, Yi Yunnan expressed considerable perplexity. She walked along the river's edge, repeatedly probing the depths with a stick, only to find it unfathomable. Perhaps it is due to the geological formations, gradually consuming the soil beneath. Yi Yunnan believed this to be the sole explanation that made sense. Initially thinking all was well, she inadvertently discovered that the person was following closely behind. Yi Yunnan grasped Gu Xian's hand, readying herself to flee, as the elder began to speak. Lu Xueqing contemplated the benefits she had gained and felt compelled not to slight Daoist Qing Hui, thus she sought an opportunity to voice her thoughts. Outside the city, a formidable sandstorm raged, with swirling yellow sands cascading down as if the Yellow River were in reverse. So be it. Beat the drums and mobilize the troops. The Rakshasa king raised no objections, and the White Emperor Alliance felt compelled to provide an explanation to the Black Belly tribe. Zhang Ming was astonished. This individual was indeed ruthless, using Chuanxiang Garden as bait to surreptitiously abduct young men, imprisoning them here to serve as vessels for cultivation, ultimately leading to their merciless demise. Elder Wu dared not confront him directly and hurriedly evaded, leaving the palace behind to suffer the consequences, which was swiftly split asunder. Regardless, a significant profit had already been made. The Heavenly Court's ambition to swallow the northern Julu continent had become a mere farce. At this moment, Xiaoyu wielded a long blade, its origin unknown, and was fiercely engaged in combat with the spirit beasts conjured by the formation. Let us speak of the dragon prince named Ao Sheng. What was the outcome of your probing? The Jade Emperor murmured softly. The sea water slowly receded, and Mi Do had been rendered unconscious by the overwhelming aura of Taishan's mighty hand. The branches of the coral trees bent towards the collapsing vortex of the ocean, and this fragile realm found tranquility once more. It was astonishing that someone who could not withstand a single palm could rescue themselves from the grasp of the reverse flow sand. This audacity, this tenacity, left him incredulous. Volume 1, Chapter 74, The Arrival of the Hot Season, 2 Men and 1 Woman. Upon hearing this, Bei Wang felt a surge of displeasure. How could he be deemed the strongest last night, only to be dismissed today? A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his gaze, yet it was overshadowed by mockery. He transformed into his beast form, silently gliding beneath the water, his serpentine tail coiling around the ankle of You Chao Sheng. At this moment, You Chao Sheng had no strength left to speak. Her entire being trembled, as if drawn by an unseen force. There is something underwater. I don't want it, panic-laced You Chao Sheng's voice, her body quivering in the water, appearing exceptionally frail. Song Lian had long sensed Bei Wang's presence, his gaze carrying. Anyone who realizes they have erred due to their own foolishness feels an urge to slap themselves. How could one commit such a rudimentary mistake, especially by falling into a trap set by their own people? In this world, disappointments abound. General Latte need not take it too to heart. Tigray, empathetic to the sentiments of Lord Lot, recognized the futility of mere consolation. Thus, his words of comfort felt insipid and hollow. Within a mere span of days, nearly all the prominent powers and families within the city of Wuyang congregated their available resources. Numerous families sought the Qian family, hoping to acquire their assets in Wuyang. An unprecedented desire for possession took root in the heart of the young master, growing uncontrollably. The myriad celestial techniques converged upon the radiant seal, which evidently embodied the very essence of the celestial path. Logically speaking, given that Chu Guangyuan had instructed the third-year students for several years, their academic performance had consistently ranked at the top. Thus, they possessed ample qualifications to guide students of the fourth year. At times, he found himself wallowing in self-pity, questioning why he had come to this world, why he felt so inept, and why he could not alleviate the burdens of his elders. The old man seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment, expressing profound gratitude to the master of the wind and cloud, while simultaneously shaking his head in resignation. Last night, Tigray placed the spirit-focusing fruit into the jade box that contained the suppressive herb, for the purity of that box was unparalleled. Now that the suppressive herb was being utilized to synthesize the petrification elixir, Tigray naturally repurposed the box, as the spirit-focusing fruit was not an easily preserved medicinal ingredient. What has transpired, and how are things now? Upon hearing that Hua Feng had encountered trouble on his way back, Wen Xin immediately inquired with concern. In a secluded area, Xiao Han instructed the motorcycle owner to unload the sack of rice. Once the individual departed, he seized the opportunity to store the rice in his spatial realm. The war soul Ao Yin's hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, filled with a furious agitation that he could scarcely contain, uncertain of how to act. Though his demeanor suggested he might soon suffer internal injury from suppressing his wrath. This sentiment proved effective. After all, these were merely new students at the school, and even the most illustrious among them should show respect to their instructor during the first lesson. Instantly, the classroom fell into a profound silence, reminiscent of high school days. Artifacts from the Ming, Qing, and Yuan dynasties, as well as coins from the Tang dynasty, cluttered the ground, all items that the average person might recognize as valuable, though. Of course, they were merely forgeries. A perfect imitation, intended merely to embellish one's facade, comes at a considerable price. Duan had spent 3 or 4 days in the Golden Triangle. Yet his existence alongside the members of the Drug Dragon Society was little more than a monotonous routine of bland meals and restricted movements. Observing the wary glances of the local soldiers, Duan realized that his circumstances here mirrored those of a prison. The family dynamics were strained. While Xia Mingzhu dutifully attended to her brother, he remained unaware of her own brother's sorrow during these past few days, having received little care from her. On the muddy ground, the dying rays of the sun glinted off the cavalry's sabers and long swords, casting an intimidating glow as the entire Dawn Valley descended into chaos. The first wave of cavalry had already reached the city gates. Xiao Han carefully stored the agreement and addressed the group, stating that he would visit other locations and arrange to meet at the township government the following morning at 9. Upon handing over the land rights certificate, he would provide the remaining 300,000. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, I bid farewell to Brother Howren and returned to my office, where Feng suggested we sit in his office for a while. I declined, feeling it might create an unfavorable impression, and he acquiesced. I returned to my office to attend to my own matters. Thank you, Jean Yunmo replied sweetly, her tone gentle. The two of them sat facing each other, their heads slightly bowed, unaware of how intimate and affectionate they appeared to outsiders. The reporters below had already captured dozens of photographs. It is often said that children speak without restraint. Wan Tianbao's innocent remark caused both adults present to flush with embarrassment. Recalling her past life, Lin Su felt a sense of foreboding, fearing that the waters might break that very night. The child seemed eager to make its entrance. Lady Li immediately grasped the implication behind her words, rising to respond, "Then I shall be particularly vigilant upon my return." Thus, the matter was settled. And Bo cast a glance at Jean Yunma, pondering whether her response of indifference would cause her to vanish immediately. The ethereal strains of a zither floated through the air. As vibrant pink cherry blossoms rained down, imbued with sweet fragrances and dreamlike hues, dancing through the heavens like falling snow. Although Yao Beibei felt somewhat guilty about her actions, having someone by her side while others were not, she recognized it as merely a position of privilege. In a lush green bamboo grove, various races quietly approached under the leadership of their chieftains, forming an encirclement that locked the bamboo spirit, practicing within, in the center. Volume 1, Chapter 75, Foraging for Wild Vegetables. The warm season leaves you with a chilling heart. Bei Wang's tail tightly coiled around You Chao Sheng, as if securely placing her upon the ground. Bei Wang transformed back into human form, his gaze carrying a hint of reproach, unafraid of falling. He had already called Feng Yu over. Her contacts were few, and he was among the ones she communicated with most frequently. Duke, burdened with his thoughts, took a couple of steps forward, only to realize she had not kept pace. Without inquiring, he halted his stride and quietly waited. After exiting the conference room, Jing Huaibei returned to his office, firmly shutting the door behind him. He sank into his executive chair, disheartened by the unexpected turn of events that had deviated significantly from his meticulously crafted plans, a scenario he had never anticipated. Mules, being more economical and resilient, were often favored over horses, especially for the arduous journey to Liangsheng, spanning 2,000 miles. He was reluctant to employ a horse to pull such a heavy cart. The caliber of the techniques displayed was evidently inadequate to confront Aizen, yet the absolute mastery over spiritual particles exhibited within them left him in a state of profound astonishment. Upon hearing Zhang Jiayang's words, Li Wei was momentarily stunned, as he had nearly placed an undercover agent beside Zhang Jiayang himself. However, a certain pregnancy disrupted everything, allowing her men an opportunity to gather in numbers. Even on the very next day after Su Yi returned home, she received an array of gifts. The winter sun, slightly intoxicating, cast its warmth upon her cheek, making her dark eyes shimmer with a light of their own. Of course, but such matters must remain confidential. Should anyone divulge this, it would signify her surrender. Yu cast a deliberate glance at Lu Jinjin, brimming with provocation. Though the crowd had not witnessed the seven-headed wheat cultivated by the Agricultural Research Institute as Song Shi had, their standards had been elevated after last year's baptism in Jiahe. Even the sight of the golden, plump ears of wheat in the field seemed insufficiently impressive. Moreover, they promised that once the operation succeeded, Feng Zhu would not only avoid the punishment of defeat against the Tsang Mang, but could also usurp Mo Xiaoxing's position as a 7th-level death warrior, advancing into the ranks of elite warriors. Previously, it was Uncle Lu who taught him, but now it was Qinshan who occasionally explained theoretical concepts to Uncle Lu. It wasn't even time for class yet. Even when it was, had they ever shown such enthusiasm? Gao Jun inquired with a smile. Boss? The term was familiar to Li Shi, though the individual was rather unfamiliar. Upon reflection, it seemed he had never encountered this young lady before. You may leave. My task remains unfinished. Mo Xiaoxing holstered his gun and exited through the window. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Yifeng. Did he truly comprehend that this beast tamer had once been akin to him? He still believes that I share a blood relation with Xiao Su. Thinking that my inquiry stems from a concern for the grandfather we cannot recognize. Hazy has also departed. There are matters to attend to at the fishball processing factory in Yudo Island Village. For the moment, there is no place for him beside Li Shi. After some contemplation, Li Shi chose not to stop him, deciding instead to let him gain further experience, or perhaps, when an appropriate opportunity arises, he may summon him back. Such a decision is merely a matter of a few words. Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air, and after activating the imperial art, he felt the spiritual energy within him becoming significantly purer. The impending calamity gradually dissipated as he half knelt in the void, his hair cascading around him, wisps of black smoke emanating from his body. Gazing upon the Grand Rose Castle, he suddenly recalled that someone had previously employed a similar excuse when he caught them with another man. Could this time also be a deception aimed at him? Li Jinxian felt a pang of regret for having uttered such words. Her heart was tumultuous, at a loss for how to confront the people and events that had unfolded. By the time she regained her composure, she realized that no one was before her any longer. Situ Yi had, unbeknownst to her, already taken his leave. Volume 1. Chapter 76. The Eight-Tailed Fox, The Return of Dumi. The man's eyes gently lowered, his thick eyelashes casting a soft shadow in the glow of the setting sun, resembling an exquisite ink wash painting. With lips as red as coral and teeth as white as jade, a slight smile graced the corners of his mouth. Exuding an air of unattainability, he emanated a chill, as if he had descended from the distant peaks of a snow-capped mountain. A frozen beauty that both beckoned one closer, yet instilled a hesitance to touch. In You Chao Sheng's gaze lingered a hint of scrutiny, questioning the pretense of this individual strong brother. Why stand against the light? Was it a deliberately chosen angle? The celestial crane lord? Today, I have conveyed my thoughts to you with utmost clarity. Should you disturb me again? Perhaps emboldened by the earlier drink, she boldly ventured forth. caressing his back before brazenly slipping her hand beneath his shirt, as she beheld the frost-like seeds suspended above Che Ho Su's head. A flicker of apprehension flashed in Qing Long's eyes. "Are you mocking me?" Cybear bellowed in fury, for this fellow had inexplicably barged into his room, brandishing a knife and inquiring about his whereabouts. Was this not provocation? Qin Fangza had indeed heard the notification sound from Lu Tianyang's phone, yet he remained silent, merely nodding before plopping down opposite Lu Tianyang. At 11:30, Hu Qinlin punctually concluded his workday, exiting through the back door of the courthouse. He never utilized his own Passat for commutes. Instead, he possessed a modest Jetta, worth around 100,000, a sum affordable even for a laborer, let alone a court president. Yes, previously, the emperor commanded us to investigate the origin of the ice powder plum cake, and we have now uncovered the truth, Fei Ying reported. Indeed, Wan Xinghao nodded, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. You will certainly be delighted. I shall inform her at once. Wan Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed toward the exit, unable to contain his joy. This time, the shadowy figure fell silent. If it still failed to discern Zhao Feng's intent, it would truly be a fool. The young man, acutely aware of the unsettling atmosphere around him, swiftly turned and fled. Several plainclothes police officers shouted, "Stop!" and pursued him. On the arena, Dan and Cadel had joined forces. One unleashed black arrows from a distance while Dan wielded a long staff for defense. Initially, many had rushed toward Cadel, but under his assault, their targets shifted. This should not have been orchestrated by that mentor. Let us not dwell on this. We must escape first, Alina stated, gazing at the shattered pear blossom wood. The youth stood transfixed. His treasured artifact, reduced to ruins? Following this utterance, the entire class fell silent, all eyes wide with shock and disbelief fixed upon Chen. Shun Tangxiao, previously engrossed in his quarry, instinctively paused before resuming his task until he had finished processing the prey in his grasp, at which point he finally addressed Nan Gong Jingchen's earlier inquiry. Yimyukin was well aware of his disheveled appearance upon witnessing Xia Yihan's actions. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Were there any casualties among the citizens? Qin Zhao casually inquired, though he had not genuinely contemplated the possibility of injuries, posing the question merely in passing. At this moment, with Du Lin's capabilities, he had ample opportunity to escape the vehicle, but what if he won one? Curled up in her seat, clutching her head, Rong cast a disdainful glance at Qian Yun, and then, with a puzzled expression, turned to Hu Ao and inquired, "Brother Ao, why is it that?" Upon noticing Qiyu smiling at both Hu Ao and Qian Yun, she sensed that there was something amiss and chose to remain silent. Standing beside Qiyu as she observed the interaction between Hu Ao and the others, Feng Qianqian nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. It's her. You must quickly hide indoors, otherwise. If she sees you here, it would be impossible to explain, even with 100 mouths." As he spoke, he pulled Yun Weiyang towards the house. Consequently, she moved the stool as close as possible, sitting down just to reach the area where Long Jichen's leg was positioned. However, in the hands of Qiu Xian, this tactic transformed into the binding of wind. This visit proved fruitful for Qiu Xian, who smiled inwardly, pleasantly surprised at the substantial gains and the plethora of new knowledge acquired. Nevertheless, upon realizing that the Yun possessed the power of spatial manipulation, Qiu Xian's mind began to race with possibilities. Should it be carelessly lost, there would be no hope of unlocking the chains again. Even if one were to locate that craftsman anew. So what? When threats loom over myself and my family, even the emperor himself would meet his end. You all should swiftly remove yourselves from my sight, or I shall show no mercy, Lei Taiqing warned coldly to Jing Zixio and Kawasaki Nagaharu. She picked up a bowl and spoon, intending to ladle some soup to calm her nerves. However, upon tasting it, she sputtered, "What a salty concoction. Who prepared this?" Qin Mukin never spoke plainly. He would occasionally meet Su Nianen's gaze, causing her to shyly lower her head and feign busyness while stealing glances at him. At the moment the door slammed shut, he refrained from chasing after her, instead calling the steward to ensure that Xiaowan finished her breakfast before departing. He then dialed one of the bodyguards, instructing him to wait at the door to escort her. Hu Ao, the immortal? Qianyan suppressed her amusement, glancing between the statue and Hu Ao, ultimately unable to contain her laughter. Suan remained silent, yet her expression clearly conveyed her sentiments. The reason for her silence was merely a trace of modesty. A post titled Dynamic Superman, the hero of the ordinary people, rapidly circulated online. This was due to my 18 years of research, wherein I discovered that old Juasan gently tapped his spoon against the plate, listening to the crisp sound it produced. The beast god retreated several steps but could not dispel the power of the twilight of the gods. His body and soul visibly decayed and deteriorated. Could the secret chamber be here? Wei Yan furrowed his brows, mentally preparing himself. Qin Mingqi's face was as cold as ice. Within her heart, countless words yearned to be spoken, yet not a single utterance escaped her lips. Ancus's peculiar attack bore similarities to Su Zhe's deceptive blade. When Ancus moved like a specter, a flicker of surprise flashed in Su Zhe's eyes. What do these signify? Lin Feng pondered within himself. Could this be a trial? A test of whether he possessed the acumen to discern the underlying issues? Humph, Su Zhe, with your mere 3-star qualifications. Do you truly believe you are worthy to challenge me? At this, a hint of disdain flickered in Yujia's eyes. Upon seizing a target, they would entwine it tightly with their bodies, akin to snakes, after which these insects would secrete a pungent liquid. Initially, it would dissolve the clothing, and soon after, the skin and muscle would swiftly dissolve into a viscous substance, which they would consume in the blink of an eye. Volume 1, Chapter 77, Strong Brother. The celestial crane god has kidnapped me. As I pondered the appearance of the sweet stick, I hurried to deliver it to my sister. Does she find it sweet? Demi's voice carried a hint of seduction, and she playfully blinked. Truly, she is a sprite. You are not as sweet. Suddenly, You Chao Sheng pressed her lips against his, catching Demi momentarily off guard. He grasped her slender waist with one hand. The slight protrusion of her abdomen stirred a pang of jealousy within Demi, as he remarked, "Whose child is my sister carrying now? We had agreed you would bear my offspring." With vigorous intensity, he rendered You Chao Sheng speechless, leaving her to emit indistinct sounds. Yours, I will bear your child. Her voice was tinged with a playful grievance and helplessness. Upon hearing an Xin Yan's words, the elder handed her the tray, watching as she knocked on the door before feeling reassured enough to return to the kitchen. If I am not mistaken, the true essence you unleashed last night must be that of the 9 heavens Xian Huang beast. After a moment of contemplation, the voice of the Jiaolong emerged. Her ears perked up, and as she passed the corridor, she detected heavy breathing from behind, prompting her to halt and intentionally create a noise. Curious to discern who was present, this could be considered an extended period of cultivation. Autumn Xian smiled faintly. Such training, spanning thousands of miles, was an experience she had yet to encounter. It was time to indulge in this trial. She recalled Xiahou Yubai, the 4th prince marked with a touch of vermilion at his brow, who lived a life steeped in sorrow and lamentation. The day broke unusually early, and when Sun Yan awoke, she found herself alone, yet the room was suffused with his familiar scent, the scent she once cherished deeply. Nearby, Qing Xian'er's father and grandfather exchanged satisfied nods, aware that the 2 children were genuinely fond of one another. They were pleased that Qing Xian'er had found someone who loved her so dearly. Jiang Zixia contemplated. It seems my assumptions were correct. Although the Lord of Flames has confined his transformative powers, whenever he experiences displeasure or anger, the weather inevitably shifts, and his strength surges forth. It appears the only remedy is to keep him in a state of joy, lest the consequences become unmanageable. I asked, will you spare me? When Xing gazed at the increasingly irrational Lan Fan, fully aware that escape was futile, at this moment, he felt a strange sense of liberation. Does my husband blame me for dousing you with cold water? Gazing upon the unparalleled and striking figure before him, one can discern not only his ambition to unify the realm, but also his remarkable ability to govern it. He is indeed a sovereign. Although Xiao Han had not specifically trained in the art of iron head techniques, his physical prowess was already beyond that of ordinary cultivators, nearly rendering Yu Hua faceplant with a painful cry as he was sent hurtling backward. Li Bai Tian felt the weight of a pair of eyes upon him, yet he could only perceive the dimly lit room around him. The expanse of Dark Elf Island is comparable to that of the City of Freedom, with its urban landscape woven among towering trees. The peculiar individual cast a disdainful glance at the feathered arrow, shaking his head in what could only be interpreted as a smirk, though this was merely an intuition, for the expression was indistinguishable. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the peculiar term Shanglua in Japan, where neither the Luo River nor the city of Luoyang exists. In truth, the Great Hua Empire harbored envy towards the computer language of the Rainbow Stone Group. However, due to the close collaboration between the group and the military of the Great Hua Empire, they found it inappropriate to compel the group to disclose their secrets. Oh, so it is this kind of thing. With that, the thief saint vanished once more into the void, leaving the net empty. When dealing with a few curs, Yiqing employed a far more brutal approach, binding their mouths with his appendages and concluding the matter. After all, Atletico Madrid's resources far surpassed those of Southampton. who merely linger in the mid-tier of the Premier League, while Atletico ranks just below the giants of Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga. Never before had Vice Chairman Zheng exhibited such fury. To say he was livid would be an understatement. Though those afar could not discern his exact words, curiosity inevitably arose. He is but a charlatan. Do you genuinely believe someone can perceive the deceased? Lu Qing's father was so agitated that his complexion turned a shade of crimson. After 2 admonitions, Lu Xing slowly turned the doorknob. As the new generation of the Demon Lord, one must uphold decorum. The inability to execute large-scale military maneuvers hindered the American forces from fully leveraging their firepower advantage. Once all matters were arranged, she sat alone on the steps before the door, leaning against the crimson pillar while gazing at the myriad stars twinkling above. She continued unabated, extinguishing 9 candles, laughing and crying as she watched the skin of her palm blister from the heat. Just as He Hong hesitated over whether to intensify Lewis's training regimen to ensure he received ample practice, Lewis demonstrated what it truly meant to be unhinged. Amid the shouts of Grendel and Godzilla, Russell executed a shoulder throw, slamming Godzilla heavily onto the island. Early the next morning, Ning Xian rode his bicycle to the headquarters of the Spirit Recording Agency, determined not to arrive late on his first day of work. Though he did not bring the black cat, he did have talismans and swords prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. However, I remain perplexed as to why Sun Yu seems unscathed. That corpse spirit should have been here for quite some time. Ning Xian gazed at the unconscious Sun Yu, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Could one truly borrow power from a demon? Is the strength of a demon even transferable? Chen Ji's curiosity deepened. Among the guests of the Hong family was an old acquaintance of Lin Feng, the leader of the Qian gang, Lu Fei, also known as Lu Jie, and the father of Lu Jing. There was still a slight gap. After all, Nangong Xiaodai was a renowned figure on the list of exquisite beauties, having once attracted countless suitors. Heaven! When the figure of the newcomer appeared before Jiang Hai, he found himself ensnared in a stupor. First, let us escort the elderly lady back. Zhou Yi did not respond to Gui Ling's words, but rather signaled her to remain silent for now, indicating that they could discuss matters further after returning the elder. By the heavens! Jiang Hai was taken aback. He recognized this maneuver, as it was the very technique used by Su Ling in their last encounter. Could it be that all members of the Su clan possess such abilities? The same sensation washed over him once more. An overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth like a famished tiger, swiftly obliterating Jiang Hai's spiritual energy into nothingness. However, this time Jiang Hai was better prepared, thus sustaining minimal impact. To be appointed as a personal bodyguard by Shernanxing, one must possess considerable skill. Particularly the 2 imposing figures standing before him, exuding an extraordinarily fierce aura that filled the room with a palpable sense of dread. In truth, if this ninja from the island were not gravely injured, he would have long since fled from the likes of the Yagyu killing god and the evil-eye demon blade, avoiding the perilous venture into the treacherous territory of the capital city. Volume 1, Chapter 78, Wrath, the Pretender with Greasy Hands. You Chao Sheng was set down, and the casual lift by Brother Strong had inadvertently struck her stomach, provoking a tumultuous wave of nausea. Observing the forces returning from Falling Feather Island, each having amassed an abundance of spirit stones, others began to covet their success, flocking to the island to negotiate collaborations and partake in the bounty. The image of Yin Shun resonated with Luo Yuan's psychological expectations, thus paving the way for future possibilities. Otherwise, the moment Yin Shun expressed a desire to learn acting, Luo Yuan could have easily dismissed him with a sense of helplessness, preventing the influx of external misunderstandings. Adao did not choose the window. For this time he intended to leave Luo Wusheng openly, to avert any unnecessary suspicions, hoping she would depart with clarity. The Ghost City, referred to by some as the Phantom Zone of Giant City, had regained its tranquility after the sun's rise, even quieter than before. After traversing a dark mountain path illuminated only by street lamps, Guanli Zhao realized he had lost track of Zhendiji. If only he knew that this dragon required no control from Yaigu, being completely submissive, and that he was not of the demon race, what thoughts might he entertain? Much like mathematicians and Dr. Ha, their differing viewpoints rendered it somewhat challenging for the director to educate the audience, yet this was evidently not a hurdle for Luo Yuan. In contrast, the Huaxia people fell significantly short. 1,000 ordinary Huaxia individuals could scarcely yield one capable of cultivation, let alone one born into the realm of practice. Moreover, those masters listed in the Immortal Seed rankings, shockingly, had faced such dire circumstances. Just moments ago, they had spoken such words. Was this not an invitation to peril? The second bidding round concluded, and the attendant raised the wooden hammer high. Just as he was about to bring it down, Jing Hai placed a bid. Regarding Lord Thanos' intentions, he was somewhat aware. This endeavor for the Infinity Stones was of utmost importance, necessitating utmost caution from both Lord Thanos himself and their dark cult. As the Infinity Stones were integral to Thanos' ideals and mission, leaving no room for error. It was merely a feeling, not overwhelmingly strong. Yet he could assure that there were indeed issues at play. Now that their side saints were absent, it seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to provoke them. To stimulate their nerves, thereby granting them more time, Li Xiaofan remarked. He understood that under the pressure he had cultivated, even those who had crossed the professional threshold, achieving the so-called S-level strength assessment, would find it arduous to respond readily. When speaking of the two individuals who participated in the inaugural martial arts competition of the Yuan Fang Association, one must first mention the commander of the capital's 100,000 forbidden troops, the Grand Commander and Prince Guardian Zhao Zhan. As time passed, the probability of acquiring the Thunder Talisman diminished. Once Shui Qianshan fused with this talisman, he would lose all chance of recovery. Moreover, a triangular formation inexplicably emerged around Yangtao. In the heart of that city, a hazy apparition emerged simultaneously. Upon the announcement, the once tranquil residents of the Jingyuan Marquis buzzed with activity once more as a steady stream of visitors arrived to extend their congratulations and present gifts. Jiang Chuyue cast a skeptical glance at Lu Qian, for she had yet to witness his medical prowess, leaving her profoundly uneasy about the matter. Volume 1, Chapter 79, Seduction. The celestial crane deity cannot take a partner. You Chao Sheng, beset by hunger, could only succumb to slumber. A breeze meandered through the cave. Yet the atmosphere remained stiflingly warm, causing her to sweat profusely in a short span of time. Her skin became sticky with perspiration, akin to being enveloped in a delicate layer of oil, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. Tang San, his dark eyes glimmering with a flicker of battle intent, remained acutely aware of the present circumstances, refraining from any challenge. Madam is inquiring about you. Are you deaf? A maidservant beside Madam Xian stepped forward to nudge her. Fortunately, in such a situation, the decorum learned during her childhood surfaced. The elderly matron, often urging her to practice by her mother's side, had left her somewhat out of touch, yet it was bearable. Let us not digress. Speak plainly, Xian Xiao stated coldly, as if addressing a mere stranger rather than his own kin. On the night of Ouyang Min and Yuan Muqing's grand wedding, the crimson candles flickered brightly. One was timid while the other was deeply affectionate, the night of passion unspoken. Mu Qingqing trembled slightly, nodding in response to the misty rain, which gradually withdrew its hand from her countenance. The emperor's heart had long been softened by her glistening tears. At that moment, he had no inclination to punish her. The instant the words escaped her lips, Sui immediately realized her blunder, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide with alarm as she gazed at the bowl of porridge. Wang Xueluan felt the weight of embarrassment wash over her. She too recognized the issue. The wedding gown was overly extravagant. The jewelry ought to be more understated. Yet, the set she designed was equally luxurious. Indeed, young Master Ren possessed remarkable agility, yet it was impossible for him to evade every flying sword. Several still managed to pierce his form. Nevertheless, he bore the guise of a puppet, showing no sign of discomfort, not even a frown. While evading the swords, he was keenly attentive to the peony fairy in his embrace, ensuring that none of the blades harmed her. Roaring, Ao Guang let out a thunderous roar, his dragon-esque chant resonating through the heavens. A tempestuous aura surged from within him, akin to a deluge, as golden light flickered upon his form. The colossal five-clawed golden dragon enveloped the entirety of the heavenly sword sect. Luffy was utterly bewildered, realizing that his sole purpose was to procure membership cards for them. After a considerable time, tranquility finally descended upon the room, and Luffy remained oblivious to the countless promises he had made. The grand entrance of the extreme capital manor, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, stood a towering 3 zhang high. 2 burly men, well acquainted with the surroundings, approached the side door, producing a token that granted them immediate entry. The young master and Su Tin followed closely behind the 2 men, entering the extreme capital manor with an air of calm. Wang Shen, witnessing the scene, turned pale with terror, pondering the dreadfulness of such a fireball, if it were to collide head-on. Even the Xian Tian Bagua robe would scarcely withstand it. At this moment, he dared not hold back any longer and promptly unleashed the fire lion transformation. Zhang Zian, witnessing the profound yet heart-wrenching bond between the mother and son, felt a surge of sympathy and thus willingly offered to assist the young man with the issue concerning the gray parrot. If it were the guardian elder, their strength would be nearly at the pinnacle of the divine martial realm. Having just regained his memories, his power was only slightly enhanced, thanks to the aid of the demon soul crystal, rendering him far from capable of contending with the zenith of the spirit communication realm. The banquet was lavishly adorned with red wine, seafood, smoked meats, and a plethora of fresh fruits and vegetables, creating a dazzling array that dazzled the senses. It seemed to cater intentionally to the rotund individuals scattered across the ship, with an abundance of delectable fare, even in the late hours of the night. Patrons continued to flock for midnight snacks. A swift arc of the dagger stirred a powerful gust of wind, propelling the three individuals far away, crashing them into the debris behind. Thus, when I had finally soothed everyone and gracefully withdrew, the clock had already struck 10:40. However, the original Sin Stone bore a significant drawback. Anyone who wielded its power would inevitably be eroded by its influence, while they might experience immense strength in the short term. Once the surge subsided, their physical capabilities would plummet, leading to a swift demise shortly thereafter. Volume 1, Chapter 80, Looking North for Ascension, The Wrath of Tsang Lian. You Chao Sheng was utterly perplexed. How could a celestial crane and a falcon unite to give birth to a deity? Her heart brimmed with doubts, akin to an absurd game. How could she forget? That silhouette of Zhu Xian under the lantern, shared with her royal brother, would forever linger in Gao Yang's memory. The situation in Hebei was on the verge of resolution. Tian Feng continued, stating that Cao Cao's actions clearly indicated his desperation. He could not withstand the pressure any longer. Either Cao Cao would fall or Yuan Shao, unable to resist, would ultimately be defeated in the battlefield by Cao Cao. Evidently, the confrontation was balanced, with both wielding supreme, lethal techniques, causing the heavens and earth to tremble upon their clash. Soon, dishes were served. Chunwan bent down to tuck a silk handkerchief into Yu Miao's bosom, while Ruo Hua prepared the meal for her. Yu Miao was exhilarated, as dining out was a rare occasion for her. Yang Han, severely injured yet undeterred, fought valiantly, striving to break free. Long Tian, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with the others, sought to retrieve Xue Yu swiftly, leading her into the desolate marshlands. The ecosystem had suffered significant degradation, consequently diminishing the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Thus, formidable beings like Ling Ming found their abilities considerably weakened upon entering the outside world. Breathing a sigh of relief, she felt fortunate for having always held deep respect for the Fusion, and upon witnessing Yin's demeanor towards her and DeFei's admonition, she promptly rectified her approach upon returning. In retrospect, she truly counted her blessings. The individual sipping tea suddenly spewed it forth, realizing that the master displayed such behavior in front of Su Li. After merely a couple of harsh words, he immediately softened. Alas, had he known, he would have chosen to hide, sparing himself this distress. A stream of white light erupted from my palm, and alongside this radiant glow, the dilapidated house, transformed by my presence, gradually returned to its former state. Alchemy proved remarkably effective in the restoration of objects. Mu Ninger meticulously cleaned her wild mushrooms and gathered some firewood, making her way towards the cave. Observing her industrious figure, the old fellow trailing behind was even more puzzled. Was this girl intent on staying in the cave? Yan Yi deftly navigated her computer, dialing a number. Shortly, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Jia, you finally called me. Cheng Qing's tone carried hints of concern and delight. With a stagger, she stumbled clumsily to the ground, heedless of her surroundings, until she encountered the cold wall behind her, just as Wan Qian reclined on the bed. Her phone rang unexpectedly. Exhausted, she answered the call, placing it weakly against her ear. Gu Liang fed Gu Lele until she finished her porridge, upon confirming her well-being. Gu Lele insisted he return to his room to rest. Su Mian had only just healed Jiang Qing Shui, and even if she were to activate it now, there would still be a wait of several minutes. Indeed, without proper recuperation for a while, it would surely be unfeasible. However, for Wan Qian, if she were to cease working abruptly, the multitude of matters she would face would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Thus, she would certainly not relinquish the custody of Lu Yixin. Yet, if they were wise, they ought to treat Lu Yixin with more kindness, for he might still harbor some lingering affection for them. At that moment, a crackling sound emerged from the sea, as the ship of the Crimson Flame Prince was capsized by the waves. Perhaps the Dark Overlord truly deemed them foolish mortals, believing that they could be dealt with without the need for deceit? Just then, a shocking event unfolded. 2 stone eggs began to crack under the assault of the golden-haired creature, producing a series of explosive sounds. Volume 1, Chapter 81. Discovery of the Beehive. Xianling is no longer the divine monarch. As the army of the Eagle clan retreated like an ominous cloud, the Crane clan finally escaped the tense atmosphere, exhaling a sigh of relief. Xianling returned to the tribe, weary and covered in dust, only to be met with the sight of a devastated settlement. Broken fences, scattered feathers. A mere glance revealed the chaos. Xianling, why have you only just returned? Song Lian and the Eagle clan have launched an attack. They claim you have abducted their goddess. The chieftain's voice was filled with fury and reproach, his gaze heavy with disappointment. Were you not instructed to bring Song Lian back to wed the goddess? Why has it come to this? Xianling offered no defense, silently standing to the side. As for the mishap that occurred during her wedding, all witnessed it. And there were those who relished in her misfortune, believing she deserved such an outcome, ignoring the fear of those around her. Sun Yin casually peeled a chestnut with one hand and tossed it into her mouth, simultaneously taking another sip of her drink. At that moment, the creature lay motionless on the ground. Had it not been for its faint breathing and the absence of a system prompt, Sun Yin would have likely disregarded it entirely. However, it was thwarted by a colossal shield, failing to achieve the desired effect and instead causing the formation to disperse. Unless you expressed your gratitude. Acknowledging that I saved your life that day, it would not be unreasonable for you to thank me. Qianling began to adjust the focus. Wukong chuckled bitterly. Realizing that at this juncture, there was no turning back, playing the fool would only lead to further discomfort without any other outcome. Chief. A figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in plain clothes. This was one of the experts referred to by Su Yong earlier. Are you suggesting that the opponent lacks a formidable adversary capable of contending with Lord Mizzen? Ji Shui's eyes brightened with inquiry. When Gu Feng approached the table, he removed the original map of the ancient castle spanning 2 kilometers and promptly laid out a repositioned satellite map on the surface. Su Ying sat helplessly before her computer. The loss of her design manuscript had left her in an abysmal state. We shall not reach Chongning Palace, not even if their cavalry catches up to us. We shall never turn back. Yelxian bellowed with an imposing presence reminiscent of the legendary Chaomingda during the burning of Wuchao. The reckless charge of the white-clad army against the city gates reveals their lack of substantial siege weaponry. Wielding mere tree trunks to batter the gate seems grandiose but is, in essence, the height of folly. A mocking voice echoed, and a fiercely radiant sword light suddenly appeared from the side, striking the flying sword at an angle. Countless eager eyes were fixated on the water pavilion, and the crowd instinctively parted to allow the water pavilion to depart, a gesture of respect befitting the strong. I have unwavering confidence in Ming Ming. She will undoubtedly succeed tomorrow, Dong Yanyan remarked casually, leaning against the wall with a leg crossed, a serene smile gracing her lips. Her faith in Ming Ming was well-founded, as she consistently ranked among the top 10 seed contestants in every competition. The chaotic stone forest suddenly sprang to life. As rows of statue-like stone gargoyles released their bindings, revealing their dark greenish skin in response to the players encroaching upon their forbidden zone. As long as Mayu remains unharmed, I shall feign ignorance, Dreamy Moon stated softly. Of course, if friendship could transcend all temptations, it might indeed be possible. Take Wang Ming, for instance. He would never stoop to ignoble acts against Li Bai for such trifles. Wang Ming may hold true. But who can guarantee that every member of the Jin Fan Thief shares the same virtue? The Huai Grand Hotel is the property of Shui Yong's father. And this gathering was organized by Shui Yong, who also bore the expenses. Merely a fade. Li Bai humbly waved his hand, causing Wang Ming and Shi Shanshan to snap out of their earlier reverence. This pretentious fellow. Was his earlier flamboyance merely an act? It seems he enjoys the underhanded approach. The sudden appearance of Yuan Tiansheng and Dong Yu startled everyone. The blood-sword demonic wind faction rejoiced, while Zhu Yuanzhang and the others were left with a multitude of questions. Yu Yang chuckled and chose to remain silent, indulging in his meal, but halfway through, his expression grew serious once more. This time, he was not jesting with He Tong. Instead, he recalled Amy, remembering that unexpected breakfast during the holiday, wondering how she was faring now. On one side of the road lay the Azurai Lake, with the towering Songshan Mountain rising like a screen in the distance. The mountain and sea landscapes echoed each other, embodying the famed 4 sceneries of Dali, Songshan Snow, and Arai Moon. Although autumn had arrived, the warmth of this city persisted as ever. I had once failed a tribulation and was reverted to my original form, only to fortuitously encounter Jun Nanli, the national master of this realm, subsequently becoming his pet. This courtyard had once been Shinshiru's residence, albeit in a state of utter disrepair. Governor Shin had specially commissioned its reconstruction. Since the room is yours, you might as well sleep in the bed, Yang Mingyan replied, her tone as frosty as ever. I found myself somewhat perplexed. Gu Mo gazed at Cheng Yunjing, who emanated a unique aura that straddled the line between manhood and boyhood. His obsidian-like eyes perpetually revealed a youthful innocence, while the words that flowed from his beautifully shaped lips resembled poison sweetened with honey. He exhibited a maturity surpassing that of his peers and possessed a profound understanding of the complexities of human emotions. Where else could you go if not to school? Luo, she inquired, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. In the presence of such a confidently assertive guest, a fire ignited within Peng Wei, its flames roaring to life. The long-hidden ambitions within him swiftly surged, fueled by this newfound fervor, permeating every cell of his being. The soap crafted by Li Yu struck a perfect balance. It was reasonably priced yet effective enough to cleanse both garments and skin, in a desperate bid to conceal his waning spirit and safeguard the reputation of the Cui family. Cui Laowu unleashed an all-out offensive, akin to a tempest, leaving his grandson dazed and vulnerable to a decisive strike. Although he had trained in assassination techniques, the manual for Hong Shun Fist also encompassed numerous strategies for stealth and infiltration. Volume 1, Chapter 82, The Celestial Crane Seeks a Mate. Rejection. If we can wrap ourselves up, we might be able to retrieve that beehive, she mused, a hint of excitement lacing her voice. As if a plan had already begun to form. Song Lian furrowed his brow. Let's devise a strategy upon our return. I will certainly assist you in obtaining that beehive. The two continued their ascent, amidst the verdant mountains of the warm season, where wild vegetables flourished. You Chao Sheng intended to seize this opportunity to gather provisions. With a wicker basket slung over his shoulder, he collected fresh, dew-laden greens, planning to prepare pan-fried buns for dinner, fearing that steamed buns might not rise properly. In a few days, with impending rain, mushrooms would emerge in abundance. He was not particularly fond of such things, as he mused. Otherwise, any delay might result in others getting there first, leaving him with no chance at all. A look of confusion etched across Ma Shichong's face, yet he acquiesced, instructing his subordinates to arrange exit procedures for the three individuals. Pigsy seemed to gain sudden clarity, his body jolting as he nearly spat out his saliva in surprise. Overall, the meal had been enjoyable for both host and guest, and they tactfully avoided sensitive topics. After dining, the pair exited the restaurant, where Yichin saw off Xia Yutong as she got into her car before departing himself. Liang Fa perked up at the mention of returning, saying, "Let us hasten down the mountain. If we linger too long, we might find ourselves without food, just as last time." With that, they turned and made their way downhill. Whether in film, television, or various other realms, if Qin Chuan's past endeavors had elevated him to a pedestal, the current film, Wolf Warrior, had catapulted him to a position of superlative distinction. Hiss? If you could secure 100,000 yuan, then the stakes in this matter could be in the millions. Fan Siyun inhaled sharply. As the response settled in, Song Fanchu's previously vacant gaze gradually rekindled with vitality. When she was initially abducted by Tang Song, she had presumed him to be merely a lecherous rogue, a misguided soul wandering astray. Little did she expect to be so thoroughly humbled, suffering defeats without a single victory, losing nearly 1/5 of her forces. After a few days of seclusion, dust had begun to gather in the room. However, this time, Li Yi chose not to tidy up but instead wielded her mantis blade and stepped outside, vanishing into thin air. A barbarian youth on the arena was sent flying by the claw of a colossal earth bear, prompting the strongman among the wilderness dwellers to call forth the next challenger. In the play, Bai Kei's skin was not quite so fair, nor her visage so youthful, yet, adhering to her character's requirements, she indeed possessed beauty, which explained why both the leading man and his counterpart were enchanted by her charm. The chicken demon exclaimed loudly, not wishing to discover that Qi Xiangzi had departed, for that would leave him with nowhere to search. As the foul-smelling immortal silently vowed in his heart, Zidian Wuji had already spotted Su Inyang's figure, standing alongside the head of the Ziji family on the elevated platform. Initially, I harbored a certain admiration for the attendees of the charity gala, believing them to be warm-hearted, high-caliber individuals of success. Before long, after absorbing the original technique crystal, Mu Yuzhu opened her eyes, brimming with excitement, enduring until the second dragon was subdued. Song Chong had demonstrated remarkable restraint during the playoffs. Fearfully retreating, the dead tranquility master proved to be utterly unreliable. How could one possibly prevail? Elder Chen, please. They are both inside. Qin Yu heard the voice of the leading disciple from the ghostly shadow sect, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips. At that moment, he might even be bitten back by the nameless one. and taking action against him now would only weaken his own forces. Having successively conquered 2 factions, the army under the rule of the Inding Kingdom had expanded to nearly 1,900 men. However, there was insufficient time to transition them into soldiers within the camp. Otherwise, their combat prowess would have significantly increased. The 1,000 young men previously recruited from Yin Town had already seen bloodshed and were no longer in the novice stage. The crystal remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately acquiescing to this plan. After all, it was merely a killer, and there was no need to feel regret. Throughout the 3 years of warfare, there were several occasions when he narrowly escaped peril thanks to the Blood Slave's control over the celestial behemoth. Once the Blood Slave completely became the primordial spirit of this colossal star beast, he would be able to wield its full potential, rendering the great sage realm utterly insignificant. In the eyes of the old sacrificial wine master, those who relentlessly pursued spiritual needs while enduring hunger and cold were foolish. Yet, the competition must continue. Thus, the class had no choice but to hastily find a male student to fill the gap. Jinyu remarked, if dreams could come true, they would surely attract travelers from all corners of the world, gathering at the foot of Longshan. During the holidays, one embarks on a journey to revel in the breathtaking scenery. The person in charge was initially bewildered, and upon witnessing the palpable fear that the young master, Cui Bin, exhibited, he stammered and could scarcely articulate a response. Throughout the competition, Chen Mingming witnessed firsthand the true prowess of Shi Yinyu and Long Chendong. Tu Qianqing gradually stirred, maneuvering the ball as if taking a leisurely stroll in his own garden, approaching Lanfeng with an air of nonchalance. Guokai tugged at Wang Tian and they rushed to the car. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle shot forward, leaving Wang Tian utterly perplexed by her intentions. The heavy slam of the car door startled Qian Lu, who instinctively glanced at the flashing lights, yet hesitated no longer, promptly entering the vehicle and executing a flawless sequence of actions to drive away from Feng Mi. It had only been a little over 3 months, and due to Bai Xianqian's slender frame, her belly was already becoming apparent. When Su Jin and Shan Ming departed from Lhasa, they left with a quaint inn and a tale filled with twists and turns. Even those who appear remarkably resilient on the surface harbor 1 or 2 vulnerabilities that should not be touched. That skincare product seemed to form a hardened layer upon her skin, preventing any hair from penetrating. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, stifling her voice. Yet her shoulders trembled slightly. Yi Qingqing changed into a sultry outfit, donning a strapless short dress that accentuated her captivating figure. Although she was somewhat reluctant about the principal's arrangements, she dutifully carried her bag and followed the teacher into the classroom, for she could hardly express her discontent to the principal. In response to such explosive news, Jiang Ji displayed an unexpectedly calm demeanor, leading Guichu to believe that Jiang Ji was preoccupied with his meal and had not fully grasped what he was saying. Liang Lianbai nodded. The formidable soul beasts that have appeared throughout our Doloa continent have been catalogued by some discerning individuals, and the top 10 among them are collectively referred to as the 10 fierce beasts. The man spoke of Ji Qingyue and her companions, and upon their arrival outside Baiwu City, they beheld countless beast folk lying in wait. Among them were hundreds of powerful presences, rivaling that of the cat-eared beast. Volume 1. Chapter 83. Tears of the Merfolk, temporarily residing with the Eagle tribe. Upon the utterance of this statement, the assembly was left in utter disbelief. What kind of talk was this? Song Lian was the first to object, his voice tinged with anger and anxiety. What nonsense are you spouting? Qianyu was the second, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. No, I do not consent. On the bed, Bei Wang was also counted as the third to oppose, asserting that You Chao Sheng already had enough beast husbands, which was simply unacceptable. You Chao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. I already have a partner. My actions were merely a ruse to secure my release. Well, you may utilize me for a lifetime. There was a hint of persistence in Xianling's voice, as if his heart had been irrevocably captured by You Chao Sheng. The glimmering purple gold caught Lin Chen's eye, and he shook his head in resignation. Such a substantial piece of purple gold could be exchanged for a considerable amount of gold. Given his current financial constraints, he graciously accepted it without hesitation. After a brief pause, Wang Yi nodded slowly. He had no alternatives. Just as he was preparing to issue a retreat order, dozens of riders approached rapidly from the distance. Wang Yi focused intently and recognized his subordinate left in Liao County. He was covered in blood, and an ominous thought flickered in Wang Yi's mind. To the north of Fangxiu County, a cavalry force of 15,000 was advancing swiftly towards it, led by a formidable warrior clad in silver armor. wielding a coiled dragon sword, equipped with a Feihong bow, and riding a crimson blood horse. Close behind followed military strategist Gu Exine, Minister Deng Yu, and others. In that moment, Chu Liangshun, with wide eyes, uttered untruths, boldly addressing the scar on Mo Feng's face while speaking words that contradicted his feelings. Your Highness, shall we return by waterway or land? I have heard news of a missing princess in the capital, and all checkpoints are on high alert. Surely, Xiao Lang would not suspect our envoy from Lonling Kingdom? No, you are already my wife. Your past is not my concern. I care not for it. However, your present and future must belong to me. That is only fair. Jing Majian gently caressed Xiao Caifu's forehead, his eyes radiating warmth, gradually influencing her emotions. They had remained largely silent, as if in that stillness lay the most profound form of communication. In agony, Yang Hong felt his limbs grow numb, his body colder than the surrounding snow. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Who was mine? I shot him a glance from my seat, my cheeks flushed, not from shyness, but from discomfort and unfamiliarity with our new relationship. Half an hour later, the northern gate of Handan City slowly opened. Lu Rue, at the forefront and surrounded by generals, entered the city while the citizens knelt along the road, offering food and drink to the newly appointed warlord of Zhao. Master Shen should be fine, right? At this moment, Fang Yun also flew over. This legion of ghostly soldiers was different. Numbering in the tens of thousands, they killed demon cultivators and absorbed their essence. A hapless demon beast was gnawed upon by several ghostly soldiers, leaving not a drop of moisture behind in a cycle of breath. The powerful merging technique rendered the dark sky resplendent, as the roar of the precious beast echoed throughout the entirety of Huanglu City. Above, spectral figures loomed, obscuring visibility. The inhabitants could not discern friend from foe, yet they understood that formidable beings with immense power were safeguarding them. With a gentle sigh, Yang Hao slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of resignation, saying, "Since your majesty disallows it, I shall have to find a way on my own." Though tinged with a hint of helplessness, his expression bore little trace of despondency. Brother Ida's immense kindness left Ringue at a loss for how to repay such a debt. Consequently, Ringue performed a respectful bow, only to be halted by Zhang Fei. The four players of the Night of the Dead were decisively resolute, despite the perception that time had dragged on. It had scarcely been half a minute. Realizing that they could glean no advantage, they promptly resolved to depart. No need, I shall resolve this myself. If I cannot surmount such a minor issue, how can I aspire to be a physician? Lu Qi replied softly. Alas, the circumstances remained unchanged, despite their frustrations. They could do nothing but accept the harsh reality before them with a bitter smile. Even as their adversaries persisted in their obstreperous antics, they could only continue to confront the situation. Li Siyuan was blinded by the dazzling rays of the sun, overwhelmed by the heat radiating from it, and hastily withdrew a third of the spiritual energy from his fork, redirecting it into the crimson scale shield. Nama Xiang initiated the confrontation with a swift stroke of his sword, slicing through the curtain of water and targeting the blackfish spirit. Within the watery veil, the blackfish spirit summoned a radiant energy, striking the sword's blade in succession. Had the Yellow Turban Army merely been a local militia, even with its influence spanning multiple states and counties and wielding substantial power, Huangju would not have believed that the numerous rebellions quelled against the Han dynasty would falter due to this relatively larger uprising. Unlike other regions, the south suburb cannot truly be classified as a suburb. Rather, it is merely an area awaiting development. Many in J City are aware that much of the south suburb has already been claimed for various developmental projects, leaving the plans to others. The soldiers surrounded them, and a Japanese officer waved his hand, allowing the soldiers restraining Han Qiuyun to release her. Yang Dia remained silent, squatting on the ground as he rolled a thick cigarette, the sparks flying as he took a drag. In the early 1980s, the price of the gentleman orchid soared, with a single pot costing several times, even dozens of times, the monthly income of the populace at that time. On the other side of the universe, the entity of destruction sensed the malice emanating from the anti-universe. The spatial fluctuations caused by Enchimida puzzled even the foundational annihilation entity skilled in wormhole technology. Earth possessed no such capabilities. Upon further investigation, they discovered the reason, and thus, fear began to creep in. Volume 1, Chapter 84. Honey is here, winning the favor of the goddess. The corners of Xianling's lips curved upward slightly, his eyes shimmering with a gentle light as he gazed tenderly at You Chao Sheng, his voice soft yet resolute. Very well, my lady goddess. You, with meticulous care, applied antiseptic to the swollen area on Xianling's skin, where he had been stung by bees. Your movements were gentle yet professional, and due to the sweltering heat, the use of gauze was not an option. Take care of yourself. Do not lift anything until the swelling subsides, you advised with a hint of concern in your tone. I will heed the words of the divine lady, Xianling replied obediently, his voice reflecting an unwavering trust in you. You Chao Sheng finally turned her gaze towards the beehive on the ground, a flicker of surprise glimmering in her eyes. However, upon surveying the escape route, she realized that fleeing was seemingly unfeasible, for Shiza was seated right at the entrance. If I don't approach, you may speak to me directly here. But do not come near, Yin Xia exclaimed, advancing with each word, her voice rising in urgency. Lord Dong, the food is ready. Please take it inside, Song Yi said, intending to hand the food box to Dong Qi before turning to leave. For 3 years, he had indulged her, cherished her, and spoiled her. Unable to bear even the slightest grievance against her, he believed even a stone would be softened by such affection. Professor Chen chuckled, remarking that Americans were like that. If you cooked at home, they would praise the deliciousness. Later, if you brought them a dish, they would return the favor with a basket of fruit. In China, this is known as reciprocity. Though customs vary among nations, certain habits remain consistent. For instance, when a person passes away, they are to be buried in a graveyard. Who would bury someone at home? The man lowered his gaze, noting the droplets that had unknowingly fallen upon her face, only then realizing that his own eyes and nose were damp as well. Don't listen to Lin's nonsense. It's about catering to their preferences. If you buy too many expensive gifts, they will merely think you lack originality, believing you are merely throwing money around. She mingling advised. Come, hit here. Gao Renqi slightly turned her face, even providing him with a favorable angle. I shall pawn the items to avoid further trouble. I have no evidence to prove which pair belongs to me. Better to sell them and simplify matters. The shadow ripped apart the prey's body, extracting its innards with a brutality reminiscent of a cannibal, immediately pouncing on the doll like a famished tiger, consuming the oil that flowed forth. Yet today, as Guan Changjie spoke these words to himself, Zhao Wanqing's expression was filled with even greater astonishment. Zhao Wanqing had always found it difficult to believe her own circumstances, and Guan Changjie's revelations only deepened her bewilderment. Xiaohosa took her to gallop on horseback. The equestrian grounds were vast, leading towards a verdant forest, with no one around in the outskirts, allowing them to frolic freely without concern, accompanied only by the guards trailing behind. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I've only heard such rumors. No one has ever verified them. Si Qingyu hesitated before articulating his thoughts. Even Ling Yue was momentarily taken aback, smiling silently as she observed Jinxi City, reclining on a soft couch, with her eyes tightly shut, Shui Minghua's hand, resting at her side, gradually clenched tightly, hidden from view within the soft cushions. As soon as the car departed, Yamamoto Takashi received a call, informing him that the police would search the embassy location for suspicious individuals. At that moment, Yamamoto Takashi finally comprehended Yi Tianyu's sinister intentions. How do you know our identities? Zhao Ming'er suddenly assumed a stance reminiscent of a killer ready to silence witnesses. Xiao Jingyu cast a lingering glance at Song Yi, his dark eyes lowered in contemplation. As dawn broke in the east, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, cascading downwards, while a delicate morning fog enveloped the world, creating an ethereal and dreamlike atmosphere. No matter how prolonged the feast, there comes a moment of joyous dispersal. The same holds true for a duel among masters, where blades gleam and cold light radiates, akin to the dew upon village rain. The organizer's rationale was twofold: convenience and a preliminary check on the competition's equipment for any anomalies. Should the conflict escalate, drawing in more forces, the significance of these families would become apparent. Old Bai, our ammunition is running low. We must swiftly strategize how to engage in the forthcoming battle, the instructor cautioned Captain Bai with genuine concern. From morning until approximately 2 in the afternoon, they had successfully repelled 3 enemy assaults. Yu Chi-chung had resolved not to engage with the dagger against wood. Instead, she should directly use the dagger to strike, which should pose no problem. Within the palace, tranquil spaces were scarce, and only Qian Ning and the second individual ventured to such secluded areas. However, in bustling locales, they dared not disregard palace rules and recklessly climb trees. The space before him was immediately rent asunder by countless fissures, enveloping Yin Cheng in layers of obscurity, akin to being ensconced within an infinite expanse. Jiao Cheng, upon hearing the news, felt a mix of elation and a touch of melancholy as he remarked. Once you descend from Yusi Liang, you will arrive at Yishuan River. The village on the right bank is Hongqi Village, a sight of the Manchu's red banner. Proceeding along the left bank, you will encounter Baichi village. Continue onward from there, and you shall reach Longhua. Li Chun pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity in Yun's words. The emperor, despite striving to be an enlightened ruler, must be fatigued and perhaps in a foul mood. County chief's son, observing the assembly of high-ranking officials, deduced that a military conference was imminent. Thus, he opted not to enter the room, stating plainly, "Commander's son, your military affairs are pressing. We shall not intrude." The innate aura of sovereign dominance radiated more fiercely than ever, causing some individuals to kneel, overpowered by this formidable presence. Each stone step towered over 10 meters, and with each ascent, the dark will that devoured flesh and soul grew ever more potent and terrifying. Particularly, the second-ranked law of fate among the 10 external laws was shrouded in mystery, a power beyond reach. Zhang Zi's warm invitation to dine could very well be a ruse involving poison in the food, intending to incapacitate him and seize his valuables. Or perhaps even to murder him while unconscious and harvest his organs for profit. As the black snake spoke, he deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that everyone present would hear. Me? Do I possess any charm? How come I am oblivious to it? A somewhat self-aware former writer, now transformed into a gun knight, cast a disdainful glance. In truth, Xiao Yi, through his keen observations and the frail constitution of Ella, could surmise the nature of her existence. She likely hoarded an abundance of snacks and beverages just before the apocalypse, allowing her to endure until now. The roar of engines echoed through the sky. The familiar sound of fighter jets made Guadao Hayato realize that the aerial combat unit, Maschetti, had arrived. This sentiment was shared not only among the players in the live stream, but also among Jihan's other teammates, including one Feng Qingchang, who seriously questioned whether Jihan was plotting something sinister. Volume 1, Chapter 85, Mushroom Gathering. Song Lian is upset. Yet today he was resolute, rendering You Chao Sheng nearly speechless, compelled to cling to him with both arms. Chao Sheng, could you harbor a bit more of me in your heart? The voice of Qian Yu carried a hint of plea. The Yin family still existed and had formed an alliance with the Zhuang family. Did one not witness the head of the Yin family becoming the vice president of the Knowledge Hall just last night? Forget it. Let us both forego weapons and rely solely on our fists. Otherwise, I fear others may accuse me of bullying you. I chuckled as I stowed away the ZUS Star Chaser. It's all right. You need not fear. Your big brother is fine. Morningstar labored to suppress the disappointment within. A feeling he had endured countless times over the past 4 years, each instance leaving him in profound anguish. Had she not been here today sketching flowers, inspired by the floral patterns of modern artworks, she would have never thought of the vases that adorned them. The year had passed, spring grass had already bloomed. And Xier was to follow Yu Wuchang to the Qinyu Palace. With her belongings packed and a heavy heart, she bid farewell to everyone. Stepping onto the carriage leaving the peach blossom source. While Wang Changji was having lunch indoors, he sensed something amiss outside, and upon stepping out with his bowl, he was puzzled by the sight. Adai, what is wrong? Adai, without turning back, continued furiously digging into the earth, seemingly harboring a deep-seated grudge against the soil. This was the first time Changji had seen Adai in such a state, frozen in place. Shevchenko felt something was amiss. The enemy's heavy artillery should still be beyond effective range. Could it be that the Song people intended to trap us? Such pain felt as though someone were wielding a coarse knife, gradually torturing her flesh. Perhaps it was shyness in the presence of strangers. He could barely meet Teacher Huang's gaze, fidgeting with his rootless fingers. Having clarified the mission objective, I refrained from rushing to slay monsters, choosing instead to observe Lu Tianxue. For that was the true path. You should have learned from me long ago. Did you see the welcoming attendant? Her smile was so captivating. Upon seeing Monkey Master, she nearly drooled. The monkey elder chuckled heartily. The brave warrior Babea, an intelligent being from the Anhila jungle, is a man distinguished by his valor. Revered as a guardian of his tribe. The French, it seems, are only intent on pursuing their foes to the edge of the forest, lacking support from aerial forces. The commander of this French contingent is Montgomery, a British Army Major General, while his opponent is Rommel. However, this rivalry holds little significance. Enhausen and Montgomery are not of the same caliber in competition. Should there be those with a timid disposition or ulterior motives? It is likely they began scheming even before assuming their positions, seeking to demonstrate their potential for support, driven by a desire to engage earnestly in conflict. Haikue was genuinely surprised that the visitors came to offer congratulations, having expected challenges instead. It was astonishing that they tacitly acknowledged the Cold Moon faction's claim to supremacy. Gyu gazed at the surrounding scenery, Feeling increasingly at ease, after washing her hands, she arranged a stool in the courtyard. Wang Shi, supporting her waist, emerged. While Guyu carried a bamboo basket containing items related to Wang Shi's embroidery work. As the blade of the dagger made contact with the soft abdomen of the ant, Zhao Lei sensed intuitively that this strike would either miss entirely or, if it connected, would inflict significant harm. Surrounded by outsiders, it was difficult to take charge. So it was the second ant who brought out a basin of dishes from the kitchen to invite them to eat. In a large family, this is quite common. After all, the elders on my side are quite formidable. Jillies nodded in agreement. Chapter 86. The Wrath of the Beast God. A torrential rain approaches. The gugu beast and mushrooms emitted an enticing fragrance, while flour was transformed into pancakes, crisp and golden as they adhered to the stone pot, tantalizing the senses. This aroma wafted through the air, greatly stimulating the appetite. She then used the remaining mushrooms to fry an egg, with the edges slightly browned while the center remained tender. Harmoniously melding with the mushroom's exquisite flavor, and called out to Qianyu to summon Xianling Qianyu, displaying considerable reluctance, pouted and hesitated to go. You Chao Sheng playfully pinched his ear, laughing. Didn't he the thatched hut benefit from their efforts as well? Hurry up. I even saved a gugu beast leg for you. Upon hearing this, Qianyu's face lit up with joy, and his eyes sparkled as he hurried off to call Xianling down. Wang Fatty dared not lift his head. Scurrying into the car with his tail tucked between his legs, hastily departing from Ping and Street in a state of disarray. I have no face to contact you, he muttered. Gu Yi did not spend several years in the military before returning. After all, he belonged to the distinguished special forces, feeling inadequate compared to others. He found it embarrassing to contact Yang Leffen. It was not that he lacked capability, he had the potential to remain as a sergeant, yet he was overshadowed by connections. The afternoon sunlight induced a languid drowsiness, as Qingwu lazily reclined on the bed, her hair cascading down, the inky strands perfuming the room. Who does not relish words of praise? Yang Leffen was no exception, his heart swelling with delight, a sweetness enveloping him. The Empress Dowager huffed. With both the Emperor and Empress present, she was disinclined to acquiesce to a phone, sensing instinctively that a phone harbored ill intentions. Lin Hanxi and Lang Wuchen, resting in their chamber, were each preoccupied with their own thoughts, exchanging sparse words now and then. Li Jizhu gasped in astonishment. She could hardly believe that the real estate market had escalated to such madness. Shen Chunhua was equally astonished. After years of traversing the country, they had seen much. Yet such frenzy was still difficult to accept. Some things were better articulated by Yang Zhongyo, who always regarded himself as quite astute. A colossal dial displayed Zhou Chu's body temperature plummeting swiftly. Strangely, Zhou Chu felt no discomfort, rather a peculiar sense of comfort enveloped him. In an instant, the word moment flashed in He Naishuan and Su Keki's minds. Realizing this audacious fellow seemed unafraid of danger. Daring to meddle with Yunmi. Did he not fear the unknown consequences? Qi Ling sensed a violent distortion of soul energy, and in his vision, the shimmering silver dust billowed as robes fluttered. His efforts to wield the great sword grew increasingly strenuous, nearly endangering his companions on several occasions. A sudden icy sensation crept into the back of Qi Ling's head, tightening his heart with fear. Yang, clearly still oblivious to the specifics, only knew that the Yin family had been captured, prompting me to rush to their aid with my comrades. However, Carlos's warning seemed belated. When Joshua ceased his actions and began to calmly observe the void, even his composed demeanor faltered, his eyes widening. As Qin Song halted, he saw me advancing towards him once more. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, and a sly smile crept upon his lips. Such a precious item was offered by Lu Xiu without a blink, displaying utmost generosity. A suspected virus rapidly infiltrated the metallic shell, commencing structural destruction, collapsing the casing. Reminiscent of the earlier devastation wrought upon the six-armed celestial lord, plundering chariot. The vehicle sped along the road, but as it approached the intersection of Huaxia Road, it halted abruptly at a red light, the RV carrying Li Shuelian coming to a stop. After exchanging a few pleasantries and joking with Wu Shuang, Jinjin, and Fatty, just as I intended to take my leave, I noticed a remarkably stunning figure striding towards me. Jade Tree Song ultimately captured the regal aura, the wild geese soaring high, sending autumn greetings to Shurching. The realm is indifferent to the matters of rise and fall, allowing the slanting sun to accompany the guestess' sorrow. Relying on agility, one seamlessly changes positions, attempting to restrain the formidable force of Zhongwu. The adversary not only continues unabated but intensifies the onslaught. Without exceptional aptitude, one finds it increasingly arduous to advance in either the path of alchemy or martial arts upon reaching their limits. Although Qin Dan had visited Tang Feng's chamber numerous times, this occasion marked a departure, as Qin Dan took the initiative to grasp Tang Feng's hand. In a bid to introduce her son to the martial arts, she discreetly sought the assistance of Bao Songren, ultimately securing a direct admission to Dongling Academy. The once inconspicuous Yang Tian now seemed to radiate vitality. As if something within him glimmered subtly, this flicker, once perceived by their naked eyes, would inevitably evoke an inner transformation, even if but a mere trace. Captain, your foresight is commendable. My admiration for you flows like an unending river, exclaimed a pirate lackey, adept at mimicking the tropes of television dramas, eager to flatter. Oh, it no longer hurts. Lu Bingning marveled at her own condition, slowly rising from the bed. The clever elder sister is the most formidable. One day, I shall pin you down and spank you soundly. Not just yet. We shall wait to assess the newcomer's character, came the cautious response. Given the initial agreement to rotate every year, most believed they would have another chance and thus remained relatively subdued. I have not truly assisted the emperor. I merely engaged in a few idle conversations, Dong Shufei remarked with a gentle smile. However, the Ghost Gate serves merely as a passage between the realms of Yin and Yang. If Yin Shangwan is fortunate, she may emerge unscathed. Should the specters and Qin Lu be forcibly sent through the Ghost Gate, even if it does not accept them, the laws of the underworld will descend, leaving Qin Lu and the specters no escape. Jiang, sir, it has been a while. Qin once seemed to have anticipated this reunion, though she did not expect King Qin Guang to arrive so promptly. Due to the couple's busy schedules, the twins had long been confined within 100 miles of the capital. Upon the occasion of Uncle Miao's memorial, Miao Pei suggested returning with the children to pay respects to his late wife, as the upcoming year marks the 30th anniversary of Miao Ran's mother's passing. And this time, Miao Ran and the others would not be permitted to accompany them, with only 7 days remaining until the bloodstained hunt commences. And according to our previous pace, we should reach the bloodstained prairie in approximately 5 days. Before the hunt begins, I wish to seek out potential members of the Blood War mercenary group, Chu Yi stated to Qin Yi. Rest assured, esteemed elder thief, I shall exert every effort. May I first behold your esteemed wife? Qin Yi inquired of the elder thief. Volume 1, Chapter 87, Transforming the Dragon, A Mountain Flood Surprises All. You Chao Sheng tightly grasped the vines of the treehouse, her gaze piercing through the dense curtain of rain as she looked down. The surging flood resembled an enraged giant python, rolling and roaring, with the water level rising to an alarming 2 meters. Of course, it's merely a bout of diarrhea. I am not so feeble, Duanwu remarked. The disciples participating in the ranking competition were already aware of the sect's invitation to invite Mao Huiyang as an external aid. Initially, many harbored doubts, eagerly anticipating Mao Huizhang's arrival to test his prowess and ascertain his eligibility to represent Tianyun's sect in the competition. What the queen has said is understood by us all, Chu Ning responded, aligning with Queen Chi's words. Noticing Wang Yu still kneeling in silence, she gently tugged at her sleeve, suggesting she should respond first. In truth, Chu Ning was not the first to entertain such thoughts. Others had previously attempted to traverse the sea of sand, seeking answers, yet none had returned alive from the boundless desert. Jing Yuan refrained from pressing further, surmising that Chu Ning must have her own plans. Perhaps they had squandered time in idle chatter. Li Xian, feeling superfluous, lowered his gaze, composed himself, and silently retreated to complete the work he had left unfinished. This spectacle left the disciples of Qing Xian's sect and the onlookers utterly astonished, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape as if they could fit a goose egg within. It turned out he had redirected the summoned attacks and Su Lei strikes onto the Xuanwu formation, resulting in an increasing number of casualties until, in the final moments, the formation was forcibly dismantled due to insufficient personnel. Chu Ning, with her eloquence, painted a vivid picture of the defenses of Dongqi Royal Palace, convincing He Jin to remain with them for safety. You rascal, I've been here for ages without seeing you. Where did you just scamper off to? Mao Huiyang inquired. Jing Xiu gave Uncle Li a thumbs up beneath the table. Knowing that in the presence of someone as cunning as Nangong Ju, half-truths and ambiguities were the most prudent responses. Consequently, the newspaper's sales surged, as many were eager to witness Li Wei's misfortunes, and such opportunities were rare. How could they be missed? The previous strike had merely injured her internal organs, but this time, her meridians and bones were also affected, leaving her in profound agony. Thus, Xiahou Qinin resolutely drew upon the backup plan provided by the mysterious figure the night before. Tianjin, you cannot best me. Come with me. Xia Yin deflected her blade with his sword, the wind tousling his hair, creating a disarray before his eyes. Observing that he need not lift a finger, Yongyula felt a profound sense of joy as he successfully drove away the Prince of Beiwei. Unexpectedly, Enrique Flores noted that Li Wei maintained an exceptionally composed demeanor, mirroring the steadiness of Liverpool's performance. Oh, what do you mean by your home? Clearly, it is a residence shared by your sister and her husband. Lu Ruoxue stepped through the doorway, exclaiming, "You must add me to the gathering." Noticing the dishes had been served, she unceremoniously took a seat beside Wang Su. A Tianjin felt a jolt of emotion, unable to articulate his feelings, as he gazed into Lu Yu's eyes, brimming with affection. Shi Bao wept inconsolably. Once, she had been as vibrant and proud as Tianjin, yet with the passage of time, she began to perceive the different gazes others cast upon her in contrast to Tianjin. The more she understood, the deeper she sank into that peculiar disdainful stare, finding it difficult to extricate herself. Volume 1, Chapter 88. Illness, the Schemes of Xianling. Protect your mother. The rain had ceased, yet the mountain flood persisted. Bei Wang needed to intercept the deluge, swiftly flying upstream as boulders tumbled down with the rushing water. He understood that if he did not act promptly, the flood would bring greater calamity to the tribe. Gan Ran abruptly lifted her head to gaze at her. Yet Su Ruhue appeared unfazed, as if the intense words exchanged moments ago were not truly spoken by her. However, this only underscored her seriousness. "I have never impeded you." Ilan Yao responded weakly, "Listen, it seems that all the blame falls upon me." Upon climbing to the riverbank, Yiling felt utterly exhausted, his mind throbbing painfully. Leaning against the willow tree by the riverbank, he retched violently. Qizhou was evidently employing a tactic of provocation, attempting to nudge me step by step into the role of heir. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. These two unrefined rascals dared to mock him like Yutong. Unable to endure it further, he stormed over, lifting his leg to kick at the pair. They were frequent patrons of the venue, hoping to ensnare wealthy suitors. Those able to order XO were surely of a certain caliber. She deftly pivoted, avoiding the blade's tip, and lightly struck the bandit's nape with the umbrella's handle, causing him to collapse to the ground without a sound. Upon emerging from the depths of the mountains, they found Guayun Temple deserted. The once mysterious formation had long been dismantled by Nangong, allowing those below to behold the temple's presence, albeit diminished to a mere semblance of grandeur. Originally, she had intended to intimidate the masked man with the threat of police intervention, but reconsidering, she realized that despite the injuries he had inflicted upon many, the police had not apprehended him. Thus, she hastily retracted her threat, her assertiveness considerably diminished. Little did she know that before she could finish her statement, Ganpei abruptly wrenched her sleeve away, exclaiming loudly, "Why does everyone say such things? Who cares for your insincerity? Get away from me." Ignoring Su Ruhue's astonishment, she stormed away in a fit of anger. "All right, everyone disperse. Today's events must not leave the clan," Qian Feihong reiterated with a nod. Lu Heng gasped in disbelief. Was he truly still on Earth? Why had he never heard of such a place with such scenery? Furthermore, did they not fear being discovered by the authorities if such occurrences were to be revealed to the mundane world? A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings. Thick clouds hung in the sky, and sunlight pierced through, forming visible yet intangible beams that illuminated the earth, everything remaining as it always had. The doctor recommended further examinations, confirming that there were no significant issues with her digestive system. It was likely merely a result of recent inactivity, indigestion, and a disturbance in her spleen and stomach. Though nothing severe. Water-summoning talisman. Lin Feng conjured a water dragon to assault the azure fox, which detested the sensation of being drenched, given its innate aversion. "Hello. May I enter?" The hopeful glimmer in Jizi's eyes, coupled with her flawless figure and appearance, was an allure few could resist, except for Zheng Shiqiang, the slothful one, who had recently been occupied with the pursuit of becoming a cultured businessman and had little inclination to engage in physical exercise. As a distinguished graduate of the Galaxy Academy, possessing ample knowledge of law and psychology, Fang Yanting had assumed the role of president of the company. His understanding of human nature and coordination clearly qualified him for the position. Everyone reluctantly widened their eyes towards the entrance, only to behold a bear. It resembled a steam bun that had doubled in size, its eyes so puffy that only slits remained visible. The once ruggedly handsome visage was now obscured by a mane of glossy black hair and a signature goofy grin. Volume 1, Chapter 89, The Bonding Fruit, Soft-Hearted. In truth, the celestial ridge had deceived them. This item was not rare in the possession of the celestial crane goddess. for each bond formed with a beast husband. They would share the fruit equally. Thus, whenever the goddess fell ill, the ailment would automatically transfer to those beast husbands. The celestial ridge had learned of this through an incidental remark from the goddess and had not forgotten to pilfer one before departing. Qianyu broke the fruit in half and handed one piece to him. After he consumed it and exhibited no unusual reactions, he then offered the other half to You Chao Sheng. Just then, the shamanic healer arrived at the cave, exclaiming urgently, "Wait." Her voice carried a hint of panic. As Qianyu's hand trembled, the fruit slipped from her grasp, and in the moment that You Chao Sheng swallowed, Xianling felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Yi Tian shook his head, choosing not to pursue, but instead casting a smile toward the azure sky, for reasons unknown. Particularly after the calamity wrought upon humanity by Dong Huang Tai Yi, the human race's emphasis on procreation escalated to a new level. Nonetheless, he continued to issue commands, instructing all ships in the fleet to resume firing the second wave of projectiles once the electromagnetic railgun had cooled. Yin Wang sat in the carriage, handing a piece of cake to King Qing, and remarked casually, "In truth, the swift retreat of Tian Xianwu that day must indicate some ulterior motives. Moreover, even if they could muster such an abundance of spirit stones, acquiring treasures to enhance cultivation or strengthen power would prove far more practical. A storage-type magical artifact was not their primary choice. From the perspective of the Fifth Reign, the agreements previously signed by Song Shan with the farmers were overly humane. Even more disheartening was that, in the absence of nutritional infusions, individuals afflicted with such an ailment were, for all intents and purposes, sentenced to death. The man, upon hearing Li Linlang acquiesce to his request, was exceedingly pleased. Among the coffee shops he had scoured, only this one could satisfy him. "Shouldn't we treat star players with equal regard?" Lang and he inquired, fully immersing themselves in the role of club operators. A sudden pang shot through her heart. Merely the faintest outline caused her to gasp for breath. The courtyard, though expansive, was painfully monotonous, with only a single orchid and a blooming crabapple tree gracing the front. "Princess Wan Yun, I trust you were not yet born when I departed." Shen Jixing's expression bore a hint of surprise. Yet his demeanor did not betray any shift in color due to differences in status, leaving Shen Wanyun with a favorable first impression of this guardian who had been missing for nearly 2 decades. Observing his demeanor, it did not appear he had been afflicted with demonic thoughts, though the possibility of an unmanifested onset could not be dismissed. Chang Hongyi pondered anxiously as he returned home. After selling mountain goods, the village chief intended to inquire with the shop assistant about the circumstances to the north. However, after waiting for half an hour, he found no opportunity to converse, as the merchants were too numerous and preoccupied. Unfortunately, it was his assistant who answered the phone, informing him that Director Su had just been involved in a car accident. The business vehicle he was traveling in had been struck head-on by a sudden mud truck while en route to the company. Upon hearing this, Su Dingting was immediately filled with anxiety, urging Zhou Xiaofeng to hasten to the hospital. No wonder he was immune to her heart-devouring curse. It turned out he was blind and could not see her silver needles. How could they penetrate his heart without his eyes? After a series of inquiries, Su Shirshio's suspicions deepened. Though her face betrayed no signs, her heart was a tempest of turmoil. Without a moment's hesitation, I resolved to tightly guard my true identity and to act with greater deliberation in the future. The sole opportunity for a turnaround lies in the hope that my enhanced abilities, after 5 trials, will allow me to defy fate and overturn the Queen Mother's plans at the moment the preordained conclusion arrives. "Sooner, my dear cousin, I have returned this morning. Just as you arrived, I asked him to accompany me for a stroll. Would you care to join us?" Upon reaching Sooner, Xiaoyu spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Gan was thoroughly enraged. A person like Bai Jian truly deserved his fate, and any measures taken against him were entirely justified. Inside, Gong Jiaxi scoffed, yet maintained an outward demeanor of indifference as Oh Haiying deftly steered the conversation towards the matter she had inquired about over the phone the previous night. At that moment, Gong Jiaxi's suspicions were inevitably confirmed. After exchanging blows, Guilin remained unscathed, calm and composed, while Wei Xiaoyin's expression grew darker with resentment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the heart-guarding pill had healed his wounds once more, he teetered on the brink of fury. As the celestial bodies shifted, accompanied by the falling stars, Guilin, upon witnessing the stunning scenes within the heavenly refined crystal bestowed by his master, could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment immediately, since venturing into Zhangzhou had restricted his freedom to utilize his abilities at will. Today, he would seize the opportunity to witness their might. While the primary objective of the Allied forces venturing into the illusory valley was to emerge alive and thereby enhance their strength. Discovering the valley's secrets and unearthing a few treasures would indeed be a tremendous boon. Occasionally, figures from the dream empires soared through the skies. Though all possessed pure bloodlines granting them wings, not everyone could take flight. Only those of formidable strength could soar alongside the clouds. Grasping the jars on the shelf, I rummaged until I found a tea canister, drawing a handful of tea leaves as if drawing lots, tossing them into a cup, and pouring boiling water over them. I covered the cup, shaking it with a clatter before setting it down on the low table beside Chu Tao. Just as he was taken aback, a thunderous crash echoed as a black armored vehicle was overturned. The ancient soldiers had not yet had the chance to cheer when the door flipped outward, and 5 or 6 shimmering figures sprang forth, each wielding a long knife. Yao Ping sighed, "Very well, let us remain silent." He set down the travel bag and unzipped it halfway, 2 dark gun barrels aimed squarely at Zhao Dashan's eyes. She managed a weak smile, her entire body aching like a shackle binding her form, her mind still in disarray. Unconsciously, she bit her lower lip, the pain offering a fleeting distraction from her turmoil. Initially, she had thought 10 days ample, brimming with confidence alongside other talented youths, yet when faced with this trial, they were all rendered bewildered. Natalie's finely arched brows knitted in concentration, and in the moment her arms raised their weapons, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the luminous barrier. Ma Jing understood that despite their bravado, these individuals were also filled with anticipation for his encounter with Ma Zhong. Each clash of the blood moon and the massive sword light erupted in a shower of sparks, dazzling brilliance illuminating the scene. As the conversation flowed, a thunderous sound erupted. The first shot from the testing catapult narrowly struck the watchtower. Mo Li had long overturned previous conjectures, for from Meng Qi's various actions, it appeared that Meng Qi might indeed be the embodiment of the Tai Jing Dragon Vein. Volume 1, Chapter 90, Partners, Blossoming Red Flowers. You Chao Sheng reclined upon the bed, finding solace in the moment. Song Lian and the others resided in the treehouse across, and should she raise her voice, they would promptly arrive at her side. You Chao Sheng took several deep breaths, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Gradually, his breathing steadied. However, beside him, Xian Ling appeared disinclined to succumb to slumber. His eyes slowly opened in the darkness, revealing a hint of tension and unease. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, a scent unique to the divine lady, distinctly different from that of ordinary women. Her skin was soft and delicate, as if it would melt upon contact. Especially when she had last perched upon his back, that softness had nearly overwhelmed him. Well, if you can deliver Junqi to my bed, what does a millennium orchid matter? The tall figure cloaked in a mantle maintained a rigid posture, fingers still poised as if in the act of placing a chess piece. My apologies, dear classmate. My sister's temper can be rather impulsive, though she means no harm. Tong Jiqing approached Yin Xiaoyi, gently patting the back of her hand. Su Yao listened to the man's furious outburst, yet she turned her gaze anxiously towards Jiang Yuan, who shook his head in reassurance, his eyes conveying comfort. In the vigor of youth, one might expect grievances to dissipate with time. Yet, on this autumn night, barely 2 months apart, he had been startled, injured, and exposed to a night of chilling winds. How could his inner self remain unscathed? Jinro articulated her reasoning, scooping a spoonful of rice porridge, and calmly looking up at Chao Jing. In stark contrast to her earlier tone, she spoke softly, "Please, do not move any further. What if you aggravate your wound? Allow me to feed you this porridge so that you may rest." With that, she extended the wooden spoon towards him. This situation suggests that either the physician deliberately withheld information, or Man Chang feared for her safety and thus bribed the healer to remain silent. In truth, it was merely that no one had yet pierced this veil of secrecy, for fear that doing so would invite complications. No, please. Su Yao's greatest dread was his obstinacy, unwilling to heed any counsel. She endeavored to evade and reject him. Scoundrel, utterly shameless. Have you forgotten the words of our master? You are the future hope of Piaoyao Peak and the hope of Wanshou Valley. How can you so recklessly disregard your own gifts and engage in such disgraceful behavior? He rambled on. However, at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, several vigilant youths stood guard. As Lin Luocheng approached, the leading young man raised his hand to block his path. The members of the Lin family rushed from the side hall, gazing up at the increasingly dimming void, clearly witnessing thousands of formidable individuals moving in an orderly fashion towards the mountainside. With the movement of these powerful beings, each at least of the 8th tier, The entire expanse trembled violently. Outside, the elderly steward sighed, discreetly signaling to a nearby servant, who entered carrying a wine jar in each hand. After placing them down, the servant quietly withdrew. Strangely, the blood rose remained unfazed by the sudden upheaval. Aside from the necessary defensive measures, everything appeared as usual. Those who were leveling up continued to do so, while others delve into dungeons, displaying no signs of anxiety. Unexpectedly, the previously vibrant cheers fell into a sudden silence. The atmosphere shifted palpably as the audience noticed 3 additional Southeast soldiers approaching another group. Yi Zheng inwardly scorned himself for falling into his old habits, having neglected financial considerations once again. Had it not been for the benevolence of the kind-hearted driver, he would have faced considerable embarrassment. The unique energy emanating from his fingertips, upon entering the chaotic essence, was instantly divided into 2 distinct characteristics, accompanied by Yu Haoran's thunderous roar, a black beam, reminiscent of ink, shot forth from the back of the yin-yang life and death mirror. "Senior, are you threatening your junior?" Yu Haoran inquired, replenishing his energy with elixirs and spatial crystals while gazing into the boundless void. To his surprise, Yin showed no intention of fleeing. Engaging the figure amidst the shimmering light, he held his ground without faltering, and, due to the fluctuations in space, his form became increasingly agile. The mention of this matter vexed Firefly, who found herself inexplicably entangled in the battle between the Black Flood Dragon and Yu Wui, feeling the sting of defeat on her face. Without exchanging words, she charged directly at Yu Wui, who was reputedly one of the few formidable experts within the Dragon Abyss. Jiraiya extended his hand, regarding Izumi while stroking his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, turned to Itachi to speak. Perhaps it was due to having endured 2 nightmares in one night that Xianbao fell into a deep slumber shortly after lying down. His body, which he claimed weighed several hundred pounds, had left a lingering imprint in the ground. Just as he relaxed, a presence behind him locked onto him, causing his expression to darken. Faced with the masked man, whose ocular prowess was on par with, if not superior to, Shirsue's, his right eye's techniques could not manifest their full potential. At that moment, the phantom body ascended, enveloped in a golden-brown radiance, illuminating the once dim sky. The phantom's hand seals shifted rapidly, weaving intricate patterns, as the golden-brown light gathered above his head, swirling into the shape of a grand seal. The 2 rested here for a time, having shared life and death experiences, fostering a profound bond between them. Though unspoken, their connection naturally evolved into a mutual support as lovers. To prevent this matter from implicating Zhao Yepian and ensuring the Zhao clan faded from the palace, he sought the assistance of Pu Chaobaolin, who had always treated him with kindness. In desperation, he boldly approached Baolin, who unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. However, now, with his father and others deceased, cruelly killed by the Yamada group, he felt the weight of despair. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a resemblance. The aura of dignity they exuded was strikingly similar. When did I become such a person? Accustomed to gauging others' expressions to dictate my actions, deliberating on their personalities, and selecting the most suitable approach in dealings. She pondered, feeling utterly fatigued, more so than the vexatious calculus examination. Very well, call for me in a moment. I shall retreat to my room for a refreshing shower and a brief respite. I am utterly exhausted. She stretched her shoulders and limbs, waved goodbye to the others, and turned to leave. You go to that room. If you do not, I shall, Yang Shirua declared, casting a look at Wei Junxing filled with an unmistakable sense of expulsion. How could this possibly be a dream? Xi Tingfeng's gaze briefly flitted over an elusive thought. Barely grasped. Volume 1, Chapter 91. 3 Jealous Ones. The Master of Pua has emerged. The mark of partnership on You Chao Sheng's inner thigh symbolizes her indissoluble bond with Xianling. The location of this mark holds no significance for Xianling. For him, the mere fact of being united with the Divine Lady is sufficient. His gaze is tender yet resolute, filled with profound love and loyalty towards You Chao Sheng. The character for Sheng emblazoned upon his chest radiates an intense heat, as if to remind him of his duty to protect the Divine Lady. Xianling's heart swells with determination, vowing to safeguard her with his very life, ensuring she encounters no harm. A chime resounds. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a partnership. Reward: expansion of space by 100 square units. As You Chao Sheng instinctively entered the void, the onlookers were utterly captivated. Not by Feng Weichei's formidable prowess nor by Fei Yue Lang's elegance, but by an enchanting grace that rendered the combat a breathtaking spectacle. an unforeseen display of beauty. Thus, the true sage could only delve deeper into various martial arts, hoping to glean insights that would propel him further along the path of enlightenment. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a taxi, having faintly overheard Tong Lei directing the driver to take her to Ping Hai, which momentarily alleviated his disdain for her. However, as he attempted to rest, the pain in his shoulder surged, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Yet, upon hearing her cry out in pain, his heart softened inexplicably. And before he realized it, he had pressed his lips to the most infuriating individual. Subsequently, everything reverted to its usual state. The metaphorical frog aspiring to dine on swan meat. All the men immediately relegated Gong Sun Yu to the ranks of Lu Jing, and even more severely, labeled him with the epithet of wolfish ambition, implying that Gong Sun Yu sought to leverage Big Gong Ling Yu's status to ascend into high society. Dreaming of a life of effortless wealth and success, several young gentlemen surveyed the offerings, perusing at their leisure, ready to negotiate prices for what caught their fancy. The vendor, an elderly man, was exceedingly cordial. If Long Feng was deemed a monster, then Lu Yunfei was undoubtedly a veritable monstrosity among monsters. As both parties arrived at the realm of Pingying, the combat intensified due to their positions being outside one another's domains, inciting the disdain of some local pseudo-saints who, after futile attempts to mediate, joined the fray, resulting in utter chaos. It could be stated that apart from Sun Wukong, it was Jin Yuanzi who would influence which souls might ascend to the Earth Immortal list. A sneer escaped Lin Zijian's lips. For it was laughable that these individuals, his confidants placed within the company, could be swayed by mere words from this woman. It was a fanciful notion. Upon hearing that the emperor had arrived, Xiaogua hurried to the entrance, lifting the cotton curtain that shielded the door, awaiting the emperor's entrance. After all, the number of princes in the harem was lamentably scarce. Any newborn was regarded as a precious gem. Hui Yin embraced Wang Tian's powerful waist, tears cascading like strings of pearls, forming a dazzling chain that was heart-wrenching to behold. Xia Zhiqi inquired, "Why not? Hasn't Kangxi still reigned as emperor? What of becoming a marquis on the first day of the new moon?" This was also the deliberate act of a proud man. Thus, the sole apostle would inevitably be compelled to act, lest he watch helplessly as his hard work crumbled. After speaking, he waited for a moment, observing the lack of response before the voice resumed. "All right, I understand. You shall have your burdens. Enough said. Farewell." Upon hearing my words, Wu Bo immediately replied and continued to lead us toward this so-called secret chamber. Uncertain of how long we had descended into the depths, a sensation akin to crossing a barrier enveloped us, and we emerged into a dimly lit space. Tuo Ba Yao promptly commanded, "You must return to Huai Huang immediately." Wu Chuan. Tuo Ba Yao had not anticipated that Aru had not yet been found, and now, with the turmoil in Huai Huang, he was immediately beset by concern that the Ruren would seize the opportunity to invade. In that moment, Tuo Ba Yao contemplated returning to Huai Huang alongside Qin Zhongyan. The past, which had once filled him with deep regret and heartache, now felt as if it belonged to another era. Everything that had transpired remained vividly etched in his memory. Yet the agonizing pain had diminished. He envisioned a day when, possessing the strength of Zhang Zhiwei, others would no longer care whether he could wield the 8 extraordinary techniques. The man, lost in his elation, was taken aback as he beheld the fragmented serpent-shaped sculpture before him. What had transpired? In a flurry of anxiety, Arthur exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as Befink began to emerge, Arthur suddenly let out a piercing cry. Gazing at the sprawling lake of flames, Arthur could not help but chuckle bitterly, relinquishing his intention to utilize the holy light of exorcism. Yin Yin stared at him in a daze, suddenly grasping a realization. He was not inquiring whether she would choose Chen Shi, but was seemingly referring to Xiao Siyu. Yun Shan, already feeling warm, found it quite uncomfortable to be in close proximity to another person. Upon hearing Wan Tang's words, she ceased her doubts. Yin Qingyin's eyes flickered momentarily as she turned to glance at Dongfang Ming. Their gazes met, both reflecting a hint of confusion. However, Bai Weiwei exhibited remarkable patience. Sitting here now was certainly preferable to making another trip tomorrow night. The Duke's residence was in utter disarray. Who could have foreseen such turmoil occurring just a year after the new saint ascended to the throne? Empress Miao wielded excessive power, and the new saint was hampered, with the task of welcoming the triumphant army having been usurped by Zhuo Qiumin. Having come to this understanding, Sang Zhan and Yun Chan hurriedly followed suit, swiftly making their way into the office building and descending to the highest floor. Presently, Kate bore a striking resemblance to her father. However, The inexplicable voice of Chiao frequently interrupted, leaving one to wonder if Chiao too harbored a tale of sorrow. Mo Fan had slept less than half a stick of incense's worth of time, awakening with a numb elbow and a dull ache. He felt a warm embrace and soon realized that someone had draped a cloak over him. The lament of the wretched adversary echoed with a furious roar. Seemingly unheard by Lin Shu, who was engrossed in a profound spectacle before him, he swiftly cleared away the thick layer of cosmic dust, measuring over 10 meters, and lay upon the ground, gazing in awe at the breathtaking expanse of pure purple that left him nearly speechless. Although his mental prowess could influence other formidable deities, it held little sway over the divine entities of light and darkness, nonetheless. His innate ability to project his mental energy could at least instill a sense of sincerity in them. While he had no desire to endure the sensation of slicing his wrist with a curved blade again, the prospect of mastering a new powerful forbidden spell invigorated him immensely. The moon goddess murmured softly as a gentle breeze caressed her visage, her long hair cascading like a flowing waterfall, exuding an indescribable beauty. Although Ye Shao hailed from the mountains, he had spent considerable time with Lu Jing, ensuring that his attire was of commendable quality. Moreover, with a master who was a formidable earth-level warrior and possessed the refined aura cultivated through the Tranquil Heart Sutra, he surpassed even the most typical noble science. Explaining why Duanjian would pose such a question. Ultimately, after purging the last remnants of the divine realm of light from the consciousness continent, the 100,000 deities made their abode in this place. Volume 1, Chapter 92, Multifaceted Songlian, Limited Edition Yandera. You, dear You Chao Sheng, hastened forward with genuine concern, inquiring, Xianling, what has transpired? How did you come to be in such a state? Her eyes brimmed with worry as her gentle hand caressed the scars adorning Xianling's face. Xianling managed a faint smile, offering reassurance, it is nothing, my lady divine, merely a minor mishap. His voice was tender and tranquil, endeavoring to alleviate You Chao Sheng's unease. At that moment, Qianwei approached with curiosity, asking, Xianling, did you engage in a brawl? A glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes, as he thought. If only it were that wretched northern ox, it would serve him right. Xianling shook his head softly, replying, no, it was merely an accident. I bumped into something. Although You Chao Sheng possesses certain abilities, who would have anticipated that the zombie matriarch has now been located, standing still as if awaiting his approach. Yet he finds himself unable to strike. Zhang Hechuan is acutely aware that during his time at school, Zhou Jing has shown him considerable esteem and care. Naturally, one must reciprocate kindness with kindness. Guan Xiaojun promptly gestures for Guan Yang to be silent, then lifts his leg gracefully, stealthily making his way towards the entrance. It is truly astonishing that a company could reach such a scale in less than 3 years, were it not for the current circumstances. The smile on Wang Tianhe's face would indeed evoke a refreshing sense of spring. Boss, I've secured a house next to Yanxian, Zhuang Yin states while seated on a recliner. However, Yanxian and Qianlai always take the opportunity to lounge, while he merely perches on the edge of the chair, sitting upright to the point that Lin Di wonders if he could maintain this posture even if the chair were removed. Those who dare to resist shall be mercilessly eliminated. Those who surrender lay down their arms. Accompanied by his followers surge into the fray, Wang Zhu's warning echoed alongside, infusing a glimmer of hope into this residence on the brink of bloodshed. A pale-faced hunchback, clad in a brand-new blue cloth garment, rides alongside a black donkey, his complexion suggesting that he has spent his life confined to a coffin, untouched by sunlight. Qiyin observes once more, noting the admiration in Yuqin's expression, filling her heart with blossoming joy. The pastries over there look delightful. Would you care to sample them? Jean Lufeng interjects, guiding her towards the food area. Fortunately, Han Haoyan genuinely intends to treat Hua Qingyan to a meal, and their journey to Han Manor proceeds without any issues. The sedan chair halts at the entrance of Han Manor, which, as Hua Qingyan knows, is merely a secondary residence of the Han family, where Han Haoyan often occupies himself. He hastily fortifies the defense of this mental construct. In his vision, the node expands dramatically, branches sprouting like veins, and before long, a surge of energy erupts from these branches, nearly rendering him deaf. Brother, the matter concerning concubine Zhao is rather urgent. Could you grant me a favor and be accommodating? Zhao Wan implores. After speaking, her fingers dance across Mo Bai's abdomen, and she removes his outer trousers as if casting a spell or performing some peculiar ritual. An early morning departure from Wutsuan Post Station leads him on a pilgrimage, had he not encountered a merchant convoy along the way for a lift. His pace would have delayed his arrival at the holy capital by 10 days or more. As the divine wheel descends, its immense pressure forces Lin Xuan's body downward. Even the air around him shatters under the overwhelming force. Let us return. I am quite worried about Abin. At the very least, we should ascertain the situation. Alas, how could such misfortune befall us? Shook his head in resignation. Regardless, letting the person go left us with no way to explain ourselves to Master Wan Xiefeng. The mid-level disciples, in a desperate bid, launched themselves towards Chu Yang. Witnessing this scene, Mu Rong Tianqiwei felt a surge of anxiety. Perhaps the mountain-moving and thunder-running techniques could send two suns flying, yet the crux of the matter remained. Chu Yang was but flesh and blood, and any contact would subject him to the searing heat. The chess master, enveloped by the unique spatial power of the spiritual mirror, burst forth from the valley of astonishment and ascended to the peak of Copper Mountain. Although newly appointed as the sect leader, nearly a month had passed since the old leader's burial, and the Taoist priests within the mountain's temple had grown accustomed to the appearance and demeanor of their new master. The interface was exceedingly rudimentary, lacking even the display of abilities, and the attributes were significantly inferior to those of elite Tier 1 beings. Jiang Qingyu, aware of Li Chun's true origins, harbored a faint suspicion but chose not to expose her deceit. Instead, she cast a cold glance toward the room of the old eunuch Yin Songyu. However, it remained unclear whether Wang Manny's attempts to struggle were too subdued or if Mrs. Su intentionally chose to ignore her. After Mrs. Su finished speaking, she entirely disregarded Wang Manny and instead smiled while linking arms with Mrs. Li, stopping Hiraki Momo from crouching down, as such movements were rather inconvenient in a bathrobe and could easily lead to stains. Zhou Qi Changxia squatted down, searched for a moment, and soon found the hairpin that Hiraki Momo had dropped. Nevertheless, the current elemental blade was still in its foundational creation stage. Perfecting it would require additional time and practical experience. Clearly, despite rising to fame in battle, his reputation in both the military and the martial world remained somewhat lacking, as people had not witnessed his deeds firsthand but only heard rumors. As night fell, those without a destination for the next city had no choice but to find a suitable place to rest. 3 large men were embroiled in a scuffle in front of the vehicle, and by she could hardly discern who was who. In the chaos, she was suddenly bumped into. But fortunately, Zhou Zhanlin appeared just in time to steady her before she lost her balance. Elian held the most authority in this matter. Celine understood her relationship with Wang Yun, and any information that came from her lips was least likely to provoke Wang Yun's ire. Where's the drink? Has it seeped away? Xie Yulong exclaimed in surprise, approaching to pinch and knead, only to find the fabric unusually dry. However, in the sales of Michelle's single, Stralis rationally understood that no unexpected circumstances would arise to cause a decline in sales. It would only rise gradually according to normal expectations, ultimately creating a new miracle in the world of emerging artists. At that time, the lighting within was dim, and Xiaofeng had not anticipated that Li Chuando would be there. Thus he completely overlooked the drunken man on the ground. Volume 1, Chapter 93, Giving Birth. 10 treasures in 1 litter. Song Lian's fury was extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water. He gazed into You Chao Sheng's eyes, which sparkled with a playful gleam, and somehow, the flames of his anger dissipated. Though they had only spent 2 days together, his son was quite fond of her, which allowed Su Ran, who had been initially apprehensive, to feel a slight sense of relief. What was so alarming about it? And the only one outside this sentiment. Shangguan Ruoqi observed the blood-stained attire and then glanced at Yi Fei Rong and the others. Ma Yichen looked at Shui Er, who returned his gaze. Yet her eyes remained tranquil throughout, devoid of any tumult. Zilu made a choice regarding her future, whether for better or worse, from that moment forth. She bore the responsibility alone. However, her candid admission of fault and apology took him by surprise, yet inexplicably. The nameless anger that had been lodged in his chest dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind. It was only then that Su Ran recalled her oversight in not informing Huating about her meeting with Louis, prompting her to pat her head and hasten over to answer the phone. Just moments ago, she had been mechanically following Anthony's lead, her mind blank as she walked alongside him. As the words fell, a formidable aura emanated from a late-stage cultivator, sweeping through the Liu family residence. Meng Liangfan appeared in the prison cell, visible only to Zhuan. To outsiders, Zhuan's ensuing dialogue seemed like mere soliloquy. Cursed Huan Yuming, once my true self departs from here, I shall not let you off lightly. Breathing heavily, the low growl was barely audible even from a few steps away. Father, do you possess evidence to prove that Mu Yui is indeed the Azure Dragon? Luo Yushi retorted. Tianyi assisted in retrieving the male merman's corpse. Look. He pointed at the desiccated corpse's back, which was covered with uneven scales. A few in the center were particularly irregular. Without hesitation, Dr. Chao stepped onto the back of the corpse, causing it to crack open like a withered branch. Even the rival, Zhou Bangyan, whose half-buried body was now a frequent visitor to that place, hinted at the extraordinary nature of the brothel. Zhao Ji's curiosity was instantly piqued, igniting a fervent blaze within him. Feng Feiyue, keenly aware, shuddered at the earlier events. The phrase, fellow Taoist, please stay, compelled them all to pause involuntarily. Had it not been for Li Zhao's quick reaction, none could predict what might transpire next. The crowd erupted into chaos once more, with many students profoundly moved. Their allegiance is wavering. Furthermore, given the speed of a Mahayana practitioner, it was likely that by the time a confrontation commenced here, a Mahayana cultivator on the other side would receive word and arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Attempting to rob them would be tantamount to courting death. The other 4 Earth Immortal Realm experts were also engaged in battle, unleashing a myriad of laws and techniques, accompanied by thunderous roars and the cries reverberating through the space. Under ordinary circumstances, the color of their pupils could be concealed by techniques. But once the bloodline power was activated, their eyes would immediately turn a striking crimson, a sight both eerie and unsettling. Within that swirling mass of blood mist, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air, unmistakably emitted by Qi Ran. Blood rained down from the sky, yet it could not touch Chu Yi, for he was enveloped in a protective aura of vital energy. Enough said. I am utterly exhausted and must rest. Tomorrow will bring yet another fierce battle, Fu Qinghe declared, making his way to the bedside and lying down. Volume 1, Chapter 94, Returning from the Crossing, Taking Away the Cub. And Song Lian's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement as he meticulously observed the newly hatched eggs, his heart resolutely convinced that these were indeed his progeny. Clearly, prompted by Chongqing's reminder, Xi Ting also came to this realization, his previously scornful expression contorting into one of disbelief. The countenance of the 3 men mirrored one another. At that moment, gazing at Bao Yuyan, I understood that she was genuinely well prepared. As time gradually passed, the past few days had been tranquil. And under the joint efforts of Su Ying and Wu Yaoyao, the company's performance had doubled. Upon hearing these words, Yu Shignan's body tensed abruptly, and she glanced down, noticing that the buttons on her uniform had inexplicably vanished, revealing even the pink corset she had donned that day. The short blade of grass, held within the palm, grew a foot with a single breath, and with another breath, it expanded further. This was undoubtedly the most extraordinary item Qianru had ever encountered. The once desiccated form seemed to be invigorated, expanding as if charged with energy, a vast sea of blood floating in the air. Yang Bian instructed the panda to carry the mosquito coil ahead while he placed his hands on the panda's shoulders, following closely behind. The guards, armed with long spears and sharp swords, surged forward, but Feng Yurong unleashed a fierce sword chi, toppling them all to the ground. Ao Tian's sword light appeared even more terrifying, as the previously relentless blade aura slowly began to fracture. Upon hearing his words, Zuijun relaxed his vigilance, descending from his high horse and approaching to bow once more. Even Guan Muhua and Xiao Qin cast concerned glances towards Du Kaiwei, fearful of any misstep on her part. Gu Tsai, witnessing Qian Ye's foolish grin, felt no disdain but simply remarked, "Is your surname Qian? Hit me hard." He finally could no longer contain himself, pointing at my nose and shouting, "Fear not, ladies, they neither bite nor bear poison, sleep soundly." Mom Momo scratched at the welts left by mosquito bites, stretched lazily, and decided to return to her slumber. Ultimately, my speed surged to approximately 5 times its original pace, which was my current limit. If I could not resolve the issue of opening my eyes, it seemed unlikely I would achieve any substantial improvement. It appears you remain unaware that the Jing Wang has dispatched troops to aid the Deshur kingdom. It is no wonder. How could the emperor divulge such matters to you? She audaciously referred to him as Xiang Yi and even contemplated relinquishing the position of empress, indicating her determination to sever ties with him. Wu Qin could not help but admire how clearly Qian Yi articulated her situation. Hearing Qian Yi unveil his secret left him utterly astonished. Suddenly, a disciple clad in blue turned around and shot a fierce glare at Qian Yi. Chiba furrowed her brows in profound perplexity. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xinmei recalled that the nourishing soup provided after each intimate encounter was, in fact, not a token of affection, but rather a concoction designed to prevent her from conceiving. Before her stood a waterfall of considerable breadth, cascading from a cliff of several dozen meters, plunging into a vast, deep pool below, before meandering out of the valley, its thunderous roar resonating with formidable intensity. However, Wang Hua was undoubtedly a trusted confidant of those in the capital, making it impossible to act against him. Should he perish, it would surely jeopardize one's career. Luo Liang did not even nod in acknowledgement, guiding Xia Tian directly into the prison, while others did not contemplate Xia Tian's identity. Assuming no issue could arise from accompanying the strategist, Adela smiled and departed, heading to the Holy See to meet with the Pope. Recently, Parker's prowess had significantly escalated. Having ascended into the ranks of the 8th level, this godlike speed left Yin Fei utterly astounded. Even if the Holy See possessed secret techniques, such a degree of advancement seemed implausible. Volume 1, Chapter 95, Heartless, No More Offspring. That matter pertains solely to your Fox clan, and is of no concern to Lady Divine. Should this continue, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The voice of Xianling was deep, and its gaze shrouded in darkness. Yin Yunha had naturally taken note of the individual from the Qi-Ling sect, despite their unremarkable appearance. The very ordinariness instilled a sense of unease within him, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. Under the influence of the blood threads, they swayed left and right, advancing with an odd gait, unsteady yet persistent. As the corpses swung widely, chunks of charred flesh, previously torn apart by explosions, continually fell from their bodies. Life is long, long enough to leave one at a loss for how to spend it. Yet, at times, it is fleeting, so brief that a mere blink can encapsulate a lifetime's reflection. Tanya once again found herself the center of attention, yet Zhao Langfeng merely regarded her with a blank expression, remaining silent. The two cold-hearted figures behind her remained unmoved, confirming the ropes binding her had not slackened before pushing her back inside. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two turned a shade of green. Had it not been for Lin Yu's mercy, they would have long since lost their heads, and now they dared not provoke him further. The helmsman spoke wisely. Although the disciple wasn't well versed in the various types of spirit stones, it was evident from those stored within the helmsman's abode that they were no ordinary items. This was not an act of vengeance. Rather, it was a game of mutual deception and exploitation. In this contest of wits and courage, no one could foresee where tomorrow would lead. Tian Ci pondered for a moment, realizing there were currently no customers in the shop. He nodded affirmatively. Very well. We shall set out today. Lao had not anticipated Tian Ci's urgency, but upon reflection, he understood. There were indeed far too many impersonators of nefarious practitioners, and the genuine one, Tian Ci, needed to take action. The disciple was to face the demon king Go Chun, renowned for his strategic prowess in military formations. Among Go Chun's demon generals, there could be warriors of various natural elements, such as earth and thunder. As the blade descended, they felt an unsettling discord. They have all taken lives, feeling the chilling sensation of a blade against their bodies, which is manifestly amiss. Zheng Guosheng, brimming with confidence, declared, "Let this serve as my token of allegiance. I shall devise a means to procure it for you." At that moment, the guardian of the tomb could not withstand our relentless barrage for much longer. As he was on the brink of collapse, he managed to roll his eyes at us, harboring a deep-seated resentment, and departed from the realm of monsters forever. Why? You are evidently ensnared within my grasp, so how can you still escape? Xiubi, filled with dissatisfaction, simply could not fathom where things had gone awry. It was through a painstaking accumulation of minor wounds that, after 2 hours, this undead entity was finally vanquished. Ding Dong's identity was peculiar. Should she seek a husband from outside the spirit island, the elder would surely inundate the capital with endless grievances. Zhou Tiangang, having forcibly committed thousands of characters from dozens of illustrations to memory, began to feel a faint dizziness. Upon hearing the words of Huiqiao, his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. He seized a spirit-nourishing pill, swallowed it without hesitation, and then closed his eyes to refine the pill's essence. A yin, having lost the contest, retrieved his meganium and approached Shinzi, who had also reclaimed his houndoom, offering a handshake without uttering a word before departing. Heaven and earth, the lives and deaths of all are within my dominion. The fates of all can only be dictated by me, Xiaoyan proclaimed, his eyes turning blood-red. Why not simply admit that you have long surmised it was I who borrowed the reminder from the Rong family? Yet, Yang Huai, I must confess my profound disappointment. Lan Rongyue, having spoken, disregarded Yang Huai's emotions and turned away, heading northward. Volume 1, Chapter 96, System Upgrade. I possess an AK-47. You are his adoptive father and have the right to take the cubs. This statement struck like a frigid winter wind, piercing and ruthless, plunging Dumi's heart into an abyss of despair. He had never anticipated that You Chao Sheng would be so resolute and merciless, truly deciding to abandon the innocent cubs. Very well, I shall depart with the cubs now. From this moment forth, let us pretend we have never met. Dumi's voice trembled. Yet he endeavored to maintain his final shred of dignity. He lowered his gaze, striving to conceal the anguish and reluctance in his eyes. You Chao Sheng glanced at the fox cubs huddled nearby and forcibly diverted her gaze, fearing she might succumb to her emotions. Under the influence of a group of food enthusiasts, the culinary delights of Bingzhou have begun to spread across the nation, carried forth by its merchants. Chui once remarked that the combat style of the Chang people resembles a wave strategy found in real-time strategy games, or rather, it truly embodies the famous theory of Chao Gui regarding the momentum of an initial surge followed by gradual decline. When he presented the credentials from the masters of the Wen and Liang families to Mr. Chu, the elder had requested him to retrieve the credentials of the Zhao family's master, should he encounter them. Come, see what treasures I have brought for you. A Zhang said with a smile as he opened the lid, releasing a fragrant aroma of herbs from the jar. It is noteworthy that Lin Tianqing had already been up there for 30 minutes, while less than 10 minutes remained before the impending explosion of the Cobalt-60 dirty bomb. The Bai Tao Tower allows one to glimpse the past and future, yet it does not reveal what lies beneath one's feet. Fu Yuanying did not hide. He simply sat quietly, unnoticed by the national uncle and Zhao Duoluo, for he was Ning Bufan's disciple, having practiced the concealed breathing technique of Mount Hua for 40 years. This is the second time you've thanked me today, Long Haoshuan stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Qianne, speak freely. I shall not refuse if I can be of assistance, Qianfeng urged eagerly. Mr. Chu feared that they had succumbed to darkness, entering the underworld, if that were the case. The credentials of the palace experts could very well be used for nefarious deeds. Thus, he implored Lin Tiansheng to reclaim those credentials. Wanru's tone remained gentle and amiable, showing no discernible change as she remarked, in this world, many know others, but few know themselves. Li Sun is one of the rare individuals who can recognize his own worth and refrain from overstepping bounds. It is essential to clarify that a wise being's soul does not automatically condense into a soul crystal. Wei Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Guanlin's shapely legs were not only curvaceous but also possessed remarkable elasticity, feeling incredibly soft and comfortable to the touch. Since Sanjini is not a mind-affecting creature like the Heart Stealer, even after Dualuo's modifications, Sanjini can only be regarded as a human with a magic core. Consequently, everything occurred in whispers, and no one questioned Dr. Sungya, as he had done nothing wrong. Even if you unleash that so-called Great Yin-Yang Ultimate Slash, you still cannot kill me. The one-eyed swordsman's expression shifted slightly, as if Xiao Yu had struck a chord with his unspoken thoughts. Yet he quickly followed up with a cold snort. Watching the news, many provinces are suffering from snowstorms and ice disasters, with numerous areas experiencing power outages. This winter, manufacturers producing down jackets and electric blankets for warmth have welcomed an early spring. Professor Imo exclaimed that human calculations cannot compare with the will of heaven. In stark contrast to the grand announcement of the Sui Research Center's inauguration, the opening of the eel farming facility appeared rather low-key. Haha, no problem. Since there's nothing else to do, playing around is quite enjoyable, said Xingyu Ming, as he took a booklet and declared, I shall take my leave. With that, he soared towards the direction of Zhanfeng Mountain. After a fierce battle, Wang Jiping discovered that using sharp weapons against these tough-skinned adversaries was akin to wielding a cumbersome firewood stick, while heavy blunt instruments proved to be the most effective choice for vanquishing foes. With a crack, the front glass of the Land Rover shattered, and the man behind the wheel, with a gaping wound on his forehead, collapsed motionless onto the steering wheel. The giant axe skeletons faced the formation of the Dragon Empire soldiers and were once again routed, suffering heavy losses. The Qinglong seized the opportunity to charge, aiming to annihilate all the vanguard skeleton soldiers. A sudden pang of discomfort gripped my heart. Did my grandmother imply that I should remain in America while Lu Jia and Feng Wei mingled? However, my stomach growled with hunger. Can I have a hearty meal before descending the mountain? Lingli said, slightly blushing. Are you planning to do something to me? From the morning when Nie Jinyu insisted on personally bringing her to the hospital, to Lei Yu's various behaviors, Lin Xiaofei couldn't help but harbor doubts. What? Sister? Abandon this spaceship? But if we destroy this ship, how can we withstand the traversal of the wormhole? Yin Ryu said anxiously. Given the current situation, the spaceship could hold out for at least a day, but if abandoned, it would be rendered completely useless. He had to reach the maritime region in the shortest time possible, yet he also needed to resolve issues within the sect during this period. The Qinglong, having fought all day with his soldiers, was fatigued. After a hearty meal, they all retired for the night. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu received a call from Yin Xiaoxiao, who requested a meeting to discuss something important. Strangely, upon hearing her words, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable urge to decline. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced. He languidly reclined in his bedding, his eyelids half closed. At this moment, his vision cleared, and his mind began to function normally again. Chaomin spoke as if he were the phoenix seeking for at this moment, he was indeed the strongest in this place. For him, the path forward was to follow his own heart rather than heed the thoughts of others. Qin conferred with Jin Yang repeatedly. Yet she was surprised by Qiu Ziliu's unusual demeanor. She and Jin Yang followed him for quite some time until they reached a bend by the azure pond, where she noticed his shoulders trembling, accompanied by faint sobs, and soon the water splashed high from within. Go fetch the archives from the Imperial Pharmacy and the Imperial Kitchen from those 7 months. I wish to know who was responsible for the medicines and food in the cold palace during that period. She was certain that the child's death was unequivocally a result of foul play, rather than an unfortunate accident. She endeavored to forgive him. Yet fate seemed to toy with her, compelling her to leave the palace for a year. Upon her return, everything had irrevocably changed. The chasm between them was not merely one of status and emotion, but most dauntingly, the profound boundary between life and death. Volume 1, Chapter 97, Indulging in Junk Food. Embracing a delicious life. Ahem, regarding the matters of the Divine Lady, a mere acolyte such as yourself should refrain from meddling. Be wary, for should I become displeased, I may cast you aside. You Chao Sheng feigned a fierce demeanor, yet the mirth in her eyes rendered her irresistibly charming, inspiring an instinctive desire for closeness. Bei Wang hastily placed his right hand upon his left shoulder, adopting a posture of reverence. Divine Lady, please grant me your forgiveness. You Chao Sheng chuckled lightly, finding Bei Wang's demeanor both endearing and reassuring. She gently tugged at his cheek, the texture delightful, soft and elastic, prompting her to pinch it a few more times. Are you hungry? Qian Yu is stewing meat, she inquired with concern. Their thoughts suddenly drifted back to a month prior when rumors circulated that the debauched scion of Jiang City, Tao Mingyu, had met with misfortune. However, why would Lin Xiao extend such courtesy to her? This perplexity left Fang Chen utterly bewildered. A barrage of questions emerged, leaving Wang Zihao in a state of exasperation. Unsure of how to respond, he simply turned and walked away, realizing that many matters could not be resolved by force. Despite his formidable abilities, this particular issue remained unsolvable. First, the academic results of all students in the class were compiled, ranked from first to last, and inscribed on a large sheet of paper. Among 35 students, the names of the top 25 were written in red ink, while the remaining 10 were noted in black. Upon entering the room, a soundproofing array was activated, ensuring that even if someone were trailing by Ling Feng, they would glean no useful information. Wang Tianba and Xie Shaoqing swallowed hard, thoroughly intimidated. The man before them was unmistakably Yi Sanlang. He raised both hands, and the essence of the world began to converge above him, to the point where they could faintly sense their own internal energies being drawn. Their makeshift police uniforms had been custom-made online by Lu Kuan for over 100 yuan. While they might intimidate ordinary citizens, they would be utterly ineffective against real law enforcement. Unbeknownst to them, his machinations against Hudo were rooted in a principle. Those who navigate the underworld should grasp that misfortune should not befall one's family. Having survived in this realm for so long, their ignorance of this truism truly enraged Wang Zihao. The class monitor had specifically forbidden grenade throwing during this period. Only during the assessment at the regiment would he be able to gauge the effectiveness of his half-month training with explosives. At that moment, the Star of Time radiated a brilliant light, so dazzling that the onlookers could hardly open their eyes. Only Luoli, employing his ocular technique, perceived everything as the Star of Time wholly entered Hong Hao's body. Shortly thereafter, the door lock clicked open, prompting Bai Yi to awaken and glance to her right. Lin Yu's hand brushed against the divine demon's sword, and as he intended to enter the divine demon's space, a surge of pain shot through his head, compelling him to stow the sword in his storage bag. However, it was only when Su Chunyang encountered the defensive celestial array on the youth's skin that he realized it possessed not only defensive capabilities, but also considerable offensive power. Even the master, it seems you are not only the master of the Red Dynasty, but soon you shall also become the master of these mermen. Du Meng chuckled. Nevertheless, Luo Shuixian asserted that even in the absence of Xia Xin, others would take on the responsibility of guiding her. However, one must be accountable for their own actions. This is Xia Xin's principle. After traversing a considerable distance, Yi Feng, with the assistance of the floating wind crystal equipment, managed to scale a steep cliff, only to witness a confrontation below that was drawing nearer. Not this. Yang Chong continued to gaze in the direction where the group leader had fallen. Slightly tilting his head toward the Onmyoji Qingming, his brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, Zhou Tao sported a cunning smile, his gaze frequently darting toward Lin Yu. A glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes, suggesting something amiss about his demeanor. Xia Changzhu deftly caught a drop of blood, biting her own finger to merge two droplets into one. At that time, Empress Qin had schemed against concubine Xie, resulting in the latter being placed under house arrest by the late emperor, thereby transferring the responsibilities of the empress to Xia Changzhu. To make contact with the luminous orb, one must find the precise location, rush forward, lie down, and slide out from the ice cave to successfully touch the orb. And Sheng feigned indignation, nestled in Zhang Run's embrace, while listening to Madame Lu's furious tirade on the phone. Yet, her thoughts were occupied with what Lu Yaoyao had communicated to Madame Lu, pondering why the latter was in such a hurry to find her. Of course, one surprising revelation for Qin Yin was that Xiang Yu had personally come to extend his congratulations, genuinely honoring him. Although Chao Hong was brash and lacking in strategy, he cherished his soldiers deeply and, fearing that this individual might suffer punishment from Cao Cao, spoke with a hint of leniency. As Yang Ai stepped down from the Qi-Di vehicle, she caught a glimpse of Wang Xiaoling. From a distance, Yang Ai noticed Wang Xiaoling's mouth agape in astonishment and sighed, realizing that the entire dormitory would soon be aware of the situation. At the dormitory entrance, several students, unclear whether they were seniors or juniors, were watching her and blocking her path. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to seek out Yi Sun and explore opportunities to enhance her romantic prospects. Li Ru certainly perceived Dong Zhuo's reluctance to part from the splendor of Luoyang, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his features as he remarked, "Father-in-law, if we lose Hulao Pass, we cannot protect Luoyang either." Casting a glance around and finding no other figures, Lin Jie disregarded further contemplation and swiftly dashed inside. Even after assuming the position of the nation's matriarch, she focused solely on fulfilling her designated duties, remaining oblivious to everything else, without concern. Silence. Lin Jie exerted all his might to utter these two words, followed by a series of loud coughs. Fong Kailing's expression changed abruptly, and she hurriedly ceased her chatter, allowing Lin Jie to speak. Volume 1, Chapter 98, Journey to the South Sea, The Mermaid Tribe. Beholding the scene, Bei Wang gently fanned her with a palm leaf fan, his affection for You Chao Sheng deepening with each passing moment. Unable to restrain himself, he lowered his head and softly pressed a kiss upon her cheek. Half a month later, Song Lian had meticulously prepared all the essentials, ready to embark on a journey to the mermaid tribe. Several little ones would remain in the tribe, cared for with tenderness by Ya. Initially, it was planned for Qian Yu to stay behind as well. But the sparkle of anticipation in his eyes softened You Chao Sheng's heart. "Let us go together. The little ones will be looked after by their mother," she playfully suggested, her warm and embracing smile rendering her words irresistible. With You Chao Sheng having spoken, who among them dared to refuse? "Oh, how I wish I could join the guild established by the top 10 masters," one player remarked wistfully. Ethereal flames flickered, slicing through the air and severing the colossal limb at the knee. The garden tree fell into a contemplative state, pondering the nature of existence. When it first acquired the aura of dominance, it had augmented the prowess of the wind-speed dog by approximately 30 to 40%. However, now, as the wind-speed dog's strength had grown, the enhancement had dwindled to less than 10%, a similar fate befalling other spirits aside from hunting the phoenix butterfly. As practitioners of martial arts, anyone who mastered the correct stances and understood the techniques of exertion could achieve proficiency with diligent practice over time. The golden tree demon reveled in the flattery from Zi Jin, its bark-like visage creasing into a smile. Fortune smiled upon them. Today, the emperor ventured to the temple of heaven to pray for the populace, basking in the splendid sunshine. A clear sky paying homage to the sovereign while simultaneously slapping the faces of those who spread malicious rumors. Naming the esteemed ancestors first, they would bestow upon themselves a name after the coming-of-age ceremony. "Boss, let us tackle it together. We'll flank it from both sides," Dao responded, drawing his blade. After all, even Supervisor Lu had ceased to slack off during work hours. What reason did anyone else have to neglect their duties? Many aristocratic families shared a similar mindset to the Yu family. They wielded power in the state of Chu, yet should it fall, so too would their fortunes. Even if they chose to align with the state of Wei, their status would be markedly diminished. With no mobile phone at her disposal, Zhuohan took advantage of the lunch break to meet Zhou Xian, and the three shared a meal together. Zhou Xian handed Zhuohan the house keys, suggesting she take a brief rest before he accompanied Zhuo Yin Xin to the classroom. It is sweltering today. I have prepared some refreshing soup from the palace to bring you, Lan Fei said, opening the food box with a gentle smile. She tenderly wiped the blood from his body with a towel, her hand pausing momentarily as it brushed across his chest. Upon reading Lu Fan's message, Lu Licheng furrowed his brow. Were those people coming for him, or for someone else? Zhuo Yin Xin opened the door, and he swiftly stepped inside, encircling her waist with one arm while shutting the door in one fluid motion. Jing Buchu inhaled deeply before exhaling, unexpectedly releasing a blazing flame that shot toward Rock, still suspended in midair. In the blink of an eye, astonishing transformations occur, accompanied by a profound visual impact that leaves the onlookers in awe. The two rabbits, initially mere vessels for souls, naturally revert to ordinary wild hares upon the departure of their spirits. Although they remain somewhat obedient, it is evident that they lack the profound intelligence they once possessed. While the two men continued their conversation, she deliberately sent out 2 cups of coffee, hoping to eavesdrop on their discourse, yet found herself unable to grasp their words, which seemed disjointed and incoherent. However, the villagers, lacking expertise, omitted numerous critical points during their introduction, but Shi Yu, being well prepared, supplemented the information at appropriate moments. What is going on with General Lu? At that moment, Zhong Xianfang happened to glance up and saw Lu Haixing hurriedly passing by. She turned to inquire of Li Ruoqing and Chu Xinyun. Unbeknownst to her, had Qin Feng truly whisked her away to a hotel, and she awoke midway, it was likely that he would receive a slap in return. Originally, Jun Yunqing's wounds would require at least a couple of months for complete recovery, yet with the use of this medicine, he could heal in about a week. The proctors, mostly seasoned warriors with numerous accolades, possessed their own discernment regarding the military capabilities expounded by the candidates. With all subjects concluded, the proctors would comprehensively assess the participants based on their performances across 5 examinations, granting the title of martial scholar to those who qualified for the imperial examination, thereby allowing them to meet the sovereign. He responded with a smile and turned towards the entrance of the Bazi restaurant, passing by Zhao Xinxin without exhibiting any noticeable reaction. During the demon calamity, the clan leader rallied the aspiring individuals from the mortal realm, sacrificing countless lives to construct roads and fortifications, thus repelling the forces of evil. Engaging educators to provide vocational training for the workers in the tribe further illustrates Chao Mo's long-term investment ambitions in Yabogu village. Moreover, in this locale, the pursuing adversaries may not possess any significant advantage over oneself. In the face of ferocious beasts, all are equally vulnerable. As they heard the sound of running footsteps, Mingyu and Huizhu turned to look, instantly spotting Gong Jingqing and Niezhen rushing towards them. A steady yet unperturbed heartbeat resonated in Lin Yashi's ears, as she felt the warmth of a broad, firm hand upon her. Grandma, 4th uncle fell from the cliff and got injured. 3rd sister has prepared the bones. 4th uncle now needs a few months of recuperation. Lin Chuanyao spoke up to respond on behalf of the silent Lin Jianxing to Deng's inquiry. Snowflakes continued to drift down, yet they seemed to be obstructed by a layer of fiery light enveloping her, unable to settle upon her form. She remained adorned in a delicate, sheer gown that, were it not for her hair and skirt swaying in the wind, could easily be mistaken for an ethereal apparition. Luo's voice grew increasingly subdued. Mother? How often can we see Mother in a month? As he spoke, he took a step forward. The daily abode of Yan Jiming, the head of the world's largest bank, was surprisingly simple to the point of being austere. Once all had entered the city in an orderly manner, when Tingzhan instructed Wei Jing to drive into the city, from beginning to end, Yi Yaowang and Wen Tingzhan did not utter a single word to Chao Gong, proceeding directly to the inn for respite. As for why those below the golden immortal realm were excluded, it is because beings beneath this level could not even harm the physical form of the ancestral witch, without special means. It would be exceedingly difficult to slay such a formidable entity. The surrounding demon guards were annihilated completely, rendering the ruins of Wolf Tooth Mountain a veritable slaughterhouse, where crimson blood and the stark white of icebergs became the sole colors of the world. This individual possessed a temperament as fickle as the weather. prone to sudden outbursts of emotion. You must remain vigilant, Yu Chen gravely advised. Alas, it is not so, Shuiqing Zhao sighed. Securing the coffin lid before burying it in the earth and offering a few respectful bows before sitting down heavily upon the ground. She had not seen Qi Bo for several days. When apart, it was of little consequence, but upon beholding the tenderness concealed within his deep, dark eyes today, her heart softened profoundly. His relentless efforts over the past month were all directed toward this aim, and to her astonishment, his rival was unexpectedly aiding him. Crack. Lu Zhuang could no longer bear the sight. The lamentations of the Wu family were unbearable to his ears. He stepped forward, grasped the shoulder of the lamenter, and with a firm grip, repositioned the dislocated arm. Moreover, the primary objective of this battle was for the demonic sects hidden deep within the vast mountains of the southern border, seeking to encroach upon the fertile grounds of the Central Plains martial world. Volume 1, Chapter 99. On the journey, the goddess manifested. In the lingering glow of the scorching summer sun, Qian Yu and Xian Ling finally returned to their cave with the cleansed stone implements in hand. You Chao Sheng held an ancient stone knife in his hand, and with a few deft strokes, the vibrant green watermelon was sliced into neat, enticing pieces, each revealing its alluring crimson flesh. In Qian Yu's eyes sparkled a glimmer of anticipation, his gaze fixed intently upon the watermelons, unable to suppress a swallow of longing. You Chao Sheng smiled faintly and handed him a piece of watermelon. Qian Yu eagerly took a bite, and the refreshing juice instantly filled his mouth. The sweet flavor burst forth on his tongue, reminiscent of a clear spring flowing through the sweltering summer, delivering. Shaking his head, Jiang Ning felt that his worries were somewhat excessive. Qianli was not foolish. On the contrary, she could easily discern his address and school through his social circle. Wu Qiang had initially anticipated a fierce battle, but when the confrontation actually commenced, he discovered that there were hardly any formidable foes on the island. Even those who appeared to be fierce were swiftly dispatched by crossbow bolts. Not only would they stand idly by, but they would also seize the opportunity to incite Lu Yu to assist him in advancing his position. On the way back, Lu and Ji absorbed the elusive sword-intent birth from the coveted gourd, enhancing his combat prowess once more. Thus enlightened, Zhang Ben Min felt a sense of relief. He first expressed concern, then assured that it was of no consequence, as the relationship was solid and no harm done. Chen Wuji had no voice in the matter. After receiving a lash from the man in red, he could only resign himself to his misfortune. Bai Zhong Yuan, though punished, was raised high and gently lowered. As long as he was not taken into the celestial secret prison, entering the Nine Seas return to ruins was an obligation for every saintly being, thus more readily accepted. After Lu and Ji spoke, he tucked the 7 treasures under his arm and hurriedly dashed out of Changlufeng, retrieving the 1,000 wings flying crane to return to Hujia village. Having grown weary of consuming wild boar and pheasant daily, he longed to escape this wretched place and savor the flavors of human settlements. Hence, Emperor Jingde explicitly stated that the management of grain was the most pressing matter for the nation, as long as a steady food supply could be ensured. The two could engage in their antics at will. However, in Shanglu, it was a different story. Celebrities seemed to hold a lofty social status, wielding vast wealth and resources. After a considerable time, Miaojin finally opened the door. He squinted through his hazy eyes and grumbled, "Yin Zong, have you been drinking again? What are you doing knocking on the door at this hour?" "Oh." A glance revealed that Li Qin was also standing beside him. Mu Yan Zhao had even arranged for the offspring of the Mu family to be settled in Xiangcheng, considering the peace on the ground in Yizhou. Although the Mu family appeared difficult to approach publicly, they could still discreetly offer some care. This household had recently been in constant turmoil, with various incidents occurring. It seemed a significant reorganization was necessary. The servant knew little, only these things. Bai Gua hung her head in disappointment. She had intended to sneak a peek at the letter, but it had been burned by Xiao. Li Chen nodded. His master, Zhang Taizue, the 21st generation heir of the Taiji sect, was an unworldly cultivator. The old lady laughed heartily. "You little rascal. Very well. Let us see how the kitchen fares. Let us summon Mother Jiang for instructions." As the festive season approaches, although no grand banquets are held within the palace, the Mu brothers have gathered for a meal. Nowadays, everyone is preoccupied, and family feasts are rare. It is only during the holidays that they can carve out time to congregate. Initially, Wang Yuanping did not pay much heed to this matter, but Yang Changjing's subsequent remarks piqued his interest. After listening, Wang Yuanping could not help but express his admiration. Li Ping remained as astute as ever, and the approach he proposed was one Wang had not considered himself. This course of action, in both procedure and price, was beyond reproach. The Toad Dragon Water-Splitting Sword, as its name suggests, necessitates a discussion on the coordination between the sword and the sword point. The sword point is indeed an extension of the sword. Novices may not possess this awareness, but as one's practice of swordsmanship deepens, this realization will become increasingly pronounced. Only by substituting the finger for the sword can one truly grasp the essence of wielding with the left hand. Reality often proves to be cruel. In the struggle between emotions and survival, feelings frequently succumb to the latter. This is rather commonplace. If one's very existence is not secure, what place do emotions hold? This is a rather cliché and mundane issue, which I shall refrain from elaborating upon. Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction indicated by the winter sun, and indeed, a monstrous figure, standing over 3 meters tall with a bear's head and a human body, was approaching us. Who on earth taught you to drive? Which driving school's instructor has such a death wish that they would teach you to drive in this manner? Lu Shuer turned and hopped into the car, inquiring. With a swift motion of his hand, the blade flashed, reflecting an exceedingly blinding light that momentarily tightened XNZ's pupils. Paying nodded, offering a few more careful reminders before accompanying 2 maids to escort Zhang Huan out the main gate. She stood dazed, watching nearly 100 elite guards escorting the carriage as it vanished into the thin morning mist, returning home with a somewhat melancholic heart. Chai Ping did not immediately discuss the live streaming matter with Sun Yuming. Instead, he explained the financial flow of gifts within the live streaming room. Listening to his emotionless explanation, Sun Yuming slightly furrowed her brow, exiting the bar where her old comrade resided. Lucy promptly followed the address he had provided to locate the mysterious stronghold of the organization COP. After hearing her old friend's account, she approached the site with heightened alertness, using binoculars to observe from a distance for quite some time. A thread-like arm transformed into a creature that lunged forward, piercing through his chest. Under the sharp mandibles, the high-dimensional structure of his body was entirely torn apart. Hui Gu, you are truly incredible. You can do everything. Zhang Tao gazed enviously at Xie Hui's adept driving skills and remarked with admiration. He then took Ain into the living room, where they were greeted by a sumptuous dinner laid out on the glass dining table. Meanwhile, I excused myself to the restroom to wash my face, still groggy from sleep. Within the vast canyon, the thunderous sounds of battle reverberated, with shurikens mingling with explosive talismans and various ninjutsu techniques clashing in a dazzling display. Amidst the blinding light, Lier tightly closed his eyes, feeling a surge of heat radiate from his back as the intense warmth from the great red star increased manifold. Although the warship was equipped with a sophisticated radiation filtration system, the personnel on board could still distinctly sense this tremendous change. Casually picking up the chips he had won, Wuji spoke again. The crowd surrounding number 5 collectively gasped. This individual was truly remarkable, betting exclusively on number 5 and blatantly suggesting that he was cheating. Volume 1. Chapter 100, A Coastal Journey, Gathering Shells. As the morning sun began to rise, You Chao Sheng and Bei Wang busied themselves at a makeshift stove by the riverbank. Sweat Protector, how is it? Have you uncovered any valuable intelligence? Lord Lu inquired of Shueji. I can only say that I do not yet possess the qualifications to offer you or Song Yang any concrete assurances. Chu Mo was a cautious individual who would not readily make promises without thorough consideration. Rumor has it in the martial world that the Rose of the Longhu gang possesses fair skin and beauty, with pure eyes, yet her demeanor is icy, executing her tasks with ruthless efficiency, never hesitating. Ing Luo pondered. This is strange. My soul-capturing ability can only be wielded when the ghost clan in the underworld is exceedingly weak. How could he initially absorb souls? This power is truly terrifying. Could it be that he can dominate the underworld? This assertion is indeed accurate. Whether it was the initial foray into Ryukyu to ambush the Yuan family, or the subsequent incursion into the territory of our nation to strike at the Tokugawa and Yagyu families. Without the strategic insights of young Master Tang, success would have been unattainable, and he would not have become the most prominent innate-level expert in the realm of ancient martial artists in Huaxia. The chilling air intertwined with frost rapidly enveloped the ground, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Snowflakes danced through the air as white frost spread, leaving many feeling an icy chill penetrate to the bone, unable to suppress their shivering. However, there was something peculiar about this scene. It was strange that people would occasionally emerge, with her eyes closed and hands clasped in prayer. She trembled uncontrollably from the cold, her skin turning pale and bloodless, yet she remained immobile. Yet within this spiritual energy, a thread of the demonic curse lingered, making it unsuitable for ordinary humans or dragon warriors to absorb for cultivation. Despite the heart being positioned on the left, The large wound on the right side had caused Hu Jianming to lose a significant amount of blood, in addition to countless wounds covering his body. He was now exhaling more than inhaling, his complexion resembling that of parchment, on the brink of death, contemplating Qin Sheng's imminent entry into the professional realm next season. He was unequivocally convinced that the latter would emerge as the new leader of Jiashi. Exiting the dirt path, he returned to the main thoroughfare of Konoha, where several chunin at the entrance recorded his return to the bustling village. Casting a glance at the quiet annex beside the main house, he entered. Lifting the bedding and leaping down into the passageway beneath the bed, Yang Tian was no longer the person he once was. His official attire was stained with blood, his expression dark as he gazed silently at the street. The reason for his nostalgia lay in the wall, which was adorned with an array of various posters, while a corner displayed a collection of exquisitely crafted figurines. Shenshur had even prepared to conduct thorough research and modifications to entice more individuals in the future. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, where an endless force of destruction was converging, each breath amplifying his strength 1,000-fold. Although he lacked the inclination to clean up the litter, if refuse fell upon his face, it could not be ignored. When Wang Hu raised his head, Jiang Shang had already departed. Glancing at the rooftop, Wang Hu crawled into a corner, concealing himself and remaining motionless. He was confident he would not be slain on the battlefield unless utterly exhausted, unable to lift even the Fingzue knife or mount a horse. Two personal guards grasped Mo Ju by his legs, dragging him away. No one felt sympathy for him, as he deserved his fate. The village chief, Sun Guangli, approached after much hesitation, ultimately revealing his purpose. His son was to take college entrance exams next year, and in order to gather tuition fees, he hoped to have his wife employed at a restaurant. Volume 1, Chapter 101. South Sea, a lowly male status. Her gaze was drawn to the dark spots on the sea's surface. Were they dolphins or whales? She could not discern, only sensing their free movement through the water. Gritting her teeth, her right hand moved, and with a flip of her palm, a dazzling bead had nestled in her grasp, an exquisite fourth-grade spiritual pearl. Xiao Rui and Zhang Sun exchanged bitter smiles and shook their heads, although the timing for an offensive was opportune. How many of the 100,000 troops under his command were truly battle-ready? Observing the sheer numbers, it was evident they could not withstand the elite's repeated charges. The soldiers were not adequately trained, hastily thrust into battle, risking a repeat of previous blunders. Last time, Chiyu had assistance from Hatsune Miku to cover their tracks, while Anansi had the young celestial master to devise a way to manage the situation. This time, however, there was no one to rely upon. It is said that the divine slayer and the god of defiance are mutually attractive, existing in a perpetual struggle. To long for an ordinary life may indeed be a foolish daydream. After exploring the school, Liqiu was contemplating a place to sit and wait for Min Xianyi when she called. Upon meeting Min Xianyi, the two exited the school gates together. Internally, Liqiu felt quite anxious. He had traversed few red carpets, such as those at MKMF and the Golden Disc Awards. However, today's premiere was far grander than any large-scale award ceremony he had previously encountered, leaving him astounded. Huang Gai, having spoken thoughtlessly, lowered his head in shame. He recalled the laws of the court, yet forgot the aspirations of the Jiangdong army. The purpose of war cannot be achieved through mere slaughter, especially since this was merely a conflict within the Han dynasty. As for lofty individuals, I do not wish to concern myself with them. I only yearn to know when I might see him and keep him by my side. For years have passed, and Ziqiu has matured. Being apart for 4 years is more than sufficient. At times, she feels on the verge of madness. Under the relentless assault of the enemy, Alice felt a familiar, painful tingling in her left eye as the black blood hidden within her surged to a slow boil. Exhausted from fending off the blinding sword light before her, she noticed the remaining boundless sword energy stirring the winds and thunder of the heavens, causing a tumultuous storm that shattered all in its wake. As the words fell from his lips, Yi Hongtian seemed resolute, channeling all his spiritual energy into the dragon chariot. With one hand, she blocked the descending blade of the beggar. With the other, she formed a fist and struck his face, blood oozing from his mouth. However, to cultivate to the pinnacle of the sage realm, relying solely on the resources of the Flying Cloud sect is evidently insufficient. Frustrated with her own weakness after recently merging with the colorful swallowing python, she found herself at a low ebb. The so-called cultivation techniques can alter the trajectory of a practitioner's spiritual energy, and the more powerful ones can even change its attributes. Yet, this black spiritual energy presents an enigma. At this moment, the sword-bearer raised his sword high, involuntarily sweeping it through the air, leaving only a fleeting sword light in its wake. With the groundwork laid by the marching pot, Wang Li raised no objections to Zhao Kuan's forthcoming narration. The heavenly Dao stone tablet, though capable of ignoring the spiritual energy marks on treasures and directly converting them into heavenly Dao values, presents its own challenges. Han Yun surveyed Yang Songhai, noting his silver hair and youthful visage, imbued with an otherworldly aura. He was undoubtedly someone of significance. Li Yunhai entered the grand hall, respectfully bowing before the young man of the demonic clan. The diary consists of 6 entries. The first 3 were written daily, while the 4th and 5th were a day apart, and the final entry came 3 days after the 5th. The first 3 entries were brief, simply recounting the work of that day, and according to the diary, Wang Jun entered alone the following day. Volume 1, Chapter 102. Forward to the Mermaid Tribe. All eyes were fixed upon You Chao Sheng, filled with bewilderment. Qian Yu attempted to take a sip of the enigmatic liquid, only to instantly spit it out. Frowning, he complained, "What on earth is this? Why does it sting the tongue so?" You Chao Sheng appeared to indulge in an exquisite delight, sipping delicately with a profoundly content expression gracing her features. "This is delightful. Do partake," she encouraged Qian Yu. Hesitant yet intrigued, Qian Yu cautiously took a few sips. Beyond the sweet, tingling sensation on his tongue, he found nothing particularly remarkable about the beverage. Curiously, he inquired, "Chao Sheng, where did you acquire this?" Humph. "That is for another time," she replied coldly. With a sharp crack, the vitality in the noble's eyes swiftly extinguished as he gradually released his grip, and his lifeless body descended to the ground. Zhong Lingyu had no intention of revealing the true reason for his presence in the mine to them. Though these comrades were loyal, they remained merely students. Some matters were best left untouched, for danger lurked in deeper involvement. Sometimes, ignorance provided the greatest safety. The phrase choice outweighs effort, a saying popularized in later years, echoed through the minds of the new recruits in various forms and expressions. This was especially true for those who had known Hai Tao, who must have repeated this sentiment countless times. "Are you truly unable to contend with this?" The dragon was taken aback, yet Li Tan's humble and resigned demeanor did not appear to be a fade. Was he, perhaps, the Holy Emperor? Once the transmission concluded, Hu Chong joined Luo Ping and others in anticipation. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, a figure materialized before them, capturing everyone's attention. The others present were merely representatives sent by various factions to observe. Their sole purpose was to report the outcome of the battle, rendering their cultivation levels relatively modest. Han Dian reclaimed the city gate and encountered Han Ran's personal guards. Upon seeing Han Ran, an arrow protruding from her right chest, he was instantly alarmed. Dismounting swiftly, he embraced Han Ran. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, Han Ran urged Han Dian to promptly secure the city gates and organize the troops, ensuring that Zheng Ding did not exploit the chaos to enter the city. During these 5 days, Qi Xuani diligently prepared various medicinal elixirs within the Earth's Snow Treasure Palace. Although he was self-taught, the Wang family's heritage facilitated his crafting of healing potions. Moreover, the powerful flame energy within him greatly aided in refining the medicinal properties. Should he depart, the collapse of the Grand Formation would lead to chaos beyond mere disorder. The projection of the fire flame heavenly palace could face total annihilation. "I warn you, should you truly harm me, the Lan family will not spare you. I admit my defeat. If you let me go, I swear never to set foot in the capital again." Xiaoru is a proud individual, one who has never been willing to concede defeat, regardless of Han Wen's performance. The plot has reached its midpoint, and the relationship between Sun Wei and Yi Cheng has entered a stage of ambiguity. In this world, one is inevitably bound by societal norms and moral ethics. No one can act entirely on their whims, nor can anyone truly achieve freedom. Thus, when Jun Wuling presented himself, the theatrical spirit within her instantly awakened. By the time Tang Zui concluded, the desk had been moved 2 meters, revealing the intensity of his fervor. Even though he no longer made a grand entrance, appearing quietly and responsibly, his presence remained dazzling, evoking a sense of inadequacy in others. If I am not mistaken, it seems he has met Tang Huan privately 2 or 3 times, and somehow this information reached the ears of the Yuan Emperor. This small group, though limited in number, is remarkably elite, described as the most distinguished army under the third prince, known as the Martyrs. Then, a man clad in white, elegantly wielding a folding fan, approached, his visage like that of a celestial being. Han Hang, noticing her moment of distraction, assumed she was merely regaining her composure and refrained from speaking further. This unusual sight rendered the day and night in this vast world seemingly reversed. Daytime appeared dark, while nighttime radiated light, yet in both instances, darkness seemed to echo an eternal melody. He then glanced behind Zhuo Qiuyan, and that singular look left him utterly captivated. As Lu Shoyan's unease grew, he hastily inquired about his greatest asset. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the elder's swollen eyes, resembling two luminous bulbs. Ji Zitong held no objections. If assistantly had something to say, let him speak, for after all, he was from Lin Xiaoxiao's side, and she was curious to hear what they might articulate. I surveyed my surroundings. It was not large, leading into a pitch-black depth that appeared unfathomable. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, reflecting on the number of individuals entering the bar, marveling at the sheer volume of visitors this time. Since the conclusion of the Devil's Forest War, the long-awaited reunion between Nualuo and Miyuki with the unforgettable figure they were determined to visit had finally come to pass. It is a rare occasion to be so close. Prompting a meticulous observation, he remarked that the mountain path is treacherous, particularly during the season of potential flash floods. Encountering a landslide would yield dire consequences. I, in a state of bewilderment, found myself hesitating, for the decision had come too abruptly. 16 years prior, Tang Hanlei was merely an ungraduated college student, while Zhang Weihai was just in his 20s. At that time, the Shanhai group had yet to be established, yet the Zhang brothers were quite prominent in Dongfeng town, adept in various ventures, leading a life more carefree than the average individual. Before they could regain their composure, amidst the blazing divine light, a formidable and indescribable aura erupted, manifesting with overwhelming force and surging forth like a tempest, shattering the pressure exerted by the pinnacle powerhouses surrounding them as if they were mere twigs. Volume 1. Chapter 103, The Blue-Haired Male of the Merfolk Tribe. The architecture within the tribe is arranged with a pleasing irregularity, primarily constructed from shells and coral, gleaming softly under the sun's embrace. The gentle waves caress the shore, producing a soothing murmur, as if welcoming guests from afar. You, tide song, stand upon the delicate shore, feeling the warmth and softness of the sand beneath your feet. You take a deep breath, inhaling the briny sea breeze, your eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Song Lian and Bei Wang also descend onto the beach, their gazes wandering throughout the tribe, keenly observing the surrounding environment. The voice of You Chao Sheng conveyed the weariness of a long journey as she softly suggested, "Let us first find a place to rest." "Who is Su Imo? Please disembark, or no one will be able to leave," the driver lamented upon boarding. Before Lu Xianru could finish her words, C2 Ian opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and directed towards her, compelling Lu Xianru to promptly cease speaking, kneeling obediently in silence. "I still recall that day in my past life, when I devoted considerable effort to adorn myself, seated before the bed in the wedding gown meticulously crafted by my mother, remaining there throughout the night. Yet, my beloved never arrived." The other disciples at the Golden Core stage viewed Huang Xianling with indifference, showing no inclination to curry favor with him simply because he was a disciple of the esteemed Chong Feng Lao Tzu. If one is to undertake a task, it is imperative to strive for excellence. This was Han Ji's expectation of his fellow actors and of himself. Yi Han could not offer immediate assistance to the hundreds of thousands of lost souls. He could only address the calamity at its source. After rescuing a father and son from a few soldiers, and fortunate not to break his stealth, Yi Han continued his flight towards the royal palace. He claimed to know who his savior was. Su Mo perceptibly grasped the implication in Jason's words. How could he possibly know? If he did, why had he not come seeking her? Atop the Song Mountain, Nuayu noticed movement on the other side. The summit of this mountain was situated at a similar distance from the battlefield between the deep Crimson Dragon and the Demon King as the previous location of the malevolent soldiers. Nuayu could distinctly see the previously aimless evil soldiers suddenly springing into action. Huang Xianling accepted the storage bag and peered inside, only to shake his head with a bitter smile. Aside from numerous jade slips, the bag contained a collection of spirit stones, refining materials, and a modest quantity of spiritual herbs. Qin Su pulled Qin Hao aside, incessantly inquiring about his condition. Qin Hao's body remained frail, a fact that greatly concerned Qin Su. The demon soldiers aboard the ship immediately descended into chaos. The vessel was in disarray as the demons scurried about, attempting to extinguish the flames. In that moment, despite the presence of 1,000 ships, they were utterly devastated by Jiang Ran Kong's forbidden spell. Lin Xiaolong mechanically nodded, then tremulously answered the call, following Zhong Yi's instructions to activate the speaker. "Ah, no need for formality," the bald middle-aged man chuckled as he withdrew his hand. his other hand instinctively brushing against the silver Yao stone atop his cane. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a worthy soldier. Confronted with the sudden emergence of a commanding army, Yu Pengju was left speechless. Excitement mingled with a tinge of unease. The establishment of the Air Force has considerably eased the burden on the golden-winged roc, who previously had to maintain vigilance over the Fire City from above. Now, he can delegate this responsibility to the newly formed Air Force, which dispatches several riders at various times and from different directions each day, significantly enhancing the security of the Fire City. Xiao Shiyun stood tall on his steed, casting a glance at the neatly arranged squad behind him, and casually inquired of the messenger beside him. Given the current donation method, the combined contributions from the 4 leadership teams amount to a paltry sum, which must be divided into 2 parts, leaving very little. You are not the first to mention this. Huajibe has already approached me regarding this matter, Wang Ping replied. A simple response, yet the implications within it were sufficient to cause both Wang Peng and Mo Fusong to change color simultaneously. It seems those Spaniards were exceptionally fortunate, as they discovered a temple dedicated to the feathered serpent amidst the jungle, filled with an abundance of gold and jewels. David Jones remarked. A chilling scream erupted from Hung Hu, his bloodied wrist clutched as he collapsed to the ground, his body writhing momentarily like a leech scorched by fire before falling still, unconscious from the pain. Initially, the group of boys in the class held some fear of him, but within 2 days, they had become inseparable from Guan Xiaojun. With his life experience and cunning, the children were soon wrapped around his finger. With merely 10 days left until the World Championship, their early arrival was necessary for everyone to familiarize themselves with the competition venue, which was set in the heart of the primeval jungle. Excuse me, Auntie. I apologize for the abruptness. I am Nangong Yuxuan, and you may call me Yuxuan. I'm truly sorry for disturbing you yesterday due to my sudden illness. Rain Shen expressed, realizing her rudeness. When the time comes, no matter how perceptive the diviner may be, he will still be at their mercy, won't he? Hence, indulgence in wine, women, and wealth is the greatest taboo for a diviner. Although some diviners manage to exploit these vices, it is generally wise for them to avoid such temptations, as they can easily dull their acuity. All right, when shall we commence our actions? Shui Guoming comprehended Jiang Ning's intention to prepare for the removal of the Jiaozhou Ding. He initially refrained from speaking, but found himself unable to hold back. He could not allow her to perceive him as ignorant. The hairs on his body stood on end. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Surely, they should not perish. She is resilient and would not succumb so easily. It's not my concern. It's not my concern. I know nothing, he stammered before fleeing in trepidation. Yes, my lord. Upon catching a glimpse of the grand map of the Jiaozhou territories behind Kaisu, Wang Zhu nodded in sudden realization. Just as he did not exploit the princess of the valley to slaughter the northern Sa tribe, making their survival improbable, he understood that leveraging must come with a cost. As long as the northern Sa tribe is under his leadership, they would never be accepted by the powerful, forever designated as the great foes of humanity. He cannot annihilate humanity, nor can he achieve that. The only feasible outcome is unification. Li Qingguo walked to the back of their class, while Zhao Hui gazed at him until he passed by her side. However, his words immediately exposed a flaw to the 3, who relentlessly pressed him, causing him to swallow the remainder of his thoughts, leaving him in extreme frustration. Particularly, the streamlining of management structures would necessitate the dismissal of a considerable number of redundant staff. Layoffs within the ministries are quite taboo, as those who gain entry into such esteemed departments often have special circumstances. Forget it. I believe our family S vehicles are too conspicuous, which is why I intend to keep one with a more ordinary appearance for casual outings. Shahan smiled and waved a savings book at Tianjin, essentially his dedicated vehicle. I usually prefer not to drive. Volume 1, Chapter 104. Open, too open. Bei Wang gently patted her back, reassuring her, it's all right. They're merely curious. His calm and powerful voice instilled a sense of security in You Chao Sheng. Behind them, the void will manifested, as Yi Fan merged with the realm of emptiness, embodying the principles of the eternal world, becoming a creator-like existence. What the hell are you insane? I cursed him angrily and turned back to the sofa, ignoring him. Presently, it seems that apart from the sea, only the temporary command center in Zhonghua Valley offers a modicum of safety. Continuing down the passage to the right, after traversing over 50 meters, they finally arrived at a space reminiscent of a laboratory. In the last minute, the score still lagged by 7 points. The king's relentless pursuit over the past few minutes was effectively countered by Novitsky's solitary offensive. At this juncture, He Xiang and the King's team had no choice but to accept their defeat in this match. Tang Xiaofu peeked through the gaps in the customers to admire the beauty of Lung Chinxiu when the opportunity for a bold glance presented itself. It was too precious to miss. This chance was fleeting, as her interactions with him stemmed from her family's poverty, prompting his desire to assist. Allowing her frequent glimpses of him, the senior brother advanced ahead, his entire being focused, utilizing the power of the fire-avoiding elixir to resist the might of this illusion. "It's nothing, just discussing a few matters," Situ Qing said, forcing a cheerful smile and then stretching lazily. Of course, Insua had no intention of remaining forever dependent on Ma Deqiang. She intended to use him as a springboard to first improve her circumstances before seeking out a more advantageous partner. Yet, she did not wish to implicate her master and family, particularly after avenging her friend, only to be pursued and forced into a confrontation. Yan Wang smirked, tucked away his badge, contentedly lit a cigarette, and leisurely mounted his steed, swaying forward. "Huh. I knew Xiao Xian was right. You're nothing but a lecher. Tell me, have you had your eye on me all along?" Lu Qingjie huffed, tilting her exquisitely crafted face upwards, locking eyes with Zhao Xiang, creating a moment charged with intimacy. "Darling, are you still angry?" Huo Lingfeng approached and gently lay beside Zhuang Qingqing. If each generation of youth continues to tread the same path as their predecessors, it signifies a misstep along this journey. It is essential to acknowledge that the introduction of the zero-tolerance policy towards violence was propelled by Xiaohua. Should a player or coach exhibit any violent behavior or intentions on the field, the referee possesses the authority to expel them directly, without the necessity of accumulating technical fouls. Currently, Hao Xingha's condition resembles that of a hostage. He has been sent from Chihua Village and placed in Greenfield Village, under close surveillance, a rather unfortunate predicament. Taibai's physique is inherently fragile, not as severely compromised as those from the Tang sect, yet he remains one of the more delicate professions in the realm of Tian Dao. Suddenly, Yizi Han, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, opened them. Her hand, previously resting at her side, reached out to grasp Xin Yuanqi's hand, which he had been unable to retract in time. Simultaneously, the concealed dart in her other hand aimed directly at Xin Yuanqi's wrist. It was all for Zhuang Qingqing. At that moment, Huasilan entered the room, instantly filling the space with a pungent aroma of high-end perfume. Passing through familiar places, including those once frequented during dates, evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. Though the cleaning lady from before was no longer present, her grandson had taken over her work, struggling in poverty. Thus, I made a call home, and it seems this man's fate might be altered. Such is the harsh reality. Volume 1, Chapter 105, Abducted, Underwater World. The slender, white-haired male, seemingly unwanted, caught my eye. I would take him back and train him well, for he would become the most loyal of slaves. The gaze of the last female fell upon Xianling. At this point, several faces turned grim, for they were in another's tribe, and conflict was ill-advised. Song Lian furrowed his brow tightly. "We must leave." He hurriedly urged everyone to depart. The merfolk females circled around You Chao Sheng and her companions like a pack of greedy sharks, their eyes glinting with cunning intent, scrutinizing them with predatory interest. When their gazes finally settled on You Chao Sheng, Lin Xian refrained from stopping her, unconcerned that Yibing might divulge details about Myanmar, for he was a member of the Dragon Soul. The sound of pounding on the door startled the attendant. This individual proved to be formidable. Shaking off the drowsiness, he leapt from the makeshift table. "What do you intend to do?" In the chaos, he stumbled over something, resulting in a clatter from within. In the hall, only his trusted few and Zhuge Wujie remained, while guards stood at the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Shen Xinghe was taken aback by his earlier ferocious demeanor. Now, seeing him approach, she pressed closer to Shen Xinglua. "It is not that I lack opinions, nor do I merely follow others' words. I wish to convey to everyone here that I have dreams and do not intend to be a mere idle fish. If one were to insist on labeling me as a mere salted fish, then I would undoubtedly be a salted fish with aspirations. In this place where none are acquainted with us, he freely pulls me along, brimming with enthusiasm, as we venture into one establishment after another. Lu Yaoji, with a triumphant smile, exerts force beneath his feet, scaling the tiled roof and heading directly towards Zhong Qiuhua. Feng Shui is perplexed. Unable to comprehend the adversary that instills such trepidation in him, the skeletal remains outside reveal no clues. My heart races violently. Although I am acutely aware that this belongs to the past, I still tremble uncontrollably. Fu Qingjue stands motionless, while Jiang Moyu furrows his brow, his throat constricted. None anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Had they desired to keep them, perhaps they would not have allowed Qin Huan to depart. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, the announcement from the flight attendant finally breaks the silence, informing us of our imminent landing. Sister Han informs by Xiaoyu that Fu Qidong has a particular fondness for sweets. And to her surprise, they are far sweeter than she had imagined, a stark contrast to her perception of them. Alas, the world of martial arts is indeed profound. Li Xiao offers a sardonic smile, shaking his head in the pool. The pride he once held for so many years seems to have diminished somewhat. Bai Li Zui, in resignation, casts a glance at Ouyang Qingming while brandishing a torch as he steps into the pitch-black door. The beautiful gaze of Chang Wei darts towards Lu Guang, exclaiming that such metaphors are unfounded. The blooming flowers, in their splendid beauty, cannot be compared to the mundane act of sharing a bed. It appears that even the seemingly invincible Xiao Haotian has moments of vulnerability, reminiscent of a naive youth and first love. So, will you agree? Deng Yi observes the shift in Li Xiao's expression, his tone softening. With a poor tolerance for alcohol and a clumsy tongue, she consistently ranked last in sales during her tenure at the nightclub. In matters related to significant products under the company's banner, the Public Relations Department should be the first to be informed of any online sentiment events. Zhang Jiru notices that old lady Han intends to seek out Han Erlang. She has yet to discuss the land sale with him, and should old lady Han pursue this matter, Han Erlang might feel compelled to temporarily put it on hold out of respect for old man Han, which would create tension between them. The cultivation of the sea masters and sea warriors is alike. When one truly witnesses their efforts materialize into results, an overwhelming sense of achievement and joy floods the chest. Early the next morning, Ning Xuesheng rushes to find Tong Li, but after knocking for a considerable time, he receives no response from within. The pleasantly cool fruit bursts in his mouth, the fragrant and sweet juice prompting Fang Yin to emit a contented hum. Me? In a corner. The plump aunt was taken aback when Zhang Jiaojiao assigned her the task of overseeing matters. Pei Jiuyin's handsomeness was beyond question. His high-nosed bridge and deep-set eyes were accentuated by the cool light, rendering his features both stern and profound, while an aura of sharpness enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming presence. After Shen Tianzong had positioned the statue of the Buddha of Battle, he boarded a helicopter with Xin Yuan Yin and others, heading towards the South China Sea. Under its terrifying power, buildings crumbled, reduced to ruins amidst a deafening roar. Then, facing the square, she parted her lips slightly. Her melodious and penetrating voice, seemingly incongruous with her fragile appearance, captivated the crowd. Thus, with this thought in mind, the four individuals stepped forward without hesitation. Their intention straightforward, to seize the ring from Bai Li Dengfeng, while the sect leader's command was merely within their reach, unnecessary to wrest from him. Chen Xiao and Jun Mengxiao arrived together, causing the gathering of young talents to nearly drop their jaws in astonishment. In an instant, the 4 or 5 arrows in Xiao Yi's hand whistled forth from the bowstring like lightning, piercing deep into the trial ground. Essentially, spending a year or two on the Guishu battlefield would provide a general understanding of the situation. Yihan wielded a sharp longsword, executing the meteor sword technique, while Long Jingxue unleashed his strongest combat move. A massive azure dragon materialized above his fist and surged forth, resonating with a mighty dragon's roar. With this realization, most people's hearts became less resistant, and they began to discuss matters as per Bai Li Dingfeng's commands. The monk and Li Bin shouted desperately. Having never anticipated that Yi Yan would charge in alone, knowing the means of Lord Leopard, Yi Yan's arrival likely meant he would not leave alive. Grandma, it's too cold today. I couldn't procure anything else, only this cold bun. I'll soak it in hot water for you. Please eat it, Lian Shan said, pulling a hard, cold bun from her pocket. Meng Xingqian intended to enter seclusion to concoct a certain elixir, though the nature of the elixir was not disclosed. As soon as she logged on, she received a mischievous party invitation, which Yu Yun accepted. Following that, Yu Langjun and Yu Furong soon joined the team. Adams, an old hand in the game, increasingly perceived the individual before him as military-like, not only because of his formidable combat skills but also due to his high military acumen. Since their arrival, the city of Sin had known no peace. Volume 1, Chapter 106, Rescue, the Merfolk Chief. How could she breathe underwater by merely swallowing seaweed when she doesn't even possess gills? Is she attempting to deceive a 3-year-old? Yu Xiaoxiao nuzzled her head against Su Yunju's neck, uncertain whether she absorbed his preachings. It was indeed repugnant to contemplate that she aimed to seduce Xiao Wang while feigning concern for others. Sitting at her table, she glanced at the chicken soup before her. Relieved it lacked grease. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom how she would manage to consume it. Although Ping Ranran had moved out from Tion's dormitory, she still occasionally visited to assert her presence. While they preferred to avoid trouble, they felt no obligation to retreat when confronted, having made their choices. They were unafraid of offending anyone. Zhao Qianxuan, sipping on pre-rain Longjing tea, bore a look of triumph. After months of frustration, he finally felt at ease. If someone else ascended to the throne of humanity, his aspirations to reach that level would merely be a delusion. Gu Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded, casting a final glance at Yi Jiahui. After today, it seemed unlikely she would ever see him again. I want you to hold me in your heart and mind alone. Yun Yang had become increasingly eloquent in his declarations of affection, causing Ning Chanqian to blush and her heart to race. Yet, the most painful sensation remained that suffocating feeling in her chest. The academy students remarked on the sharpness and terror of the situation, prompting Nan Ning to hastily flee the scene of discord. Don't worry, Shui Rong, I will think of a solution. Zhan Ping appeared somewhat alarmed, as the scroll had not documented such a terrifying beast guarding the lava. Otherwise, he would not have come so rashly. At this moment, the elder suddenly regained his senses and dashed in front of Gu Ruoyan, blocking her path. The two then exchanged words typical of kin, discussing familiar acquaintances, while in Mashuan recounted family matters such as births, marriages, and mischievous antics, sharing laughter with Yun Fuxiao over amusing anecdotes. Luo Ju was assisted by Qi Hang as she hid aside, fearing that Lady Luo might lose her sanity and inadvertently harm her. Upon hearing the veiled implications in Wu Xiner's final remark, Elder Wang and a few others with a modicum of intellect instinctively frowned. Despite his distaste for Xia Qi and numerous thoughts of disposing of him, when faced with such a moment, his heart tightened. One could only imagine how many lives he had taken and how many spirit stones he had seized in the pursuit of matters concerning his sister. Suddenly, a hand transformed by Fei Yuan penetrated the wound on Bei Hong's body, releasing beams of white light. A tremendous energy erupted within the Yongyan Tavern as Master Bei Hong resolved to self-detonate his nascent soul, believing that as long as his primordial spirit could escape, everything could be rebuilt anew. Morong Yin was momentarily stunned, the excitement on her face gradually fading as she appeared to waver, unable to make a definitive decision. Wu Di thought to himself, why was he rambling on? Was it merely an attempt to deceive Fongning? Was it simply about wanting to claim her? Where was Zhou Yun? The man is now my captive, and my tone of inquiry is, of course, far from courteous. He is well aware that there are those who seek to deal with him. Ling Han and Xiao Rushuang harbor deep-seated animosity towards him and will undoubtedly devise various schemes to confront him. Li Qi chose to upright a coffin, and with a stroke of the dragon-headed token, a crimson light illuminated the base of the coffin, revealing a doorway. Volume 1, Chapter 107, Dispute. In search of the immortal tomb. The leader of the merfolk seemed to perceive her confusion and continued in a hushed tone. The leader of the Songlian tribe approached me, stating that the males of our tribe had abducted you, which is how I found you. The merfolk leader gazed at her, saying, I understand that the actions of our tribe's males have caused you distress, and I extend my apologies on behalf of the merfolk tribe. I shall ensure your safe return to the surface. As You Chao Sheng gradually relaxed her heart, she realized that the leader of the merfolk seemingly harbored no ill intentions. Within the palace of the merfolk leader, the intertwining hues of azure waters and crimson corals wove together to create a breathtaking tapestry. You Chao Sheng reclined upon a soft bed of seagrass, her body enveloped in warmth. Although she harbored no fear of injuring anyone, Rui was reluctant to damage the vehicle. Despite the presence of 2 additional vehicles, they were mere transporters, lacking the comfort of the current one. He was exceptionally busy, his computer displaying several split screens, one broadcasting the auction live, while he diligently noted the identities of those who had scorned him and bestowed their support in the form of virtual eggs. Though he had long since retired from that world, returning for a cup of tea and casual conversation was not out of the question. A faint, enigmatic smile curved Qin Shen's lips. Various mages exchanged deep, passionate kisses, some fierce and intense, others gentle and lingering. He had exhausted every possible variation. They coalesced into 2 giants. On Nagong Dong's side, the giant shimmered with radiant light, dazzling in its brilliance, wielding a massive hammer in its right hand. Furthermore, he met his demise from a dagger striking his temple, the very dagger he had just hurled at Lu Boming's temple. Fire! With this command, 25 wooden crossbows simultaneously erupted with flames, launching iron projectiles towards the Lord of the Earth realm. The Lord staggered backward, his robe billowing as he swept aside the fallen wooden planks scattered on the ground. These planks fortuitously shielded him, being reduced to splinters by the crossbow's assault. Upon reflection, nearly 2 months had elapsed since their expedition began, yet no news had emerged from the capital, an unexpectedly eerie silence. This stillness, though seemingly fortuitous, offered little comfort. The door swung open, revealing the first armored figure carrying a bucket of milk, followed by another with a bottle for feeding infants. Upon returning to the Long royal mansion, You Cheng's visage was ashen, his eyes emanating a piercing glint akin to the bitter cold of midwinter, inducing involuntary shivers. This maneuver, while clever, was ultimately foolish. It escaped the notice of others, yet could not elude Dana's keen gaze. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Yun Lang raised his eyes, casting a cool glance at the crowd, which instantly fell silent. Matsuno Hana had brought him to the Central Spirit Arts Academy rather late the previous day. Thus, after a brief exchange, he allowed the dormitory instructor to assist him with his check-in. This morning, Eisen had reminded him to forego breakfast and led him directly to the classroom. Feng Qing gazed at the jade seal inscribed with 8 characters, sensing the powerful tide of an era rushing forth. Countless beings floated within this current, and only those favored by destiny, blessed with the right time, place, and people, could sweep away all adversaries and ultimately establish a new dynasty. Drawing from the profound teachings of the Yellow Emperor's master, Guangqingzi, he achieved a breakthrough to the innate realm in a single day. Now, as he practiced the longevity technique anew, the vast amounts of true energy circulated within his body, nourished by the divine fruit he had consumed, transforming into an exceptionally rich essence of vital energy. Excellent. Captain, feel free to command me should you require assistance. Upon hearing that Zhuge Lian Nu was capable of being repaired, Yu Dahua immediately felt invigorated, gazing at Yun Lang as if he were a savior. However, the cultivation of martial artists emphasizes the transformation of acquired essence into one's own essence, which in turn evolves into true qi and formidable energy stored within the lower dantian. The tenebrous heaven-s law involves sensing the lower dantian and subsequently guiding the essence to surge through the sea of suffering, thereby opening portals. Accompanied by the notification sound from the terminal space, Luli felt himself once again entering that hazy tunnel of white light. Everything appeared indistinct. Yet the sound from the terminal space was vividly clear. Given that your father is a distinguished figure from Mian Nan, how could you be so indiscreet as to have your husband carry you when you go out? Upon hearing the external opinions about himself, Chu Tian was filled with rage. All thanks to Su Mei. Ever since Wang Ming had provoked Yi Shu, the two of them had frequently clashed in public, with Yi invariably being the one overwhelmed in every confrontation. Huang Zhong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to articulate. After a brief pause for contemplation, he nodded emphatically, stating, "If that is the case, I hope the governor will not deceive Huang." He then knelt upon the ground. It was indeed astonishing to Huang Zhong how formidable Gao Chong was. In mere moments, Gao Chong had charged forward wielding the gilded tiger head spear, and Huang Zhong's gaze turned icy as he raised his weapon, determined to achieve his objective without fail today. During their process of cleansing the marrow and refining the essence, they had been captured by Chu Jinjia, leaving Chu Qinghan genuinely worried about the outcome of their endeavor. "All right, come here," Lian Rong said as she hung up the phone, placing it on the vanity before picking up a disposable toothbrush and toothpaste from the hotel to wash her face, followed by a hot shower, emerging wrapped in a towel. Yu Ying blinked, observing the man who claimed to be a divine beast, then glanced at the demonic power on his wrist, unable to comprehend it. Let me think. It seems we do indeed have something to attend to." After a lengthy period of acting alongside Jean Xiner, Hyunbin had thoroughly demonstrated his competence as a partner. With just a glance, he completely understood Jean Xiner's intentions. It turned out that the intense assault of the blazing sun had torn through the solidity of the shadow. Those areas struck immediately became ethereal, even leaving a void that appeared riddled with wounds. This time, although the power behind the darkness continued to provide sustenance, the speed of replenishment significantly slowed after being struck by Long Wei. "Exactly, but I just can't recall what it is." Jean Xiner appeared quite satisfied with Hyunbin's cooperation. Waking up and drinking milk had become a habit cultivated by Ming Nan previously. Yulu had never had such a routine, yet now she had been thoroughly spoiled by Ming Nan. Luo Cheng did not take the initiative. He was waiting for others to make their move, chuckling to himself about dealing with them all at once. It must be said that Luo Cheng was indeed quite audacious. But he had every right to be so. "Sir, I truly appreciate your efforts this time," You Chao Sheng said, hastily bowing to her master upon his arrival. Volume 1. Chapter 108. Lady Deity, I am your most devoted follower. Until a mouthful of water was expelled, You Chao Sheng's heart raced like a drum. Her eyes brimming with tears as she clung tightly to Xianling, as if attempting to merge him into her very being. Her head was buried deep within Xianling's chest, absorbing the rhythm of his heartbeat, which served as her sole solace in that moment. "Divine Lady, are you unharmed?" Xianling's voice quivered, laden with uncertainty and profound concern. You Chao Sheng gently patted his back, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. "You were truly foolish. Knowing full well that you cannot swim, you still dared to venture into the sea to rescue me. I apologize for not taking better care of you. My concern for you overwhelmed me." Xianling's voice trailed off softly. However, in order to remain by their side, she resolved not to confess her feelings. Simu was such a remarkable individual, and Qixi was equally admirable. They made a splendid pair together. Yet, at this moment, Su Qiong had indeed caught something. And judging by the ongoing struggle, it was likely not a mere shoe or a piece of rotten wood. In response, Feng Shui could only observe with keen interest. A hand emerged from the crevice, and suddenly the elevator emitted a sharp warning sound. That person forcefully pried the elevator doors apart and stepped inside, fixing a gaze upon Yushurao, whose eyes reflected a profound darkness. The soldiers roared, and the engineers promptly moved to defuse the situation. As Kimura observed this scene, he gradually regained his composure. "Do you know which country they hail from?" Zhao Ping'an had just finished freshening up and was about to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast with his family when he saw Bada personally come to report. He rose and escorted him outside. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. "Li Yin is really exaggerating. Chu Hao hardly resembles a half-man, half-woman. Is there even a half-man? Half-woman who has tea-bathed for 3 months?" Lin Fifan felt utterly embarrassed, unsure how to respond to this line of conversation. Several minutes passed, and the metallic plate grew slightly warm, nothing more. The glass of wine in his hand was offered by Su Huai. Refusing it would be a slight against him. Given his current social standing, no one would dare disregard him, yet his old classmate, Qin Ran, sought to provoke his temper. However, who could have anticipated that the once promising battle for fame would devolve into a means to wash away the disgraceful reputation of the 388th Regiment, ultimately resulting in self-inflicted humiliation? "If you do not eat your meal, do not expect to indulge in snacks." Li Jitao spoke solemnly, showing no sign of compromise. "All right. You both should report to Wuqing with me. This is merely a temporary retreat of the enemy. As for the arrangements, we must heed Wuqing's directives. You two chat for now. I will gather all the officials to come over." Sinchuan smiled and picked up the communicator, transforming a temporary maintenance workshop for the diamond robots into a conference hall. A melody reminiscent of summer resonated through the venue, transporting everyone present back to the recently departed season. After glancing at the numbers in the willpower attribute bar, Du Fei, despite his mental preparation, could not help but gasp in surprise. However, within the formation, Zhao Gai remained unfazed, while Lu Feng and Zhao Zhuang also exhibited a calm demeanor, the team arranged neatly. As he retrieved fruits from his storage ring, he lamented that he would need to prepare gifts for Baihu Rich. After dinner, just as he was about to rise, a tall figure gracefully entered the room, her delicate features adorned with a light touch of powder, her fair complexion as captivating as ever, her bosom trembling slightly. Shenyang City was vast, and Shenmu was utterly unfamiliar with it. If he were to search for a myriad of households like a headless fly, it would surely require considerable effort. Many treasures within, like the Bao Yin lantern and the three-edged two-bladed spear, were entirely absent from the reality of this world. Even if she had been fortunate enough to evade Zhao Xian and his companion at that moment, the perilous nature of the trial was well understood by those who had participated. The question of survival loomed large. Behind them, zombies surged like a tidal wave outside the shop, creating a mass of corpses, where the most forceful pressure caused some of their eyes to burst from their sockets. It seemed they were unaware that she was now one of them, which was fortunate, considering she had come through the back door. A silver wolf, having just entered the 7th tier, attempted to approach it with predatory intent, inciting the utmost fury of the Beast King. Currently, 4 types of mutated creatures had been illuminated. Yet the mission progress still required 33 more to be completed. Zhang Zhe picked up a piece of bread from the ground, which appeared trampled and flattened, its packaging stained with blood. In an instant, blood mixed with brain matter exploded in the air, some inadvertently splattering onto the faces of the remaining team members, sending a chill down their spines. Ultimately, these powerful adventurers had not re-emerged after entering this place. It was known that among the advanced team ahead, there were 2 5th-tier ability users holding the line, and even the remaining team members were largely 4th tier, many of whom were considered formidable within that tier. Xiao Cheng, through his vision of insight, could clearly see the flow of spiritual energy within the meridians of these sorcerers, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, the nine heavens' mysterious jade trembled slightly, and a unique, invisible wave instantly enveloped the entire extraction chamber, spreading to the four sorcerers before him. Su Hui let out a cold laugh, taking advantage of the dim moonlight to slip into the mountains like a ghost, stealthily approaching the hillside. Hai Kuei helped Luo Chen to his feet. At that moment, Luo Chen was utterly at a loss, believing that Ouyang Baiyu would intervene to stop the wedding, only to realize that Ouyang Baiyu regarded him as a mere gift for Bei Minjing. As Qiu Sin's words fell, the two most formidable presences appeared beside Xiao Lang. A triangular alliance was formed with Qiu Sin, enveloping Xiao Lang within its confines. Even as the helicopter ascended, Xiao Chang did not reveal himself, seemingly lost in slumber, oblivious to the events unfolding around him, while the three of them vanished into the skies above the estate. After uttering these words, Lin Fei abruptly struck the cement table at the center of the pavilion, seemingly at random. I responded to Wang Lin, urging him not to rush and to observe the situation. If Tang Huqing truly intended to act against us, there would be no escape. However, should he attempt to harm us and fail to extinguish my life, I would undoubtedly find a way to outwit him. Master, why the sudden decision to eliminate members of the Black Dragon Society? Did you not say you wanted me to personally deal with them? Wang Dawei inquired with curiosity. Yet, in less than 5 seconds, his subordinate's figure completely vanished, transforming into black smoke that entered the barrier. Gu Yun gazed at the towering structures of the underground city of death in the distance, faint echoes of its former glory discernible. In a flicker, he appeared before the gates of the Lord's mansion. Volume 1, Chapter 109, The Proud Eagle, Heartache. Song Lian's body stiffened slightly as he hesitated to respond, inhaling deeply, allowing the sea breeze to carry away his tumultuous emotions. I do not understand, Song Lian finally spoke, his voice tinged with confusion and pain. I do not comprehend why she would act this way for him, towards me. Bei Wang gently patted his shoulder, attempting to offer solace. Matters of the heart are enigmatic. Sheng, she may just be acting on impulse. Perhaps it is you who is overstepping, Song Lian. Bei Wang's words resonated clearly in the sea breeze, striking Song Lian's heart like a hammer. He was momentarily taken aback, his body jolting. Yet Xiao Qiuyu continued to laugh maniacally, completely unaware of the red wolf's roar, as he held the creature tightly in his embrace. You flatter me, General. Jingxin was genuinely perplexed about what Xian was truly concealing. Sun Xiaoxi hesitated briefly. Even this moment of uncertainty led Wu Yu to sense that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. Sun Xiaoxi had always been straightforward, and her hesitation indicated that she likely possessed significant knowledge. Tian Xian, I have already transferred the funds. Tai Kuai felt a tinge of anxiety. If Lin Xian ended the call, that silver coin would be rendered worthless. The clan leader had clearly observed the earlier situation. Xiao Qiuyu had released only half of his true energy, yet it had already dismantled the entirety of Lung Yu's offensive. Were he to unleash his full power, it would not merely breach the defenses. Perhaps, under such true energy, Lang Yu would have met her demise. And what of your true form? Where does it reside? Lin Yi was utterly captivated by the tale of the Tao spirit, unable to extricate himself from its allure. This is a memory crystal. As long as you hold it and close your eyes to envision the emblem of your heart, the APC receptionist explained with a smile. Humph. Such audacity to utter words that would make me, Yu Hao, a servant. Did you truly believe that I, Yu Hao, was at your mercy? Had it not been for my whim to indulge you in a fleeting game, I could have effortlessly dispatched you all with a mere flick of my hand. This is it. The esteemed maiden Long Pia Piao once proclaimed this to be a token of the outer disciples of the Wuchen sect. Merely presenting this token at the sect will grant one membership, Gu Han explained as he handed the token to Gu Xiong. Upon realizing that a young lady was resting upon him, Wu Yu promptly diverted his gaze downwards, only to find her face nestled against his chest, obscuring her features entirely. The bathhouse was modest in size. After paying, Chaoshi found a spot on the floor to recline. The heated flooring enveloped the space in a cozy warmth, negating the need for blankets. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, Chaoshi requested a blanket from Shinfei, choosing to embrace him as she drifted into slumber. This is, in fact, a feature within the game. Every player is entitled to a complimentary advertisement upon the inauguration of their shop, as securing a storefront is no small feat. Although he had grown somewhat hesitant to cook after losing his sense of taste and smell, fearing he might conjure culinary disasters, His extensive time spent in the game had rekindled his confidence. Feng wanly stroked his chin, feeling an insatiable curiosity towards this secret manual. However, it seemed improper to study the manual in the presence of Lady Li. Thus, he resolved to seek a more opportune moment to secretly delve into its contents. In reality, Keimatsu Rikeo would neither slacken her efforts nor could she afford to. Despite her spirited nature and aversion to constraints, she had matured significantly concerning her professional responsibilities compared to her previous life. Moreover, she was under the vigilant supervision and guidance of the lady-in-waiting dispatched by Shimizu Yoshihisa. After performing several piano pieces at the podium, Yan Bingbing stepped forward with a microphone to serenade the audience. Adorned in a backless red gown and high heels, she resembled a celestial being in crimson, her melodious voice resonating through the air, enchanting all who listened. A foreboding sensation flickered in his mind as he carefully stowed the headband in a bag, placing it into his backpack. As the assault was unleashed, Toma and Kinei directed their ki blasts towards Frisia, who raised his hands to intercept them. Brilliant light erupted before Frisia, transforming into a swirling mist. That was the weapon of the chief deity Odin. Regardless of the cosmology, how could a supreme god be diminished? On the contrary, Shimizu Tadayoshi believed that it would be peculiar for such talented young individuals not to harbor a competitive spirit against those two renowned strategists. The fusion of the 5 shards of the Earth Star consciousness has reached 90, and it shall be completed by tomorrow. This can be considered a rather unconventional method of advertisement, allowing more individuals to become aware of one's existence. Chuyi looked somewhat dazed at her crescent-shaped eyes. In an instant, he averted his gaze, cleared his throat twice, and a faint blush crept upon his earlobes. At that moment, Yuan Yimu Hua's eyes were transfixed on the spinning tennis ball, instinctively yearning to swing his racket in retaliation. Despite her deep respect for her grandfather, she could not be overly pleased with the arranged marriage he had set for her. From the recent phone call, it was evident that Cheng Jie had concealed numerous matters from her. Seizing the opportunity while he was flustered would surely yield unexpected results. "Mother, please do not jeopardize your health. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly," the emperor implored. The Empress Dowager cast a sidelong glance at Shenxian. "What more is there to investigate? Your has been wronged. It is so apparent. Speak. How do you intend to deal with your—" The Empress Dowager endeavored to calm herself as she returned to her couch, letting out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Tang Wanjun, noting Tang Shirui's work schedule, realized that the Meng family must be facing some issues recently. "Yichen," Tang Wanjun hastily called out to him. She had planned to reach out to him even before knowing he would not come today. She was eager to learn more about that child. Even if Lin Feng could assist them, it would be futile. The scale of this ghostly tide required either a major sect from the holy capital to mobilize entirely or one of the sect leaders to lend their aid. When Lin Yushin beheld the humble youth clad in simple garments, he could not help but admire. What a striking appearance. Now, witnessing the youth's courteous demeanor, he was convinced he had encountered a rare gem. "Your Highness, the Holy King." The martial general, his eyes bloodshot, disregarding the agonizing pain coursing through his body, struggled to rise, intent on shielding Murong Qing. At this juncture, he could only seek assistance from Su Chuan. Naylan Rinjie believed he lacked the capability to tame such ferocious beasts, unable even to make contact, despite ostensibly guarding it. The creature showed no gratitude and instead retaliated fiercely. Not a single arrow managed to penetrate the pavilion, nor did a stone find its mark. Li Qianqian remained unscathed. Volume 1, Chapter 110, Chao Sheng. I shall never be this way again. As dusk deepened within the shell-shaped abode, the gathering gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing my words, her countenance brightened, dispelling the clouds of sorrow, and she ceased her weeping. The verdant peaks of Bianxiao Mountain bore little distinction from the remote landscapes, adorned with towering ancient trees that reached majestically towards the heavens. The bond between the two was profound, their conversations flowing freely. However, this time, Yang Huairan sensed that his brother, Black Bull, harbored unspoken troubles deep within his heart. Despite having attained the pinnacle of perfection, he resembled a clay bodhisattva, though crafted from earth. He possessed an air of unrefined grandeur, with a composure as steady as a mountain, marking his true initiation into the martial arts. Even though he caused a ruckus at the Chaoyang Immortal Gate, one could not deny its formidable strength. Had it not been for the overconfidence and negligence of the true immortal, who failed to search for him in the vicinity, he would have perished without a trace, relying solely on the yin-yang mirror to safeguard a fragment of his soul. Thus, he and Yin Mo meticulously investigated the cultivation site. only to discover a fissure in the upper boundary, seemingly crafted by human hands. After deliberation, they resolved to traverse the crack to uncover the identity of the thief who had absconded with the demonic insects from the demon realm. In the brief span of a few days, Luo Mingjiao realized that her father's insights into medicine in this lifetime were no less astute than in her previous one. Perhaps due to the advancements of contemporary science and the predominance of Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine had lost its prestigious standing, preventing her father from attaining the title of divine physician in this life. Naturally, there were some risky jokes, and the tale of the faded underwear was recounted several times, eliciting laughter from them as if it were the first time they had heard it. In the city of Yuan, 1,000 flying swords were made available for the cultivators to utilize as means of transportation. Additionally, there were shared alchemical furnaces and magical artifacts, enabling many cultivators who could not afford such treasures or urgently needed specific items to rent them at remarkably low prices from the merchant establishments. Also activated the fire-resistant halo, a mysterious force that dulled the surrounding fire elements significantly. What do you mean? I retorted, if you lack discernment, then you lack discernment. Only Wang Jie could portray the depth and desolation akin to Li Xuanhuan. Lu Anning grimaced inwardly. In the span of a single morning, the world outside had transformed dramatically, and she remained blissfully unaware. What had begun as just drew a sharp glare from Yuanyi, prompting Sheng Mingzu to sheepishly stick out her tongue. He understood you were the stubborn and earnest girl, and could well imagine her emotional state. Regardless of what she had achieved, the struggles endured to reach her current accomplishments were undoubtedly numerous. Leaving him with a heavy heart, everything was now prepared. Feng Hua returned to the capital in the guise of the empress of the Liao dynasty, while simultaneously, Yel Qi's harem remained devoid of any consorts, which became a cherished tale among the people of Liao. As she spoke, she hastily gathered the garments strewn beneath the bed and tossed them onto the bed, hurriedly donning a bathrobe. Lan Xiangting let out a silent sigh, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart. It was neither jealousy nor envy, yet it stirred discomfort. The eaves allowed one to savor a hint of the charm of Chang'an after the snow, with the flying eaves, bracketed roofs, and auspicious beasts all adorned in a silvery cloak, exuding an inexplicable solemnity. It was evident that these individuals were unafraid of death, even with swords at their throats. They would not yield. Xianyuan Yuan, oblivious to the profound impact she had on those around her, casually swayed her longsword, causing the radiant blade beneath her feet to vanish, its tip halting Dongfang Yao, subtly reminding them that it was time to commence the duel. Volume 1, Chapter 111. Reconciliation, Tears of Injustice. Song Lian's hands were exquisite, slender and elongated, with fair skin, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. The immortal Banluo felt a lingering ache throughout her meridians at that moment. She yearned only for solitude to heal her wounds, yet did it truly matter what she wished for? In the days leading up to the New Year's Eve, Hao Ren summoned Hao Yi, Hao Li, Hao Ji, and Hao Xian to reside in his new villa, and their togetherness made the atmosphere increasingly lively. The task of the elite was to ensure a clear delineation of merit within the royal family. It simply would not do to select talent from among the mediocre year after year. Among the five, one leader let out a sharp whistle. As the sound echoed, the previously amiable village chief hastened forth. Step aside. I must see father. The second prince bellowed, forcibly pushing aside Zhang Anchen, only to stumble and nearly falter. Xie Miao felt no sympathy for Empress Yang, for their families had long been at odds. Nevertheless, he did not wish to witness her tears, after all. Prior to the revelation of that secret, Yang had shown him and the noble consort Shu a modicum of sincerity. Having said this, Duan Muzheng led everyone toward a room. It was a command center, adorned with maps of the surrounding area on its walls. Yi Chu watched helplessly as the members of the Yi family perished. Ensnared in a deadly pursuit, those nightmares tormented her day and night. As he spoke, Tianshan reached out and summoned both the cage and Wang Yinyu back to their original realm, then with a flick of his right hand, a torrent formed from a long sword surged forth, bearing an overwhelming intent to kill and striking first. Zhong Liqing's gaze shifted from the mirror. Though she did not personally know Hao Run, she had just been informed by Ning Su that Lei Song had a brother, Hao Run, who wished to meet him. Now that Hao Run had introduced himself, she could not remain unresponsive. Simultaneously, the black magical barrier in the sky was cleaved in two, dissipating into the air. The blinding sunlight poured down. Casting a glance at the corpse, noticing its suitable size, he nodded in satisfaction, but then caught a whiff of urine. Upon death, one loses control, and this attire was no longer wearable, causing him to furrow his brow. Su Li gazed at the unfolding competition on the field, suddenly exclaiming in regret. It turned out that Wang Hua had already launched the basketball, only to be thwarted by Lian Qi from the opposing team. Shortly thereafter, a cry of agony echoed as he had arrived a moment too late. Although he managed to block Wang Hao's double dragon play at the last second, his eyes were inadvertently jabbed by a finger, causing an immediate surge of pain. Tears, tinged with blood, welled up in his blurred vision. In the forefront stood a valiant warrior, a strikingly handsome young man clad in resplendent golden armor, adorned with dazzling symbols, exuding an astonishing aura. As time progressed, humanity gradually discerned the patterns of its passage, leading to the creation of various tools for measuring time, such as the clocks that became quite popular in Crescent. Li Bixia soon realized that the Taiji spirit diagram had absorbed all the power of this individual, akin to a technique of energy siphoning. The surroundings were filled with intricate carvings, depicting colossal Buddhas, revered Taoist figures, and the emperors of ancient kingdoms, invincible warriors, each vividly alive, their formidable presence seemingly poised to step forth from the mountain. Meanwhile, Qi Yunxing's expression grew increasingly grim, to be candid. His intention in hosting this commercial competition was merely to showcase his son. Volume 1, Chapter 112, The Unicorn Hide, Haggling. Qian Yu's beastly form was robust and powerful, as You Chao Sheng sat comfortably on his broad back, feeling both secure and at ease. As Qian Yu galloped swiftly along the beach, the sea breeze caressed her cheeks, carrying a hint of the salty ocean air. The few pursuing merfolk females were swiftly left behind, left to gaze at their retreating figures with wistful sighs. Have you seen anyone else? When I awoke, they were all gone. As You Chao Sheng reveled in the exhilaration brought by speed, he inquired of Qian Yu. While running, Qian Yu responded, "Tomorrow is the trading convention. Song Lian and Bei Wang have gone to gather information. Xian Ling was originally with me to hunt the thorn beasts." This presented a quintessential image of a family scion, far more audacious and insufferable than the traditional heirs, utterly dismissive of those around him. However, to the genuine romantic counterpart across from him, this scene appeared as a heartwarming and touching familial drama. In the void, shallow beliefs surged forth, enveloping him, gradually permeating his being. After expending all his strength to utter a single sentence, Dong Min immediately spat blood and collapsed to the ground. This was indeed feasible, for he was merely 9 years old, already a fierce general and a lieutenant of Chanshui, known as the Marquis of Hanwu Pavilion. That evening, parents of students from Qingshui Gao received notifications from the school, prohibiting students from bringing certain items onto campus starting the following Monday. To Dong Min's astonishment, all 3 generals from the Beima Yizhong had unexpectedly appeared here, throwing his mind into chaos and causing his gaze to waver as he contemplated escape. As the figure in black loosened his grip to block, unbeknownst to him, a silver needle pierced through the paper window from the courtyard, aimed directly at his shoulder. This vow was not merely for the lives of hundreds in a village, but also to ensure that the guilty would receive their due punishment. When Changqing spoke somewhat awkwardly, his gaze briefly brushing against Xiaorong's delicate ankle before settling on her jade-like foot, gently placed at the foot of the sickbed. The vast expanse was dotted with countless cultivation sites, hinting at the multitude of disciples within the sect. Yet, what could have led to the downfall of such a formidable power? Outside the cave, the towering trees cast flickering shadows, and Zhao Ming stared into the flames before him, gradually lost in thought. Are the disciples of Qin Yangpeak truly lacking in skill, that the Grand Seat must take matters into his own hands? You mustn't fear the laughter of the younger generation. At some point, Ling Sheng, clad in a light green Taoist robe, appeared beside Zhao Ming. Yun Xian's icy gaze fell upon the figure in black, his tone devoid of any room for negotiation. Report to the general, it is abundantly clear. Rising with a resounding shout, the vice intelligence officer promptly began issuing commands. Once concluded, the entire intelligence team commenced a frenzied evacuation, while Chekhov's private jet ascended high, quietly departing with his retinue. Brother Lin, may we now open the alchemy cauldron? The elder from the martial group inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenhao appeared startled, then feigned calmness, smiling awkwardly as he replied, "Given my status, I need not explain any of this to you. Yet, I wish to convey that this is not what I meant, at least not in the manner you perceive it." The youth appeared somewhat fatigued. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he picked up another piece of roasted frog meat, undeterred by the dirt of the ground, and reclined with legs crossed beside the bonfire, savoring the frog meat while indulging in a moment of tranquility. Despite Yin Xian's remarks, He could not shake the feeling that the tall silhouette before him emanated a certain melancholy, with a series of sharp sounds. For strikes resonated from Lu Zhong as the cloaked figure before him executed a rapid succession of sword slashes with a violet blade. Chi-Man observed the dragon binding rope that had been untied and coiled in his hand, casting a puzzled glance at Qing Yuan, uncertain whether to speak up. In truth, Sabe deliberately adopted a seemingly greedy demeanor, intending to deceive Li Hu Tu into believing they would depart after a brief raid, thus allowing him to genuinely relinquish the Great Seal. To his left stood the golden-eyed monkey fly, with hair standing on end, golden eyes, and a pale visage, quietly leaning with a formidable aura that instilled trepidation in the so-called hypocrite before him. A seemingly innocuous remark from me was seized by Mr. Zhou, who speculated that the corpse of Qiubu had ceased to haunt not because of tranquility, but rather due to having achieved its objective. We inquired what that objective was. The group traversed the mountains towards Liang City, which boasted towering city walls on either side, flanked by steep cliffs, making it a strategic stronghold that was easily defended yet difficult to assault. From a distance, Sabe gazed at the immense city gates, which loomed like a ferocious beast lying in wait. On the bedside cabinet lay an array of fruits, sunflower seeds, and beef jerky, snacks presumably procured by Feng Ling, Huang Deli, and Fei Li Si, perhaps out of concern that he might awaken famished. I could not comprehend how I found myself back here. Awakening in this very place, upon lifting my gaze, I noticed a spectral banner standing at the bridge's end, prompting me to inquire whose spirit banner it was. Sophie squinted her intoxicated eyes, gazing at the man beside her, who, despite having consumed alcohol, exhibited no signs of inebriation and was now smiling playfully at her. One bomb detonated a mere 2 meters from the ship's waist, shrapnel wreaking havoc on some structures aboard, though the damage was merely trivial. Your Highness, White Shadow and others exclaimed in alarm, hastily gathering around Yuhanshi. Ling Qiqing accepted 2 dolls, which could later be used to amuse Ling Yuan, perhaps even inspiring her to create something of her own. She instructed by Luo to meticulously document the origins of several ingredients in the formula. As this concubine had evidently taken the medicine without understanding its nature, the madness-inducing potion was rare in Shanghua, thus further investigation would be straightforward, provided Yu Chongnong was willing to pursue it. However, he remained hesitant to recklessly expend these chivalrous points. His current aim was to accumulate 10,000 points before acquiring a premier martial arts manual, enabling a significant transformation in his abilities. This is the truth. She was unaware of what the chessboard entailed. What she has accomplished thus far is merely reliant on calculation and chance. The 5 elements array, now distanced from her, and the power of the heavenly path stripped away, her comprehension of the Tao was instantaneously reduced to its original state. However, at this moment, she was indifferent to these matters. With a swift motion of her hands, the 5 elements array materialized like a celestial curtain, stretching between herself and the bull demon king, transforming into a vortex that seemed to devour all like the abyssal void. Without direct elder relatives, Lu Qingxi prepared her own dowry and organized training for the newly recruited personnel, laying a solid foundation for the advancement of the project in the spring. Within the encampment, the Ming army exhibited no signs of panic. The 6,000 shield-bearers had set up multiple horse-repelling formations in anticipation of the oncoming adversary, standing resolute. Volume 1. Chapter 113. The New Green Tea, the Enchanting Immortal Ridge. She understood that such soap would undoubtedly be immensely popular within the tribe, particularly among the females, as it represented an irresistible allure. The washed hands were impeccably clean and exuded a delightful fragrance, leaving the males astonished. You Chao Sheng smiled knowingly, aware that the characteristics of this soap were exceedingly precious in the beast world. She believed that the value of this soap far surpassed 50 pieces of beast hide. The male vendor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to temptation, agreeing to You Chao Sheng's terms and handing over the iridescent piece of beast hide to her. You Chao Sheng held the precious unicorn hide delicately, wishing to avoid any unnecessary troubles arising from it. This rare ginseng could not be unearthed in a short span. The older the ginseng, the more challenging it was to extract, with days of effort potentially yielding nothing. The frail young man's expression darkened at these words, and without uttering a sound, he strenuously attempted to break free from Jiang Bei's firm grasp, yet no amount of effort could liberate him. Uncle Ma. Upon seeing the face was neither Wu Yunzhao nor the renowned General Xing Daoren from Nanyang Pass, but rather an unfamiliar visage, felt a sense of unease. The 2 methods of awakening, each possessing distinct advantages and disadvantages, revealed that the benefits of the second awakening brought forth by the heavenly path hall were considerably greater when combined. Having sought assistance from the Lin family and other clans that had previously extended an olive branch to Lin Ming due to his talent, yet receiving no responses, Lin Miqing, in utter desperation, donned mourning attire and trudged wearily with a portrait in hand. Zhang Nian, sitting atop an abandoned rooftop, incinerated the documents pertaining to the property sale with a lighter, reducing them to ashes. Or perhaps there were subtler matters from the Platinum Campaign, the revelation of which could invite trouble. The Eastern Han dynasty seemed to dominate the Central Plains, boasting millions of subjects and countless fertile lands. If they could fully assimilate the rich territories of the Central Plains, they stood a significant chance of becoming the unrivaled sovereign of the world. The other three passages were traversable by troops. Whether it was Zhuge Liang's northern expedition or Cao Shuang's assault on Shuhan, their armies marched along these ancient roads. Indeed, the rainy season had settled in this region, with torrential rains commencing 5 days prior, only easing somewhat this morning. As the man replied, with Lu Zheng's voice, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. His hair and beard were frosted with gray, his body hunched, and his visage resembled the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, evoking the essence of decay. After a collision, Fu Qianxiu pressed forward, his body transforming into a shooting star, merging man and blade into one, a radiant divine light tearing through the void and striking toward Feng Chun's chest. Should we leave tonight? The restaurant reached its zenith of activity. Nagano Misaki, while serving food into Nagano Shin's bowl, inquired with genuine concern. Although daylight possessed unparalleled might, ultimately no one was left to channel their energy. In a brief moment, the four-directional energy surged forth, hollowing it out, and with a reluctant roar, it shattered, creating a massive pit in the battlefield and momentarily separating the frenzied beings from the demons. Standing at 9 meters tall, possessing a fortune in the billions, and with a face that could rival those of professional male models, this tall, wealthy, and handsome man had never elicited a starry-eyed expression from Hao Xin. For Su Yin, dealing with cultivators was comparatively easier, as their frail bodies were susceptible to his control, making combat with them almost simpler than that with Lu Haonan. To this point, Su Yin felt merely a slight weakness, having sustained no significant injuries, faring much better than during his confrontation with Lu Haonan. Has he arrived? The image projected on the table revealed an elderly man with white hair and beard, unmistakably the aging figure from the 51st floor's quiet chamber. Your words hold merit. Thus, I will first offer you 10,000. Should the time come when June no longer requires your services, there will be compensation, In Qiyuan remarked with a cold scoff. A few soul cultivators, possessing considerable prowess, trembled in fear at the overwhelming aura, exchanging horrified glances at the unexpectedly malevolent figure. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed nearby, the result of someone employing a light-footed technique. The sound was subtle, yet high in frequency, akin to a spirit cat pursuing its prey or a mouse stealthily pilfering grains from a household store. The tribal elders, along with the gathered populace, dared not linger nearby, retreating to a distance while casting reverent, yet fearful glances at the extraordinary bronze gate producing the anomaly. All along, Lin Yifeng had harbored aspirations of mastering alchemy. Yet to this day, he remained uncertain on how to embark upon this endeavor. It appeared that when he found leisure, he ought to seek counsel from Qin Wushuang on the matter. One must not deliberately harm lives or cause disfigurement, nor engage in any acts contravening national laws. Should such incidents occur, we shall face punitive measures as dictated by the law. My words conclude here. I wish all students success in their examinations. Good idea. But I must prepare an extra portion, lest my brother awakens hungry, Qin Feng remarked as he began to gather provisions. However, Lin Yifeng mused that if the adversary's target was indeed him, following him today seemed illogical. He had been in Yanjing for 3 days, and prior to this, he had not perceived anyone tailing him. Empress Changsun picked up Li Lizzie's gloves, noting their warmth, even though she refrained from inserting her fingers within. These enigmatic spirit patterns undoubtedly stemmed from the tribal sorcery. Inscribing them upon the cat demon's corpse would secure its demonic power within, rendering the body as resilient as iron, while the patterns would automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth, gradually augmenting the corpse's strength. Indeed, Ran Long exuded an air of calm, embodying the presence of a master despite being merely 20 years of age, having attained the 5th heavenly layer of the martial king. He might well become an extraordinary figure capable of reaching martial saint status before the age of 25. Dr. Wang, that is not my intention. I merely considered your circumstances. The clinic's business is not flourishing, and if it continues as it has, it may not survive a week, he said. Volume 1, Chapter 114, Divine Lady. Do not abandon me. The expression of the immortal Ridge bore a trace of barely perceptible disdain as he cast a languid glance at his counterpart, then let out a cold laugh, imbued with endless sarcasm. What of it? The Divine Lady's concern is sufficient for me. In the depths of Tsang Lian's heart, a seething fury ignited, prompting him to instinctively clench his fists, the knuckles turning pale from exertion, as if ready to strike fiercely upon the self-satisfied visage of Xianling. Yet, reason dictated restraint, for Guai Guai was still outside, and he wished to avoid escalating the confrontation, lest Guai Guai direct her ire at him once more. Dinner is ready. A cheerful call shattered the tension within the room. Wang Meina was preoccupied, having stepped outside to answer a phone call. She announced her arrival while in a friend's car. Amidst the cries of the heavens, fragments of red bones and fallen spirits bore witness to a world intolerant of those who dared articulate the intricate web of causality. Even the formidable presence of the abyss could not prevent him from breaching the barriers that concealed its profound depths. The sound of thundering horse-drawn carriages filled his ears. And after observing the scene for some time, Siyu finally realized they traversed a vast desert. Deep affections are short-lived, and extreme strength invites humiliation. Moreover, the heavens abhorred such intimacy. A gentle clasp of hands constituted one of the most romantically extravagant sights in existence. Yet it was precisely this beauty that the heavens detested most. What nonsense about 3,000 stars in motion? I shall reduce you to 3,000 extinguished lamps. As Xie Tingfeng dodged, he manipulated a swirling vortex of vibrant energy in his hand. When the vortex grew to the size of a basin, he halted and hurled it into the air, propelling himself like a streak of light through the array of 3,000 star swords. In the moment that Eliza's colossal foot descended, Xie Tingfeng's form dissipated into a cloud of energy particles, gliding effortlessly between Eliza's legs, his hand brushing against her thigh in passing. Of course, the mung bean soup must continue to be sold. It was not merely a source of income, but also a measure to prevent heat stroke and ensure timely aid for those affected. Lin Xiao placed a pot of salt water on each unicycle, urging anyone encountering a victim of heat exhaustion to administer a generous bowl swiftly. Quack, quack, quack. Adele nearly laughed to tears. Realizing the intelligence operations of the headquarters rivaled those of pirates, particularly the naval forces of Neustria, though neither the chief of staff nor Bailey would likely acknowledge their accomplishments in this regard. Yet, Shen Lixua paid no heed to punctuality. She insisted on dragging Xiao Ran to the clothing mall to procure a new outfit for him. The sounds of conversation, mutual compliments, and hearty laughter mingled with discordant notes. Chen Xiaoan furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing that the inscription on the corner would use them instead of it. Feng Shi, brimming with excitement, showcased her findings to Yang Shuwan and others, who struggled to comprehend the source of her enthusiasm. However, when Lu Wen first labeled them as foes and then called him a waste, he truly felt overwhelmed. Seeing the various trending posts on the Jinhua High School forum sent by his assistant, he beamed with joy. There was yet another opportunity to exchange parenting experiences with Xue Fani. The elder Black once remarked that although his current strength may not suffice to confront a special grade spiritual master, he could still engage in battle. Should he harness the power of talismans, his prowess would undoubtedly amplify. At this moment, Chen Feng, having dispelled the creation beast's likeness, was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily to temper the heat coursing through him. In stark contrast, his opponent, having been ravaged by overwhelming force, was left barely clinging to life. Their plight far more dire than Chen Feng's. His tone was remarkably composed, yet an intense battle spirit emanated from him. Despite entering the abyssal pit prison on a mission, there was a profound respect for Qin Yang that they felt from the depths of their hearts. The others, their faces alight with joy, hurriedly expressed their gratitude and rushed back, as if fearing that any delay might result in abandonment. Qian Shanyong was equally perplexed. His arrival at Xinbua Corner was entirely at Tian Gu's behest, and Dai Niafeng had accompanied him solely out of trust. He could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Suspecting that perhaps Tian Gu had foreseen something, he felt helpless, akin to a mere pawn, moving through life without agency. However, within Disraeli's mind, there was a clear understanding that should France and Italy truly become the occupying forces of the British Empire, even if he were to descend into the depths of hell, his family would inevitably face the reckoning. Just as Lu Meng was about to speak, a pack of wolves emerged, standing poised on the slopes ahead. All eyes were fixed on the more than 100 people below, their gazes imbued with hostility. The term teasing was derived from Shirley's ambiguous remark about humans being formed under duress. Suddenly, 3 short swords, each varying in form and hue, launched forth, converging into a triangular formation, as though the very space itself had been ensnared. An intangible aura of menace pricked the skin of those present. Having seen the ministers, he made his way to the nearby bathing pool of the greenhouse to soak, momentarily indifferent to how the Council of State would propose a resolution, knowing that ultimately, without the emperor's authority, nothing could be enacted. In his past life, he had experienced love devoid of emotional foundation, and he finally comprehended the truth of this principle. Thus, in this life, he was unwilling to continue as a beast, feeling a deeper anguish for who dies irresponsible actions towards him. Quickly, he dialed Sure, laughing heartily at the absurdity, as Su Do rushed before Zhang Yisong, urging him fervently while bursting into laughter. The forest was dense with towering trees, the canopy obscuring the sky, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through, casting a somewhat somber ambience. Phoenix, please be advised. As Bamingston is now constrained by the TPC Mars base, you are to immediately abandon the original plan. I repeat, abandon the original plan. The command from Guy's headquarters arrived promptly. Indeed, the technology of the Yabo people was quite impressive. Lin Chong observed the duel of 2 colossal creatures from the shadows. The notion of constructing supermarkets and monopolizing urban spaces was wholeheartedly supported by Guan Xiaojun. However, he firmly opposed another investment decision made by Guan Yinshan. For TPC, which had mastered advanced space travel technology, sending something to a black hole was merely a trivial task, albeit an extravagant one. Compared to the sun, the cost-effectiveness of dispatching anything to a black hole was significantly low. In response, Lin Feng instinctively touched his nose, his gaze fixed intently on the rear of the red Porsche Palais. Such a massive beast could only be managed with our firepower. Captain Jiawei elucidated his thoughts, which resonated well with the team members. Volume 1, Chapter 115, The Trading Conference, Tears of the Merman. You Chao Sheng, slightly taken aback, furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with confusion. When did I ever say I would abandon you? Well, as Qin Laoda said, he is indeed correct. May he have a smooth journey. Bai Li Yuan resolved not to dwell on it any longer, restoring her previous cheerful demeanor, and gestured in farewell to Qin Wan. Xu Yan shrugged. He had seen her play the violin on television a couple of times, and she looked rather captivating while doing so. He hoped that when he stood on stage, he too would radiate brilliance, allowing those who admired him to catch sight of him at first glance. These were merely precautionary measures, and after pondering for a moment, Qin Wan found no significant flaws, thus she acquiesced to his wishes. Today, unexpectedly encountering Qing Muyu in the marketplace felt like a stroke of fortune, prompting her to hastily rush towards them with the dagger she had long prepared. Qin Wan's ability to discern this was largely thanks to Feng Hua, who, in her quest to avoid bearing another child, sought out the second master for medicine. After all, he already had 2 sons. And Zhang Guofan had not voiced any objections upon learning of this matter. Following the earth-shattering battle led by Li Hongzhuang and others, everyone became aware of the events that had transpired. Stop. With so many people here, could you spare me a little face this time, my friend? Dong Ji's eyelids twitched. This fellow always spoke to him in such a tone, which he found exceedingly irksome. Who would willingly forfeit their lifespan for another, especially when it would be futile, as it merely changes the surface without addressing the core issue? It was her body that was failing, not anything else. Even employing forbidden techniques would prove ineffective. Su Ning frowned. Qin Wan's inquiries grew increasingly challenging to answer, leaving Qian Xiu somewhat torn over whether to divulge everything. The envoy, upon hearing this, cast a wary glance at the fully armed guards of Hongyao army, opting to say nothing further. A blue human-shaped dummy appeared, and in an instant, it struck the ground beneath the 2 with a powerful punch, causing a zipper to manifest on the surface, which automatically opened, engulfing Catherine within. It's nothing, just forget it. Let us seek out Kuair. She should be worried by now, Li Yi remarked. All right. At this juncture, Mu Biwei had already caught sight of a group of figures meandering by the edge of Yu Mountain Pool, hastily signaling for silence. She urged her steed onward with a crack of the whip. Mu Biwei, indifferent to whether he was present or not, nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Physician Rong, and commanded someone to fetch a silver ingot as a reward. I truly apologize. I did not anticipate such an occurrence, Yin Lan said, expressing her remorse towards Anna. As she spoke, Xiong Fu seemed to recollect something, turning her head to glare at Shouci before smiling and adjusting her glasses towards Wu Ai. The following day, the Empress Dowager sent someone to urge He Shi to return to the palace, citing that Right Zhaoi's son was feeling unwell and wished for her to come back to continue caring for Princess Xin Tai. He gazed adoringly at the person before her, reaching out to gently caress her face. At this moment, no trace of scar marred the visage of Chou. Only her excessively fair skin remained, which felt akin to caressing exquisite mutton fat jade. She attempted to rise, but her body seemed to have lain dormant for many years, rendering her stiff and rigid. With each slight movement, one could almost hear her joints creaking. Meanwhile, Wang Jingkai led an additional 11,000 troops as another vanguard from southern Jili to assault Mengqing and Haozhou. Both cities offered only minimal resistance before succumbing to Wang Jinkai's forces. Consequently, the two Wang brothers paused to regroup, awaiting the arrival of their main forces before preparing for the next phase of battle. Yang Tian could not help but admire Zhang Shuyang and the Ragged Monkey. Their recent endeavors had led to such significant developments that it would be impossible for them to remain anonymous. Volume 1. Chapter 116. 50 Pieces of Beast Hide for a Male Merfolk. You Chao Sheng remained silent as she retrieved a compact of lip balm, delicately swirling her fingertip within it before gently applying it to her lips. The originally pale hue of her lips transformed into a subtle rosy tint, enhancing her allure. In a mere span of 15 to 20 seconds, the fervent crowd was decisively vanquished by the formidable reverse dragon, leaving the once vibrant melee fighters utterly eliminated. Lin Cheng's mother, sensing Zhang Ranran's discomfort, swiftly introduced her. Zhang Ranran, by nature, was quite benevolent. Upon recognizing Lin Cheng's second and third aunts, she felt a sense of respect despite her disapproval of their demeanor. Furthermore, Lin Cheng had never disclosed the specifics of his aunts to Zhang Ranran. Currently, the ministers of Jioli were filled with animosity towards their sovereign, yet due to the implications for the state, they could not permit Zixuan and her companions to execute the ruler and his consort, even though they themselves would relish the opportunity to eliminate both the monarch and the queen. Nodding slightly, Yili neither inquired about the brand of chocolate nor the quantity thereof. Was it a manifestation of unshakable self-confidence or a mere oversight of such matters? Thus, are we to engage in a dual-front war? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's expression twisted in discomfort. Over the years in Jingzhou, Sun Yu had managed governmental affairs, effectively serving as the region's steward. Each discussion regarding finances felt akin to carving flesh from his own body, earning him the moniker of a miser. So, what should be done? The power of the Great Way has been consumed by that entity. How then can I attain the status of a true deity? Chen Feng spoke urgently. Feng Yuxiang's cavalry regiment was an enhanced battalion, boasting nearly 2,000 men, whereas the British forces, now known to comprise 3 regiments, along with other unidentified troops, greatly outmatched the cavalry before them. Hence, Bianba Dun sighed and shook his head. Throughout the centuries, when has there ever been an 18-year-old lad standing tall against the heavens, wielding unparalleled skills and possessing the legendary beast, confronting powerful figures without a trace of fear? Such a scene was something they could scarcely dare to imagine, yet they were now witnessing it firsthand. However, no matter how fiercely they collided, that invisible wall of light remained utterly unperturbed, and the high priest had not stirred an inch from the beginning. When the prestigious real estate company transferred many of its foundations and projects, it casually discarded that troublesome parcel of land as well. The Gong family was aware that the land harbored significant issues. The downfall of the real estate company stemmed from it, yet at the time, that land had been virtually given away to the Gong family as a mere bonus, something too good to refuse. However, when a group of awkwardly dressed individuals congregated, the sense of incongruity was magnified tenfold. Having perfected the 9 transformations of the profound art, his entire being transformed into a terrifying primordial world. While below him lay the 6-foot golden form of the Buddha, alongside some formidable demon beasts with naturally robust physiques. Zhu Nong's words had essentially unraveled the matter. Zhu understood Zhu Nong's unique abilities, realizing her nocturnal activities could not remain concealed from him. Yet, she had to stubbornly deny it, as Zhu Nong's awareness of the truth would bear no weight without substantial evidence. Upon hearing the report concluded, the captain stepped forward to report and awaited instructions before retreating to his position, anticipating the company commander's orders. Despite having slain so many cloaked figures, these individuals appeared unwilling to exact vengeance upon him. It seemed that a certain thick-browed individual wielded considerable power, although Zhu Nong was emotionally charged and somewhat impulsive. His analysis bore a kernel of truth. Lin Xiaojin, struck as if by lightning, found herself speechless, staring in astonishment at the stunning beauty before her. Volume 1. Chapter 117. The Cost, the Gift of the Mermaid. I shall take you to the seaside. Cui Sini's face flushed instantly. She realized that Su Shaoran must have informed Fong Ning of her secret. Now that her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She abruptly pushed Fong Ning away and ran forward. There exists a phrase that encapsulates the sorrow of parting in life and death. Her separation from her parents was indeed a final farewell, yet with her boyfriend, it was a heartbreaking severance, a cruel split. Fate, it seemed, had been particularly unkind to her, as all burdens seemed to weigh upon her shoulders. Comrade, before she could utter a word of rescue for Zhang Sui Hong, she felt something pressing against her lower back, sending a chill of cold sweat down her spine, rendering her body tremulous, devoid of strength for speech. The journalists and guests, initially captivated by the news of the forensic report, were suddenly jolted into a shiver by the piercing cries that echoed through the air. The arena contest organized by the Black Gold Group at the Hong Kong Sports Hall had been ongoing for 2 days. During this time, some had been tragically eliminated while others advanced triumphantly. The most joyous were undoubtedly the supporters of the victorious contestants, who rejoiced in their astute judgment, having amassed substantial winnings in mere days. After Harley's departure, the sorcerers, under the control of Gue Hualaifu, regained their senses, leaving the once boisterous hearing shrouded in an unsettling silence. Moreover, the sum of money at stake was insignificant to him. All that mattered was being with Schwer and their child. Even if the one performing the surgery to extract the bullet was a miraculous healer, Lin Hanqing could not feel at ease. Seeing Su Mu utterly drained of energy, the fourth elder of the Wind clan could only shake his head in resignation, ultimately allowing the clansmen to carry Su Mu away. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber, his consciousness floating into a profound dream wherein he seemed to traverse the world, encountering countless faces and sensing myriad souls. The blind monk utilized his Q skill to strike the minion wave. Then, leveraging the displacement from the second Q skill, he swiftly maneuvered to the flank. She was unaware of his intentions for bringing her to this place. She refrained from questioning him, but resolved that as long as he agreed to assist Lu Cheng in overcoming this crisis, she would consider his requests. The group resumed their journey, with Man Sheng accompanying them. A fleeting glance at Hui Yunshu revealed her gentle nod in acknowledgement, to which she responded with a smile. Under normal circumstances, he had unwavering confidence in his composure. However, today he was already at his limit. The masked man, it seemed, was irked by her recent exploits at the gambling house, where she had won a substantial amount of silver notes and incited a dispute. The rule of gambling is to accept losses, a principle he was well aware of, leading one to ponder whether the matter truly hinged on a mere few thousand taels of silver. Perhaps his words carry a deeper meaning. Dong Jiajia extended one hand to rest upon his palm, while the other cradled the bouquet as she descended from the vehicle. He had only learned this morning from a phone call with his grandmother. He believed she would dutifully return home, patiently await him, and long for his presence, ultimately reconciling with him. Those who possess wisdom for self-preservation have already sought leave from the emperor to return to their homeland. In the 5 days since Murong Feng's release from the dungeon, 19 officials have resigned, alongside 7 from the 6 ministries and 20 from various local authorities in the capital. Just earlier, he engaged in conversation with his brother-in-law about hotel management, learning the intricacies of effective administration that only family could impart. Lin Yifun's discourse was replete with admiration for his brother-in-law, when Shang Lin, clearly reluctant to easily retract his commendations. Volume 1, Chapter 118. A Pet Rescue, The Blue Fish. You Chao Sheng halted her movements, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense as both individuals awaited her decision. However, I had already released him. It was too late to pursue him now. The animal hides had been exchanged for salt. Otherwise, I would be incensed. Cold as the wind trailed behind Murong de Tao and Murong Lawn, discovering that the siblings had returned to the cave. Seizing this opportunity, he hurried back to the inn to instruct his attendants to tidy up, settling the bills for the night, and then continued to follow Murong de Tao and Murong Lawn. Yaoya burst into laughter after listening, surveying the surrounding vehicles for a considerable time before pointing at a Lamborghini and exclaiming, "That one will do." My forehead was instantly lined with dark thoughts, pondering whether this fellow could even sustain himself. Is this the feeling of stepping back to embrace boundless horizons? It seemed I had indeed been too obstinate. Liu experienced a moment of clarity, severely injured by the sword intent. He lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog. At that moment, a sturdy ancient tree was uprooted and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the silver cave without a trace. Although Cold as the Wind possessed remarkable skills, he did not wish to reveal his identity within the Tuoba tribe, nor did he want anyone to know he was skilled in martial arts. His primary motive was to connect with some members of the Tuoba tribe through the sale of felt, thus gaining insight into the lineage of Khan Tuoba. Fairy Ant. You need not worry. I have ways to make her obedient, Yi Haochuan chuckled. I cannot disclose it to you just yet, as it might distract you. But I can assure you it pertains to the dragon vein, Ji Fengyan remarked. That was close. Even in the water, Lu Yu felt a bead of sweat break forth. Startled by the near miss, he quickly retreated. However, he was about to strike the ground with the cold moon arrow. Under Darui's distant guidance, he veered dramatically, aiming for the heart of Babylon. Dan Xiongxin nodded, saying, I have a general idea, which I gleaned from your family as commander, and I could vaguely piece it together. Would you like to hear what he has to say? He settled into a chair by the edge of the collapse. Qin Xiong nodded, attentively waiting for Dan Xiongxin to continue. Despite sustaining injuries, Yi Feng charged toward Yao Kong, his sky-slaying great halberd humming with power, erupting in a brilliance that transcended the ages. Indeed, this is precisely what we desire, and it must be what other sect leaders seek as well, as Walingchan chuckled. True, this way, neither is delayed, Qin Ruo reflected, finding Bai Lin's proposal to be quite advantageous. The blade passed through the desolate figure, sending ripples through the space, while Kong Mang's golden knife appeared simultaneously, slashing toward his left side. The panstone golden tree struck the head of the rock spirit, producing only a muffled sound, insufficient even for a mere tickle, let alone inflicting injury. As Derry prepared to flee in a state of panic, a wondrous event unfolded. Observing the expectant gaze of Wu Duaner, Mr. Wu felt a pang of reluctance within him. Yet, he had his own affairs to attend to, and thus he spoke. Leader Wudo, I truly cannot remain. My presence here was merely to assist others, and I had not anticipated leaving in such a manner. Mr. Wu remained somewhat reluctant. The rock demon, adorned with jagged stones, emitted a cacophony as they rubbed against each other, desperately attempting to prevent the roots from intruding. However, those roots seemed to be their nemesis. No matter how tightly the demon secured its back, they pierced through effortlessly. The rock demon's formidable defenses appeared utterly laughable in their presence. Flakes upon flakes of snow, countless and relentless, descended from the heavens. Perhaps as if the heavens themselves could not bear witness to the most grotesque sins of this world and sought to erase the deep wounds upon the earth with a grand snowfall. Volume 1, Chapter 119. Fierce and fearless, I am swift. The tail of this little fish was remarkably grand, reminiscent of a modern betta, yet its form was more ethereal, shimmering with a dazzling light, as if it were a sapphire from the depths of the sea. In You Chao Sheng's heart, a surge of affection blossomed. She was captivated by the beauty of the little fish and resolved to bring it back to her tribe. Swiftly, she retrieved a bowl from her space, meticulously filling it with seawater before gently placing the exquisite fish inside. Her movements were tender and careful, fearing any harm might befall the creature. The fish swam gracefully in the bowl, its scales shimmering with enchanting brilliance in the water, bringing a delightful surprise to You Chao Sheng. Qianyu, come quickly, I have found. Yu's sister has already been laid to rest. Do you wish to pay your respects? Upon hearing these words from Sinmu, Lin Yin suddenly erupted in fury, hurling everything within reach to the ground. Unlike the frigid winters of Country C, the sun shone brightly here. It was the height of summer. The streets were alive with exotic charm. Yet, contemplating that others might merely lack understanding, he restrained the words that almost escaped his lips. Ultimately, his remarks grew increasingly irksome. As for the taste, it was not exceptionally delectable, yet it was far from unpleasant, hovering slightly above average, compared to the culinary prowess of Lan Luo. It fell a bit short. However, it completely took Guya by surprise. Before I show you, you must assure me that even after learning my identity, you shall not disclose it to anyone. Otherwise, I will take your life, Guya declared. This was the renowned healer from Yawang Valley, Sin Shindi Yi Lingfeng, a rather boorish man with an impassive countenance. Were it not for his respectful tone, one might suspect he looked down upon Sinmu. Oh Gu did not respond, resting his feet on the coffee table, slightly furrowing his brows while his gaze remained fixed on Mr. Bai. A bowl of brown sugar water was prepared for him. Although Guya was not experiencing her menstrual cycle, she still felt significantly relieved after consuming it. Had it not been for Jianji giving him a push moments ago, he too would have found himself gravely injured, much like Jianji. A wave of dizziness washed over Ma Qingyi as she struggled to keep her eyes open, but ultimately succumbed and fell straight from the rooftop. Suddenly, strong arms encircled her waist, catching her as she descended, gazing gently at her serene face before carrying her into her room. Wang Yao leaped with joy and, as a reward for Li Song, bestowed upon him a kiss. Subsequently, he hastily commanded the creation of an additional 50,000 arrows, for he would have use for them soon. Upon hearing the male voice from within, his anxiety intensified, yet he steeled himself and entered. Chao Mingde observed the battle with great enthusiasm. Though he was envious of Zhao Zilong's talent, he understood that there was absolutely no way to reclaim him. Aside from astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words as the battle raged fiercely. He inquired meticulously and learned that indeed there were capable individuals within Liu Bei's ranks, one of whom was named Shanfu, the commander responsible for breaking their formation. After a lengthy silence, the two exchanged glances, on the verge of taking action, when Zhao Wu suddenly lowered his arms and stated, "I have some urgent matters to attend to." Without waiting for the two to react, she turned and departed. Just as Lu Shui found herself at a loss, Su Qing gently squeezed her hand from below. Lu Shui turned her head to meet Su Qing's gaze, clearly perceiving the encouragement in his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Bu's arrival, Cao Cao engaged in battle for 2 rounds. But recognizing Lu Bu's unparalleled valor and realizing he was no match, he hastily retreated from the battlefield. Moreover, Zhang Shifeng was in the light while Tang Huai remained in the shadows. Having learned of Zhang Shifeng and Zhang Shirlan's scheme, how could she refrain from confronting it? Luo Lin, with his back turned to the criminals behind him, was thus met with their gaze upon the figure in the white mask, whose terrifying claw crushed Schaefer's heart. Moments later, he arose, emitting a satisfied groan. On the 4th day, after unleashing all accumulated passion upon Bai Bai Dong, Lin Jie finally came to a halt. While Bai Bai Dong lay helplessly collapsed upon him, Jiang Yinyu withdrew his gaze from Zhang Ping, his hands languidly tucked into his pockets as he continued to stroll forward. It could be considered so. Jiang Xinyu had not intended to arrive early, as she wished to utilize these 2 months to her memories and contemplate the path ahead. Resting her body was also a genuine intention. The true names of the local deities inscribed above could indeed offer protection, while also providing these deities with some tasks. The pearl within Zhu Zhuqing trembled incessantly when summoned by Lin Jie. Sensing this phenomenon, Zhu Zhuqing also brought forth the pearl. Qin Shifeng and Li Yulian nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts regarding Lan Xiangshan's capabilities. Initially believing there was nothing amiss, Lu Jin adjusted his perspective, eager to discern the whereabouts of the wild horse. 13 felt a sense of strangeness, raising his arm, which was as intact as ever, unable to comprehend the situation. He never paid any heed to the wounds upon his body, thus remaining oblivious to when and where they would heal. As he pondered the incident involving the Dragon Ball from the mine, he felt a sense of peculiarity. Hu Laiina and Lin Jie exchanged a glance, remaining silent, before they turned to enter after glancing at the token in their hands. In the following 2 days, due to Lin Jie's injury, the lineup from Shrek Academy underwent a change. Zhou Yin returned to her Bentley, watching as her red beetle slowly drove away, shaking her head in disapproval. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Pan Yichen suddenly spoke, leaving Zhong Yi astonished, for Pan Yichen seemed to have heard his innermost thoughts. Zhao Fengyi disregarded his son Zhao Ping, respectfully kneeling before Wang Luan, his forehead touching the dusty concrete floor. Therefore, the arrival of his father did not bring him joy. He did not believe that Wang Luan's downfall would come merely because of his father's presence. For reasons unknown, even in a state of severe injury, he felt an unyielding determination not to succumb to that detestable man. She struggled her way up to the high platform, grasping the pill bottle, only for her figure to vanish within the tower. Li Bing followed Jin Yu Chao into the hospital room, opening the door to find Zheng Fian seated on a stool and Zhang Yan lying on the bed. Gazing at Zhang Yan, Li Bing could hardly believe that this was the same Zhang Yan who had been fighting just hours earlier. Approaching the bedside, tears welled up in her eyes. Furthermore, Zhong Yi acted independently, which ultimately stemmed from a lack of trust in our Chen family. Just this noon, I had a heated argument with him, and I suspect this is the reason behind his reckless actions, Chen Wen remarked coldly, as Detective Hu and his team were examining the body of Manager Situ at the Han Zhangzhai Villa. Officer Lu Laofei suddenly arrived to report to Captain He Mao that another murder had occurred at the Youjian. She suddenly realized that Wang Luan had knocked out the assailant Chen Chu with a brick and, after discarding him at the hospital entrance, knew that the manhunt would swiftly uncover information about Chen Chu, leading them to the lonely martial arts hall. With emotions and loyalty blood and flesh, courage and strategy. This was the essence of a true man in the eyes of Sima Tulian. Hey! The individuals before him hesitated no longer, instantly sheathing their weapons. The two brothers from the battle flag, witnessing this, also put away their arms. After all, this was the territory of the battle flag. Despite the strength of the Yamaguchi-gumi, they had no reason to fear a single member on their own ground. Volume 1, Chapter 120. Doubts. Where can one find such a beautiful siren? The heartbeat of You Chao Sheng resonated like a drum, her voice delicate as a whisper, laced with a tremor that teetered on the brink of anxiety and fear. Qian Yu's gaze was as keen as that of a predator, his movements exuding a sense of possession and dominance. Each touch proclaimed his sovereignty, leaving You Chao Sheng with no avenue for escape. The voices outside escalated her turmoil to a crescendo. Instinctively, she pushed Hu away and, trembling, covered Qian Yu's mouth with her hands. The trio from Beiwang entered the room with carefree smiles, their presence shattering the tense atmosphere. Their eyes swept over You Chao Sheng and Qian Yu, imbued with a hint of confusion. You are here. We thought you. Although Yishiwu's three newly established brands were fresh to the market, they boasted a distinctive design style that set them apart from the competition, capturing a significant market share and flourishing in Europe. She understood that, despite the physical contact with the two children, the likelihood of transmitting any illness was negligible. Yet, as a mother, her mind was a tumult of confusion. Still, her fundamental instincts remained intact. It finally dawned on her why he had vanished during this period. And why he was unreachable by phone. It seemed he had grown weary of himself, choosing to avoid her altogether. Lin Feng closed his eyes, then opened them again, assuring, "Rest easy, master." Gu Yu patted Lin Feng's shoulder, encouraging him, "Go on, we will hold the fort here. Inform Linger and Song Han." Lin Feng nodded and departed the cave. Hagen's phone, tucked in his pocket, rang. It was the customized ultra-high-definition camera phone he used for live streaming. He stated that he would proceed as usual, heading to the night market stalls. However, she suggested visiting a Hotel Western restaurant instead, as many of her classmates' boyfriends had taken them there. Ling Shi did not return home but merely called Lin Xinjie to inform her that he would be accompanying a friend who had attempted suicide, promising to return by dawn. Yet, as the head of the guards, it would be inappropriate for him to indulge in merriment while neglecting his duties. Knowing that the boy would undoubtedly voice his discontent regarding her decision, Inurin swiftly made her exit, disappearing before he could protest. The man, who was once solely driven by conquest, surprisingly expressed remorse. It seemed he genuinely sought to atone for his past. Yet, she found herself swayed by him once more, feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, Lai Yan's demeanor was no longer the fiery spirit of a decade ago. In contrast, he now exuded an air of maturity and composure. Whether standing or seated, maintaining a presence that was both commanding and understated, rivaling even the imposing General Xiaoyu, who felt an unease stir within. "Place it on my desk. I shall attend to it upon my return," Mi Jia remarked as she strode towards the elevator. "So this was it. I had initially misunderstood your intentions, believing you were resolute in your decision to marry no one but me." Yisu suddenly realized. The overweight man, having reached the shore, trembled as he turned back to see a massive whitetail striking the air, causing the lake's surface to remain in turmoil. Turning around, the man's heart was filled with an indescribable discomfort. The warrior, appearing to be merely in his 20s, bore the weight of burdens that should not have been his to carry. Summoning a bit of courage, I pushed the door and managed to open it wide, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the same scene I had encountered during the day. "All right, everyone, let us indulge in some fruit first. We shall discuss the journey ahead at a leisurely pace," Jin Qianxian gently suggested. Ultimately, no one could sway Tong Xinyuan. She had lost the desire to dwell on such matters, often spending her time in a daze or reminiscing about her days of pregnancy. At that moment, the increasingly irrational Jin Yuxian felt an unbearable heat, as if her entire being had been drained. She longed for touch and fulfillment, pulling aside the blanket that covered her, revealing a generous expanse of springtime beauty. Naturally, Empress Luo's inquiry alleviated her temporary dilemma of what rewards to bestow. Sensing the formidable nature of his opponent, Lu Ming's expression grew as dark as water. He had never considered that he might not be a match for the Hokage, and at that moment, he sensed the faint possibility of defeat looming. Before a mirror, Shui Xian relayed the circumstances of Tiyuan Kingdom to Shui Qing, whose reflection appeared within the glass. Following Jiang Fan, Yao Ji, who had remained silent, was taken aback, her gaze inadvertently drifting between Jiang Fan and Su Qingxi before settling upon Jiang Fan. imbued with an inexplicable significance. Zhang opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide with astonishment as Hong Yao stared blankly at Lu Shi. Her mind a chaotic void as if filled with 1,000 bees. Having lived as an ordinary person for 18 years, her sudden transformation into a zombie king differed greatly from that of someone like her, who had existed for many years. It was evident that he had received a good education. Old Master Wei had initially harbored some doubts, but now he felt somewhat reassured. Observing the male protagonist's lack of trust, Cheng Xiao gritted her teeth, since she could gain an advantage by being close to him. Why should she not seize the opportunity first? The individuals hailing from the northern regions of Liao possess an undeniable rustic aura that is difficult to alter swiftly. It requires a gradual refinement. The unfolding battle has begun to instill a sense of existential doubt among the lawless, bare-chested legion, leading them to a state of bewilderment. His indomitable spirit was resurrected from the external scenery, with his 3 souls and 7 spirits rejuvenated, as if reborn, upon this eternal essence. The mere stockpile of provisions, including grains, salt, and cooking oil, is sufficient to sustain tens of thousands within the Qinghe territory for an entire year. The spatial energy detection radar, as its name implies, is specifically designed to monitor fluctuations in spatial energy waves. Shen Lin remarked, I shall explain further later. Yushan must attend her class now and does not have the time for a private discussion. It is crucial to note that although the beast tide has concluded, remnants of monstrous creatures still linger across the islands. This indicates that the number of lingering souls in the mortal realm has surpassed that of the living, severely disrupting the equilibrium between life and death. Such adversities impose immense pressure on any ordinary individual, as they pertain directly to their survival. The male teacher inquired further. What if time runs short and the leaders have already entered the private room? Ah, that is only to be expected. You must not thank me. Remember that in times of difficulty, I shall always protect and care for you, allowing no one to bring you harm. Xiao Lei declared earnestly to Qin Shuer. In the open space above the origin base, several hastily constructed wooden frames hung with large chunks of meat. Upon witnessing the pained expression of his father, Qian Lucian felt a pang of sorrow and approached to assist the elderly man who lay on the ground. Although the 2 terms bore similar meanings, their implications differed greatly, which offered some solace to the others. In Volume 1, Chapter 121, the ferociousness was appealing to Chao Sheng. The sweet flavor elicited surprise, akin to discovering a new world. The little blue fish appeared even more exhilarated, vigorously swishing its tail and spinning in circles within the water. The president, known as Lei Hui, is the most enigmatic among the 3 leaders, named Lei Yin Chong, hailing from the renowned Lei family, currently its head. At this moment, Lin Chun discerned that she was not speaking to him but addressing another. He then noticed Qing Li glance at the rearview mirror. Mo Ning surveyed the surroundings, observing the white beams of light relocating everyone, and took a deep breath. Raising his gaze, he focused intently on the white jade lotus pedestal in the sky. However, he managed to negotiate the transaction price down from 300,000 to 30,000 as a gesture of goodwill, fearing that without payment, the deal would remain unfulfilled. While Xian was training with the wild fangs, a cacophony suddenly echoed from one end of the cave. Indeed, such a malicious intent. After just 2 days, even if Miss Lu had no issues, she would still miss this crucial examination. The principle of where there are escorts, there are lives, when the escort perishes. So does the man has long been a rule of many escort agencies. Rather than seeking vengeance for his brother, the first priority for this man was to deliver the cargo to its designated destination. As for their whereabouts, although she had not witnessed it firsthand, Wai Kai Wai Ren was aware that they had likely concealed themselves in a refuge crafted by the Inaba Emperor in collaboration with them, prior to her arrival with Kagaya. Ling Yuan and Qing Li were secretly alarmed. It was evident that Master Xian was indeed referring to her extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he was unaware of the exact nature of her powers, but he could distinctly perceive her exceptional capabilities. Another possibility was that he inferred her remarkable talents from her skill in restoring antiques. If Mr. Huan Wuxing does not mind, you are welcome to stay with us for the time being. I cannot guarantee much else, but I assure you that no one would dare provoke my fallen angel clan. Lu Feier cordially invited. Damn! Qing Kong managed to exclaim before being engulfed by a blinding light, as violent waves of energy caused the very heavens to tremble. Shilan, Aegon, and Buwanga, witnessing this, swiftly retreated. Shilan's reaction was particularly dramatic. He did not even have time to sheath his sword, fleeing with abandon, displaying none of the composure expected of a peak saint-level warrior. Hongshi's aura surged once more, his eyes crackling with tempestuous energy. causing the air around him to stagnate and then freeze, scattering like fine powder across the wilderness. The value of black opal varies significantly, much like white opal. There are no two identical pieces of black opal in the world, rendering it impossible for two to hold the same worth. Speaking thus, Shaoxi raised his gaze to the chaotic, unbroken horizon and then glanced at the narrow valley ahead. With a slight lift of his brow, he turned and summoned a lieutenant, giving him a series of instructions. All factions took to the winds, breaking free from the tumult. While the fleeing Rain Mage Alliance's warlocks suddenly turned back, a flurry of seals erupted from their bodies, enveloping the pursuing warriors, and with a resounding crash, they obliterated their physical forms, reducing them to a sanguine rain amidst the waves. In the end, only 3 meters remained, with but 3 seconds to spare. Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. No, 2 meters, 1 meter. In the final second, Zhang Yi nearly surrendered, closing his eyes in resignation. Li Sanyang sighed silently, raising her gaze to the flickering lights of the courtyard before finally drawing her attention back. Before he could reach Yang Meng, he felt a chill at his neck. Xiao Peng's curved blade had somehow found its way there. A jolt of panic coursed through him. Was he to be slain? Volume 1, Chapter 122. Anger, Bullying Among Beast Men. If you enjoy it, that's wonderful. I find it equally delightful. Qin Yue's voice conveyed satisfaction as he embraced You Chao Sheng tightly. Together, they reclined on the soft beast hide, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. At least, without absolute certainty, he would refrain from taking any action, though regrettably, he would never have the opportunity to turn the tide of his fate. Yifeng was sent sprawling to the ground, his bones shattered in the aftermath. Yifeng forced a bitter smile, relieved to have preserved his life. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, sending the mercenaries attempting to rescue the one-eyed dragon and the dragon himself soaring into the air, their lives extinguished in an instant. Upon hearing this, Blackscale was incensed, exclaiming, "You were the one who suggested I go destroy 123 while you fought. How is it that the roles have reversed now?" Just as Yifeng became lost in thought, 6 manifestations of true energy encircled him, blocking all avenues of escape. Hani took up a checkbook, signed his name, and handed the check to the beauty, who left in high spirits. Meanwhile, the 3 powerful internal energies within Yifeng, no longer influenced by external forces, merged and ceased to separate. With the luggage already moved in, Kuei could not simply evict him. Thus, the matter was settled. Fortunately, he was aware that his stay in this villa would not be prolonged, providing him with a semblance of comfort. Having lost their stronghold, Da and Sakurako, along with Yun Tianlan, recognized the prevailing tide had turned, yet the conclusion of their predicament was a source of considerable distress. Tying themselves to the banner of Yuqin, Rongshang found it increasingly difficult to avoid returning. Should anything go awry, failing to report back would undoubtedly lead to being cast into purgatory by their master. Before the Fire Rose could react, she found her neck grasped tightly, making it difficult for her to breathe. Sure Ranran gazed at the haunted house, feeling that its proprietor must be exceedingly wealthy, given the lifelike craftsmanship. This was the crux of his concern. He could not simply stand by and watch his friend fall into peril. He deemed it imperative to rescue his companion. The master of sealing dust suffered internal injuries from Su Tian's shock, but managed to swallow back the blood that threatened to escape his throat. Upon witnessing Shi Hai Chuan slice through Xianglan's hand, Xiao Xian panicked, rushing to swat Shi Hai Chuan's hand away from hers. Ruashi recalled the first time she found herself trapped here, having to be held by Nagong Jinyu for a night. This time, however, she willingly embraced the situation, solely to provide him with solace. Confronted by the horrific scene before her, with blood splattered across the second-floor windows, Zhao Shi trembled, her heart racing uncontrollably. The bald man slowly took a seat in the corner, closing his eyes in meditation, seemingly unremarkable. In the past, he might have fled from 8 opponents of superior realms. But now, he would not. The secrets of fate must not be divulged. Huang Donglai smiled mysteriously, gently closing the main door and securing it. Zhuang Feifei wore an expression of deep melancholy, saying nothing, merely biting her lip and gazing at him with forlorn eyes. After concluding their discussions, Yu Jiqing intended to depart but noticed a peculiar expression on Dongfang Mo's face. With a sudden realization, Yi Jining exclaimed as she recalled that the medicinal properties within Dongfang Mo had been continuously suppressed by herself, yet not entirely eradicated. She truly did not anticipate that their lineage operated in such a manner, should a successor remain unfound. It was imperative to silently recite the soul-capturing technique and beast mastery method before their demise, enabling future generations to seek out a fated individual. A flush crept across my face as I turned to retreat to my chamber. He subsequently entered, securing the door firmly before making his way directly to the simple couch, where he reclined in his fitted attire. Volume 1, Chapter 123, Changing Beast Skins, Preparing for Departure. On the following morning, as the horizon began to reveal a pale light, Jinyu, weary from a sleepless night, closed his eyes. His snores resonated like distant ocean waves, deep and rhythmic, unexpectedly rousing the still slumbering You Chao Sheng and a few others. You Chao Sheng, rubbing her sleepy eyes, sat up with a hint of displeasure. The sky outside remained hazy, as if the entire ocean were still in slumber. Song Lian was also roused by her soft snores. Without a trace of complaint, he swiftly rose and gently brought forth clear water, meticulously washing her cheeks in an attempt to dispel her weariness with this tender gesture. As she was cleansed, her consciousness gradually. Luceria, the childhood companion of the late king, had unified the underworld of the Duchy of Weston, gangsters, thieves, rogues, and the dark trades of the black market and slavery, under the king's authorization, becoming the sovereign of shadows. After the demise of the former king, unwilling to remain a mere puppet behind the scenes, he began to emerge into the public eye. The moment Rosen's voice fell, all the formations in this place trembled violently, subsequently radiating a dazzling brilliance. Among them, the most uproarious was the Chancellor of the Val's Empire, who, while cursing, marched towards the Pope, clearly displaying an attitude of causing trouble if not provided with answers. Daxa remained silent, refraining from further inquiries. He did not wish to push the other party into a corner, but since a clue had emerged, the truth would eventually come to light. Unbeknownst to him, with the aid of that purple orb, Zhang Suishan could have exited the divine array within a month. However, in order to avoid drawing the attention of the captain, he stubbornly remained within the formation for 5 months. The black light on the stone platform suddenly began to coalesce slowly, gradually forming an ethereal, aged figure. Clad in black with hair as white as snow, he exuded an inexplicable aura of eeriness. There have been unusual occurrences in the Duchy of Weston. I request that you return with me to address certain matters, Thomas finally spoke after a long pause. Meanwhile, the demon clan had also sensed the anomaly, as this was the first time they had encountered such an event of human evacuation. One cannot expect to catch a wolf without first sacrificing a child. Wang Xiaodian nodded, acknowledging the immense danger associated with this mission. The nine-tailed fox, a disciple created by the primordial deity of the universe, possessed formidable strength beyond imagination. The heavenly flame refinement technique focuses on cultivating malevolent energy. Jiang Xing, you have transformed the blood malevolence into thunderous malevolence. Your talent is truly remarkable. Jiangchen seemed to harbor no pretense towards Jiang Xing, his eyes clear and untainted, holding no resentment towards this half-brother. Everything was so sudden that Yong'an's mind went blank. She forgot to think and wished to ponder nothing further. All she desired was to love him and to respond to him. Major General Bai Ziying, dressed in formal attire, marched into the command hall. As she walked, a three-dimensional virtual image accompanied her in her right front, depicting a handsome youth of around 15 or 16 years. Is this Jiangchen truly my boyfriend? Why does everyone avoid this question when I ask them? If he is my boyfriend, why do I have no recollection of him whatsoever? The lady's head soared into the air, and with a swift motion, the Duke struck it down, transforming it into a fine powder with a whoosh. A wisp of ethereal light shooting into the void. Nearby, the onlookers were bewildered, poised to inquire further, when suddenly a formidable aura surged forth from the darkness, enveloping the world with a breathtaking force. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized it had become winter, heavy snowflakes swirling around him, rendering the atmosphere intensely frigid. Given Yang Qi's current physique, he seldom felt the cold, yet here he was, engulfed in an unrelenting chill. It resonated like the final reflections of those with profound spiritual experiences. Among all the heavens and earth, it is the human heart that prevails. Even the deities and spirits are not the essence of the mortal realm, as many fail to perceive the wondrous phenomena surrounding them. Their thoughts and actions still governed by the human heart. In recent days, Su Mingqi's disappearance had left Su Tingfei in a state of distress. Aging him by over a decade, his hair now streaked with gray. What words should he utter when the time comes? Shogu was exceedingly astute and harbored numerous suspicions. He was not someone easily swayed by mere words. Upon learning of the decision made regarding him, Yang Liwei nearly fainted. He realized his life was essentially over. While others were subjected to a dual investigation before any issues were uncovered, He was abruptly dismissed beforehand, with the disciplinary committee only then commencing their inquiry. The entire process had been inverted, underscoring the gravity of his situation. This realization compelled Zhao Lianyun to suppress her seething anger as she watched Yuman Yu replace the individuals within the Xian Hall with a clean slate. In the afternoon, a piece of news that drove Fish Baby to the brink of desperation arrived. A garrison of 500 soldiers stationed at the northern city gate had collectively fled under the command of a junior officer, making him acutely aware that allowing these refugees into the city had been a colossal error. The passing of Shinju only intensified the fond memories of the deceased, casting Shinju's past actions in an increasingly despicable light. The blood within him surged, igniting a fierce sensation that urged Long Yang to believe there was something within the cave. As he pondered, a flash of light flickered upon the ground, under the sunlight. Something appeared to reflect a glimmer, catching Qi Yu's attention. Yet, Zhao Changqiang, fully aware of the dangers, chose to proceed nonetheless. If an Erboch had thoroughly awakened his spirit of competition and his desire to excel. Muten extended her hand, revealing a delicately crafted diamond-shaped sachet resting peacefully in her palm. In the era of the elder Xie family, only Aunt Yuan remained, reputed to be exceptionally intelligent and wise, garnering the affection of all the Xie family members. They had only managed to extract a modicum of resources from the remains of insects and the accompanying minerals of the energy crystal veins. The vast majority of special energy resources circulating in the market stemmed from the exorbitant sales by the military. Had his feelings towards them ignited the protagonist's halo, blinding them with its brilliance? Upon arriving at Luawei's apartment, he found her soothing a child, her hair somewhat disheveled, and the home in utter disarray, resembling a scene post-robbery. Volume 1, Chapter 124, The Affectionate Favoritism for Chao Sheng. He strolled past numerous stalls until, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a sizable piece of beast hide intended for the snowy season. This hide had been meticulously processed, its fur pristine and soft, exuding warmth and comfort, making it ideal for draping over a bed to infuse a touch of warmth into the frigid winter. A thought sparked in his mind. This hide could also be fashioned into a coat for Chao Sheng to shield her from the harshness of the snow season. The stall's proprietor, a young male orc, eagerly introduced the various hides upon noticing Song Lian's interest. This is the hide of a ground beast, stitched together from many pieces, if it weren't for our tribe. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently at the door, possessing an unassuming demeanor but speaking with words that could not be entirely trusted. When we leave the sect for trials, we must remain vigilant. Otherwise, we may suffer losses. Min Luhui turned to Feng Ruyu, his words directed towards others as well. The cherry blossoms swayed delicately, their branches quivering slightly. As the moonlight graced the earth, a few cherry blossoms danced in the wind, wielding swords and inflicting harm. Currently, his life-bound flying sword had suffered significant damage, and while repair was possible, it would demand considerable resources and labor, rendering Huang Jian ineligible for participation in the sect's grand competition. Lu Zhan observed the reactions of the three, although Wang Ju and Gao Feng appeared outwardly reluctant. A flicker of combativeness ignited in their eyes, a smile unconsciously forming on their lips, dispelling the previous worry etched in their expressions. Temurong and Xue. A disciple coveting their master's possessions was an act of profound disrespect. Uncertain of the reasons behind the closure, she similarly lacked knowledge on how to reignite it. Earlier, she had no desire to return to the demon prison's magical formation, yet now found herself unable to go back. The laughter surrounding her felt like daggers, inflicting deep wounds upon Zhang Mushin's heart. For figures instantly became entangled, their magical energies dazzling in brilliance, silver-gray auras swirling around them, repelling all attacks. The long sword and dagger glinted coldly, relentlessly slashing towards him. Xia Mingfeng's lips curled into a cold smirk as he charged towards the three. Just in time. A black saber shielded the chest of Shacheng. Had it not been for the speed and force of Xia Cheng's strike, she would have undoubtedly met her end. Below, various magical formations and detectors were scattered, while in the skies, fleets of cosmic warships encircled the floating war island, transforming it into a fortress in the heavens. Yet, she dared not disclose this to Zhang Qing, fearing it might disrupt his focus for the upcoming examination. Although Zhang Qing appears to be cynical, Shen Xiao understands that Zhang Qing transferred schools to attend Su Yun's training program, which indicates that becoming an actor is of great significance to him. Julie did not even pull out her wallet, seemingly believing that spending Qin Ming's money was entirely justified. Zhou Tianlin sensed someone entering and finally opened his eyes. Upon seeing Chuxia, his eyes instantly brightened, dispelling all fatigue and despondency. Junmaru's every movement struck with precision, and in the midst of his graceful transitions, his postures resembled a dance's elegance. Shui Min chuckled, acknowledging that Itachi was indeed youthful, not yet 14, yet his abilities were more than sufficient for the role. Jiwu Wang frowned slightly. With Yu Heng's assistance, her sister would undoubtedly acquire a superior spiritual artifact. Wu Qinxi, however, did not sit down. Instead, she approached him, pulling open her collar to reveal her alabaster neck. Qi Hui shook his head, still feeling helpless. Everything remained unchanged, with no possibility of resolution. He waved to Zhu Ning, turning to leave with Zhang Yu. As for Yun An'ai, after several months of physical training, his spiritual power had significantly increased, bringing his strength perilously close to the heavenly tier. One might even say he had reached the threshold of the semi-heavenly realm. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance, clearly irritated by Luo Sha's actions. Even though she understood that such measures were taken in hopes of securing a glimmer of survival for Sunagakure and even the entire shinobi world. I expressed my gratitude to Sanbao before washing my hands and face. This welcoming feast possessed an indescribable enchantment, though conversation was sparse. It seemed as if all previous grievances had been cast aside. Everyone's purpose was now simple, to safeguard Beiping. Xia Mo was taken aback to discover that her box was indeed solid, indicating her success and allowing her to proceed to the next round. Thus, it appeared that anything could happen in between, and they were equally concerned. In her final moments, the last words she spoke to him would forever remain etched in his memory. Cries of anguish echoed as several melee players collapsed, leaving fewer than a dozen members of the War God Hall on the field. The six-eared macaque, the Saint Sea King, the Lich Giant, and the elder of the Sea Demon clan all stared intently at the newly emerged mutated demon clans, who reciprocated the gaze. At that moment, the side consort sure returned from urging the meal, and the conversation naturally shifted back to dining, as everyone followed the Prince of Gong towards the dining hall. Su Jingwei asked in surprise, did the prince not intervene? Wasn't it said that the Prince of Gong was quite concerned about that Qin individual? In response to the emperor, he affirmed, indeed, the crown prince has fulfilled his promise. Regarding the other intricate matters, he felt no obligation to articulate them, nor did he desire to do so. A century, a span that can be deemed neither excessively long nor particularly brief, has witnessed the Cloud Clan's profound evolution amidst the chaos of conflict. Yet, Sichin did not await a response from Nan Cha-Ching. Instead, he engaged in self-mockery, declaring that even if he were to speak, no one would believe him. Not even his master could complete his words. Casting a glance back at Nan Chongqing, Si-chun turned and departed. At the very moment Nan Chongqing heard the commotion, he instinctively protected Qing Wei within his embrace, his expression shrouded in ambiguity, his lips pressed into a firm line. The demon emperor, unwilling to concede defeat, summoned a surge of demonic energy, brandishing a steel fork imbued with boundless malice. With both hands firmly gripping it, he aimed a fierce thrust towards the Demon King's astral position. With a powerful tug, he broke free from the massive net, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. A resounding crash echoed as his body was propelled several meters away by the sudden onslaught of icy brilliance, finally halting against the trunk of a colossal tree. Volume 1. Chapter 125. Return to the tribe. The young one transforms. Xianling stood nearby, his gaze involuntarily fixed, his throat swallowing reflexively, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. However, the impeccably flawless Wan Sui possessed a singular, ignitable flaw, his diminutive stature. Goodness gracious, just greet and come back. Yicheng promptly instructed Yu Qiao, grabbing his coat and departing. Yin Jiala was not to be outdone. How about I take charge of setting up the venue? I'll also handle the snacks. Feel free to voice any requests. He patted his chest, his tone exuding confidence. Awaiting the arrival of the medicinal herbs, Qi Mei instructed Wang Fufeng and Yang Yuping to assist. They engaged in various processes such as soaking, grinding, and roasting to prepare a concoction from over 100 types of herbs, ultimately creating a medicinal bath for Wang Yueyao, thereby preparing for the next phase of treatment. With a subtle smirk, Qin Long waved his arm, and Luo Wan felt an invisible barrier manifest around her. To her surprise, Su Yin was already informed. Fortunately, she had confessed in time. However, Shin Yu felt a warmth in his heart regarding Su Yin's understanding. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely yanked his ear and shouted at him. Meng Keqing released the wheelchair's handbrake, rolling towards Liang Zhenxing with an expression of innocent joy. Wu Yu shot him a cold glance, lightly tapping his fingertip in front of the captain, who vanished instantaneously. Yet, the captain's figure appeared within the crystal ball. Chun Mu paused, perceiving the unsettling smile on Luo Dongxing's face. which bore no friendliness. Each word he spoke was laced with barbs, unmistakable to anyone with sense. Yet, Luo Dosheng's tone remained exceedingly polite, rendering it impossible to be angered. The first half of the match concluded with a score of 2-1. The home team leading while the visitors trailed, putting Chelsea at a significant disadvantage. Oh, why is there suddenly a pet shop over there? Isn't that Qinxian inside? Huang Peng's wife took note of the enchanting pet shop and also spotted Qinxian within. They remained ensconced in a blood-soaked haze of sorrow, incessantly praying. Even a fish on the chopping board would struggle momentarily beneath the chef's knife, yet their pleas were drowned in tears. A sharp sound of a sword echoed as Zhang Shua unleashed the 4 swords of immortal slaying. As the 4 divine blades hovered around him, the surrounding space warped, releasing an aura of murderous intent. Inside the kitchen, an enticing aroma gradually wafted through the air, standing out even amidst the myriad scents of hot pot. At this juncture, Kodasai intended for the team's finest marksman, Jones, to assume the role of vice-captain. In terms of skill, local advantage, and Kodasai's personal perspective, Jones was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. It appeared that the revered heavenly hunter had cultivated such martial prowess, subjugating Zhou Yonghua for his own gain. Yet, Zhou Yonghua was presumably a disciple of his lineage. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? No wonder the esteemed Xiang Daoist would claim they lacked humanity. But I can kill you, Lu Yifeng declared, lifting his toes once more to strike at the loathed chest. That night, the villa indeed echoed with peculiar, sharp sounds that sent shivers down the spine. Wembley Stadium erupted with a cacophony akin to a tsunami, reminding the players that a thrilling match was about to unfold. Fans from both sides passionately expressed their fervor, banners waving and songs resonating as everyone awaited the commencement of the contest. Volume 1, Chapter 126, Little Ones. Let us enjoy melons by the river. As the night deepened, the forest surrounding the treehouse gradually fell silent, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects and the distant howls of wolves. You Chao Sheng and her little ones were soundly asleep in the treehouse, the weariness of the day having lulled them into a deep slumber. On this tranquil night, a pair of luminous eyes flickered in the thicket, quietly observing the surroundings, with a perfect vantage point to behold the treehouse. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the bed within the treehouse, You Chao Sheng slowly opened her eyes. Although her body felt somewhat stiff, her spirit was light and joyful. She turned her gaze towards the bedside, where several little ones were curled up together, sleeping sweetly. Xiaohua and Xiaojin nestled beside You Chao Sheng, as if seeking warmth and a sense of security. "Mother, you're awake," exclaimed the one little one, rubbing their eyes in a state of delightful confusion. You Chao Sheng smiled as you stretched lazily, then gently planted a kiss on the face of each little one. Several eaglets nestled together in their thatched nest, their fluffy bodies huddled closely, radiating warmth. "Where is your father?" You Chao Sheng inquired softly. The tiger cub lifted its head, playfully pawing at the small blue fish from its reclining position, and pointed out the window, saying, "Fathers are down below making a ladder." You Chao Sheng rose to her feet and approached the entrance of the treehouse, gazing downward. She observed Bei Wang and her companions diligently engaged in their task of constructing a sturdy ladder, designed to facilitate easier ascents and descents for her and the children. Bei Wang wore an expression of deep concentration, his nimble hands skillfully weaving vines and securing them to the trunk, forming a series of steps. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden halo around Bei Wang, illuminating his silhouette with a warm glow. A warm current surged within You Chao Sheng as she descended the ladder. Bei Wang, positioned below, caught her effortlessly, his tone laced with playful reproach. "Why weren't you more careful?" His brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Though his voice bore a hint of admonishment, it was infused with a deep affection. "What if you had fallen? You dear one." The corners of You Chao Sheng's mouth curled into a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with playful brilliance. "Hee, isn't it because you're here?" Bei Wang could only shake his head in resignation, gesturing towards the pot beside them, where a steaming stew of succulent meat simmered. "The meat in the pot is still warm. Do indulge." You Chao Sheng's gaze fell upon the pot of meat, where the chunks bobbed in the bubbling broth, a delicate film of grease shimmering enticingly on the surface. For someone just awakened, such richness seemed rather burdensome. She gently shook her head, indicating her lack of appetite. "What's the matter? Not hungry?" Bei Wang discerned her reluctance with a mere glance. He turned and retrieved 2 plump bird eggs from a nearby pot, delicately offering them to her. The eggshells still retained a hint of warmth. Unable to eat, devoid of appetite, She then produced 2 bottles of milk and 2 small loaves of bread from her space, remembering to prepare a portion for Bei Wang as well. A few little ones tumbled down from the bed, their eyes sparkling with a yearning for meat, devouring their meal with great delight. In a corner of her space, the giant cherry seeds sown a few days prior had broken through the soil, blossoming into tender green saplings. The seafood in the waterhole thrived, swimming freely and occasionally splashing droplets of crystalline water. The large blue crabs occasionally emerged from the depths, their shells growing tougher and the muscles in their legs more developed, having noticeably increased in size. You Chao Sheng took a sip of milk, her eyes slightly squinting as she experienced a moment of comfort and contentment. She did not forget to present a small packet of milk candies to the little ones, distributing 2 to each. The wrappers of the candies were adorned with charming patterns, while the candies themselves were round and smooth, exuding a sweet fragrance. Do not indulge too much, otherwise your teeth will suffer, she gently reminded them. The little ones nodded obediently, while the young tiger, in a playful manner, offered his milk candy to You Chao Sheng, saying, "Mother, I cannot resist." His voice was soft and tender, imbued with a hint of dependence, evoking an irresistible urge to nurture. You Chao Sheng gazed into his clear, bright eyes and could not help but smile. She gently caressed his still undeveloped little ears, soft and utterly adorable. "Why are you so fond of being coddled?" she inquired. Xiao Hua and Xiao Jin exchanged glances, silently rolling their eyes. This little tiger cub seemed to possess an innate talent for winning their mother's affection, which was rather vexing. Though a tinge of jealousy stirred within them, they could not deny the irresistible charm of the cub's endearing antics. The little tiger's face flushed a rosy hue as he shyly buried his head in his mother's embrace, reveling in his love for her. "Why does mother smell so delightful?" he pondered, gently inhaling, as if the fragrance enveloped him in a cocoon of warmth and affection. "What about Qian Yu and the others?" You Chao Sheng asked. Bei Wang, busy weaving with a rattan strip, replied, "Song Lian has gone to attend to matters within the tribe, and Qian Yu has accompanied a Ling on a hunt. I haven't seen Xian Ling since early this morning. I stayed behind to wait for you to awaken, soon. I must head to the riverbank to wash a few of the cubs," Bei Wang said, glancing up at You Chao Sheng with eyes brimming with tenderness. You Chao Sheng nodded and accepted the woven vine, proceeding to craft alongside him. Although her technique was not as adept as Bei Wang's, she gradually found her rhythm. As the afternoon approached, the duo finally completed the ladder. Though simple in design, it was sufficiently sturdy. They then led the little ones to the riverbank. The weather was sweltering, and You Chao Sheng retrieved an enormous watermelon from her space, immersing it in the cool river water. The little ones shed their animal hides and joyfully rolled in the water, splashing merrily. Their laughter rang out, bright and melodious, filled with innocence and delight. Just as Xiaohua attempted to undress, she was swiftly restrained by You Chao Sheng. "Come, my dear, let mother take you over there to wash," You Chao Sheng said gently. Xiaohua, puzzled, obediently followed.